58, 59, 00. Jing Yu stared fixedly at the digits flickering in the lower right corner of the computer screen, and the moment they snapped precisely to 1700, he exhaled in relief, shut down the computer, at lightning speed stuffed the water bottle on his desk into the side pocket of his black backpack, grabbed the bag, and strode quickly out of the office. He was off work. As on countless ordinary days before, he walked toward the bus stop with a drained, almost hollow gait. After sitting still in the office all day, Jing Yu now felt like an enormous leech dragging his revolting body toward his destination by sheer force of will. At this moment, Jing Yu was truly exhausted. Strictly speaking, his job was relatively undemanding, starting punctually at 8 in the morning, finishing punctually at 5 in the afternoon. He only occasionally needed to work overtime, and most of the time, he simply sat motionless in the office staring at the computer screen as another dull day slipped past. Compared with those high-pressure employees who lived under relentless 996 or even 007 schedules, or the physical laborers who constantly sold their strength and rushed back and forth, Jing Yu clearly had no right to complain about life. And yet the fatigue of his body and spirit was not a fabrication. He often wondered if he was simply too lazy, so lazy that he could not even endure this level of workload. Of course, such thoughts only ever lingered in his mind for a fleeting instant. Whenever he saw the 3,000 yuan deposited into his salary card each month, all his hollow self-critique and pretentious self-reproach immediately dissolved. His complaints about his workload became instantly justified, and whatever moral self-judgment he had harbored evaporated without a trace. In their place came a vast, inescapable sense of powerlessness toward his mediocre everyday life. The man walked slowly to the bus stop. He unlocked his phone. The time read 5:06. He casually opened the navigation app, where the real-time bus system indicated that the next bus would arrive at the stop in 2 minutes. Perfect. Everything was just right. Jing Yu did not drive. More precisely, he did not like driving. Ever since he obtained his license after graduating from high school, he had not driven a single time up to the age of 30. He believed that owning a car would only complicate his life. Once a person had a car of their own, all the trivialities of refueling, parking, and washing it would follow. He would have to devote a large share of his attention to memorizing traffic rules that he could otherwise ignore, not to mention that his current salary was nowhere near enough to sustain the daily costs of a gasoline car. It was almost like raising a child. And of course, Jing Yu did not like children either. He had never harbored any intention of getting married and having kids. In his view, as long as a man at the bottom did not dream of entering marriage and continuing the family line, he could practically sidestep all the wrong choices in life. He would not need to shoulder a mortgage, pay a bride price, raise children, or accept the nearly humiliating evaluations and standards imposed by in-laws or anyone else. And the price he paid was merely a bit of painless public opinion pressure and the curses of others that he would be lonely and helpless in old age. This without a doubt made him, still relatively young and vigorous, feel secretly pleased with himself. What was more, he even had a girlfriend. Jing Yu's girlfriend was also an exceedingly ordinary human being. She was neither as wonderful as the women depicted in novels and comics, nor as terrible as those featured in sensational social news. She was not particularly frugal, yet far from extravagant. Her looks were not ugly, but she was by no means beautiful. This woman seemed like the greatest common denominator of women in society in every respect. It was hard for anyone to find a truly unforgettable spark in her, yet equally hard to point out a fatal flaw that would overturn one's impression. Even so, Jing Yu felt deeply grateful to her. After all, even after he had clearly declared his intention never to marry in his lifetime, she was still willing to make do with him. In this outdated backwater county town, where a woman remaining unmarried at 30 had her back pointed at and gossiped about, that took a considerable amount of courage. Of course, they also had their disagreements. For example, unlike Jing Yu, who preferred to lie motionless at home during holidays, his girlfriend liked to talk endlessly about traveling. She regarded travel as a kind of pilgrimage-like path of redemption and escape from reality. Whenever she managed to pull herself away from trivial work, she would always have a few extravagant notions of going somewhere far away. Although such ideas usually failed to materialize for all sorts of reasons, time, money, and more, they still showed that the two of them were not entirely in tune in certain areas. He always sneered at the kind of freedom his girlfriend longed for through travel. In his eyes, the mediocrity of life did not lie in the unchanging nature of one's present, but in the fact that even if one changed their way of living, it would only be another form of mediocrity. Perhaps those backpackers circling the globe were merely mechanically repeating the act of traveling. Jing Yu would always speculate with a touch of malice about those realms he had never set foot in. Yet despite their various disagreements, Jing Yu never dared to expect some perfectly matched soulmate. Such things were not for a man with a monthly salary of 3,000 to even consider. By then it was 5:08. The bus arrived at the stop right on time. Jing Yu boarded with his backpack and casually chose a seat among the many empty ones. After 5 stops, he would get off in front of the county's only large fitness center. In a small county town, working out was admittedly a relatively niche hobby. Jing Yu himself did not particularly enjoy fitness. His unshakable routine of 3 workouts a week was mainly to keep his body from going completely out of shape, almost the only requirement his girlfriend had of him. He had no doubt that if he turned into a pot-bellied middle-aged uncle, his girlfriend would abandon him without hesitation. There was nothing wrong with that. After all, if she was going to date him, she had to be getting something out of it, aside from that high-sounding excuse of an interesting soul. Therefore, no matter how tired he felt, he still maintained his 3-session sock schedule, even if the results were far. After all, Jing Yu was already 30. He could clearly feel that the vigorous metabolism of his 20s had vanished along with his desires. Even with a strictly disciplined diet and meticulous attention to his form, a discouraging stubborn ring of fat had appeared around his waist and abdomen. These days, all he could do was stop things from getting any worse. At 5:20, he arrived at the gym without incident. On Monday evenings, the county gym did not have many customers. A few crew-cut men with athletic builds were scattered around the popular machines. They were the trainers here. They seemed to notice Jing Yu as well, but showed little enthusiasm for this notorious cheapskate who never bought private lessons. Jing Yu was just as happy with that. He went straight to the bench press area, did a brief warm-up, then lay down on the bench and used a 60-kilogram barbell to get a feel for the movement. Huff. Still fairly easy, Jing Yu thought. He then added weight to bring the barbell up to 80 kilograms and completed a bench press rep smoothly. Jing Yu was undeniably an average person with little talent for fitness. In the comment sections of various social media platforms, a 100-kilogram bench press was almost considered an entry-level weight for any gym goer. Yet after years of intermittent training, his personal best had stalled at 90 kilograms. For some unknown reason, he felt that his form was unusually sharp today. Maybe he was about to break through. Jing Yu began to itch with anticipation. Why not give it a try? He loaded the barbell up to 100 kilograms. Drawing in a deep breath, he gripped the bar hard and summoned every ounce of strength he had. He did it. Success. But before Jing Yu could savor his triumph, a wave of weakness flooded into his arms. His brain felt slightly deprived of oxygen, and the dizziness hit more abruptly than he could have imagined. An instant later, he distinctly felt an overwhelming weight crush down on his throat. The agony was so great that he had no time to react at all. Was he about to die? In moments of extreme boredom in the past, Jing Yu had imagined his own death more than once. Perhaps it would be in an exceptionally sweltering summer when his body had grown utterly old. He would quietly stop breathing in a cramped rental room, and in just a few days his corpse would swell up into a huge balloon, making his dried, wrinkled body taut one last time before bursting apart with a pop. Maybe he would not simply wait for that end. Before his body failed completely, he might find a mountain peak high enough and step off the edge, drawing a violently striking full stop to an otherwise uneventful life. There was also a strong possibility that he would not be fully prepared. His life would run short before he had completely grown weary of it. He would lie on a hospital bed listening in fear as the doctor pronounced his death sentence, and then stare helplessly at the diagnosis sheet in his hand. Yet now, in a twist as theatrical as it was absurd, Jing Yu finally realized that a different kind of ending, one that left him both stunned and oddly bemused, had crashed down upon him without the slightest warning. That monotonous life of his, propelled day after day by habit alone, came to an abrupt halt. In cultivation, years leave no trace. Another 1,000 years have passed since the last immortal selection. Inside an ancient palace whose height vanished into the unseen, a white-haired elder wearing a golden crown and a cyan robe edged with cloud patterns stood by a pool of water, carefully washing his hands. As he washed, he sighed softly and murmured, "Last time 10 people were drawn in the immortal selection, yet their fates were 9 blue and 1 white, the worst among all the halls. This time I shall wash with the heaven essence mystic spring water in advance. Perhaps fortune may yet turn." At that moment, a distant, ethereal voice suddenly resonated out of the void. "Xian Qingzi, let the immortal selection begin." The elder, called Xian Qingzi, straightened, his expression turning solemn. He flicked away the droplets clinging to his hands, then bowed respectfully toward the empty void and said, "I obey the Hall Master's decree." A moment later, an ancient bronze mirror about the size of a palm appeared in his hand. As he chanted under his breath, he intoned, "Let fate's threads be drawn together, let souls return to their rightful places." Decree. 10 streaks of radiance shot in from beyond the heavens at a terrifying speed, descending into the great hall. Those 10 streaks of light slowly dispersed, revealing within them 10 vague, hazy human silhouettes. Xian Qingzi watched eagerly as the figures gradually solidified, silently praying in his heart, "Let there at least be one purple fate." Jing Yu slowly opened his eyes and found himself standing within an ancient palace whose ceiling could not be seen. The first sight that met his gaze was a golden-crowned elder in a cyan robe edged with cloud patterns, his hair and beard both snow-white, looking at him with a calm expression. Where's this? Jing Yu instinctively reached up to touch his neck, his face blank, clearly still unable to recover from the tremendous shock. So I really died just like that. Jing Yu's first thoughts went to his parents. He could only imagine how heartbroken the two elders must be at this moment. He then thought of his girlfriend. Perhaps that ordinary woman would, after a brief period of sorrow, find another ordinary man not so different from him. He also remembered those dubious web pages he had left open on his phone and the less than dignified photos in his albums, which might somewhat tarnish his reputation after death. In the end, Jing Yu even inexplicably wondered whether those gym trainers who usually treated him so curtly had secretly added a few extra plates to the barbell that crushed him. All of you, this old man is named Xianqingzi. In this hall, aside from myself, everyone else here has perished in calamity. I have come to guide you toward reincarnation and to bestow upon you a tremendous opportunity. Only now did Jing Yu notice that besides himself and the elder named Xianqingzi, there were many others in the palace as well. Looking around, he saw only youthful faces. Excluding Xianqingzi, there were, including himself, precisely 5 men and 5 women. May I ask, elder, what sort of opportunity is this? A sudden voice rang out. Jing Yu followed the sound and saw that the speaker was a tall, slender young woman, seemingly under 30, her hair tied into a neat ponytail. Her facial lines were sharp, her gaze keen, her entire bearing brimming with heroic vigor. I will not play riddling games with you, Xianqingzi said with a faint smile. Whatever there is to be said, I shall make clear from the beginning so that you do not grow suspicious and give rise to needless conflict in the future. Xianqingzi continued with a gentle smile. In this world there are immortals, and these immortals possess great might. Moving mountains, filling seas, plucking stars, and seizing the moon are all within their grasp. Those who enter this hall after death have been chosen by immortals and may walk the path of the Tao in the next life, bearing the hope of attaining immortality. Should you one day ascend to the immortal realm, you may even be taken as disciples by those immortals. The heroic woman arched an eyebrow slightly, her tone tinged with doubt. Fortune of this magnitude falling from the heavens. Such things still exist. Elder, you might as well tell us the price as well. Otherwise I cannot feel at ease. Xianqingzi said. Young lady, I know what you mean. You fear that the immortals harbor some other scheme, do you not? Since I refuse to speak in riddles naturally, I must explain everything clearly. You should know that although immortals who have attained the Tao possess endless lifespans, they are not truly undying. When they encounter tribulations beyond their capacity to endure, they too will fall. Even after becoming immortals, there are still tribulations they cannot withstand. A chubby youth in the crowd. Naturally there are, Xianqingzi replied. In this heaven and earth where we reside, there is the notion of epochs. At the end of an epoch, all things between heaven and earth must fall into silence. The great calamity of annihilation cannot be avoided. Only by using one's own body to confront the calamity and then receiving the protection of a mighty one can one survive the disaster and enter the next epoch. He sighed. The hall we now stand in, the Hall of Longevity, was jointly constructed in the immortal realm by 2 Tao lords of longevity who had achieved profound cultivation. It is a special institution established to select and nurture seeds of cultivation so that from the countless talents of the myriad worlds, those mighty beings who can shield others through the epochal calamity may be chosen. So I can be counted among the talents of the myriad worlds as well. Jing Yu felt a faint lack of confidence. He admitted to himself that while he was no useless waste at best, he was merely average and could not see how he had anything to do with the words outstanding talent. Little brother, there is no need to belittle yourself, Xianqingzi said, stroking his beard as he looked at Jing Yu. Since this old man calls you all talents naturally, there is a basis for it. He can hear what I'm thinking. Jing Yu was startled, hastily reining in his thoughts, not daring to let his mind. Xianqingzi paid no heed to whatever else Jing Yu might be thinking and continued speaking on his own. Those who are brought into the Hall of Longevity after death are all people who possess fate patterns. On the path of cultivation, they are born with an advantage over ordinary cultivators. May I ask, venerable immortal, what exactly is a fate pattern? A dark-skinned, rather plain-looking youth asked with a respectful bow. The concept of fate patterns is vast and profound, Xianqingzi said. Only after several epochs of research by immortals has a faint outline emerged. For now you need only understand this: a person's original fate pattern is hidden and can only be awakened by special means. Once awakened, the fate pattern can be simply regarded as an innate, life-bound divine ability. There is no need for more words, he added. I shall now awaken your fate patterns. Once they are revealed, you will naturally understand their functions. With that, Xianqingzi flicked his sleeve, and an ancient bronze mirror suddenly appeared suspended in midair before him. At first its surface was dull and lightless, but soon it began to glow faintly, before finally shooting out a beam of amber light that shone upon the man standing furthest to the left. The man enveloped by the mirror's light was still dazed when four stacked square blue seal script characters appeared on the mirror's surface, resembling archaic jade seals, great potential late blooming. An auspicious sign. This first one in the batch already bears a fine fate pattern. Xian Qingzi said, eyes fixed on the blue characters on the mirror, clearly very pleased. Young man, what is your name? The man under the light looked slightly nervous and cupped his hands. In answer to Senior Immortal, this junior is named Li Fan, County Magistrate of Wen County in Jiangnan Circuit of the Daxian Kingdom, and my family possesses some modest wealth. Enough, there is no need to speak of matters from your previous life, Xian Qingzi interrupted with a wave of his hand. He went on, you 10 come from different minor worlds to begin with. I shall be frank with you, minor worlds in this cosmos are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. You will be reborn into the same world, but it is unlikely to be the one you called home. Whatever your backgrounds in your former lives after reincarnation, you must start anew from the very beginning. Yes, Senior Immortal speaks truly, Li Fan said, somewhat awkwardly cupping his hands again. Might Senior Immortal explain my fate pattern? How I was just about to clarify it for you, Xian Qingzi replied with a smile, twisting his beard. Fate patterns in this world are endlessly varied, Xian Qingzi said, but most are ordinary patterns that offer little benefit to cultivation. We call these mortal-grade fate patterns. When illuminated by the fate-knowing treasure mirror, they appear as white seal script characters. Aside from mortal-grade fate patterns, a small number of people display blue seal script characters. These are fine-grade fate patterns. At this level, a fate pattern has truly great use. Some fine-grade patterns assist cultivation, others amplify the effects of techniques and divine abilities. Your great potential late blooming fate pattern combines both benefits, assisting cultivation and enhancing techniques at the same time. At the beginning of your immortal path, whether cultivating techniques or divine abilities, your progress will be somewhat slower than that of ordinary people, Xian Qingzi continued. But in the middle and latter stages of each major realm, and in the latter half of practicing divine arts and techniques, your cultivation speed will greatly accelerate, far surpassing others. When your techniques and divine arts finally reach perfection, their power will be half to one level stronger than that of ordinary perfection, making this a rather excellent fate pattern. Xian Qingzi paused, then continued, of course this fate pattern has its drawbacks as well. Because your early stage cultivation is slow, if you step onto the immortal path too late, you may find your lifespan insufficient. Li Fan, after your rebirth, you must find a way to pursue immortal fate as early as possible, or you will once more end as a mound of yellow earth. If you are protected by a powerful master with great divine abilities, you may have many chances to reincarnate and cultivate anew. But only in the first reincarnation can the fullness of your soul and spiritual acuity be guaranteed. With each subsequent reincarnation, your spirit will be worn away. Then the great Tao will be beyond reach, and when the epical calamity arrives, escape will be impossible. Moreover, you who were drawn into the hall of longevity after death are by nature without backing. If you truly perish, we will not intervene again. My thanks to Senior Immortal for dispelling my doubts, Li Fan said. Joy colored Li Fan's face. He was clearly very satisfied with his fate pattern. There is no need to address me as Senior Immortal, Xian Qingzi said. This old man cannot be counted among the immortals of longevity. Like you, I am still trudging along the endless path of the Tao as a fellow seeker. Let us address one another simply as Taoists. With a hint of desolation in his bearing, Xian Qingzi added, fellow travelers on the same path, nothing more. Taoist Xian Qingzi, above fine-grade fate patterns, what other levels exist? The heroic woman asked again. The heroic woman spoke once more. Jing Yu was speechless. He was just being polite, and you really called him that. He thought, inwardly grumbling as he stared at her in surprise. Xian Qingzi, however, took no offense and patiently explained, above fine-grade are spirit-grade fate patterns which appear as purple seal script characters. Among mortals, those who possess any fate pattern at all are already 1 in 10,000. Spirit-grade fate patterns are likewise 1 in 10,000 among fate patterns themselves. Most of them greatly aid cultivation and are wondrous beyond measure. Above that are immortal-grade fate patterns which appear as golden seal script characters. Cultivators bearing immortal-grade patterns, so long as they do not die prematurely, almost always achieve extraordinary accomplishments on the path of the Tao. Yet immortal-grade patterns are exceedingly rare. Halls like this one that select seeds for cultivation are not few in the immortal realm, but genuine cases of immortal-grade fate patterns being awakened are not many. Often tens of thousands of years pass before a single case appears, truly rare. Is there anything above immortal grade? The heroic woman pressed. There is, but it holds little relevance for us, Xian Qingzi replied with a shake of his head. Above immortal grade are divine grade fate patterns which appear as 7-colored seal script characters, Xian Qingzi said. But they are far too elusive. Often throughout an entire epoch of the myriad worlds, the number of divine grade fate patterns can be counted on one hand. They are far removed from us. My thanks, Taoist, for clarifying, the heroic woman said with a nod. Folding her arms across her chest, she raised her voice and declared, let me be next. I would very much like to see what my fate pattern is. What an intriguing person, Xian Qingzi said with a faint smile. He then formed an immortal hand seal and aimed the bronze mirror at the heroic woman. In an instant, a beam of amber light shot forth from the mirror. The next moment, the bronze mirror suddenly erupted with several bands of seven-colored light that rippled throughout the vast hall. The mirror, which had been hovering above Xian Qingzi's palm, broke free of his control and rose on its own to hang high in the air above the hall. On its surface appeared four seven-colored seal script characters only, I am supreme. Everyone stood frozen in place, stunned. After a long moment, Xian Qingzi was the first to recover from his shock. His voice trembled as he stammered, may I ask Taoist's name? The heroic woman clasped her hands behind her back, tilting her head slightly, as she watched the four characters only, I am supreme, on the mirror's surface. Her expression held 3 parts relief and 7 parts inevitability. In a level tone she replied, Taoist flatters me. I am. Lu Yingzhao. Zhuang Qingzi seemed to realize his loss of composure and quickly adjusted himself, speaking to Lu Yingzhao with much more respect. Friend Lu, as a minor cultivator, knows you are the first practitioner of the only I am supreme fate in this era. This fate comprises the 2 parts of only I and supreme. The only I part does not require any activation. Regardless of the cultivation techniques you practice in the future, in addition to the inherent effects of the technique itself, there will be a unique, extraordinary effect that belongs solely to you. As for what this effect is, it depends on the grade of the technique and its compatibility with your essence. Every technique learned has an additional effect compared to others. It's simply outrageous. Even though Jing Yu is usually aloof, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy upon hearing this effect. The supreme part, however, is a divine ability that requires active activation. Zhuang Qingzi paused for a moment and said, once supreme is activated, the power of the technique's divine abilities, spells, and so on possessed by the fate holder will experience varying degrees of enhancement. In contrast, all other beings around except for the fate holder will be weakened to different extents. The weakening does not distinguish between friend and foe. Lu Yingzhao pondered aloud. Exactly, Zhuang Qingzi sighed lightly. This fate is extremely domineering, otherwise how could it be called only I am supreme? So this is a divine grade fate. Quite intriguing, Lu Yingzhao said with a slight smile. Thank you for clarifying, my friend. I dare not. Zhuang Qingzi coughed and clasped his hands, saying, Friend Lu, please wait a moment while I activate the fate of the remaining friends. Standing beside Lu Yingzhao was a man with dark skin and an unremarkable appearance. He glanced at Lu Yingzhao with a hint of envy, then stepped forward and bowed deeply. I am Han Ping, troubled to trouble you, Immortal. Zhuang Qingzi was afraid that this person would also have something to say, so he did not dare to delay and said no more. He activated the spell and aimed the mirror at Han Ping. In the next moment, the mirror shimmered with a faint white light, revealing 4 white characters, Ping Ping Wu Qi. Seeing that it was the worst ordinary fate, a trace of disappointment flashed across Han Ping's face. Yet Zhuang Qingzi encouraged him a few words. No worries, do not be disheartened just because it is an ordinary fate. It is still better than having no fate at all. The Hall of Longevity selects immortals once every 1,000 years, and each time only 10 true spirits are gathered. Often among these 10 true spirits, 9 possess ordinary fates, and it is not uncommon for all 10 to be ordinary. To let you in on a secret, if you want to embark on the path of cultivation, you must have innate spiritual roots, and as long as you possess a fate, even the worst ordinary one, you will certainly have spiritual roots. There are indeed examples of people with ordinary fates attaining longevity in this world. Next one. Then another man and 2 women stepped forward, all possessing ordinary fates. Mortal flesh, ordinary fate. Although possessing spiritual roots, the step of drawing qi into the body may be somewhat challenging, so pay attention to it. Shallow fate, thin blessings. Don't worry, it is merely thin blessings, far from being an ominous sign. Generally speaking, this fate is not conducive to seizing opportunities, so there is no need to put in great effort in secret realms or similar places. It is better to do some visible, tangible, and stable work. You can still aspire for the immortal path. Another Ping Ping Wu Qi, nothing much to say. This fate is the most neutral and harmonious, offering no benefit beyond having spiritual roots. Moving forward on the immortal path will depend solely on how one walks it. Then another woman approached, appearing somewhat timid, and cautiously said, Immortal. Such a beautiful girl. Zhuang Qingzi's expression was astonished. He was considered a prominent figure in the immortal realm, and had seen countless beauties. What kind of enchanting fairies had he not encountered? Yet he was still captivated by the radiance of this girl before him. After all, being a successful cultivator, Zhuang Qingzi quickly suppressed his wandering thoughts, pinched a spell, and aimed the treasure mirror at the girl. A flash of purple light appeared in the mirror, revealing 4 purple characters, Qing, Guiqing Cheng. A spiritual grade fate. Xuanqingzi nodded. If a spiritual grade fate had appeared in the 1,000-year selection, his old face would have surely split with a smile. However, with Lu Yingzhao in front this time, he appeared somewhat undisturbed. This fate is remarkable, Xuanqingzi marveled. Strangely enough, this girl's beauty was already exceptional, but after activating her fate, others looked at her and found she had gained even more stunning allure, making her all the more lovable. Little girl, what is your name? Seeing the purple characters, the girl appeared delighted, her eyes curved in joy, and she exclaimed in response to the immortal, my surname is Li, and my name is Jiangmei. I hail from the Li family of Qifu, a prestigious family of literature. After reaching maturity, I married into the royal family of the Yu Kingdom as a princess consort. However, later the emperor suddenly passed away, and during the prince's ascension something went wrong, and I became embroiled in it, dying a wrongful death. I never expected to have the chance to seek immortality and the Tao. You are indeed fortunate. The Qing Guiqing Cheng fate is extraordinary. Those who possess this fate inherently have a special aura that makes anyone feel favorable towards them. Being naturally beautiful, you can further amplify the power of this fate. Xuanqingzi advised, as long as you do not make deadly enemies everywhere with this fate, it should not be too difficult to achieve ascension. Li Jiangmei smiled lightly and slightly bowed, saying, Thank you for your guidance, Immortal. This bow made all the men and women around her gaze intently. Jing Yu glanced at this girl and indeed felt an inexplicable affinity. Tisk, no wonder she has the Qing Guiqing Cheng fate. Lu Yingzhao raised an eyebrow, stroking his chin, and stared intently at Li Jiangmei, his mind lost in thought. Xuanqingzi glanced at Lu Yingzhao, his old face slightly flushed, and couldn't help but cough lightly, saying, Ahem, next one. Yun Xiansu from the Yun family of Luanyun Ridge, respectfully requesting the Immortal to unveil the treasure mirror. Another woman in palace clothes stepped forward, bowing deeply. Luanyun Ridge. Hearing it did not sound like a proper place name, Xuanqingzi asked in surprise, Were you born in a cultivation family in your past life? Exactly. The Yun family is a prestigious family with a golden core ancestor overseeing it. Yun Xian Su replied respectfully. Hey, a golden core ancestor. Xuanqingzi let out an ambiguous laugh and then asked, In your previous life, being born into a cultivation family, were you a cultivator? What was your cultivation level? In response to the Immortal, both of Xian Ce's parents were great cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, but Xian Su has no spiritual roots. Xuanqingzi stroked his beard and said, That explains it. Usually when cultivators with foundation establishment or higher engage in life and death battles, they tend to eradicate their enemies entirely. The one who dies in a duel usually has their true spirit obliterated along with them, so how could they allow your true spirit to reincarnate? He then directed the treasure mirror at Yun Xiansu, and unexpectedly a flash of purple light shot through, revealing 4 purple characters, Ling Long Hui Xian. Xuanqingzi's heart skipped a beat. How could there be another spiritual grade fate? Xuanqingzi harbored doubts in his heart, yet showed no sign of it on his face. He merely smiled kindly and said, Young friend Xianzi, your fate is truly remarkable. The so-called Linglong Huaxin not only awakens spiritual intelligence, but also endows you with an innate aptitude for strategy, making you inherently more adept at scheming than other cultivators. Furthermore, your speed in practicing any art will be approximately 50% faster than the average person, and the power upon completion will increase by 1 to 30%, depending on the rank of the spell. Its auxiliary effects are among the best in spiritual fates. After activating Linglong Huaxin, Yun Xian's demeanor changed significantly. Even his eyes appeared much more spirited. He simply bowed in acknowledgement and quietly stepped back. Thus, only 2 people remain. Xuanqingzi's gaze shifted to Jing Yu and a chubby boy beside. Jing Yu exchanged glances with the chubby boy, who then cleared his throat and stepped forward, saying, Old Immortal, I am Yixingyun. Could you please help me take a look? Xuanqingzi nodded and, following the procedure, formed a hand sign to cast the mirror light upon Yixingyun. A burst of golden light erupted, illuminating Yi Xingyun's chubby face in a brilliant hue. The surface of the fate mirror revealed 4 golden characters reading Chu Ji by Xiong. Yi Xingyun's eyes widened in excitement, exclaiming, It's golden. It's golden. Xuanqingzi was taken aback. Whose scheme is this? It was no wonder he was overthinking it. After all, he had served in the Hall of Eternal Life for tens of thousands of years and had seen numerous selections, but he had never witnessed such a spectacle. Young friend Yi, your Chu Ji by Xiong fate is somewhat special. It is a rare multi-tiered fate, encompassing mortal, refined, spiritual, and celestial levels with effects increasing sequentially. The mortal and refined levels of Chu Ji by Xiong will merely enhance your luck slightly compared to the average. At the spiritual level, many extraordinary effects emerge, and the celestial level of Chu Ji by Xiong is even more impressive as one is inherently endowed with great fortune. Unless caught in a situation of certain death, one often turns misfortunes into blessings. However, let me put it this way, with a celestial level Chu Ji by Xiong fate, how could one encounter a situation of certain death? As for the divine level, there hasn't been a divine level Chu Ji by Xiong for several recent epochs. Whether it's due to its rarity or the fate stopping at the celestial level remains undetermined, but let's leave that aside for now. Yi Xingyun rubbed his chubby cheeks, murmuring, "Damn it, I was such a jinx in my last life. I never expected that only in death would my fortunes turn." Swan Kingzi feared that this chubby boy might be a relative of some major figure or a pawn in a larger scheme, so he was cautious not to entangle himself too deeply. He turned to Jing Yu and said, "Young friend, you are the last one left. Once we activate your fate, you will be sent down to reincarnate. I am Jing Yu, respectfully requesting the Immortal's insight into the treasure mirror." Jing Yu imitated Yun Xian's words, clasping his hands. Before he even raised his head, a beam of light enveloped him. In the next moment, divine light spread, and the bronze mirror that hung in front of Swan Kingzi once again soared into the air. Strands of colorful light cascaded down like silk. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Jing Yu was wrapped in layers of light, as if donned in a colorful robe. "This is..." Jing Yu looked up in confusion, gazing at the bronze mirror above. Four colorful characters slowly took shape, completely occupying the surface of the mirror. "Chang Sheng Jiu. What a disaster." Swan Kingzi rolled his eyes. Tens of thousands of years ago, during his tenure, the master of the Hall of Eternal Life had made a prophecy stating seek longevity within the Hall of Eternal Life. Swan Kingzi had merely thought it was a compliment from the master to him, the duty-bound immortal, but he never expected it to manifest here today. A prophecy from tens of thousands of years ago can indeed manifest here. The calculations of the Tao Lords are truly terrifying. Could it be that this person before me can truly become the third Tao Lord with a longevity fate among all realms? Upon this realization, Swan Kingzi felt a chill in his heart. Oh no, two divine fates in one hall. Such a thing has never occurred before. If a Tao Lord's calculations are correct, it would be fortunate, but if not, this batch of fates may very well be born from calamity. Is the celestial realm about to be thrown into chaos? I am their guide on the path of immortality. How can I lack the connection of fate? Whether it is fortune or misfortune remains uncertain, but I fear I will be entangled. Swan Kingzi being a person devoted to cultivation, otherwise he wouldn't have served in the Hall of Eternal Life for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, he felt himself inexplicably caught in a vortex, inevitably anxious. Immortal. Immortal. Jing Yu's call brought Swan Kingzi back to his senses. He only felt a bitter taste in his mouth, yet his face still bore a smile. "Tao friend Jing, this is incredible. Since Chang Sheng Jiu can be termed a divine fate, it has surely reached the pinnacle in certain aspects. It is divided into two parts, Chang Sheng and Jiu. The Chang Sheng part goes without saying. One must understand that the path to immortality is long akin to crossing a sea of suffering. From Qi, refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, to divinity transformation. Each step is a climb to the heavens. Yet to ascend, one must use lifespan as a stepping stone. The Chang Sheng within the fate allows the holder to possess limitless lifespan. What would be a perilous path to the heavens becomes a leisurely endeavor for the immortal. While cultivators of all realms seek longevity, the immortal has already attained it, and what remains is merely the pursuit of leisure. As for Jiu, it signifies unfading senses. The holder of this fate possesses sharp hearing and eyesight, quick wit, and the ability to vanquish illusions and dispel evil, rendering all illusions ineffective against this fate. During breakthroughs, clarity of mind is guaranteed, free from inner demons. Born with an invincible Tao heart. Jing Yu had just awakened his fate. Although he was in spirit form, he suddenly felt his senses sharpen. Everything in the hall became vividly clear to him. If he had lungs, he would have certainly heard the collective gasp of the crowd. He could even feel the weight of the gazes directed at him from everyone in the hall, unsure how much of it was envy and how much was jealousy. At this moment, Jing Yu met Li Jiangmai's gaze, only to find that the inexplicable charm emanating from the beauty who had awakened the Qing fate had vanished entirely. He was astonished. Could it be that Li Jiangmai's fate is essentially a high-level illusion? Since all 10 of you have completed your fates, we shall send you down to reincarnate. However, I must reiterate, Swan Kingzi began slowly. The selection process in the Hall of Eternal Life is not exactly a secret, but the immortals in the celestial realm are not a monolith. Many have their own grievances. Once you descend, it is best not to reveal your origins. This is the first point. The path of immortality is long, and you 10 have gathered here in the Hall of Eternal Life, signifying a bond as fellow seekers of the Tao. After descending, you may assist each other. However, if any animosity arises between you leading to a life and death confrontation, we will not intervene. After all, the path of immortality is fraught with challenges. To achieve the Tao, one must contend fiercely. Opportunities for enlightenment are present. Do not be surprised if even fellow Taoists or partners become antagonists. This is the second point. The third point. The realm I have chosen for your reincarnation is called Xianzhou realm. It is rich in spiritual energy and resources, yet not many cultivators reside there, with vast untamed lands remaining unexplored. This realm has a history of cultivation spanning over 1,000,000 years, but it underwent a significant catastrophe that swept through the entire realm, causing a break in its lineage. The new cultivation civilization has existed for less than 100,000 years, and thus the depth of the cultivator's techniques and abilities is generally not profound, making it much safer than those realms with histories of billions of years where ancient talents dominate. Yet precisely because of this, the practice of cultivation has not yet become widespread among mortals. Your reincarnated identities will be random. If luck is not on your side, you might never encounter a cultivator in your lifetime, which would make seeking celestial opportunities quite challenging. That is all I have to say. I will now send you down to reincarnate. Wait. Swan Kingzi suddenly paused, his expression strange. He stood still for a moment before returning to normal, lightly clearing his throat and saying, I was going to send you all down together, but just now the Hall Master issued a decree for me to revise the rules of this selection. Lu Yingzhao, having awakened the destiny of Supreme Above all, cast a thoughtful glance at Jing Yu before asking, how exactly is it to be changed? Fellow Taoist, please speak more plainly. Xian Qingzi dared not slight this formidable figure who seemed to have emerged from nowhere. He quickly clasped his hands and explained, let me enlighten you, fellow Taoist Lu. Although the immortal continent currently lacks any powerful figures, all of you reincarnators start from the mortal realm utterly ignorant of this world. Our Hall Master's decree intends for you to reincarnate in sequence. For each person, the first 100 years of reincarnation will be projected by the precious mirror within the hall for later observers to study, granting them an understanding of this realm. If the pioneers rise to prominence on the immortal continent, those who follow may seek them out for patronage if they wish. The crowd exchanged glances, and for a moment the Hall of Longevity fell into dead silence. Finally, Lu Yingzhao spoke again, 100 years of life, every detail projected in the hall. Would the pioneer then have no secrets at all? Not exactly. Not every trivial detail of that century will be projected, only select pivotal moments will be shown. Moreover, once the mirror of fate awakens your destinies, it becomes intertwined with your fate lines. If the mirror attempts to observe you, you will sense its gaze. Should you wish to conceal that scene from others, a mere thought will sever the connection. After you all reach the age of 100, the mirror will cease its constant vigilance, only checking once every few centuries to confirm whether you live or die. Whether you can ascend to the immortal realm depends on your own abilities. Venerable Immortal, wouldn't that mean later reincarnators must wait centuries in this hall before their turn? Yi Xingyan rubbed his cheeks. That sounds rather tedious. Do not worry, fellow Taoist Yi. I possess a secret art that makes centuries feel like the blink of an eye to the soul within this hall. Besides, before your true spirit reincarnates and merges with a physical body, your lifespan remains untouched. Waiting a few hundred years to reincarnate will do no harm. Which fellow Taoist wishes to reincarnate first? Silence once again filled the hall. It was hardly surprising. Jing Yu thought to herself. The rules were clearly advantageous for those who reincarnated later, as the more one waited, the more one would learn of the immortal continent's hidden secrets and ancient tales. Moreover, time reveals a person's true nature. 100 years could lay bare much about someone. If one's reincarnation fared poorly, they could still choose a virtuous senior to seek out for guidance and patronage. Conversely, the first to reincarnate would likely suffer the greatest disadvantage, and naturally no one was willing to be the stepping stone for others. I will go. All eyes turned to her. Indeed, it was the woman who had awakened the destiny of Supreme Above all. Lu Yingzhao met their gazes with a confident smile. This journey to the immortal continent is fraught with uncertainty. My destiny excels in combat, so I shall lead the way for you all. Xian Qingzi nodded and waved his sleeve. In the center of the hall, a majestic heavenly gate rose adorned with carved jade and railings. The scene within the gate was hazy and indistinct. Without further words, Lu Yingzhao strode boldly toward the gate. Just before entering, she turned to glance at Jing Yu, smiled softly, and nodded. As Lu Yingzhao stepped through the heavenly gate, the bronze mirror in Xian Qingzi's hand descended to hover above the gate. The mirror's surface began to reveal the image of a swaddled infant, while a line of small characters appeared along its edge. Longevity, calendar year 1. At the same time, Xian Qingzi pinched his fingers in a mystic seal and murmured, a century, but a blink. Lu Yingzhao was reborn into the mansion of the Northern Expedition General of Immortal Dynasty. She had an elder sister and brother. The general's wife died in childbirth, and the general, deeply devoted to his wife, never remarried, leaving Lu Yingzhao as the youngest daughter of the household. Because her mother died, giving birth to her father harbored little affection for Lu Yingzhao, believing she had brought misfortune upon his beloved wife. Her elder siblings, far apart in age, also held no warmth for her. Yet Lu Yingzhao was unbothered. Though unwelcome at home, the Northern Expedition General's mansion was still a prominent noble house in the capital. She lacked for nothing in food and clothing. From a young age, she ignored poetry and needlework, instead picking a few martial arts manuals from the family library to hone her physique and combat skills. The mortal dynasty where Lu Yingzhao lived had no cultivators, but the emperor was far from virtuous, spending his days seeking immortality and the Tao. The capital was filled with charlatan alchemists, and he commanded his generals to lead armies on campaigns across the realm in search of immortal fortunes. Her father was often dispatched from the capital, but this had little to do with Lu Yingzhao. She simply trained in martial arts within the general's mansion. Longevity calendar year 13. The Northern Expedition General returned from beyond the frontier, secretly entered the palace to meet the emperor, and never emerged. That very night, the palace ordered a bloody purge of the Northern Expedition General's mansion on charges of treason. The general's eldest son and daughter were beheaded, leaving only the youngest daughter missing. Rumors in the city claimed that the general had indeed found an immortal's remains beyond the frontier containing celestial cultivation techniques. To prevent the news from leaking, the emperor had mercilessly struck. However, as time passed and the emperor's health deteriorated without any display of immortal power, the rumors gradually faded. Longevity calendar year 21. Exactly 8 years after the massacre of the general's mansion, the emperor's body was discovered on the main throne of the Hall of Mental Cultivation. His head had been severed by a single sword stroke and nailed to the doorframe with a rusted blade. A eunuch recognized the rusted sword as the Northern Expedition General's former weapon. All were terrified, for despite layers of palace security, no trace of the assassin was found. They believed it was the vengeful spirit of the general's mansion come to claim its due. The avenger was no ghost, but Lu Yingzhao, whose martial arts had reached the pinnacle of the mortal world. That year her father had indeed found 2 immortal cultivation manuals beyond the frontier. One was called Qi Guidance Art, which allowed a mortal to draw qi into the body and begin cultivation. The other was Breathing Technique, a neutral cultivation method usable by any spiritual root attribute. In the Hall of Longevity, Jing Yu and the others strained their eyes to read the techniques, only to find the text blurred and obscured. Because the emperor lacked a spiritual root, he spent 8 years unable to draw qi into his body, possessing the manuals, but unable to enter the path of cultivation. That day, Lu Yingzhao sat cross-legged, and in just over half an hour drew qi into her body, circulating it through her meridians, becoming a qi refining layer 1 cultivator. Longevity calendar year 28. Over 7 years relying solely on the breathing technique, a basic cultivation method in the immortal realm. By absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth, Lu Yingzhao advanced rapidly, reaching qi refining layer 4. During these 7 years, she traveled across the land, finally finding traces of other cultivators at a cultivation market by year's end. At the market, she tested her spiritual root and discovered she possessed a mutated lightning spiritual root. She then switched to the lightning element basic technique thunderclap art. Thereafter, Lu Yingzhao settled in the market, earning cultivation resources by hunting beasts in the surrounding area. Longevity calendar year 36. 8 years later, with cultivation resources and a technique aligned with her spiritual root, Lu Yingzhao advanced to the peak of qi refining layer 9 without encountering any bottlenecks. However, breaking through from qi refining to foundation establishment was a significant hurdle, requiring a foundation establishment pill. Although Lu Yingzhao vaguely sensed she could break through even without it, she sought the pill for caution. Fortunately, with a century of lifespan at qi refining, and with proper care, the chance of foundation establishment wouldn't decline due to age until 80. Lu Yingzhao had ample time. Longevity calendar year 38. Foundation establishment pills were hard to come by for a rogue cultivator. Unwilling to join a sect, Lu Yingzhao could only bide her time, waiting for an opportunity. That year, as she continuously honed her cultivation, she suddenly felt a bottleneck shatter within her heart. She had reached qi refining layer 10. A realm never recorded in any market's immortal texts. In the 40th year of the Eternal Life era, a foundation establishment pill appeared at an underground auction in a market purchased by a qi refinement 9th layer cultivator in his 70s. However, before he could seek the protection of the market's guards, he was surrounded and killed by numerous qi refinement cultivators. A chaotic battle ensued among dozens of qi refinement cultivators vying for the foundation establishment pill. Ultimately, Lu Yingzhao, leveraging his qi refinement 10th layer cultivation and the combat abilities granted by his unique destiny, only I am supreme, overwhelmed the others and fled thousands of miles away. In the 42nd year of the Eternal Life era, Lu Yingzhao established his foundation. That same year, he settled in a place known as Jing Yu Immortal City, where he spent spirit stones to purchase the foundation establishment thunder technique, cloud thunder heart method from the city's technique pavilion. Unlike the low-key seclusion of the Qi refinement period, Lu Yingzhao began to make his mark during the foundation establishment period. Being adept at thunder techniques and bolstered by his destiny, Lu Yingzhao quickly gained fame in Qingyun Immortal City and the nearby cultivation sects, forging friendships with many disciples of the immortal sects. In the 45th year of the Eternal Life era, Lu Yingzhao and a friend explored an ancient thunder technique cave, overcoming numerous trials to obtain an ancient inheritance known as the mystic thunder-shattering jade sword classic, a sword technique that directly aimed at the nascent soul realm, along with a body refinement technique called Thunder Induction Body Refinement True Method. His friend, hailing from the Golden Core sect, 10,000 Thunder sect, agreed with Lu Yingzhao to study these two ancient true methods together. The original technique was left with Lu Yingzhao while his friend made a copy using a jade slip to bring back to the sect. After parting ways, Lu Yingzhao mysteriously vanished. The 10,000 Thunder sect spent years searching for his whereabouts, but to no avail. In the 85th year of the Eternal Life era, after a long 40 years, Lu Yingzhao reappeared in Qingyun Immortal City. By this time, her cultivation had reached the late foundation establishment stage, and she lavishly spent spirit stones at a large auction in Qingyun Immortal City, acquiring a golden core spiritual object. The 10,000 Thunder sect, having heard the news, dispatched 4 fully realized foundation establishment cultivators to ambush Lu Yingzhao outside Qingyun Immortal City. Armed only with a mystic thunder sword, Lu Yingzhao faced all 4 opponents alone, annihilating them and showcasing her unmatched prowess in the foundation establishment realm. Furious, the Golden Core ancestor of the 10,000 Thunder sect personally employed secret techniques to track Lu Yingzhao. Eventually, the two encountered each other in another market, leading to a fierce battle. Lu Yingzhao managed to escape unscathed, disappearing once again. In the 97th year of the Eternal Life era, Lu Yingzhao achieved the Golden Core stage, living for 800 years, which is referred to as minor eternal life. The foundation establishment lifespan is 300 years. For ordinary cultivators, achieving the Golden Core is often a matter of 200 years or more. Even for the direct descendants of immortal sects, it is common to attain Golden Core status only after 150 years. Lu Yingzhao achieved Golden Core status in less than 100 years, a testament to her extraordinary talent. In the 99th year of the Eternal Life era, Lu Yingzhao, with a firm grasp on her realm, descended upon the 10,000 Thunder sect. Armed with her mystic thunder sword, she effortlessly dispatched the Golden Core ancestor of the sect in just over a dozen exchanges, obliterating his divine consciousness. She then struck down an old friend still languishing in the mid-foundation establishment stage and left the sect's treasury completely emptied before drifting away. Subsequently, in Qingyun Immortal City, she announced to the world that she would hold a Golden Core conference at the Technique Pavilion 1 month later, imparting the secrets of Golden Core cultivation. All cultivators, regardless of their sect, were welcome to attend, causing a stir among cultivators in nearby cities. A month later, Qingyun Immortal City was filled with people, including several Golden Core ancestors. Lu Yingzhao stood atop the Technique Pavilion wielding her mystic thunder sword and lectured for 3 days, imparting the essential secrets of Golden Core cultivation to all present without reservation. At that time, a spirit painter created a mystic thunder sword immortals teaching diagram, which would circulate for generations to come. Those within the Eternal Life Palace also clearly heard every detail of the conference, diligently memorizing the content. In the 100th year of the Eternal Life era, on Lu Yingzhao's 100th birthday, she sat in her cave dwelling, gazing at the sky. Addressing the figures in the mirror, she clasped her hands together and said, "In the southern region of the celestial phenomenon Immortal Continent, I, Lu Yingzhao of Qingyun Immortal City, await my fellow Taoists." The mirror image then extinguished. Jing Yu suddenly jolted awake, as if from a dream. A century had genuinely passed, yet he felt as though it was merely the blink of an eye, while the various scenes remained vividly clear, a testament to the methods of the immortals. Lu Taoist's destiny, only I am supreme, is inherently suited for a path where the whole world becomes her enemy. The last person who awakened this destiny turned the entire immortal realm upside down. It is rare that Lu Taoist possesses such a magnanimous and upright character, using her dominating presence to conduct righteous affairs, truly a blessing for all beings. Xian Qingzi commented, "Who is the next Taoist? Let me go. The chubby boy Yi Xingyun, who awakened the destiny of averting disasters and attracting good fortune, was already eager to step into the heavenly gate." In the 101st year of the Eternal Life era, Yi Xingyun was born into the Yi family, a nascent soul clan on an island in the Falling Star Sea, and he was the sole grandson of the family's nascent soul ancestor. Jing Yu in the hall couldn't help but drop his jaw. He had anticipated this chubby boy's extraordinary luck, but he never expected it to be so outrageous, being born as the grandson of a nascent soul cultivator. The Yi family was founded by the Yi family's ancestor, a nascent soul cultivator with a lifespan of 2,000 years. At this moment, the ancestor was still under 1,000 years old, making it a time of great prosperity. It is already difficult for high-tier cultivators to have offspring. The Yi family ancestor had only a little over 10 descendants. Among these, only a son and a daughter possessed spiritual roots. The daughter was wholeheartedly devoted to the immortal path and had yet to marry, while the son was the only one with a spiritual root who established a family. This only son was born over 400 years before Yi Xingyun, being the sole heir of the direct lineage, and due to being a generation removed, one can imagine the ancestor's favoritism towards Yi Xingyun. From a young age, he was naturally not deprived of spiritual herbs and techniques. Whenever Yi Xingyun went out, he had 2 golden core guards closely protecting him. It is known that golden core cultivators, even in nascent soul clans, are considered honored guests. Yet now they served as bodyguards for a child who had not yet begun cultivating, demonstrating the extent of the Yi family's ancestors' generosity. In the 106th year of the eternal life era, Yi Xingyun turned 6 years old. It was the day of his spiritual root assessment. The entire Yi family was bustling with activity. Yi Xingyun's father, as the clan leader, arrived early at the ancestral hall to preside over the spiritual root assessment ceremony for his only son. Normally, the assessment of a younger generation's spiritual roots would not be a grand affair, let alone attract the attention of a nascent soul ancestor. However, on this day, the Yi family ancestor was already seated in the ancestral hall, personally attending to his grandson's spiritual root assessment. The spiritual root assessment method of the nascent soul ancestor was naturally extraordinary. Yi Xingyun not only revealed a rare variant spiritual root, the wind spirit root, but also exhibited a natural phenomenon, with his spiritual root taking the form of an extraordinary beast Philian. Generally, those with mediocre quality do not even exhibit spiritual root phenomena. They only display their own spiritual root attributes. Those with slightly better quality might only show a drop of water, a flame, a sapling, a bolt of light. Generally, those with mediocre quality do not even exhibit spiritual root phenomena. They only display their own spiritual root attributes. Those with slightly better quality might only show a drop of water, a flame, a sapling, a bolt of lightning, or a wisp of breeze, common phenomena. It is important to note that those with spiritual root even exhibit spiritual root phenomena. They only display their own spiritual root attributes. Those with slightly better quality might only show a drop of water, a flame, a sapling, a bolt of lightning, or a wisp of breeze. In the 107th year of the eternal life era, Yi Xingyun drew qi into his body and became a qi refinement cultivator. In the 109th year of the eternal life era, a wandering Shumi cave heaven coincidentally landed beside Yi Xingyun, who was playing in the ancestral grounds. Inside there were ancient cultivation inheritances, true understanding of the universe, and a wind attribute treasure fan with some spirit. Upon seeing Yi Xingyun, the fan recognized him as its master. This incident was immediately discovered by the Yi family ancestor, who promptly began to conceal the heavenly secrets and seal the news. Fortunately, the landing of the Shumi cave heaven was not loud and no one else noticed. In the 127th year of the eternal life era, Yi Xingyun reached the qi refinement 9th layer. That same year, an injured cultivator inadvertently trespassed into the Yi family's great formation and died within the array. Yi Xingyun, who was in his closed-door cultivation room, heard about this incident and went out to investigate. He found 3 exceptionally fine foundation establishment pills in the deceased cultivator's storage bag. In the year of eternal life 129, Yi Xingyun established his foundation. The Yi family invited fellow cultivators from surrounding islands to celebrate the foundation establishment of their young clan leader. It is customary for cultivators to hold a grand ceremony upon their foundation establishment, and this is the only one in the entire Falling Star Sea region. In the year of eternal life 130, Yi Xingyun stabilized his foundation establishment realm, and after a period of deep contemplation, ventured out for leisure. On an unnamed deserted island, he stumbled upon a Su Ling flower, a highly prized item for golden core cultivation. In the year of eternal life 132, Yi Xingyun unexpectedly encountered an ancient secret realm where he discovered the remains of an ancient cultivator yielding considerable rewards. In the year of eternal life 135, Yi Xingyun chanced upon a fierce battle between 2 latest-stage golden core cultivators over a nascent soul opportunity. Both perished in the clash, and Yi Xingyun collected their treasures along with a transformation pill that enhanced the success rate for advancing to the nascent soul stage. In the year of eternal life 151, Yi Xingyun's Aunt Yi Lingyue successfully advanced to the nascent soul realm, marking the Yi family with 2 nascent soul cultivators a moment of unparalleled glory. In the year of eternal life 160, Jing Yu reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. In the year of eternal life 189, Jing Yu made plans with other nascent soul families to explore the foundation establishment secret realm Ao Yuan. However, just before the journey, he was injured due to a bout of madness during cultivation and regrettably had to cancel. In the year of eternal life 190, it was rumored that demonic spirits had awakened in the Ao Yuan secret realm, and none of the nascent soul cultivators who entered to explore escaped unharmed. The various celestial families were shaken, and several nascent soul cultivators joined forces to breach the secret realm, but the awakened demonic spirits had long since vanished. In the year of eternal life 200, Jing Yu firmly established himself at the peak of mid-foundation establishment. On the last day, he was scrutinized by the fate mirror. He cupped his hands toward the sky and proclaimed, in the eastern region of the falling star sea, on Dragon-slaying Island, Jing Yu awaits all fellow Taoists. The image in the mirror flickered out. Indeed, the immortal grade auspicious avoidance is extraordinary. In the world of the immortal realm, 99 of secular dynasties have no cultivators. To be reborn into a wealthy family among mortals is already a rare stroke of luck. Generally, seeds of cultivation selected by the Immortal Selection Palace spend decades seeking opportunities before they can step into the realm of cultivation. Yi Daoist not only began his life within a nascent soul clan, but also as a direct descendant. Just this fortune alone is enough to smooth his path in the realm of immortality. The ancestor of the Yi family is also exceptionally fortunate. With his qualifications and luck, he would have only reached mid-nascent soul in this life. However, now that he has Yi Daoist as his direct grandson through fate's connection, it is not impossible for him to reach the god transformation stage. Awakened to the late bloomer fate, Li Fan felt a surge of envy. He thought to himself that the two previous souls who had reincarnated both had good character. It might be wise to reincarnate early to attach himself to one of them, which would undoubtedly make his path to immortality much smoother. With a firm resolve, he said, "Immortal, I shall be next." Li Fan, do not forget that the early path of a late bloomer is not easy. Seek opportunities quickly, or else the lifespan of mortals cannot withstand delays. Li Fan thanked Swan Kingzi and stepped into the heavenly gate. The small words by the mirror changed again. In the year of eternal life 201, Li Fan was born into an ordinary farming family. "It's a boy," the midwife exclaimed. Good. Our Wang family has a son." A dark-skinned, middle-aged man smiled as he held the newly born Li Fan, his eyes crinkling with joy. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the house. "What's happening outside?" The man, just filled with joy, furrowed his brow and strained to listen to the noise. Upon discerning the content of the uproar, his face turned pale. "The horse bandits are here. The horse bandits are here. Horse bandits." The midwife and the new mother turned pale. Didn't the village pay the protection money just last month? The noise grew closer, and the people inside the house could faintly hear the bandits' conversation. "The officials are only a day's journey away from us. Move quickly and grab the food first. If we encounter anyone, man or woman, just kill them. We don't have time for pleasantries." Before they could react, the already flimsy wooden door was kicked down with a loud crash, and two burly men wielding cleavers stormed in with bloodshot eyes. "Please spare me." The man holding the baby pleaded once, but one of the bandits struck him down with a slash, and the infant in his arms was cut in two. Damn it. Just as he was born and filled with aspirations, Li Fan could only curse before his consciousness faded into darkness, never to return. The scene shattered. The remaining people in the Hall of Eternal Life exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze toward Swan Kingzi. "What are you looking at? This is indeed a stroke of bad luck." Swan Kingzi spoke in a calm tone, as if he were accustomed to such occurrences. "It is common for infants to die young. Fate is not infallible. Do you think that just by entering the Immortal Selection Palace and becoming a seed of cultivation one can be assured to ascend? There is no such thing in this world. They say that seeking immortality and enlightenment revolves around one word: strive. However, I believe that if one wishes for a long-lasting path to immortality, one must strive when necessary, but ultimately it comes down to stability." Swan Kingzi shook his head. Yet in Li Fan's case, no amount of stability would help, or it can only be said that fate is such, and there is nothing to be done. "Who is next?" "I, Yunsu, am willing to go." "Is that the one with the delicate insight?" Jing Yu thought silently. Yunsu bowed to the crowd and decisively stepped into the heavenly gate. In the year of eternal life 201, Yunsu was born into a wealthy merchant family, the third of three daughters, referred to as third miss by the neighbors. Despite her family's substantial wealth, they favored sons over daughters. Yunsu did not receive much attention from her parents, but she sought little for herself, using her monthly allowance to buy introductory books and learn to read. In the year of eternal life 207, when she was 7, Yunsu quietly practiced the Qi induction technique at home. After 3 days of inducing qi into her body, she circulated it around her meridians, becoming a qi-refining cultivator and gathering some spiritual energy within. Using this meager spiritual energy, she formed a hand seal, causing a small jade plate illusion to appear in the air. She then bit her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the jade plate illusion. In an instant, the blood dissipated within the jade plate, revealing the image of a nameless stone tablet. Earth Spirit Root. 7-year-old Yun Su frowned, then sat down to write a thick earth technique, sighing, "I'll just cultivate this for now." In the Hall of Eternal Life, Jing Yu suddenly realized indeed Yun Su comes from a family of cultivators. Though she lacks a spiritual root, her parents are foundationally powerful cultivators in the clan, giving her a status much higher than that of ordinary mortals. Knowing a few cultivation techniques is not surprising. She then thought of how this qi induction technique, which guides mortals into the path of cultivation, is indeed commonplace, found all over the myriad realms. In the year of eternal life, 215, Yun Su had no resources for cultivation. Over the past 8 years, she only barely reached the second level of qi refinement, having solely absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Fortunately, Yun Su was not too anxious. She slowly absorbed spiritual energy and spent most of her time practicing various techniques. However, at the age of 15, when a girl typically comes of age, her family planned to marry her off as a concubine to a local scholar in his 40s. Yun Su realized her fate with this family had come to an end. She left a box of gold in her room as gratitude for the upbringing over the past 15 years, and then quietly departed. In the year 223 of the Eternal Life calendar, Yun Su was at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Over the years, she traversed several neighboring kingdoms, but found no trace of cultivators. However, she had mastered all the techniques known to her from her past life at the qi refinement stage, reaching the realm of instantaneous invocation. In the year 231 of the Eternal Life calendar, Yun Su crossed dozens of kingdoms and finally found a cultivation market where she settled down. Though her cultivation progressed slowly over the years, currently, at only the 4th level of qi refinement, she found time to study various cultivation arts alongside refining techniques. Perhaps due to the enhancement from her Linglong Huaxin, she showed exceptional talent in talisman crafting, quickly amassing her first sum of spirit stones in the market. In the year 233 of the Eternal Life calendar, Yun Su did not linger long in the cultivation market. After 3 years of talisman crafting, she had accumulated considerable wealth. However, instead of using spirit stones to purchase resources for cultivation, she generously made friends, particularly focusing on befriending disciples from major sects. Soon, many external disciples from Golden Core sects were aware that a skilled talisman master known as Sister Yun had taken residence in the market. In the year 235 of the Eternal Life calendar, after thoroughly understanding the organizational structure, general style, and the characteristics and reputations of the Golden Core ancestors of several nearby sects, Yun Su chose to join the predominantly female Golden Core sect Fian sect, which had 3 Golden Core cultivators and was a major power among the neighboring sects. Starting as an outer disciple, Yun Su quickly established herself due to her vibrant personality, generosity, and knack for networking, forming many strong connections with her fellow disciples. In the year 236 of the Eternal Life calendar, due to her exceptional talent and techniques, Yun Su was transferred to the sect's scripture hall, becoming a steward there. In the year 251 of the Eternal Life calendar, Yun Su reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement by the age of 50. Thanks to her deep connections with many elders in the sect, she effortlessly applied for 2 foundation establishment pills for her foundation establishment. In the year 253 of the Eternal Life calendar, Yun Su completed her foundation establishment and was promoted to the position of deputy steward of the scripture hall at Fian sect. In the year 278 of the Eternal Life calendar, the head of the scripture hall, aged 250, lamented the shortness of his lifespan and intended to resign from his position to establish a family and expand his lineage. Before departing, he recommended Yun Su to take over as the head of the hall. According to tradition, the head of the scripture hall should be a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, with the strong recommendation of the former head and the efforts of several elders from both outer and inner sects, Yun Su successfully took on the role of head of the scripture hall. In the year 294 of the Eternal Life calendar, Yun Su entered the mid-stage of foundation establishment. By the year 300, she still donned the plain white palace attire. She favored strolling towards the scripture hall. Having not consumed any youth-preserving pills, Yun Su now resembled a middle-aged woman. She was never particularly beautiful, and as she aged, she appeared quite ordinary. Yet whenever she encountered disciples, even those among the inner sect who were promising Golden Core candidates, they would show her respect, bowing slightly as she approached. Upon reaching the scripture hall, Yun Su ascended the stairs to the top floor, as usual. This place served as a high point for Fian sect, offering a great view. In the distance, one could see many female disciples flying with their magical artifacts. On the terrace of the hall stood a chess table with an unfinished game displayed on the board, presumably left by Yun Xiansu and an opponent. Yun Xiansu approached the chessboard, picked a black piece from the jar, and stared at the unfinished game, seemingly indecisive. After a moment, she appeared to sense something, looked up at the sky, and her previously furrowed brows relaxed into a slight smile as she said, Yun Xiansu of Fian sect wishes all fellow Taoists eternal prosperity in the Tao and hopeful ascension. The scene in the mirror dimmed. In the past, I only saw the effects of the Linglong Huaxin fate in the pamphlets issued by the palace master, yet it is truly more enlightening to witness it in person. As for Taoist Lu wielding a Xianlei sword, traveling the world freely as a carefree wanderer is certainly delightful, but how many are truly qualified for such carefree existence? Or like Taoist Yi, born of the celestial lineage with family elders providing resources for cultivation from the Qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage. How many possess such fortune? Taoist Yun, though lacking overwhelming martial power and heavenly luck, has steadily progressed within the sect, walking a dignified path. This may indeed be a grand and legitimate way. Taoist Xian Qing glanced at the others remaining, and after a moment of thought beckoned to Li Jiang, Mei, saying, "Little girl, it's your turn next." This exceptionally beautiful woman paused. Her innocent demeanor captivated those around her, and she then murmured, "I hope the Immortal can bless me with a good origin." Xian Qingzi chuckled at her words, saying, "I cannot decide this matter, it solely depends on your luck." With a wave of his sleeve, Li Jiang Mei flew into the heavenly gate. In the year 301 of the eternal life calendar, it was uncertain if Li Jiang Mei's last words in her past life had taken effect, but she truly reincarnated into a realm of cultivation. However, this realm of cultivation was not a kind place. A demonic sect known as the Blood Sea sect loomed here, with several golden core cultivators within notorious for their ferocity. Li Jiang Mei was born into an ordinary family in a mundane kingdom directly controlled by the Blood Sea sect. Although referred to as commoners, they were merely livestock raised by the sect for blood. In the year 306 of the eternal life calendar, at the age of 6, Li Jiang Mei was exceptionally beautiful, already possessing the makings of a stunning woman. Life was harsh in the demonic realm, with commoners struggling to survive. The officials, acting as grim reapers of the mundane world, often exploited the people ferociously. Nevertheless, due to her beauty, the rent collectors who came to collect fees often took a liking to her, collecting less rent, which made her family's life somewhat easier. In the realm of the Blood Sea sect, children from ordinary families were required to undergo spiritual root testing at the age of 6. Li Jiang Mei went with this batch of children, and astonishingly, a golden short sword manifested during her test, leading her to be sent to the Blood Sea sect's mountain gate. Li Jiang Mei's fortune lay in her spiritual root being tested in the realm of cultivation, and her talent was decent, allowing her to cultivate techniques and embark on the path of immortality. Unfortunately, her background as an ordinary commoner left her without any connections. The rules within the Blood Sea sect dictated that if a cultivator's child tested positive for a spiritual root, they would be taken into the sect. However, if a commoner family produced a child with a spiritual root, those children were raised as livestock to serve as death warriors, furnace cauldrons, or reserve human dan. Li Jiang Mei, being beautiful, was assigned to the group of future furnace cauldrons, consisting mainly of girls and a few outstanding boys who would be available for the use of the prominent female cultivators within the demonic sect. Li Jiang Mei possessed a golden spiritual root, and the overseers provided her with the Jing Yuan marriage true sutra for her cultivation. This technique was not a typical demonic art. It was similar to orthodox techniques, accumulating spiritual energy step by step to enhance cultivation. However, once a certain level was reached, she would have to engage in dual cultivation with someone, thereby allowing that person to strip her of her cultivation for their own use, essentially crafting her as a wedding garment for another, which was extraordinarily ruthless for the practitioner. Yet under the eaves, Li Jiang Mei had no choice but to cultivate. In the Blood Sea sect, life within the confines of the furnace is rather monotonous. Since the furnace person does not need to engage in combat, there is no necessity to practice divine powers or techniques, leaving only sitting in meditation to cultivate. Li Jiang Mei and others have been arranged to live and cultivate in a place known as the Furnace Pavilion, where there are supervisors specifically assigned to oversee the cultivation of the furnace, preventing anyone from slacking off. However, even without supervisors, the furnaces would not necessarily neglect their cultivation, as there is a regulation within the Blood Sea sect that if a furnace does not reach the 9th level of Qi refinement by the age of 50, they will be dispatched to the Bliss Valley, where they may be drained of their life force by any disciple from the sect, leading to a very tragic fate. If one possesses the qualification of reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement by the age of 50, the sect will bestow a foundation establishment pill, allowing them to attempt foundation establishment. Once a furnace successfully establishes their foundation, they escape the fate of being sent to the Bliss Valley with the opportunity to serve as a concubine for a golden core ancestor, or at the very least fall into the hands of a powerful foundation establishment elder within the Bloodsea sect. Compared to that, it is considered a favorable outcome. Relying solely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to achieve complete chi refinement before the age of 50 seems an unrealistic fantasy, except for true cultivation prodigies. Fortunately, the demonic sect is not entirely unreasonable. In addition to a beauty-enhancing pill that delays aging, the furnaces receive corresponding spiritual food and spirit pill quotas each month with benefits even better than those of ordinary chi-refining loose cultivators. Nevertheless, achieving complete chi refinement before 50 remains a challenging task. Fortunately, Li Jiangmei possesses exceptional talent, and after 6 years of cultivation, most of the furnaces who entered the sect with her are still stagnating at the first or second level of chi refinement. She has already stepped into the third level for a year, and with her monthly quota of spiritual food and spirit pills, Li Jiangmei is expected to have a chance at foundation establishment. In the year 315 of the eternal life calendar, Li Jiangmei blossomed into an increasingly radiant beauty. The other furnaces standing beside her could not help but feel somewhat inferior. Strangely, perhaps due to her enchanting charm, these contemporaries harbored no jealousy towards Li Jiangmei. Instead, they felt a sense of pity and affection for someone of such celestial beauty trapped in a demonic sect, treating her even more kindly. That same year, the furnace pavilion saw a new supervisor. The previous grim-looking female cultivator was reassigned, and a handsome young man appearing to be of similar age to these 15 or 16-year-old girls took over. He had a striking appearance, but also bore a hint of mischief. Had he not introduced himself, Li Jiangmei and the other furnaces would have mistaken him for a fellow student from the adjacent male courtyard. However, there are not a few cultivators in the cultivation world who possess agelessness. Appearances can be deceiving. The furnaces merely assumed that this young man had practiced a technique to maintain his youth or regularly consumed youth-preserving pills, when in reality, he was already over 200 years old and a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. They did not dare to approach him too closely, focusing instead on diligent cultivation. Li Jiangmei, however, found it inconsequential. The previous grim female supervisor treated every furnace with disdain, but she would always give Li Jiangmei a smile. Over time, she no longer felt that the supervisor of the demonic sect was particularly fearsome. Thus, whenever the two crossed paths, Li Jiangmei would always greet this unusual young man with a bright smile, which made the new supervisor of the furnace pavilion feel somewhat uncomfortable. In the year 318 of the eternal life calendar, 3 years had passed, and Li Jiangmei had become familiar with this supervisor, learning that his Dao name was Xuezong, and he was the only true disciple of the Golden Core ancestor, the Songshu master of the Bloodsea sect, a genuine seed of the Golden Core. His youthful appearance was due to the cultivation method he practiced. In reality, he was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator over 120 years old. Currently, he had taken on a light task at the furnace pavilion, spending his days in cultivation. After another 20 or 30 years of refining, he would be ready to attempt to form his Golden Core. Of course, within the entire furnace pavilion, only Li Jiangmei could converse with Xuezong, and this treatment was not something established from the beginning. Initially, Xuezong still maintained the demeanor of a supervisor, ignoring Li Jiangmei's greetings and simply walking past with a cold expression. Later on, he occasionally managed to force out a stiff smile, which was already quite difficult for his icy nature. But for some reason, on the days when Xuezong did not see Li Jiangmei, he felt an emptiness in his heart. He would take a long detour to patrol during the time the furnaces were released just to chance upon Li Jiangmei. Li Jiangmei, however, did not engage in excessive pleasantries, merely raising her well-shaped brows and smiling to greet him. Xuezong is not an oblivious person who is solely focused on cultivation. Being the only true disciple of a Golden Core demon head, he has emerged from a world of blood and death. He is known for his ruthless nature, having committed many heinous acts, and is not ignorant of matters between men and women. His master arranged for him to oversee the furnace pavilion, likely with the intention of allowing him to capture some female cultivators for their essence to enhance his cultivation. However, when interacting with Li Jiangmei, Xuezong feels a sense of carefulness, as if he might accidentally break this jade-like girl, and his inherent ferocity and demonic aura are subdued somewhat. In the year 327 of the eternal life calendar, Li Jiangmei's cultivation progressed rapidly. Among her contemporaries in the furnace pavilion, many were still stuck at the second or third level of chi refinement. She had already reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of chi refinement, which was certainly due to her outstanding spiritual roots, but more so because Xuezong occasionally provided her with cultivation resources. It must be noted that true disciples of the sect are talented individuals with Golden Core potential. Xuezong, coming from the demonic sect, has engaged in many acts of acquisition, so he naturally possesses a substantial fortune, making it easy for him to support a female chirefinding cultivator. Having known each other for over 10 years, Xuezong has secretly developed feelings for Li Jiangmei. The other disciples within the Blood Sea sect assumed that Xuezong, as a true disciple, has regarded Li Jiangmei as his personal treasure, and none dare to interfere. On the other hand, Li Jiangmei's attitude towards Xuezong is somewhat ambiguous. She often quietly listens to him recount tales of the cultivation world without expressing her own opinions. When Xuezong brings her cultivation resources, she simply thanks him in a gentle tone and accepts them. In the year 339 of the Eternal Life calendar, Li Jiangmei stepped into the 9th level of Qi refinement. That same year, Xuezong also reached the peak of foundation establishment and could close himself off to form his golden core at any time. Due to the special nature of Xuezong's cultivation method, he must travel thousands of miles from the sect to a place known as the blood pool of the earth to form his golden core, seeking to enhance the quality of his golden core. Before leaving, he left Li Jiangmei a substantial amount of spirit stones and promised in her presence that once he became a golden core cultivator, he would rescue her from the furnace pavilion and take her as his Tao partner. Li Jiangmei, however, did not give a clear response. She simply smiled lightly upon hearing this and said to this seed of the demonic path from the Blood Sea sect, "Congratulations, senior brother, on achieving a high-quality golden core. I look forward to your return to the pavilion." Thus, Xuezong secretly left the Blood Sea sect and entered the blood pool of the earth for his closed door. In the year 341 of the Eternal Life calendar, the nascent soul sword cultivator from the Tiantong sword sect, Nangong Fuhua, eradicated the demons, shattering the Blood Sea sect's protective mountain formation with a single sword strike. He annihilated all 3 golden core ancestors of the Blood Sea sect within the sect's gates and slaughtered countless disciples. Thus, the Blood Sea sect fell overnight. In the Hall of Eternal Life, at the first glance, Jing Yu realized he was in trouble upon seeing Nangong Fuhua. There was no doubt that this young nascent soul sword cultivator hailing from the righteous path was exceptionally charming and handsome, his youthfulness almost excessive. Standing alongside Li Jiangmei, they appeared as 2 celestial beings descended from the heavens, making anyone believe they were a match made in heaven. The ensuing events unfolded predictably. The cultivators of the Furnace Hall and the Human Pill Pavilion had never practiced demonic arts and were among the few victims of the Blood Sea sect. As a prominent figure of the righteous path, Nangong Fuhua could hardly engage in indiscriminate killings. Thus, he merely dispersed these Furnace and Human Pill cultivators, allowing them to escape for their lives, but he kept Li Jiangmei behind, taking her back to the Tiantong sword sect and accepting her as his disciple. The return of a beautiful female cultivator to the sect was a delightful topic for casual conversation. However, the disciples of the sword sect knew that Master Nangong had devoted his life solely to the sword, and romantic feelings were never on his mind. He regarded Li Jiangmei as a rare talent in swordsmanship, which justified his exceptional decision to take her in. In the year 344 of Eternal Life, Li Jiangmei established her foundation. Master Nangong Fuhua personally intervened to transform her furnace cultivation into pure sword essence of the orthodox sect, redirecting her training to the authentic teachings of the sword sect, the Golden Spirit sword manuscript. In the year 351 of Eternal Life, Nangong Yi, the eldest disciple and adopted son of Nangong Fuhua, a golden core sword cultivator, sought to marry junior sister Li Jiangmei. Nangong Fuhua forbade this and scolded him out of the hall. In the year 354 of Eternal Life, Nangong Yi attempted to flee with Li Jiangmei, but was caught by Nangong Fuhua, who was deeply disappointed and imprisoned this favored disciple in the sword prison for 100 years of reflection. In the year 363 of Eternal Life, Nangong Fuhua announced to the world that he would take Li Jiangmei as his Tao partner, widely inviting the righteous path to their dual cultivation ceremony, causing an uproar among the disciples of the Tiantong sword sect, from the sect leader to the outer disciples. In the year 364 of Eternal Life, the dual cultivation ceremony was held as scheduled. On this day, the sword prison within the sect trembled with echoes of long howls resounding endlessly. A certain worldly dynasty under the jurisdiction of the Tiantong sword sect was shrouded in a sea of blood, seemingly ravaged by demonic cultivators. In the year 382 of Eternal Life, Li Jiangmei was in the midst of her foundation establishment. In the year 364 of Eternal Life, the dual cultivation ceremony was held as scheduled. On this day, the sword prison within the sect trembled with 100 years had left no marks on Li Jiangmei. She still resembled the bright young girl from the Furnace Hall of the Blood Sea sect, quietly listening as her husband shared insights on swordsmanship, occasionally arching her well-defined brows and pursing her lips, forming a dimpled smile for Nangong Fuhua. Though they had become Tao partners, Nangong Fuhua did not neglect his sword path, often retreating into seclusion, which led to scarce moments together. Therefore this was one of the few reunions they cherished dearly. As night fell and Nangong Fuhua departed, Li Jiangmei adjusted her somewhat disheveled collar. With a thought, she re-established her connection with the fate mirror that originally reflected her destiny, slightly tilting her head upward. She knew this was the last day. In the immortal island of Jiangnan Tiantong, sword sect Li Jiangmei welcomes all Dao friends. The image in the mirror extinguished once more. Everyone in the Hall of Eternal Life fell into a moment of silence. Ahem, this is how one uses the national beauty and heavenly appearance technique, yet it is hard to envy. Now that 400 years have passed, you should have a basic understanding of the immortal islands. Hanping, you four shall reincarnate together. Swankingzi pointed out the four individuals with ordinary mortal destinies, leaving out only Jing Yu. The four exchanged glances, even the dullest among them sensed something but dared not speak of it. They simply thanked Swankingzi before sequentially entering the heavenly gate for reincarnation. Dao friend Jing, just watch. At this moment, only Jing Yu and Swankingzi remained in the hall. The once imposing elder seemed to have laid down his burdens in an instant, sitting directly on the floor of the hall, watching the digits by the mirror change continuously. In the year 401 of eternal life, in the year 405 of eternal life, in the year 500 of eternal life, compared to the past reincarnators' 100 years, the experiences of these four, with ordinary destinies, appeared rather uneventful. Two of them spent their lives in the mortal realm without finding any immortal opportunities, both passing away before reaching 70. Another one was fortunate to gain an immortal opportunity but entered the sect too late, and due to accumulated injuries from battles, they only reached the 5th level of Qi refining at the age of 90. Only Han Ping had better luck. By chance he obtained a ascension decree to enter an immortal sect in his youth. Despite his mediocre wooden spiritual route, he stumbled through to establish a foundation at over 90 and managed to live to 100 without major mishaps. This shall suffice. Swankingzi rose, exhaling deeply, a smile spreading across his face. We have successfully concluded this batch of immortal selections. Jing Yu see. At this moment the Hall of Eternal Life suddenly filled with radiant light. The originally towering heavenly gate adorned with exquisite carvings began to shrink and transformed into countless jade square components. Under Jing Yu's astonished gaze they quickly assembled into a white jade puppet of human height, while the fate mirror that had been embedded in the center of the heavenly gate lost support and fell freely, being firmly caught by one hand of the white jade puppet. Hall Master. Swankingzi bowed towards the white jade puppet. Aside from Jing Yu, the other 9 have all reincarnated. Well done. The white jade puppet's voice was slightly muffled. You may rest now. Hall Master, ordinarily the results of the immortal selection need to be reported. I wonder. The white jade puppet remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, change Lu Ying's I alone am supreme to the spiritual rank, fate harm others for one's own benefit, change Yi Xingyan's immortal quality auspicious and inauspicious to premium tier, and change Jing Yu's eternal life to spiritual rank, fate longevity without bounds. The others remain unchanged. Just report it this way. Even though the 4 spirits of the hall may still stand out a bit, it is acceptable. Swankingzi hesitated. Hall Master, we can't hide this too long. We can conceal it until their ascension, which should suffice. At least we must not let anyone meddle from the white jade puppet's mechanical voice carried a hint of indifference. You possess a fate of inconsistent words and actions to disguise. The supervising envoy in charge of recording will not notice anything unusual. The white jade puppet's mechanical voice carried a hint of indifference. You possess a fate of inconsistent words and actions to disguise. The supervising envoy in charge of recording will not notice. Only then did the white jade puppet slowly turn towards Jing Yu, its intricately patterned mask glowing with a jade radiance. Allow me to introduce myself. My Dao title is 9 Lives, and you may call me Dao Lord 9 Lives. I am also one of the 2 Hall Masters of the Hall of Eternal Life. By the way, my fate is eternal life, a fate similar to mine. Could it be that this Longsheng Palace? Jing Yu almost instantly thought of a possibility. Just as you imagine, the Longsheng Palace was established by me and another cultivator with the fate of longevity and vision after we attained Dao. In terms of seniority, I am the latecomer, as I was born 3 epochs ago. Before me there was a Dao Lord named Wanshou, but that person had already transcended 5 epochs. I and Wanshou have already attained Dao, and we have a vague sense of those sharing the same fate. Tens of thousands of years ago, I calculated that a soul with the longevity fate would be captured by the Longsheng Palace, and I've been waiting here ever since. The 9 Lives Dao Lord said the chosen ones selected by the Immortal Selection Palace must undergo trials in the lower realm. This rule was established by all the Dao Lords of the Immortal Realm, and no one can violate it. The reason I cannot bring you directly to the Immortal Realm for cultivation is precisely this. But rules are rules, yet they are not without loopholes. Previously, I changed the order of the chosen ones descending to the lower realm to sequentially leaving you as the last one, which is a flexibility within the rules. One is to give you an understanding of the small world of reincarnation so you are not completely in the dark. The second is that your fate is favored by heaven and earth, but it is prone to jealousy. Being the last to reincarnate means they cannot catch your roots. It turns out I am the one with connections. Jing Yu was momentarily stunned, then suddenly thought of something, and asked Tao Lord, what about Lu Yingzhao? I didn't foresee this either. It is a significant variable. The puppet possessed by the 9 lives Tao Lord had a slight change in its facial patterns, but it's fine with Lu Yingzhao on stage to attract attention. You can focus on your cultivation. When you attain Tao, you will be the 3rd palace master of the Longsheng Palace. A Tao Lord, shall I then descend to the lower realm? Jing Yu asked tentatively. Not so fast. The 9 lives Tao Lord snapped his fingers, and a gray divine light entered Jing Yu's soul body. What is this? Jing Yu suddenly received some information in his mind, and was momentarily taken aback. Suffering Passage Sutra, the Tao method of Wanshou. This broken thing has limited versatility, though only cultivators with the longevity fate are suitable to practice it. You don't need to delve too deeply, just use it to transition. The 9 lives Tao Lord continued. My Tao method has been split into several parts and hidden within the immortal continent. If you enter the world, you will naturally find it. Enter the world. Yes, our Longsheng Palace is divided into 2 branches, one avoiding the world, and the before you. In nearly 10 epochs, 4 cultivators with the longevity and vision fate emerged across the myriad realms. Among these 4, only Wanshou and I attained Tao, while the other 2 have perished. Of the 2 who died, one was unambitious, treating all chances as fleeting moments, solely focused on avoiding the world to cultivate. In the end, during the epoch's end, he did not attain Tao and perished along with all beings in that epoch during the great calamity. The other was quite similar to me, both choosing the path of entering the world, but with a longevity fate, yet not cautious enough, ultimately killed by others during a duel. The 9 lives Tao Lord sighed. Each person's fate is truly difficult to predict. Is it better for the longevity fate to avoid the world to enter it, or to balance both? There is no conclusion now. It all depends on how you choose. As one ages, it is inevitable to be a bit verbose. Jing Yu, do you have any more questions? Jing Yu hesitated for a moment before asking Tao Lord what level of cultivation is required to transcend the epical calamity. The 9 lives Tao Lord said softly, the epical calamity is divided into 2 parts. First, living beings must face their own calamity, which cannot be avoided. One must rely on their cultivation to withstand it, requiring at least the realm of a Tao Lord to transcend. Then comes the extinction of heaven and earth, the return of all things to the void, the myriad realms returning to chaos, and chaos once again evolving into myriad realms. This part cannot be borne by a Tao Lord alone. It requires the protection of a Tao Venerable. However, the number of Tao Venerables that one can protect is limited, which means one must rely on connections. If a Tao Lord has no background and no one to support them, their chances of survival are slim. Tao Lord Wanshou has a deep connection with a certain esteemed figure. I have benefited from this, as that esteemed figure has been protecting me through the calamities of these epochs. Tao Lord, how long is one epoch specifically? It's hard to say, at least 600 or 700 billion years, and at most over 1,000 billion years. Currently, we are at the early stages of this epoch, only about 20 billion years since the myriad realms were opened. Upon hearing this, Jing Yu sighed in relief as the faint sense of urgency in his heart vanished without a trace. The 9 lives Tao Lord noticed something was off and snorted coldly. Not becoming a Tao Lord is ultimately an illusion. Don't be like Wanshou, wasting over 10 million years in the lower realm. Take care of yourself. Jing Yu felt as if the celestial beings above each possessed the ability to read minds, and he awkwardly smiled, saying, yes, yes. I will heed the Tao Lord's teachings. By the way, I will give you this fate mirror. When you encounter someone, you can use it to see what their fate is instantly. The 9 lives Tao Lord weighed the copper mirror in his hand. Those who activate their fate with this mirror will have their fates connected with this object. You can use it to observe these people later, but activating their fate requires celestial energy. Where will you find celestial energy in the lower realm? You can only let the mirror accumulate slowly. After using it once, it may take decades to be reused. You don't need to rely too much on this mirror, just treat it as something to relieve your boredom. Jing Yu thought that the 9 lives Tao Lord was going to hand the copper mirror to him and instinctively reached out to take it. However, seeing that the white jade puppet had no intention of handing over the mirror, he awkwardly withdrew his hand halfway. You are currently in a soul state, and this mirror has a physical form. Can you bring it into the womb? No need to rush, I will think of a way to deliver it to you. The white jade puppet raised an arm, which suddenly exploded, transforming into countless intricately patterned jade components, instantly reassembling into a small heavenly gate that sucked Jing Yu's soul body inside. Now only a solitary one-armed puppet remained in the Longsheng Palace, and that puppet inexplicably turned to look at a void in the hall, its voice flat. "Wancho, how long do you intend to hide?" At that moment, a faint fluctuation appeared in the void, and a boy dressed in a bright yellow short robe jumped out. The boy appeared to be around 10 years old, with a silver longevity lock jingling around his neck. "9 lives, you are plotting against me again," the boy teased with a grin. "I already knew you were hiding nearby. How could this be considered plotting?" The white jade puppet spoke in a cold mechanical voice. "Without any fluctuation, why not come out and see? What's there to see? To avoid developing feelings only to perish in the lower realm." The boy waved his hand. "I was very saddened when Chung Su and Zhao Li died. I see this person resembles you more, and I fear he has a lazy temperament. How can one attain Tao if one does not strive?" The 9 lives Tao Lord sighed. "Not everyone is like you, a child of a Tao Venerable with the chance to attain Tao handed to them. Back then the Tao Venerable even personally created a small world for you to reincarnate and cultivate. Others do not have such treatment. Everyone has their own way of living. You, on the other hand, keep scheming and planning this and that, setting traps and making moves, hammering east and hitting west with no end in sight. Haven't you predicted a single Tao Venerable realm yet?" The boy said ruthlessly. "I see this kid as adaptable. Who knows, he might unknowingly achieve something greater than you in the future. I am someone without a background. If I don't plot my way through, how will I ever get a chance to dine at the table? Should I learn from you and sleep all day in the Tao Venerable Hall?" The 9 lives Tao Lord shifted the topic slightly, asking with concern, "Has there been no news from the Tao Venerable?" "None. Not just my father, but the other esteemed figures are also silent." The boy said impatiently, "The immortal realm is now a complete mess. You Tao Lords who excel at calculations take your time, even for trivial matters. Have you found anything out? Every few hundred years there are those who stubbornly come to pry for information. The Tao Lord hasn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. Matters of life and death cannot be taken lightly." The 9 lives Tao Lord said helplessly, "Those esteemed figures are the lifeline for Tao Lords transcending tribulations. Now that the lifeline is silent, it's no wonder everyone is panicking. It's only been the beginning of this epic, and various immortal selection palaces are fighting over more spots like dogs fighting for bones. They are afraid that their familiar Tao Venerables might not return, and all want to nurture a new backing. That's why I say they are a bunch of unambitious fools. The spirit they had when they attained Tao has not been retained at all. If they had the ability, they would attain Venerable for themselves. Why rely on others?" The boy snorted. "You have ambition. Do you think you can attain Venerable in this epic?" The 9 lives Tao Lord coldly laughed at the boy. "I believe I can." The boy puffed out his chest, touching the longevity lock around his neck. 9 lives, just you wait. It might just be a matter of these few years. Go back to the Tao Venerable Hall and sleep." The 9 lives Tao Lord shook his head. "A long time ago, I casually left a few pawns in several small worlds. Now I need to check if any of them have developed. If there is news of a Tao Venerable, inform me immediately." Then the light of the heavens shone brightly, and after the radiance dimmed, the white jade puppet disappeared. "Damn chess player." The boy stretched lazily, casually lying down on the floor of the Longxing Palace, and muttering to himself, "I dreamed last night that I attained Tao Venerable. What method did I use back then? It's born. It's born. A prince. Report to His Majesty at once." "Congratulations, your ladyship. Congratulations." Jing Yu slowly opened his eyes. The instinctive expansion of his lungs forced a cry from him. It sounded remarkably clear and resonant. Good. This reincarnated body seemed robust, not one of those frail, congenitally weak ones. Jing Yu thought aimlessly as he wailed. The enhancement of the 5 senses granted by the eternal gaze aspect of the longevity and eternal gaze destiny was evidently extraordinary. Even as a newborn, Jing Yu found his sight and hearing far surpassing those of an ordinary infant. Every whisper in the delivery room was distinctly audible. "Lady An has finally made it. A son secures her status. With this prince, her rank will likely rise to that of a concubine." Indeed, she entered the palace as a mere maid, yet she climbed step by step to the rank of concubine, and even bore a royal heir. She is a fortunate one. A prince, huh? Jing Yu paused, feeling that his starting point was acceptable. Although any royal family was a den of intrigue, the conditions were far superior to those of common folk. As long as he steered clear of succession struggles, the early stages should be secure. Lost in thought, Jing Yu was briefly wiped clean by the maids in the delivery room, and then placed beside Lady An, who had just given birth. Now Jing Yu took a careful look at his biological mother. She was a beauty with delicate features and a gentle temperament, though her slightly downward slanting brows gave her a somewhat melancholic air. "Oh, my good child." Lady An gently stroked the infant's forehead with one finger. The bond of blood filled her with an irresistible tenderness for the baby. "His Majesty arrives." A eunuch's resonant voice announced from outside the delivery room. The eunuch's voice wasn't as shrill as I'd imagined. Jing Yu mused silently. Before long, a crowd of maids and eunuchs escorted a middle-aged man with thick brows and a broad face into the room. The man took Jing Yu from the maid, stared at him for a few moments, and uttered several goods, clearly delighted. Jing Yu observed the emperor closely. He appeared somewhat aged with streaks of gray at his temples, at least over 40 years old. Lady An has rendered great service by bearing a royal heir. Elevate her to concubine and thank you, your majesty. How many royal heirs are there now? Your majesty, this should be the 6th prince, a close eunuch replied softly. Only 6 royal heirs. Jing Yu's heart tightened. The emperor was at least 40, yet he ranked 6th. Either the ruler was too diligent and spurned women, or the infant mortality rate among princes and princesses was so high that they weren't counted. If it were the former, it would be bearable, if the latter. Very well, ensure he is well cared for. The emperor stroked his beard. Concubine and rest well. The emperor handed Jing Yu back to the maids crouched by the new mother's bedside to whisper a few private words, and then hurriedly left. After the emperor departed, the room grew noticeably quiet. Only the original attendants remained. A few richly adorned imperial consorts came to take a look, exchanged polite pleasantries with the newly promoted concubine, and then left. Once Jing Yu was thoroughly cleaned, a group of older maids carried him away. The leader was a robust woman with large hands, exuding an air of authority, likely of considerable rank. Listening to the head maid chat with her subordinates, Jing Yu learned that although consorts of concubine rank and above had the right to raise royal heirs in practice, newborns were taken to a dedicated institution to be raised together. If the biological mother's rank was low, she might only see her child on major festivals. As a mere newborn, Jing Yu could only be manipulated by others. With nothing else to do, he sank his consciousness into the depths of his mind and began to peruse the immortal cultivation technique imparted to him by the 9 Lives Tao Lord. The Sutra of Bitter Crossing. It's a body-tempering technique. Jing Yu was astonished. The 9 Lives Tao Lord had once said that the Sutra of Bitter Crossing was the Tao Lord of Longevity's path to enlightenment. He had assumed it was a standard cultivation method, never expecting it to be for body refinement. The Tao Lord of Longevity, is truly remarkable. The more he read, the more Jing Yu admired this never-met Tao Lord of Longevity. This body-tempering technique was named the Sutra of Bitter Crossing because the Tao Lord of Longevity believed that all beings seeking the Tao were like swimmers crossing a bitter sea. Cultivators with the longevity destiny possessed infinite lifespans. With ample time, they could eventually reach the other shore. Thus, they only needed to worry about the storms in the bitter sea. This technique was meant to forge the physical body into a treasure ship, helping longevity cultivators weather those storms as a means of protection. The Tao Lord of Longevity also offered a brilliant explanation for choosing body tempering as a protect. First, a cultivator's greatest limitation was lifespan. Qi cultivation granted 100 years foundation establishment, 300 golden core, 800 and nascent soul, 2,000. These seemed like long spans, but cultivators couldn't simply meditate on a mountain and subsist on due to advance. Gathering resources, managing relationships, and competing for opportunities consumed time and energy. For most cultivators, even these lifespans were barely sufficient. Body tempering was often considered a dead end for ordinary cultivators, because while it required less time and fewer resources than Qi cultivation, it offered no benefits beyond increased combat power. A foundation establishment cultivator nearing 300 years old, who formed a golden core, would instantly gain 500 more years of natural lifespan, extending their path. But if that same cultivator achieved a golden core level body refinement, they wouldn't gain a single extra day of life. They would still turn to dust when their time came. There were countless ways to protect one's path: a powerful artifact, a subtle spell, or even a reliable patron, none necessarily inferior to body tempering, and possibly even superior. But for a longevity cultivator, lifespan was already infinite. The only obstacle to enlightenment was cultivation level. Even if they never drew in Qi, a physique strong enough to tear through space could still shatter the realms and ascend. Thus, body tempering, which yielded results faster, required fewer resources, and caused no heavenly phenomena upon breakthrough, revealed its advantage. A cultivator could hide in a corner, honing their physique for millions of years without contending for opportunities or venturing into danger, and still have a chance at the ultimate Tao. For a longevity cultivator, it was even feasible to push body refinement to an extreme first, and then turn to Qi cultivation and foundation establishment. Without the worry of a finite lifespan, any path of cultivation made sense, and the order of steps became irrelevant. The Kudu Jing possesses several significant advantages over ordinary body refining techniques. First, conventional body refining methods require practitioners to wait until adulthood when their bodies have fully matured, making the period of protection too long for those seeking longevity. In contrast, the Kudu Jing can be practiced from infancy, granting a certain degree of protection even during childhood. Second, ordinary body refining methods often require specific rare medicines, For instance, blood Kai-based techniques necessitate the flesh and blood of demonic beasts, while stone-based methods demand precious ores, and plant-based techniques require rare spiritual trees. Even methods relying solely on spiritual energy for body refinement need to find a rich spiritual vein for practice. To address this issue, the Lord of Longevity specifically modified the Ku-Du Jing into a hybrid body refining technique, allowing it to absorb essence from any object used, whether it be a random stone picked up from the ground or something else. As long as one is willing to invest time, they can gradually extract some body refinement cultivation. Third, being a hybrid technique, the Ku-Du Jing's refined body, the Ku-Du Bao Ti, is relatively less susceptible to targeted attacks. For example, a physical body refined with spiritual energy would be heavily suppressed in areas devoid of spiritual energy, while a body reliant on blood chi would see its power diminish drastically when its blood chi is depleted, and a body refined with true fire would be countered by water-based techniques, while stone-based bodies would be fundamentally restrained by magnetic laws. However, these weaknesses are negligible in the Ku-Du Bao Ti, providing a sort of safety net in any extreme environment. Of course, this body refining technique is not without its flaws. Firstly, due to its hybrid nature, the Ku-Du Bao Ti is balanced across various attributes, such as strength, resilience, recovery, and speed, which, frankly speaking, means it lacks any standout features. Although the Lord of Longevity revised the entire technique after achieving enlightenment, improving some of these issues, it still cannot compare to legendary body refining techniques that have left their mark throughout history. Secondly, the body refining methods of the Ku-Du Jing differ greatly from conventional body refining techniques, making it impossible to switch to other methods later on. One can only walk a single path to the end. In fact, due to the Ku-Du Bao Ti's strong adaptability and safety features, even the path of discarding all body refinement achievements to pursue other methods is blocked, as one simply cannot completely discard their past cultivation. However, the Lord of Longevity later recognized this point. While the Ku-Du Jing was most suitable for his own path to enlightenment, it might not fully accommodate future practitioners. Thus, he placed great emphasis on leaving blank spaces in the subsequent revisions of the Ku-Du Jing, crafting it into an open framework. While complete transition is impossible, practitioners can fill in their unique characteristics within this open framework, allowing for considerable modification of the technique. If one possesses exceptional talent, they might even adapt the Ku-Du Jing into a version uniquely suited to themselves. Finally, the most critical flaw is that the cultivation speed of the Ku-Du Jing is exceptionally slow compared to regular body refining techniques. Additionally, since most rare materials can aid the cultivation of the Ku-Du Jing, the limitation lies in the absorption and conversion efficiency, which is far inferior to that of other corresponding body refining techniques. Using the same body refining elixir for the Ku-Du Jing yields only about half the potency of its original effect. Yet the aforementioned pros and cons alone are not enough to make the Ku-Du Jing the preferred body refining technique for practitioners of longevity. The most crucial aspect lies in a core divine ability that emerges upon mastering this technique, Ku-Du Xianguang. After entering the Ku-Du Jing, the Ku-Du Bao Ti automatically generates its innate divine ability, Ku-Du Xianguang, which is the only divine ability within the entire technique. In fact, the original Ku-Du Jing possessed several innate divine abilities, but the Lord of Longevity, aiming to transform this technique into an open framework, deleted or integrated the rest into Ku-Du Xianguang, retaining only this core ability for future practitioners of longevity to modify. This divine light combines various functions such as protection, offense, earth escape, and breath concealment. On ordinary days, it can be applied to the surface of the body to form a protective membrane that effectively weakens attacks. It can also be used to attack enemies, serving as the only ranged attack method of the Ku-Du Bao Ti. Its power is fairly average, comparable to that of regular techniques of the same level, but it can be released instantly and is remarkably effective against earth and stone-based defenses. Moreover, it can function as an escape light. While its flight speed in the air is not fast, it transforms upon encountering earth and stone, becoming one of the finest earth escape techniques in the myriad realms. Ku-Du Xianguang can even effectively conceal one's presence and sever divine sense, making it extremely difficult to detect as long as the gap in cultivation levels between the two parties is not excessively large. Upon reaching this point, Jing Yu suddenly understood the intention behind the Lord of Longevity's imparting of this seemingly useless technique. Once one enters the Ku-Du Jing, practitioners of longevity can immediately delve deep underground using Ku-Du Xianguang, then cloak themselves and conceal their presence, relying on the characteristic that anything can be refined to survive in the depths until the end of time. As their body refinement realm increases, the Ku-Du Xianguang becomes increasingly marvelous, allowing them to delve deeper into the earth, making it harder for higher-level practitioners to detect them. Once the Kudu Baoti is cultivated to the level of nascent soul or spirit transformation, there will be no place they cannot reach in the world. However, this method of survival is indeed quite time-consuming. No wonder the Lord of Longevity spent over 10 million years in the lower realms, likely having hardly interacted with other practitioners during his ascension. This Lord of Longevity must be the founder of the secluded lineage within the Hall of Longevity. Truly adept at avoiding the world. Jing Yu, though he finds this technique quite suitable, does not intend to remain hidden underground for millions of years like the Lord of Longevity. He clearly remembers that during the 500 years in the Hall of Longevity, Xianqing Zi mentioned that there had previously been a cataclysm that swept through the entire realm, resulting in the extinction of billions of lives and causing the cultivation civilization of the entire realm to break off. Who knows if such a calamity will occur again in the future? Although he does not know what this calamity is, a disaster capable of severing the cultivation civilization is likely not something that can be avoided simply by hiding underground. Nevertheless, the overarching principle of safe cultivation remains unchanged. He can just appropriately engage with the world while ensuring his own safety. What is this? Jing Yu discovered that following the Kudu Jing, there was another body refining method titled Tu Yenti. He had seen this technique more than once during his 500 years in the Hall of Longevity, often displayed in the first floor of the technique pavilion in markets or fairy cities. It can be cultivated to the peak of qi refining, generally priced at 2 to 3 spirit stones, a common technique that ordinary sects would not bother to include. Upon entering, practitioners would be enveloped in a layer of grayish light, resembling the external manifestation of Ku Du Xianguang. Indeed, the Lord of Nine Lives is truly thoughtful. Jing Yu quickly understood why the Lord of Nine Lives had appended this technique. This was to provide a backup in case he inadvertently exposed the Ku Du Baoti during his weak years. This piqued Jing Yu's curiosity even more. What could be the technique claimed to be obtained only through entering the world by someone as meticulous as the Lord of Nine Lives? It is time to feed the sixth prince. The stout palace maid called for a wet nurse who, under her supervision, fed milk to Jing Yu the infant. Glug, glug. The royal wet nurse's milk supply was abundant, Jing Yu thought to himself. Silently, he activated the Ku Du Jing, digesting the essence within the milk to refine the Ku Du Baoti. Even with this additional consumption, he still burped contentedly after a while. The Ku Du Jing states that during infancy, breast milk is the supreme elixir for body refinement. After circulating the technique, Jing Yu indeed felt some mysterious changes in his still fragile body, seemingly experiencing a noticeable enhancement in strength compared to the previous moment. Thus, the already sated Jing Yu began to cry out loudly once more. It was only after being fed again that he contentedly closed his eyes. Looking at the wet nurse's pleading gaze, the palace maid was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Let's allocate another wet nurse for the sixth prince. Year 514 of the eternal life calendar. In the palace Yuan Hall. Mingjing, take a break for a while. A middle-aged woman dressed in plain attire and exuding a serene demeanor quietly stood at the edge of the small courtyard in the hall, watching a young boy in the center practicing his sword techniques with an unsharpened long knife, her eyes filled with affection. Yes, mother consort. The boy sheathed the long knife and replied obediently. What would you like to eat tonight? I heard that the Imperial Kitchen has introduced several new dishes and the ladies have praised them highly. Just more meat dishes, please. Haha, what a little gourmet you are. The woman gently patted the back of the boy's head, smiling. How has your recent coursework been? Replying to mother consort, the child is inherently dull, and this time for the political and military strategy exams, I only received a grade of C. Because of this, I was punished quite a bit by the teacher. The boy appeared slightly embarrassed. Being inherently dull may not necessarily be a bad thing. The woman laughed. I only hope you grow up safe and sound. Everything else is secondary. Just do your best. The boy nodded, somewhat understanding, and suddenly yawned. Mother consort, I feel a bit sleepy. Go rest in the side hall. Upon hearing this, the boy leisurely walked to the bed in the side hall and lay down on the brocade quilt, closing his eyes to rest. Being dull may not be a bad thing. Mother has a rare tranquility in this deep palace. Jing Yu thought to himself. At this moment, it had been a full 14 years since Jing Yu was reborn, and he had gained a basic understanding of this life. The nation he resided in was called Zhao, with a considerable land area, and it was the most powerful among several neighboring countries. The current emperor of Zhao is Jing Yu's adoptive father Zhao Sheng, considered a revitalizing figure for the nation, and he is quite diligent in governance. His mother, originally named Li Anruo, was an orphan. She entered the palace as an ordinary maid in her teens, and was later favored by Emperor Zhao, becoming a concubine. After waiting for over 5 years, she was favored again, unexpectedly becoming pregnant, and thus was promoted to a noble consort. After giving birth to Jing Yu, she was elevated to the rank of consort, rapidly rising 3 levels within a few short years, becoming a role model for countless young palace maids. Now Jing Yu is the 6th son of the royal family, granted the name Zhao Mingjing. It is somewhat amusing for Jing Yu, as he does not know if Emperor Zhao is too engrossed in governance. From birth until he turned 1, Jing Yu hardly saw his adoptive father, and his formal name was not approved until later. It was only during the naming ceremony at his first birthday that Jing Yu spotted a palm-sized bronze mirror among the objects and grasped it, which prompted Emperor Zhao to finally bestow him the formal name Zhao Mingjing. That bronze mirror was precisely the destiny mirror promised to Jing Yu by the 9 Lives Taoist in some form. Jing Yu never expected this gift to come so reasonably and smoothly. However, as the 9 Lives Taoist mentioned, while this mirror holds a very high status, it is primarily used to activate destiny and explore connections, not a treasure for offense merely, because its sturdy material allowed Jing Yu to keep it close to his heart as a protective charm. Jing Yu had also tried using the absorption technique from the Bitter Crossing Sutra to absorb the essence of the destiny mirror for body refining, but perhaps his cultivation was too low to utilize such high-grade materials, and unsurprisingly, it was unsuccessful. The section of the Bitter Crossing Sutra corresponding to the Qi refinement stage is called the Body Forging chapter, which is divided into 10 layers aligning perfectly with the 10 levels of Qi refinement. Despite Jing Yu's diligent practice over the past 14 years, he had barely reached the second layer's completion thanks to the abundance of rare ingredients and herbs provided by the royal family. Had he been born into an ordinary family, he might still be struggling at the first layer. However, Jing Yu was unaware that the Bitter Crossing Sutra was specifically tailored for longevity practitioners by the longevity Taoist. Cultivating this method grants additional benefits to longevity practitioners, while ordinary cultivators might struggle to even enter the door in 14 years. Even so, despite only reaching the second layer, Jing Yu's physical strength had already reached a level comparable to that of metal and stone. Ordinary iron tools could not breach his physical defenses, and even the most exquisite swords of the martial world could only break his skin, instantly recovering. Throughout these 14 years, Jing Yu had also subtly inquired about the whereabouts of cultivators, but apart from some baseless stories that were clearly fabricated myths, there were no further reports of cultivators within the Zhao kingdom. Nevertheless, Jing Yu was not in a hurry, as he did not suffer from the worry of a short lifespan. There was no need to seek out celestial connections early on, or it would be better to develop in the mortal realm for a while, aiming to achieve invincibility among humans before contemplating other matters. The reason he said this was that Jing Yu felt he could not yet be considered a dominant figure in the mortal realm. As a royal descendant, he had once accompanied Emperor Zhao to meet a martial arts master who had reached the limits of earthly martial arts. At that time, he had already reached the second layer of body forging with true strength comparable to that of a second layer Qi stage. Qi refinement cultivators at levels 1 to 3 might not necessarily. The reason he said this was that Jing Yu felt he could not yet be considered a dominant figure in the mortal realm. As a royal descendant, he had once accompanied Emperor Zhao to meet a martial arts master who had reached the limits of earthly martial arts. At that time, he had already reached the second layer of body forging with true strength comparable to that of a second layer Qi stage. Qi refinement cultivators at levels 1 to 3 might not necessarily win against a martial arts master. Conversely, body refining cultivators would have an advantage over martial arts masters, as their resilient physiques could withstand attacks while engaging in a life and death struggle. It's a pity that the martial arts manuals written by Lu Yingzhao in her youth have all been blurred. Jing Yu couldn't help but sigh. Over the years, he had searched for some martial arts manuals in the royal library to practice alongside his body refining techniques. Although the manuals collected in the Zhao Royal Library were undoubtedly among the best in the kingdom, Jing Yu still felt they were lacking compared to the martial arts masterpieces created by Lu Yingzhao in her later years. At just over 20, Lu Yingzhao wielded a rusty sword to traverse the world without encountering any rivals. Though still in her youth, her internal skills, sword techniques, and lightness skills had already reached their peak. With the enhancement of the I Alone Am Supreme, fate, and her martial prowess at that time, Jing Yu severely doubted that even mid-level Qi refinement cultivators would be able to withstand her sword. I wonder how Lu Yingzhao is doing now. Jing Yu's heart stirred as he opened his eyes, taking out the palm-sized bronze mirror from his inner lining. The celestial energy required by the destiny mirror needs to be accumulated slowly. If there is insufficient celestial energy, the duration of the displayed image will be very short. Jing Yu's reincarnation had only been a little over 10 years, and according to the 9 Lives Taoist words, it should not be enough to support a complete glimpse. Let's give it a try. After all, I have no use for this celestial energy. This treasure was indeed a celestial item, and Jing Yu completely understood its internal structure. The celestial energy accumulated could only be used for the mirror itself, which dashed his hopes of exploiting it. I remember that the method for activating the mirror was placed at the end of the Bitter Crossing Sutra by the Taoist. Jing Yu searched his mind and eventually found the activation method for the destiny mirror. Fortunately, this method did not require spiritual energy. He just needed to hold the mirror and immerse his mind. Jing Yu sat up from the quilt, held the bronze mirror with both hands, and focused his mind. Sure enough, several glowing orbs appeared in his spiritual sea. Jing Yu counted. There were 5 glowing orbs floating in the spiritual sea. One white orb was the dimmest, and he felt its connection to fate confirmed it was Hanping. The 2 purple orbs were much brighter than the white orb, but clearly the purple orb representing Li Jiangmei was brighter than that of Yin Xuanzi. The only golden orb naturally represented Yi Xingyun. And a 7-colored orb floated at the top of the spiritual sea like the blazing sun, hanging high, and Jing Yu clearly understood that this 7-colored orb was naturally connected to Lu Yingzhao. Jing Yu followed the method imparted by the 9 lives Tao monarch, gently touching the most radiant and brilliant 7-colored light sphere with his consciousness. Boom. Jing Yu felt his consciousness suddenly detach from his body, rising to an infinite height, as if he had transformed into a mirror embedded in the heavens, reflecting a celestial mountain overflowing with treasure light in the void. This celestial mountain towered into the clouds, steep and majestic. Strangely, the summit appeared to have been artificially flattened by a powerful being, creating a vast terrace. On the terrace, there were numerous stone tables and benches covered with all kinds of exquisite delicacies and sealed jars of spirit wine. Many cultivators with strong spiritual pressure sat in groups, laughing loudly, indulging in wine and song. Including the accompanying maids and servants, the number of people on the terrace was about 100. The most eye-catching was a tall female cultivator sitting at the center of the terrace. Dressed in a black form-fitting outfit with her long hair tied into a neat ponytail, a dark lightning mark flickered between her brows. It was none other than the mystic thundersword fairy Lu Yingzhao. After hundreds of years, Lu Yingzhao's appearance had not changed at all, still exuding that vigorous aura. At that moment, her face was slightly flushed as she held a bronze wine jug in her right hand, already a bit tipsy. She reclined on the thigh of a robust, dark-skinned, handsome, half-naked male cultivator with her left hand resting on the hand of another delicate-looking fair-skinned scholar, playfully rubbing his palm and giggling. As if sensing the hidden gaze of the treasure mirror, Lu Yingzhao dispersed some of her inebriation, the corners of her mouth curling up as she raised her bronze wine jug, toasting in the direction where Jing Yu was peering. The scene's light and shadow then faded away. Is this a proper gathering? Jing Yu pondered for a long time, watching the Jiming treasure mirror that had accumulated over a decade of celestial energy being depleted. Now that I've reincarnated for 14 years, Lu Yingzhao should be 514 years old. Given the scale of this gathering, it must at least involve nascent soul level. Is it possible for such a radiant celestial mountain to exist in the lower realms? Could it be that Lu Yingzhao has already ascended to the celestial realm? Upon careful consideration, it still seemed unlikely. Swan Kingzi once stated that one must reach the late stage of the God transformation realm to ascend with certainty. Even attempting to traverse the perilous interdimensional passage would require at least the cultivation of the God transformation stage. No matter how fast Lu Yingzhao cultivated, it was too astonishing for a 500-year-old God transformation cultivator. Shaking his head, Jing Yu decided not to dwell on the matter further. Considering their cultivation speeds and the age difference of 500 years, it was unlikely they would have any intersection in the celestial continent. Currently, he had something more pressing to attend to. In a month, it would be Emperor Zhao's 55th birthday. A grand celebration would be held in the palace with foreign envoys and local officials coming to the royal city to offer their congratulations. Generally, some items that Jing Yu needed would appear among the birthday gifts. Should he prepare some birthday gifts for his old man? Although Emperor Zhao was diligent in governance, he wasn't particularly enthusiastic about birthday celebrations, usually hosting one every 5 years. The last time Jing Yu was only 9 years old, sitting at the children's table. Now at 14, although still not of age to open a government, it was about time he understood some matters. Ultimately, after much thought, Jing Yu decided not to give a gift. What do I need to show off for? Jing Yu lay back down, hands behind his head, legs crossed, gently humming a tune that did not exist in this life. A month later, 14-year-old Jing Yu wore a crimson outer robe. Out of personal preference, this robe had no complicated designs. He kept the Jiming treasure mirror close to him, wore a fine piece of yellow jade as an accessory at his waist, and styled his hair into a bun secured with a jade hairpin, looking clean and neat. Such attire would be acceptable on ordinary days, but at the emperor's birthday banquet, it seemed somewhat simple and undignified. The old scholar in charge of ceremonies would undoubtedly have something to say in front of Emperor Zhao. However, since Emperor Zhao had never been particular about such tedious rituals since ascending the throne, Jing Yu was too lazy to change and simply went as he was. The birthday banquet was still held in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, as per tradition. At this time there were still at least 2 hours before the banquet, and according to the custom the inner court personnel would arrive first, including the underage heirs, followed by the adult heirs, with officials arriving last. Jing Yu leisurely walked along with 2 personal eunuchs, and from afar, he spotted a prince's carriage already parked at the side gate of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Without needing to think, he knew it was his 4th brother, who always sought stability, who had arrived first. Just as Jing Yu was speculating, he suddenly heard a commotion of footsteps behind him. Turning to look, it was indeed a procession of carriages approaching, and at a glance he saw a middle-aged man in a bright yellow ceremonial robe seated atop one of the carriages. It was the Eastern Palace's convoy. Elder brother. Jing Yu recognized the man, and without hesitation stopped in place, waving his hand vigorously. This middle-aged man was none other than the eldest son of Emperor Zhao, the current crown prince, Zhao Mingyang. Seeing this, the man in the carriage smiled and raised his hand, signaling the convoy to stop. Zhao Mingyang was born when Emperor Zhao was 18 and the now-deceased Emperor Xian. Now 37, he was known for his wisdom and had a good reputation among officials and the public. His position as heir was stable, with no significant uncertainties regarding the succession to the throne. Elder brother, you arrived so early. Jing Yu cheerfully approached, as the presence of Crown Prince Mingyang diminished the competition among the other heirs. Therefore, the relationships among the princes were relatively harmonious, and coupled with Zhao Mingyang's easygoing personality, Jing Yu felt more casual. The tall, thin, middle-aged eunuch accompanying Zhao Mingyang appeared displeased, stepping forward to quietly remind him, "6th Prince, how many times have I told you? In such occasions you must address His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." This dog. Jing Yu shot a glance at the eunuch, but did not respond. This thin eunuch had been serving Zhao Mingyang since childhood. His own mother concubine, and held a low position in the harem, and had no significant background, which had caused him to be looked down upon by this servant. Father doesn't place much importance on these things, so why should I as his son cling to these tedious formalities? Zhao Mingyang waved his hand, dismissing the thin eunuch, and turned to Jing Yu with a warm smile. "6th brother, you came so early. I think I'm late. Look." Jing Yu pointed with his chin towards the side hall's carriage. "4th brother must have arrived early." Zhao Mingyang laughed. "4th brother is always like this." While they were talking, another procession of carriages arrived at the side hall entrance, and a beautiful woman in her 20s stepped down from the carriage. Jing Yu turned to look and immediately understood. It was none other than Princess Zhao Mingyue, the 2nd princess of the Zhao kingdom. The 2nd princess, Zhao Mingyue, is actually 33 years old, but due to her well-maintained appearance, she looks much younger than her actual age. She is the daughter of Emperor Zhao and the currently powerful concubine Zhang, whose influence rivals that of the empress. With her esteemed status and the precedent of female successors in Zhao country, if any of the royal heirs can compete with Zhao Mingyang for the throne, it would be this Princess Mingyue. Elder brother, 6th brother. Zhao Mingyue, being a straightforward person, got off the carriage without any small talk and merely nodded at the two who spoke, greeting them in a rather indifferent manner. "I hear the 2nd sister is pregnant again. How many is this now?" Zhao Mingyang asked Zhao Mingyue with a flat expression lacking the warmth he showed towards Jing Yu. "This one in my belly is the 4th, and it's not even 3 months yet, so it's not time to show," Zhao Mingyue replied in a stiff tone. "I'm not as fortunate as you, elder brother. Children still have to be born by oneself. 2nd sister should act according to her capabilities. Having another mouth to feed in the Wangfu will inevitably strain daily expenses. If there are difficulties, send someone to the East Palace to let me know, and as your elder brother I can help a bit." Zhao Mingyang still wore a faint smile as he spoke. Seeing the 2 elder siblings exchanging barbs for a while, Jing Yu, though still underage, had to step in to smooth things over. "Elder brother, 2nd sister, why don't we go into the palace and continue our conversation?" Upon entering the Taiha Hall, the decorations were already complete. Except for the East Palace Crown Prince, the seats for the heirs were not too forward. However, as it was still early for the banquet, Jing Yu and the others had no intention of sitting obediently in their designated spots, but they noticed a stout man with thick eyebrows and big eyes sitting upright at a seat, his robe ironed to perfection, and even his hair was meticulously arranged. "What did I tell you?" Jing Yu laughed. "4th brother is definitely sitting over there." Seeing the others enter the hall, the stout man calmly stood up from his seat, walked over, and stood still, cupping his hands towards the 3 heirs. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, 2nd sister, 6th brother." Mingqing pays his respects. Zhao Mingyang waved his hand helplessly. "4th brother, you." This man is Zhao Mingqing, the 4th son of Emperor Zhao, 27 years old. His birth mother consort Yu holds only a concubine's rank. Among the heirs, aside from the least powerful Jing Yu, Zhao Mingqing has the 2nd least influential maternal family. He is the most pedantic and serious among all the princes and princesses, almost the exact opposite of the current Emperor Zhao, and thus he is not favored. Perhaps due to being an outlier among the heirs, Zhao Mingqing shares a good relationship with Jing Yu. Despite their 13-year age difference, they have always played together. However, Zhao Mingcheng has already established his own residence outside the palace, and they seldom meet on regular days. This time it was a rare opportunity to see each other, and the two did not feel estranged. Zhao Mingcheng tended to shed some of his pedantry when around this sixth brother. Sixth brother, how did your political theory and military strategy exams go this year? Fourth brother, don't bring up old topics. After chatting for a while, two more carriages stopped at the palace entrance. It must be third sister and seventh brother arriving, Jing Yu said, his eyesight excellent as he spotted the newcomers from afar. Could it be fifth brother? Crown Prince, Zhao Mingyang asked with a smile. When has fifth brother not been the last to arrive? Jing Yu chuckled. As expected, just as Jing Yu said, a beautiful woman in palace attire soon arrived, and this was Zhao Mingyu, the third princess of Zhao country, currently 28 years old, born of the former empress. She is the biological sister of Crown Prince, Zhao Mingyang. Compared to the heroic demeanor of the second princess, Zhao Mingyu as Zhao Mingyu appeared much softer. However, Jing Yu knew that this third sister, while seemingly gentle, possessed exceptional cunning and skills among the heirs. Yet due to her excellent relationship with her elder brother Zhao Mingyang, she wholeheartedly assists the East Palace and has no intention of vying for the throne, which is why she remains in the background and is not highly regarded by others. Following Zhao Mingyu was a young boy who looked quite young. This boy is the youngest among the 7 heirs, the 7th prince, Zhao Mingfu, just 8 years old, born of the currently favored concubine, Tan, who in recent years has almost caught up with concubine Zhang in influence within the harem, making her a prominent figure. Seeing this younger brother who is 6 years younger than himself, Jing Yu couldn't help but take another look. No wonder Jing Yu paid attention to him. Ever since he obtained the fate mirror, he had used the non-spiritual power-consuming immortal technique to measure the destinies of almost everyone in the palace. Initially, he thought that as the ruler of a nation, Emperor Zhao should have a destiny of his own, but to his surprise, not only Emperor Zhao, but all the concubines, princes, and princesses had no destinies. This situation changed after Zhao Mingfu was born. In the vast imperial palace, apart from himself, only the 7th brother, Zhao Mingfu, possessed a common fate of gifted intelligence. Since the fate mirror also activates destinies while viewing them, Zhao Mingfu has been intelligent and studious since childhood. Now, although he is only 6 years old, his academic progress has already surpassed that of 10-year-olds, forming a stark contrast with Jing Yu, who has been consistently mediocre in political theory and military strategy. Jing Yu is not like Swan Kingzi. He does not have a fairy book to check the effects of destinies. However, judging by the name, he can roughly guess that this fate should also be something that inspires intelligence. Generally speaking, common fates provide minimal enhancement. This is likely a beggar version of the spiritual fate Linglong Huixin. However, this does not mean Zhao Mingfu's intelligence is necessarily inferior to that of Yun Xuanzi. After all, the intelligence inspired by a fate is merely an enhancement effect. If a fool awakens the fate of Linglong Huixin under the inspiration of intelligence, his intellect may at most only be slightly below that of an average person, and he cannot suddenly become one of the wisest in the world. Thus, the effectiveness of such enhancement-type destinies also depends on the foundation. 6th brother, Zhao Mingfu greeted Jing Yu with a smile. Currently, the only heirs residing in the palace are the underage Jing Yu and Zhao Mingfu, who often meet and appear to have an excellent relationship. However, Jing Yu knows that this little guy is clever and cunning, akin to his mother concubine Tan, and is a person full of tricks. He is unwilling to get too entangled with him, so he merely nodded lightly and turned back to chat with Zhao Mingqing. Now that 6 of the 7 heirs have arrived, only the current empress' only son, the 20-year-old 5th prince, Zhao Minglo, has not entered the hall. Not only Jing Yu, but every heir present in the hall clearly understands that Zhao Minglu is most likely accompanying Emperor Zhao and the empress, waiting for the banquet to start before coming over together. After all, the empress has only this one son, and despite Crown Prince Mingyang's steady position in the East Palace, the empress would still likely have to vie for her 5th prince. Indeed, just as Jing Yu had said, as the birthday banquet was about to begin, the 5th brother, Zhao Minglu, followed behind Emperor Zhao the empress and 2 noble consorts, entering Yonghe Hall with measured steps. In fact, the 7 royal heirs of the Zhao kingdom are not lacking in appearance, but Jing Yu had to admit that Zhao Mingle's looks were undoubtedly the best among the 7. In Jing Yu's eyes, although this 5th prince lacked a fateful destiny, his appearance alone could be considered a non-charming yet stunning beauty. Unfortunately, he is merely a decorative pillow. Father Emperor. As Emperor Zhao arrived, the officials and royal heirs waiting at their seats naturally stood to welcome him. Haha, everyone is too polite. Zhao Minglu tucked a stray hair behind his ear and winked at the bowing princes and princesses. This fool. Jing Yu lowered his head to pay his respects, inwardly mocking. The ministers and royal heirs were bowing to the emperor. What was he responding for? Who is the emperor here? Fortunately, Emperor Zhao was well aware of what kind of person his 5th son was and did not reprimand him. He simply directed Zhao Minglu to his seat and ordered the feast to commence. Jing Yu glanced around the guest seating area. The Empress sat in the position next to Emperor Zhao, followed by the two noble consorts. Only these three consorts were qualified to attend the birthday banquet, while the birth mothers of fourth prince, Zhao Mingxing, and Jing Yu and concubine, and respectively were of insufficient rank to even have a seat at the table. On the other side of the guest seating sat an old man with a white beard who looked to be at least 80. He was said to be a leading figure among the scholars of the literary world, renowned not only in the Zhao kingdom, but also respected in several neighboring countries, and was even invited by Emperor Zhao. Next to this old scholar was a vigorous old man with a yellow beard named Wu Jueqing, the undisputed first master of the martial arts world in the Zhao kingdom. Now in his late 50s, he was still in his prime due to good maintenance. Jing Yu estimated that if it came to a life-and-death struggle, he and this martial arts master would likely be evenly matched. The roast chicken from the imperial kitchen has somewhat declined. At this moment, Jing Yu held a half-eaten chicken leg in his hand, silently circulating the bitter crossing scripture to refine the essence of the chicken leg for his own use. The meat of ordinary poultry was hardly beneficial for enhancing his physical cultivation, but even a mosquito's leg is still meat, and Jing Yu did not mind. In the mundane world, he could only accumulate gradually. The prefect of Fifujin Lin Zhao presents a top-quality nightlight stone. Jing Yu's spirits lifted. It was time for his favorite part of the banquet, treasure presentation. Jing Yu remembered Lin Zhao somewhat. 5 years ago, he had gifted a spirit jade that was said to be a celestial treasure during Emperor Zhao's 50th birthday, but in reality, it was just a piece of decent white jade. After receiving it back, then it was immediately tossed into the royal treasury, but Jing Yu used earth escape techniques to sneak it out, and occasionally took it out to play with, hoping to extract some refining essence from it. 5 years later, this spirit jade had shrunk noticeably in his hands. The prefect of Mulin Wang presents a 100-year-old Zhu fruit. Jing Yu raised his eyes and saw that there was indeed a fruit in the box that was bright red and round, which surprised him. It really was a Zhu fruit. But where is the 100 years? This color looks like a maximum of 30 years. Having seen the world, Jing Yu could not help but curl his lip. The Zhu fruit was a genuine treasure for martial artists among the common folk. Consuming one could increase one's power by at least a decade. It was also somewhat useful for cultivators, barely qualifying as a supplemental herb for certain pills or a treasure for physical cultivators. However, this 30-year-old Zhu fruit would hardly sell for a high price, just 1 or 1.5 spirit stones. If it were truly a 100-year-old Zhu fruit, it would be worth at least 10 spirit stones. For someone like Emperor Zhao, who had never practiced martial arts, it would be not only useless, but harmful. He would certainly not use it, and would probably toss it into the royal treasury or bestow it upon some expert in the inner palace. As for Wu Jueqing and the like, they likely would not have use for it either, as martial arts masters had already developed their physical forms to the utmost. Consuming this Zhu fruit would only lead to excess, which would not be beneficial. However, for Jing Yu, who was cultivating the bitter crossing scripture, this was a rare treasure for physical cultivation. This item is fated for me. If I refine this Zhu fruit, who knows the bitter crossing scripture might break through to the 3rd level. Jing Yu eagerly watched as an old eunuch took the Zhu fruit into Yonghe Hall, likely heading straight to the treasury. He planned to act as a thief again tonight after the banquet, making a sweep of the royal treasury. As various envoys from different countries and local officials presented their birthday gifts and congratulatory messages, Jing Yu saw quite a few items that he could actually use. Some of these were also favorites of Emperor Zhao, most of which would likely be kept for himself. The remaining gifts would gather dust in the royal treasury, and adhering to the principle of not wasting, Jing Yu graciously accepted them on behalf of his father. I too have a birthday gift to present to Father Emperor. Fourth Prince Zhao Mingxing stood up from his seat and said respectfully, "Here it comes," Jing Yu thought to himself. Next came the segment where the royal heirs presented their birthday gifts. Generally, there was no fixed order of seniority, it was purely voluntary. This was a customary part of every birthday banquet, but Jing Yu felt that at 14, he was still underage and could barely sit at the children's table, so he had not prepared any birthday gift. A eunuch beside him announced sharply, "Fourth Prince presents a piece of Shoshan stone." Jing Yu smiled. This gift was so standard that it bordered on boring, perfectly aligning with Fourth Brother's style. Emperor Zhao, seated at the head table, simply stroked his short beard, his expression unchanged, and said lightly, "Mingxing is thoughtful." This tone was even more perfunctory than Zhao Mingxing's birthday gift. "Father Emperor, I also have a birthday gift to present." Fifth Prince Zhao Minglo, seeing his fourth brother presenting his gift first, became somewhat impatient. He took out an intricately patterned jade box, clearly worth a fortune, and handed it to a nearby young eunuch, as if presenting a treasure. As the young eunuch opened the jade box, it cast a golden glow upon his face. Inside the box lay a golden cup, beautifully crafted, with the exterior adorned with intricate floral designs featuring pearls and red and blue gemstones. On either side, there were deforming dragon ears with gems set in the dragon heads. The 3 legs were shaped like elephant heads with slightly smaller ears, long tusks, and a curled trunk, also embedded with jewels between the forehead and the eyes. The front center of the cup was inscribed with 4 characters in seal script, "Gold Cup, Forever Solid." This cup was crafted by my humble self after searching for skilled artisans around the world for a year. It is called the Gold Cup, Forever Solid, signifying that our great Zhao's realm is as solid as gold without a single flaw. Zhao Minglu held his head high and puffed out his chest, his expression quite proud. What a fine gold cup, forever solid. Jing Yu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the golden cup, and at that moment, he had only one thought. Can this cup absorb the essence of the bitter crossing? At this moment, Jing Yu lifted her gaze to look at Emperor Zhao seated in the main position and felt that her father did not seem to have a particularly good expression, leaving her puzzled. At this moment, Jing Yu lifted her gaze to look at Emperor Zhao seated in the main position and felt that her father did not seem to have a particularly good expression, leaving her puzzled. The golden cup of eternal stability is crafted from the finest materials in the mundane world and would be a prestigious item in any ordinary nation. Her father is not the kind of monarch who practices frugality, so why would he show such a face? Seeing that Emperor Zhao had little reaction to the birthday gift he had prepared with so much thought, Zhao Minglu felt rather disappointed, and his previously arrogant demeanor instantly weakened. He bowed slightly and returned to his seat. "Father, I also have a birthday gift," the crown prince, Zhao Mingyang, said slowly at this time. "Oh, what will the crown prince present? I truly cannot guess." Emperor Zhao's previously half-closed eyes opened a slit, showing some interest. Present it, Zhao Mingyang quietly instructed the tall, thin eunuch beside him, who handed over a gilded report. Emperor Zhao picked up the report that was handed to him, opened it, and squinted at it for a while, before suddenly bursting into loud laughter. "Good, very good. What could be written on that report to make Emperor Zhao so joyful?" Not only Jing Yu, but even Zhao Minglu, who had just hit a wall, widened his eyes in confusion. Emperor Zhao, still smiling, put down the report and asked, "Where is General Zhendong now?" In response to "Father, the Huagua tribe has just started a rebellion for over a month, and General Zhendong secretly mobilized the border troops, annihilating the enemy with a swift strike. He is currently still within enemy territory, mopping up the remnants." Zhao Mingyang answered respectfully, "The general has achieved a great victory against the rebel forces under His Majesty's celestial might, safeguarding our great Zhao's territory. This morning the battle report was just delivered to the Ministry of War. I happened to be present and shamelessly borrowed flowers to offer Buddha, presenting this battle report as a birthday gift to celebrate Father's long life and to protect our Zhao people for 1,000 years. Upon learning that the rebel forces had been quelled, Emperor Zhao clearly lifted a heavy stone from his heart and jokingly remarked, "You saved me the thought of preparing a birthday gift. With such a wonderful birthday gift, what I originally prepared could hardly be presented." Zhao Mingyang laughed and said, "That golden cup of eternal stability presented by my 5th brother combined with this military report perfectly signifies that our great Zhao's borders are secured and stable, truly fitting the occasion." "Ha ha, well said. Today old 5 has indeed stumbled upon a fortune." Emperor Zhao laughed. The back and forth between Emperor Zhao and Zhao Mingyang had already turned Zhao Minglao's mind into a muddle. He clearly still did not understand why his gift had gained their father's favor. Jing Yu, who was silently munching on a chicken leg at the table, observed clearly and could not help but sigh inward. The Huagua tribe's rebellion in the south had been ongoing for over a month. This news was likely suppressed by Emperor Zhao, but there is no wall that does not let the wind through. It is understandable that a powerless and unimportant prince like him would not know, but how could Zhao Minglu, who is backed by the Empress family, be unaware? It was indeed a glaring oversight to present a golden cup of eternal stability while the situation at the border remained unclear. No wonder it displeased Emperor Zhao. This morning the battle report of General Zhendong's great victory was delivered to the Ministry of War. The matter had just settled, yet Zhao Mingyang used it as a birthday gift. However, upon reflection, it was indeed just a coincidental timing and could not be counted as the crown prince's merit. However, upon thinking further, Jing Yu suddenly realized the cleverness lies in the fact that it cannot be counted as the crown prince's merit. General Zhendong is an old minister personally promoted by the current Emperor Zhao and has no private ties with the crown prince. This battle report was also taken by Zhao Mingyang from the Ministry of War and was not channeled through the Eastern Palace. The crown prince merely conveyed a message, truly adhering to his duties. Earlier, he also spoke in defense of his younger brother. Who could say that this is not a good elder brother with an... If Zhao Mingyang were to ascend the throne in the future, regardless of how he would govern as an emperor, he has currently achieved an unparalleled level as a crown prince. Jing Yu shook her head. No wonder her elder brother had been able to maintain his position in the Eastern Palace for nearly 20 years. The empress' hopes of placing her son on the throne seemed rather bleak. Father, since elder brother borrowed the Ministry of War's military report to celebrate our great Zhao's eternal stability, I too shall borrow flowers to offer Buddha once. The second princess, Zhao Mingyue, supporting her waist, also presented a report. Mingyue, what kind of trick are you playing this time? At this moment, Emperor Zhao was in good spirits and took the report to glance at it. Oh, a strategy essay. Emperor Zhao said in astonishment, very well written. Whose work is this? Zhao Mingyue squinted her eyes and smiled. My eldest son, how does father feel about it? It was written by Jing Yu, and he is only 12 years old this year. Emperor Zhao sighed. Good, given time, he will surely become a pillar of support. Mingyue, you have an extraordinary son. Jing Yu secretly rolled her eyes. Indeed, there is nothing new under the sun. Oh, what a good holy grandson. The second princess, Zhao Mingyue, also took a different approach. Unable to compete with Crown Prince Mingyang, she brought her own heir to the competition. However, it is said that the current offspring of the Eastern Palace are all mediocre, lacking outstanding talents, and whether this matter will influence Emperor Zhao's inclination for succession is still uncertain. Father, may I take a look at Cheng Ye's essay? Emperor Zhao was quite fond of this 80-year-old youngest son and directly lifted the running Zhao Mingfu. Emperor Zhao was quite fond of this 80-year-old youngest son and directly lifted the running Zhao Mingfu onto the main seat, handing over the report. Zhao Mingfu carefully read through the essay and could not help but praise Father Cheng Ye's essay is excellently done. I am far inferior. Haha, Cheng Yu is 4 years older than you. That is only natural. I have heard that the results of your teacher's reports this year were all top-notch. Indeed, however, the birthday gift I prepared for father is also a strategy essay, and now it seems inappropriate to mimic others. Zhao Mingfu said in a babyish voice. Keep going, keep going. At this moment, Jing Yu had already rolled her eyes to the heavens. Her seventh brother never spoke like this when they were alone. Oh, Fuer has prepared a strategy essay as well. Present it for us to see. Shortly after, a small eunuch brought up another report. Emperor Zhao read it and fell silent for a long time, finally letting out a sigh. Fuer, it seems I underestimated you. Seeing Emperor Zhao's reaction, Jing Yu knew that Zhao Mingfu's essay, even if it did not exceed Cheng Ye's, was at least on par. However, the problem is Cheng Yu is already 12 years old, while Zhao Mingfu is only 8. Not to mention there is still a generation gap between Cheng Yu and Emperor Zhao. No matter how good the holy grandson is, he cannot compare to one's own flesh and blood. Jing Yu thought this way. Wait a moment, this glaring oversight. Jing Yu suddenly realized that even 80-year-old Zhao Mingfu had prepared a birthday gift for Emperor Zhao, while she, a 14-year-old prince who could leave the palace and establish a residence in 2 or 3 years, had shown no signs at all. This was indeed quite conspicuous. Didn't we agree to sit at the children's table together? Just as Jing Yu pondered whether to reluctantly take off the yellow jade pendant hanging at his waist, a servant dressed in the official attire of the third prince's residence hurriedly entered the hall holding a wooden food box. The third princess, Zhao Mingyu, who had been seated, suddenly stood up and clapped her hands, laughing. Father, the birthday gift from your daughter has arrived. Jing Ye's heart trembled. Were there still experts present? The third princess, Zhao Mingyu, was known for her meticulous thoughts and her ability to win the favor of Emperor Zhao. Over the years, Zhao Mingyang had been able to secure his position in the Eastern Palace thanks to her significant contributions. What could be inside that food box? Surely it wasn't some rare treasure. Jing Yu instinctively licked his lip. The servant was aware of the etiquette and did not immediately present the food box, but instead opened its lid in the center of the grand hall. Oh, not just Jing Yu, but nearly all the guests seated in the front row looked somewhat puzzled. Inside the food box were merely a few loquats with a slight green hue. Perhaps they were hastily washed after being freshly picked, as the yellow-green surface of the fruit still bore a few droplets of water. Now that summer was approaching, it was the season for ripe loquats. The loquat trees in the imperial city were quite common, and sweet loquats could be easily bought at any market, especially those that were not yet fully ripe. Zhao Mingyu lifted her skirt and gracefully walked to the center of the hall, gently picking a loquat from the food box with her jade-like hand, saying, Father, today is your 55th birthday, a momentous occasion. Your daughter does not possess the resources and insight of fifth brother, who could gather the finest craftsmen to create rare treasures, such as the golden cup of eternal prosperity. Oh, my own children are of mediocre talent without outstanding abilities. However, coincidentally, the loquat tree in the backyard of our residence has borne fruit, though they are not yet fully ripe. I could only pick some as a token for you, Father. The loquat tree was planted by you and Mother together. You should still remember, right? Strangely enough, after Zhao Mingyu finished speaking, the once composed Emperor Zhao suddenly closed his eyes, his chest heaving, his throat rolling. In the end, he merely exhaled softly, and when he opened his eyes again, everyone looked on in astonishment, as the elder, who held the supreme position, had reddened eyes. The ministers present were terrified into silence, and the entire hall was suddenly filled with an eerie quiet. Even the keeney Jing, you could only hear the sound of Emperor Zhao swallowing. The empress beside him also appeared somewhat flustered, unsure of what had transpired. Of course I remember, Emperor Zhao slowly spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. It has been 15 years. That year you were only 13, 2 years away from coming of age, yet the empress had not much time left. I made an exception and held the comingafage ceremony for you 2 years in advance, and built a villa on the outskirts of the imperial city for your use. Later I planted a loquat sapling with the empress in the back garden. I remember you, and Mingyang stood right behind. The emperor spoke the last few words through gritted teeth, finally shedding tears at that moment. I was still young then, and did not understand many things. A mother was growing weaker by the day, yet never showed a hint of it in front of her daughter. On that day my elder brother stood beside me, secretly wiping his tears. I thought it was because father was scolding him for state affairs, and felt a bit puzzled. Zhao Mingyang, seated at the crown prince's position, was already in tears. Zhao Mingyu appeared calm, but Jing Yu could hear a hint of sorrow in her voice. At that time, I thought the day of opening the residence was just ordinary, without any special feelings. I have always been a person of a cool temperament. Not long after opening the residence, on the day mother passed away, my elder brother cried inconsolably, yet I could not shed a single tear. It was only this early summer that I sat alone under the loquat tree planted by father and mother, looking at the tree full of loquats, and I surprisingly thought of the person who planted this tree, shedding many tears. Perhaps I missed them. Later I thought to pick some loquats for father to taste, but unfortunately the fruits are not yet fully ripe. They must still be a bit sour. The emperor closed his eyes again, his eyelashes trembling incessantly, his already wrinkled right hand clenched, and then relaxed, asking hoarsely, "How is the loquat tree doing these days?" Zhao Mingyu gently wiped her eyes with her sleeve and softly replied, "It has now grown tall and lush." "Good, very good. It has become a fine tree." The emperor reminisced, "Mingyu's birthday gift is very much to my liking." Cough. After Zhao Mingyu presented her gift, the others looked at Jing Yu, who seemed somewhat caught in a dilemma. Among the 7 royal heirs, only this 6th prince had yet to present a gift. Feeling several subtle gazes sweeping over, Jing Yu, being thick-skinned and calm, wiped the grease from his fingers, stood up leisurely, and walked to the center of the hall, cupping his hands. "Your son wishes you father longevity and boundless years." "Old Six, did you prepare a birthday gift this time?" The emperor, in a very good mood, teased him. Replying to father, "Your son did not prepare a gift," Jing Yu stated boldly. "This?" The guests below were taken aback. How could one be so audacious as to come without a gift? Crown Prince Zhao Mingyang also tried to smooth things over. Father's 6th brother must be overwhelmed with studies, truly having no time to spare. "Oh, Old 6th, how did you perform in this year's major exams on political theory and military strategy?" The emperor snorted. Replying to father, "Your son ranked in the lower tier for political theory and in the middle tier for military strategy." As Jing Yu spoke of his studies, he puffed out his chest, his voice growing louder. "Lower tier and middle tier, is that the result of being too busy?" The emperor's expression grew serious. "Did you study seriously?" "Father, I get dizzy just looking at those tedious books. However, it is true that my elder brother says I am busy, as I have encountered some obstacles in my martial training recently, just breaking through a few days ago." "Haha, are we going to see a martial arts master arise from our royal family?" The emperor did not take Jing Yu's words to heart, merely considering them to be evasive excuses. "Your son has indeed reached the level of a second-tier master in the martial world. A 14-year-old second-tier master." Wu Jueqing, seated below Emperor Zhao, opened his eyes wide, sizing up the 6th prince of Zhao. "Your Majesty, the 6th prince has a solid foundation with abundant vitality. He indeed possesses notable martial arts skills. However, second-tier masters in the martial world are not as common as cabbages on the street. Each move is infused with energy and carries the sound of tigers and leopards. Those struck often end up either dead or injured. Does the 6th prince have such ability?" "I would like to ask Master Wu for guidance," Jing Yu declared loudly. "Haha, so it was aimed at me." Wu Jueqing laughed heartily, looking at Emperor Zhao. "Your Majesty, Master Wu is renowned as the #1 master in the world. If he could guide this rebellious son a bit, it would benefit him for a lifetime." The emperor spoke slowly, with lingering doubts in his eyes. As soon as Emperor Zhao's voice fell, Wu Jueqing instantly leaped down from his seat, landing lightly before Jing Yu on one foot. What a graceful movement! Jing Yu silently admired. From his perspective, Wu Jueqing's lightness technique could rank among the best among martial arts masters in the mundane world, and the title of the #1 master in the world was not merely boastful. Master martial artist, be careful. Jing Yu had resolved today to establish his persona as a martial arts enthusiast, his fists clenched tightly as he assumed the starting stance. The Taizu Longquan, created by the founding ancestor of the Zhao kingdom. What a standard stance. Wu Jueqing, with his hands clasped behind his back, commented in a composed manner, "The 6th prince has a solid foundation in martial arts. I would like to hear your assessment, senior." As soon as he said this, Jing Yu precisely controlled his power to the level of a second-rate martial artist, advancing swiftly and delivering a punch straight to Wu Juqing's chest. Boom, boom, boom. With this punch, Jing Yu's entire body surged with blood and energy, his bones creaking in response. Wu Juqing remained unfazed, raising his left arm and gently sweeping his calloused palm to completely neutralize Jing Yu's fierce punch. What a heavy punch! Wu Juqing praised. Such a remarkable technique for unloading force. Jing Yu was somewhat surprised. There were very few martial arts masters in the Zhao Kingdom. However, during his century-long tenure at the Chongqing Palace, he had encountered quite a few. Rarely did anyone possess the level of skill and force unloading exhibited by Wu Juqing. Most relied purely on the innate true energy born from their masterful realm, making their techniques crude and unrefined. Of course, this could not be blamed on martial arts masters for not delving deeply into techniques. It was simply that masters were rare. The number of those who could practice mundane martial arts to such a level was probably less than the number of innate roots in the area. In a country like Zhao, an era would often see only 3 to 5 masters, many of whom might be related, making it impossible for them to engage in life-and-death battles regularly. In the same rank, interpersonal relationships dominated, and a master facing an ordinary martial artist without innate true energy would clearly have an overwhelming advantage, naturally preferring a path where sheer strength could defeat skill. As for facing cultivators, those at the initial stage of qi refinement were manageable. As long as they approached before the opponent could cast protective spells or use magical tools, they had a chance. However, cultivators above the mid-qi refinement stage possessed immense magical power. Simply hovering in the air rendered them invincible. Instead of pondering techniques, one might as well practice body techniques and lightness skills to prolong their survival before facing death. After finishing a set of Taizu Longquan, Jing Yu found that Wu Juqing had completely defended against his attacks with a single hand. He then retreated half a step, sighing reluctantly. Today, I realized the capabilities of a master. Wu Juqing, with a satisfied expression, stroked his beard. The sixth prince has a solid foundation in martial arts and exquisite techniques. A common Taizu Longquan has manifested the demeanor of a martial arts master, with every punch resonating through the bones, his blood and energy pulsating like mercury. He has surely entered the realm of a second-rate expert. From here on, with further progress, it won't be difficult for you to reach first-rate expert status at such a young age, and you are likely to become a master in this life. The Zhao Emperor, seated high above, was momentarily stunned. He had not expected his academically challenged sixth son to be a martial arts genius. Leaning forward, he remarked, it's rare for master martial artists to take notice. I wonder. Wu Juqing seemed to know what the Zhao Emperor was about to say and waved his hand. Your Majesty, the sixth prince is a treasure beyond measure. How could I dare to have any ulterior motives? However, if it is merely to engage in martial exchange and discuss occasionally, that would be acceptable. The Zhao Emperor's expression softened slightly as he nodded. To receive a few pointers from master martial artist is indeed a rare fortune for the sixth prince. This old man has quite high standards, Jing Yu thought to himself. One must realize that a second-rate expert at the age of 14 is a rare find even in the royal family, which does not lack martial arts resources. Jing Yu had initially worried that Wu Juqing would insist on taking him as a disciple, pondering how to decline, but it seemed that the master did not even regard him highly. After all, he was the #1 master in Zhao, with eyes that seemed to have risen to the heavens. The two returned to their seats as the birthday banquet continued. The Zhao Emperor's birthday was celebrated every 5 years and was naturally grand. The banquet began with the presentation of treasures, but there were still many performances to follow. The singers and dancers participating had often spent 5 years preparing for just this one show, and the quality was naturally exceptional. Various dishes were served in a continuous stream, and Jing Yu enjoyed the feast, finding it quite delightful. Currently, the performer in the center of the hall was Zhao Junyang, a musician known as the first Qin in the world. The realm of the Immortal Islands was vast and boundless. While the first in the world might be an overstatement, calling her the first in Zhao was certainly not an exaggeration. At least in Jing Yu's view, purely from a technical standpoint, Zhao Junyang's Qin skills were not inferior to those of the adept sound path practitioners in the cultivation world. Boom, 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 boom. Jing Yu, while enjoying the music, suddenly furrowed his brow. Boom, boom, boom. What was that noise? Jing Yu's expression changed slightly. He seemed to hear a distant rumbling sound rapidly approaching the Taiha Hall. Boom, boom, boom. The music in the hall paused, and Zhao Junyang, who had been focused on playing, also sensed something was amiss and looked up in confusion. Boom. Suddenly, a massive hole was smashed in the roof of Taiha Hall, and a blood-red light descended straight to the center of the hall, crushing Zhao Junyang along with her Qin into dust. As the blood-red light dissipated, it revealed a pale-faced, hawk-nosed elder in a blood robe who immediately exuded a powerful spiritual pressure. What is this? Jing Yu was filled with uncertainty. This old man's spiritual pressure didn't seem like that of a chi refinement realm. Could it be a foundation establishment cultivator? This is disastrous. Zhao Kingdom had not seen a cultivator in several hundred years, and now one had appeared at the foundation establishment stage. Jing Yu caught a glimpse of Wu Ju etching out of the corner of his eye, and found that the once imposing master martial artist now had no aura, resembling a corpse lying under the table, evidently employing some secret technique to hide his presence. Seeing this, Jing Yu deeply lowered his head, his entire aura retreating, as if he were an ordinary person, fearing that this old cultivator might detect any hints of his presence. The blood-robed elder scanned the hall, and fixed his gaze on the Zhao Emperor in the main seat, his voice ominous. "Are you the Emperor here?" The Zhao Emperor seemed stunned by the entrance of the blood-robed elder. Perhaps intimidated by the spiritual pressure, he tightened his lips and did not respond. The crown prince, Zhao Mingyang, seeing this, gritted his teeth and, struggling against the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from the blood-robed elder, stepped forward with difficulty and slowly spoke, "Esteemed immortal." "Silence. Did I ask you a question?" The blood-robed elder's expression remained unchanged as he raised his right hand, forming a seal. A blood-colored skull flew out from behind him and shot toward Zhao Mingyang, with lightning speed, biting off half of the crown prince's body in one snap. "Big brother." Although Jing Yu kept his head down, he could sense everything happening in the grand hall, and his heart turned to ice. This spell, indeed a foundation establishment technique. The blood-robed elder casually flicked his fingers, having killed the crown prince who had been firmly seated in the East Palace for 20 years, as if it were an inconsequential matter. His gaze returned to the Zhao Emperor. "I will ask you one last time, are you the Emperor here?" The Zhao Emperor glanced at the half-body of Zhao Mingyang on the ground, his lips trembling. Regaining his composure with difficulty, he spoke with difficulty to reply to the esteemed immortal, "I am indeed the ruler of Zhao Kingdom." "Good, in that case, I give you 3 days to gather 300 young boys and girls for me. I have great use for them," the blood-robed elder said coldly. "If you fail to gather them within 3 days, haha." As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-robed elder suddenly looked up at the broken hole in the top of Taiha Hall, his expression filled with suspicion. Boom. A blazing white lightning bolt descended from the hole, aimed straight at the blood-robed elder. Seeing this, the elder's expression changed, and he transformed into a blood-red light to evade. From that lightning bolt emerged a young man in a white robe holding a glazed treasure bottle. The youth frowned and said, "Hey, you a Taoist, do you know who I am? A mere impoverished scion of a foundation establishment clan, how could you fathom the methods of the immortal sects? My master bestowed upon me a treasure to shatter your barriers." The youth named Lei Yunzi sneered. "Black blood, I advise you to hand over that golden core condensation treasure. Such a priceless object is not something a rootless demonic cultivator like you can covet. Since you are a lofty immortal sect cultivator, you surely lack no resources for golden core formation. Why must you vie with a mere rogue cultivator for this chance?" Black blood Taoist retorted with a sneer. "A mere golden core condensation treasure actually compels the esteemed Lei Yun to race 100,000 li to this spiritually barren land. On the path of the great Tao, all is strife. What cultivator would ever tire of too many golden core treasures?" Lei Yunzi chuckled. "Enough of these high-sounding words, there's no need for them." Black blood Taoist gritted his teeth. "If I surrender the golden core treasure, will you spare me?" "Naturally not." Lei Yunzi's expression turned cold. "Black blood Taoist, to cultivate your demonic arts, you went so far as to blood sacrifice your own kin. An entire foundation establishment clan, not a single survivor. Many of those cultivators were your direct descendants, and you still had the heart to do this. A crime so heinous, how could I ever forgive you?" Black blood Taoist burst into laughter. "I am the patriarch of the Wang clan. I single-handedly founded the entire Wang family. For my own descendants to extend my path of cultivation, is that not only right and proper? Utterly insane. So be it. Since this golden core treasure has fallen into the hands of a demonic cultivator like you, slaying you will clear my Tao heart and not betray my true intent." Lei Yunzi raised a precious bottle with one hand, smiling. "Today, I rid the world of a blight for the sake of heavenly righteousness. Upon returning to the sect, perhaps the sect leader will even bestow a condensing crystal pill. My resources for forming the golden core should be sufficient then. Do you take yourself for a golden core true person?" Black blood Taoist's face darkened. "You are merely one minor realm above me, and you think you have this one. Even if we were both at mid-foundation establishment, how many exchanges do you think you could last against me, eh?" Lei Yunzi chuckled softly. From the precious bottle in his hand, he poured out a bead shimmering with purple lightning. Pinching it between his fingers, he aimed at Black blood Taoist and flicked it forth. "Go." Black blood Taoist's expression shifted drastically. Hastily, he conjured a viscous blood shield before him. The lightning bead struck the shield, instantly unleashing several arcs of purple lightning that shattered it and struck Black Blood Taoist's body. Boom. The lightning bead exploded, blasting Black Blood Taoist's lower body into pieces. Having achieved a decisive blow, leaving his great enemy of months gravely wounded, Lei Yunzi's expression suddenly turned grave. This shouldn't be. No matter how severe his previous injuries, he shouldn't be unable to withstand even one of my thunderclap beads. Not good. Lei Yunzi stared intently at Black Blood Taoist, now reduced to just his upper body. He realized that the remaining half contained no bones or organs. It was purely composed of thick, viscous blood. Lei Yunzi, why do you think I revealed myself so ostentatiously in the imperial palace of this mortal kingdom? Did you truly believe the ancient maze's greatest function was merely to trap people? Black Blood Taoist chuckled lightly. After all, you are a true disciple of an immortal sect, quite skilled. It cost me one blood puppet body in exchange for a golden core treasure. Not a loss, I suppose. I only managed to refine 3 of those back when I blood sacrificed my entire clan. A diversionary tactic. Lei Yunzi's face soured. He had been deceived by the old fiend's clone. As his curse faded, the half-bodied remnant of Black Blood Taoist instantly dissolved into a pool of pus and blood, falling utterly silent. Lei Yunzi's expression remained grim. He stepped forward to meticulously examine the blood on the ground, collected every trace of it into a jade bottle, and confirmed nothing of Black Blood Taoist's was left behind. Then, with a stamp of his foot, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from the Hall of Supreme Harmony, paying no heed to anyone within. The hall remained deathly silent. The Zhao Emperor, seated highest, was still as a statue, unmoving. Elder brother. A mournful cry shattered the stillness. Third Princess Zhao Mingyu, her face etched with grief, knelt beside the half-corpse of Zhao Mingyang, weeping uncontrollably. This princess, renowned for her resourcefulness, was rarely seen so distraught. The numbness in the Zhao Emperor's eyes slowly faded, replaced by deep bewilderment and helplessness. He abruptly rose from his seat like a startled hare, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhao Mingyang's corpse. He struggled to move his lips, trying to speak, but only incoherent gasps escaped. Guards! Guards! Where are the Imperial Guards? Summon the Grand Commander to bring troops into the hall at once. Slow down, slow down. This matter must not be spread. It must not be spread. Lord Wang is absolutely right. If mishandled, we risk the Immortals' retribution. We must deliberate carefully. We must deliberate carefully. The eunuchs beside the Zhao Emperor snapped back to reality, shouting at the top of their lungs. Several pillar ministers of the court also cried out. In an instant, the Hall of Supreme Harmony was abuzz with noise. Nearly everyone rose from their seats, attempting to take some action. Chaos, utter chaos. Jing Yu sighed inwardly. His gaze swept over Zhao Mingyang's severed corpse, and he too felt a moment of disorientation. With the eldest brother dead, the position of crown prince is vacant. Then all the imperial heirs. Jing Yu looked at his third sister Zhao Mingyu, still kneeling before Zhao Mingyang's body, then glanced at his second sister Zhao Mingyue, who was striving to maintain order in the hall and take control of security. His fourth brother Zhao Mingxing had snatched a blade from some guard and stood guard below the emperor's seat, his expression dark, his knuckles white from gripping the hilt, clearly far from calm. His fifth brother Zhao Minglo sat obediently in his place, but stared fixedly at Zhao Mingyang's corpse, his delight now barely concealed. The youngest seventh brother Zhao Mingfu seemed stunned by the scene before him, motionless, his thoughts unknown. The Hall of Supreme Harmony was in a tumultuous uproar. With his keen senses, Jing Yu could often perceive details others missed. The hearts of those in the hall were divided, and amidst the chaos many subtle and intriguing aspects emerged. Enough! The Zhao Emperor suddenly bellowed. This emperor, who had rarely lost his composure before the court, once again assumed his majestic bearing. No one is to speak a single word of today's events outside. If anyone is found to have leaked information, they will be executed without mercy. The previously clamorous crowd almost simultaneously ceased their actions. The vast hall fell silent once more. Then the emperor's face took on the same mournful expression as Zhao Mingyu's. The crown prince shall be interred with state funeral rites. To the outside we shall say he died of illness. Jing Yu silently watched this man, now showing signs of age, and sighed inwardly. Everything that had happened at the birthday banquet was suppressed by the Zhao Emperor's iron hand. Yet nearly everyone in the hall understood that the news would not truly be contained. Instead, it would spread like wildfire throughout the entire Zhao kingdom. Are you saying that the crown prince was killed by an immortal? Wasn't he supposed to have died of illness? Concubine and Li Anrua sat cross-legged on the brocade cushion in the Yuan Palace, her face filled with panic as she listened to her son recount the events that took place at noon in the Taihe Palace. That person didn't seem like an immortal, rather he had more of a demonic aura, his entire being radiating with overwhelming bloodlust. Jing Yu shook his head and said, Mother concubine, the capital is likely to be in turmoil for a while. You must not roam about recklessly. Keep what I told you today to yourself. What kind of person do you think your mother is? Lianrua sighed lightly. Her courage is even smaller than that of the rabbits in Itsu Garden. She would rather dig a burrow everywhere she goes than be someone who gossips. However, with the position of the East Palace left vacant, I fear the future imperial heirs might cause some trouble. Lianrua glanced at her son with concern and said, Mingjing, you should be honest with your mother. Do you really have no desire for the throne? I truly do not. I have set my sights on climbing the path of martial arts for life. Jing Yu declared. It seems that the realm of martial arts is not the pinnacle of this world. Perhaps I will also seek the Tao of immortality in the future. Whether you pursue martial arts or the Tao of immortality, your mother will not stop you as long as you do not vie for the throne. Not only should you refrain from competing for the throne, but do not get involved in the disputes of other heirs either. Mother concubine, I wonder who you take after with such a cautious demeanor. Jing Yu chuckled. Your mother has been a small palace maid since she entered the palace first assigned to serve in the Li Fei Palace, where the Li Fei was once a favored person in front of the emperor, a remarkable figure with hopes of ascending to the rank of Guifei. However, less than 2 years into my service, the Li Fei was cast into the cold palace, and the 2 closest maids were also expelled from the palace. Later, as a marginalized palace maid, I was reassigned to serve in the Chu Guifei's palace. You know who the Chu Guifei is, right? She was a powerful figure who could stand toe-to-toe with Zhang Guifei. At that time, the mother of the 7th prince, Teng Guifei, was merely a newcomer in the palace. Later, I struggled for a long time against Zhang Guifei and the then Guifei empress. They conspired together, and this once powerful figure was granted a white silk by the emperor. At that time, I had only been with the Chu Guifei for less than 3 years before being reassigned to serve Wanpin. This Wanpin was also from Zhang Guifei's side and loved to show off. I served this master for less than 2 years. This Wanpin became embroiled in a palace secret and was later scapegoated by Zhang Guifei's faction, ultimately taking poison and ending her life out of fear. I served 3 masters in the palace and none of them had a good ending. Eventually, I requested a transfer to the imperial kitchen to assist, and one day by chance I encountered the emperor and gained his favor, which led to my promotion to a talent. Mingjing, do you know what I felt when I was suddenly favored? I know, surely mother concubine, you must have been anxious. Jing Yu laughed heartily. No one knows a mother better than her child. Lianrua smacked her thigh and sighed. I was genuinely scared which palace maid wouldn't look on with envy at being favored by the emperor. But I couldn't sleep at night. Whenever I closed my eyes, all I could see were the faces of Li Fei, Chu Guifei, and Wanpin. Thankfully, the emperor became busy with state affairs and seemed to have forgotten about me. 5 years passed in a flash, and I quietly nestled in a corner of the palace, finding some peace. 5 years later, the emperor summoned me again, and this time I became pregnant with you. Thus, I was promoted to a noblewoman and assigned a maid to serve me. Once again, I couldn't sleep at night, fearing that other concubines would see my pregnancy and become jealous, plotting. Fortunately, many concubines who had fallen out of favor were granted death, yet the emperor placed great importance on the heirs. Although it was common for concubines to fight and even kill each other once someone became pregnant, they were granted immunity from death, and even the empress wouldn't dare to cross that line in plotting against the heirs. After giving birth to you, the emperor promoted me to a concubine. Others only thought I had struck it lucky, starting as a mere palace maid and gradually achieving today's status. However, if I had been a schemer, I should have climbed onto the Li Fei's bandwagon early upon entering the palace. Otherwise I would likely have been expelled long ago. Mingjing, you may not know, but when I gave birth to you, the little palace maid serving me called me your ladyship right away. At that time, the reward for the title of concubine had yet to be granted. Why the urgency? This is a sign of a schemer. Generally, there are always a few such characters among the concubines thinking themselves useful, yet they do not realize that the most troublesome issues arise from such people. If someone intends to advance further, using them might be acceptable, but someone like your mother, who keeps a low profile, cannot be kept around. Jing Yu nodded thoughtfully. Now that you mention it, I do have some impression of that person. Lianrua laughed and scolded. I found an excuse to send her out of the palace the very next day. What impression could you possibly have? That night in the heavily guarded royal treasury, the originally solid stone floor suddenly rippled like water, and a head slowly emerged from the surface. Before long, Jing Yu, who had used the kudu shuangong, drilled up from the ground. The royal treasury of the Zhao kingdom is extremely well guarded, with 2 top experts secretly monitoring it at all times, along with regular patrols by the imperial guards. The treasury door alone has been reinforced with 3 layers, each lock independently crafted. Even a martial arts master would have a hard time. Fortunately, Jing Yu directly tunneled into the inner treasury. No matter how strict the guards' patrols were outside, they were meaningless to him. Jing Yu slowly walked to the area where precious spiritual herbs were stored and pinched out a round red fruit from a wooden box. 100-year-old Zhugua. No, a 30-year-old Zhuguo. The sudden visit of two Foundation establishment cultivators made Jing Yu feel a sense of crisis. He had almost immediately sneaked into the treasury overnight to pocket this Zhuguo. I will refine it right here. Jing Yu held the Zhuguo and sat cross-legged, swallowing the fruit whole. Splash, splash. This Zhuguo was almost instantly refined in Jing Yu's abdomen, and he felt a surge of vigorous vitality surging within him. Spiritual fruits like Zhuguo and medicinal pills are not like ores, they are among the best for body refining. Coupled with the characteristics of kudu baodi, in refining all things, Jing Yu's physical body almost instantly improved a level. Boom. In the depths of his being, a bottleneck shattered, and the kudu xiangong surrounding Jing Yu solidified further. The kudu baodi has entered the third layer of body forging. Jing Yu exhaled softly. He had polished the second layer for quite some time. Even without this Zhuguo, he would have reached the third layer in nearly 2 years, and the Zhuguo merely gave him that final push. The kudu jing is different from ordinary body refining techniques. Progress is extremely slow. One reason is that while polishing and enhancing body refining cultivation, it constantly solidifies the foundation, eliminating the risk of a weak base. It's always better to be a little faster. Now my body refining cultivation can be compared to a third-layer qi refining cultivator. The kudu jing is a Dao-level technique. I wonder if I can fight above my level and challenge a mid-stage qi refining cultivator. Jing Yu mused inwardly. No, this mindset is wrong. With endless lifespan, why rush for a moment's glory? Why should I strive to overcome my level? Jing Yu deeply reflected, realizing that he had just broken through, and in a moment of instability, he was actually thinking of fighting above his level. Truly, he had been blinded by ambition. However, right now, I should be more than capable of handling Wu Jueqing. After that, Jing Yu casually pocketed a few inconspicuous little items from the treasury and dove into the ground, disappearing without a trace. In the year 519 of the Chongqing calendar, 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. At 19, Jing Yu had already established a residence outside the palace and was granted the title of Prince Ping. On this day, he was practicing boxing in the royal mansion, while the foremost master of the Zhao kingdom, Wu Jueqing, quietly observed beside him. The master said, "Your blood energy has now accumulated to the peak of a martial artist, and your martial arts techniques are already seamless and self-contained, placing you firmly among the top experts in the world. Apart from martial arts masters, it is rare to find an opponent." Wu Jueqing, whose hair had turned gray, sighed. To achieve such accomplishments in martial arts before the age of 20 is truly a gift from heaven. It is a pity that my lineage's martial arts must be practiced from a young age, and by the time I met you, your foundation was already established. Otherwise, how could I have missed such a raw gem? Senior, will you flatter me too much? After finishing a round of punches, Jing Yu, feeling refreshed, withdrew his fists, wiped away the sweat he had deliberately generated from his forehead, and chuckled. For the past 5 years, I am grateful for your guidance, Senior Wu, putting aside any prejudices to impart your knowledge to me, allowing me to greatly benefit in my martial journey. If in the future you or your descendants require assistance, as long as it does not go against my heart, I will undoubtedly help without reservation. Jing Yu rarely made promises lightly, yet his words brightened Wu Jueqing's eyes. To receive a promise from you, Prince Ping, the future master, makes these 5 years not a waste. Wu Jueqing laughed heartily. Senior Wu, please do not overly praise me. Jing Yu smiled gently. It is not flattery. The difference between an innate master and an ordinary martial artist lies in a breath of innate true energy. Your foundation is solid and your comprehension exceptional. This innate true energy is merely waiting for an opportunity. It could take as long as 20 years or as short as 5 or 6 years. Its emergence is only a matter of time. Wu Jueqing waved his hand. Once you possess this innate true energy, you can inflict harm from a distance or protect yourself up close. The power of your techniques will increase exponentially. Jing Yu said leisurely. How does this innate realm compare to the 2 immortals? Wu Jueqing shivered slightly, pressed his lips together tightly, and after a moment sighed. How could one? Jing Yu said leisurely. How does this innate realm compare to the 2 immortals? Wu Jueqing shivered slightly, pressed his lips together tightly, and after a moment sighed. How could one compare to the methods of immortals? Jing Yu said leisurely. How does this innate realm compare to the 2 immortals? Wu Jueqing shivered slightly, pressed his lips together tightly, and after a moment sighed. How could one compare to the methods of immortals? After all, we are but mere mortals. 5 years ago, those 2 immortals appeared briefly, and now 5 years have passed with no news. I believe the Emperor can rest easy now. Senior Wu, do you have no intentions of seeking out the immortals? If I were 40 years younger, perhaps I would truly have such thoughts. Wu Jueqing shook his head. But now I only wish to find a suitable disciple to pass on my lineage's martial arts. Do you have anyone in mind? I am still searching. I still have a few years left to live, so there is no rush, Wu Jueqing replied with a smile. Report. Your Highness the seventh prince has arrived. Just as the two were chatting, a guard from the royal mansion came to deliver the message. The seventh brother has come. Jing Yu remarked in surprise, what a rare visitor. Since the seventh prince has arrived, he must have important matters to discuss with you, Your Highness. I shall take my leave. Wu Jueqing stood to leave. Senior Wu, take care, Jing Yu nodded with a smile. As Wu Jueqing exited, he happened to encounter the seventh prince, Zhao Mingfu, who had grown into a rosy-cheeked young man. The royal youngest bowed respectfully to Wu Jueqing. Once Zhao Mingfu had trained in martial arts alongside Jing Yu under Wu Jueqing, but he eventually dropped out after 2 years. Nonetheless, upon seeing this innate master, he still maintained the demeanor of a disciple, showing great respect. Wu Jueqing merely nodded modestly and passed by Zhao Mingfu without regarding the 13-year-old sixth brother. What brings you here? After establishing his residence outside the palace at 16, Jing Yu and his mother Li Anrua adhered to a principle of avoiding political strife. They seldom involved themselves in matters related to vying for power. To avoid karmic entanglements, Jing Yu had even refrained from marrying under the pretext of focusing on martial arts. He had nearly severed ties with his only brother, who shared his fate, the seventh brother, except during royal festivities. Now that Zhao Mingfu had personally come to the mansion of Prince Ping, Jing Yu couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Sixth brother, it's a major matter. What could be more significant than father's 60th birthday? Jing Yu replied lightly. You know well, sixth brother, that since that incident, father's desire to celebrate his birthday has diminished. Let alone the birthday banquet. Over the past 5 years, all large royal banquets have been nearly cancelled. This time, whether or not to hold a banquet for father's 60th birthday is still uncertain. Zhao Mingfu blinked. I am speaking of another major event. Stop teasing and just say it. The heir of second sister's family was attacked last night. Zhao Mingfu whispered. What? The heir of second sister's family? Which one? It can't be Zhao Qingyu. Jing Yu exclaimed in surprise. Alas, it is indeed Qingyu. Zhao Mingfu's expression reflected a hint of schadenfreude regarding his cousin's misfortune. If it weren't for Qingyu, how could all of second sister's other children be dead? Really that good grandson? Jing Yu frowned and pressed on, is he dead? I don't know. Second sister's residence is under strict lockdown and the situation inside is still unclear. Even the news about the heir being attacked is ambiguous and only vaguely reported. Zhao Mingfu shook his head. What? Did you do this? Why so happy? Jing Yu remarked coldly. Zhao Mingfu was startled by his words. Sixth brother, how can you slander my innocence? You think I have that capability? Oh, if you lack the capability, it seems you have the intention. Jing Yu snorted. In these years, second sister, third sister, and fifth brother have been fighting fiercely. You must have fanned the flames from the sidelines. I never expected it to escalate to this extent. How dare they make a move on the heir? And they chose to do it right on the occasion of father's 60th birthday. Sixth brother, you've devoted yourself to martial arts these past few years and haven't seen things clearly. Zhao Mingfu spoke in a low voice. Father's health has been declining these past 2 years. Originally, he never missed a morning court session, but now it has been reduced to 5 times a month. After the elder brother's death, second sister's influence in court has greatly increased. Although third sister has tried to gather power in the Eastern Palace, there is still a risk of changing sides. Fourth brother doesn't need to be mentioned, as he has never had any foundation. Fifth brother has the support of the Empress and has been making significant moves in recent years. The old ministers in court clearly see that the person who will ultimately sit in that position will come from either second sister, third sister, or fifth brother. Fifth brother is the son of the Empress, and he should rightfully be the most legitimate candidate, but unfortunately he is rather incompetent. Both second sister and third sister have proven capabilities, but they are both women and have faced some disadvantage. However, there are rumors that third sister has few offspring, only one son and one daughter at 33, and the prospects of having more children don't look good. Second sister has many offspring, but the most promising one is only Qingyu. If I were the emperor with Qingyu present, I would undoubtedly have my considerations. It can be said that this Qingyu is second sister's greatest advantage. If something were to happen to Prince Qingyu, Zhao Mingfu implied. The third sister is meticulous in her thoughts. If it were truly her doing, it would be difficult to catch her in the act, Zhao Mingfu chuckled. As for the fifth brother, he lacks such ability. Sixth brother, I just wanted to remind you to prepare early. Now that Father Emperor's health is failing, the royal heirs are fighting fiercely. If it weren't for Father... Sixth brother, I just wanted to remind you to prepare early. Now that Father Emperor's health is failing, the royal heirs are fighting fiercely. If it weren't for Father Emperor's suppression, there would likely already be fratricidal incidents. Even so, the flames have now reached the royal heirs. If something were to happen to Prince Qingyu from second sister's household, who knows what actions second sister might take. The Eastern Palace has been idle for too long, and Father Emperor seems in no rush to finalize the selection of the heir. If we let several brothers and sisters continue to fight like this, it will surely lead to disaster. Zhao Mingfu said urgently, sixth brother among the royal heirs only, you have clearly stated that you have no intention of vying for the position. Your status is the most transcendent. He trailed off, looking expectantly at Jing Yu. What do you mean? Are you just beating around the bush? Speak plainly. Jing Yu scolded. I can't understand. Just say it clearly. Zhao Mingfu had a helpless expression and had no choice but to speak directly. Sixth brother, what I mean is, why not go to the palace to see Father Emperor and discuss this matter, finalizing the heir selection? Jing Yu sneered inwardly, but did not show any signs outwardly. He simply nodded. That makes sense. Tomorrow. Never mind, I will go to the palace for a while and talk to Father Emperor about the heir's matter. Zhao Mingfu rejoiced. Sixth brother is truly a decisive person. Then I will not disturb you any longer. Just as Zhao Mingfu left, Jing Yu stared thoughtfully in the direction he had departed, and the next moment, he slowly sank into the ground, using earth escape to follow his younger brother. Zhao Mingfu exited the Prince Ping's residence and did not return to the palace. Instead, he quietly traveled through several alleys in a carriage and entered a rather secluded villa. According to Zhao country's usual practices, underage royal heirs reside within the palace. Zhao Mingfu, now 13 years old, has not yet reached the age to establish a household, but as the only son of consort Tan, this seventh prince's resources far exceed those of Jing Yu in his time, making it easy to buy several such villas outside the palace. Upon entering the villa, Zhao Mingfu instructed his personal guards to guard the back courtyard door and hurried into the back courtyard, pushing open the wooden door of a side room and walking inside. Jing Yu traversed the shallow soil surface and decided to follow him inside. Although this side room was small, it was still divided into several rooms. Jing Yu restrained his aura slightly, sensed the surrounding environment above, and chose an unoccupied room, slowly rising from the ground, revealing only his head. Master. A voice from the next room came. Zhao Mingfu's voice. Disciple, have you accomplished the task? A voice that Jing Yu was very familiar with rang out. Wu Jueqing. These two people who seemed to be worlds apart. I see. Jing Yu finally recalled that 5 years ago Wu Jueqing began to guide him in martial arts. At first he was impressed by his extraordinary martial talent and had considered taking him as a disciple several times. Unfortunately, Wu Jueqing's martial arts lineage was indeed unique, requiring ordinary people without any martial foundation to start from scratch. At that time, Jing Yu on the surface was already a second-rate expert and did not meet the criteria. At that time, Zhao Mingfu also practiced alongside for 2 years, but later this seventh brother of his gave up on martial arts. Now it seems that Wu Jueqing had secretly accepted Zhao Mingfu as his disciple. Jing Yu's pupils slightly dilated. He did not expect that his cautious actions would actually uncover such. Martial arts masters are extremely sensitive to their surroundings, possessing top-level perception among mortals. However, the technique Jing Yu practiced, this suffering crossing scripture, has an extraordinary subtlety in concealing one's aura, so he need not worry about being discovered. My sixth brother is a straightforward person. He will definitely go to the palace to see the emperor, Zhao Mingfu said with a smile, as if he held the key to wisdom. Disciple advising His Majesty on the selection of an heir is not a trivial matter. Prince Ping is still a prince, and his status is special. This visit may surely violate taboos. It's no problem. After all, sixth brother has no intention of vying for the position, which is different from ordinary heirs. Moreover, I was the one who advised him to go. He certainly won't conceal this matter. Zhao Mingfu's words trailed. Then why go around in such a big circle to advise His Majesty on the selection of an heir through Prince Ping? If I go directly to see the emperor, he will inevitably develop suspicions about me. With sixth brother acting as a buffer when I bring up my advice, there will be room for maneuver, and the emperor will also understand my goodwill. Now that Father Emperor's health is gradually failing, if an accident were to happen one day, and the heir has not been determined, the selection for the throne will surely fall among the strongest factions in court. Second sister, who has the support of the late crown prince's faction. Third sister, and fifth brother, who has the empress backing. But if Father Emperor names me as the heir in his lifetime, I will have a title. What if His Majesty's favored heir is not you? I have a 30% confidence. Zhao Mingfu slowly replied. Second sister Zhao Mingyue seems to have the most power, yet Father Emperor is the most suspicious of her. Fifth brother Zhao Minglo, though the Emperor's son, is unfortunately a mere ornamental figure not of much use. Father Emperor will not choose these two. Third sister Zhao Mingyu, born of the late Empress, is also the sister of Ming Yang, possessing both temperament and cunning. Unfortunately, she is a woman who otherwise the position of heir would have been as good as secured. Fourth brother Zhao Mingxing may not show much on the surface, but he possesses inner excellence. A prince who follows the path of moderation is indeed the most suitable to be a ruler. If I were Father Emperor, I would consider fourth brother. As for sixth brother, no need to say, he is just a martial fanatic. Even if Father Emperor begs him to take that position, he may not agree. Looking at it this way, Father Emperor will choose between third sister, fourth brother, and me for the heir. Among them, third sister has the highest possibility with about 50% confidence, and after all, I am still too young, only having 30% confidence. Fourth brother at most has only 20%. Jing Yu heard a sigh from Wu Jueqing. Your sixth brother is not an ordinary person. He indeed has the potential to become a master. Who can predict the future? Not yet. Zhao Mingfu said, did Master not say that the sixth brother only has slightly better opportunities than ordinary martial artists, and that this innate true qi may not be cultivated? Moreover, even if he does manage to cultivate a strand of innate true qi, it would take at least 5 or 6 years. Can Father hold on for that long? I see it as unlikely. When it comes to vying for power, a first-rate expert cannot alter the overall situation. Wu Jueqing remained silent for a long while before slowly saying, you would make a good candidate for emperor. Without disturbing the two, Jing Yu activated his coup, Du Xinguang, and returned to the royal residence where he brewed a pot of fine tea in the pavilion of the garden, pondering in silence. His seventh brother, with his crafty schemes, had already made it clear that he would not get involved in the power struggle. It was not that he lacked brotherly affection, but that the bond had indeed thinned significantly. As for whether the heir Cheng Yu from the second sister's household was assassinated by someone sent by Zhao Mingfu, the two had not mentioned it. All that could be said was that currently he was the prime suspect. After all, Wu Jueqing, as the foremost master of Zhao, had countless martial experts under his command. However, it could also be that Zhao Mingfu just happened to be present at the time of the assassination by another faction, using it as an excuse. The most heartless is the royal family. Jing Yu sighed, ultimately deciding to visit the palace. Although this visit carried the risk of being used as a pawn with the prince suggesting the establishment of a successor, it would inevitably provoke suspicion. However, Jing Yu's physical training had not lagged in recent years, and he had just reached the 4th layer of body forging. With his treasure body, he could contend with mid-stage qi refining cultivators. In the mundane world, he had no rivals, and he could retreat calmly in case of any unexpected situations. Now the Zhao Emperor was indeed in poor health, yet he had yet to appoint a successor. If anything were to happen unexpectedly, the royal city would undoubtedly be engulfed in bloodshed, and the royal family would be torn apart, leading to a scene that would not be pleasant to witness. Having lived in Zhao for nearly 20 years, although his relationships with his siblings had grown distant, he did not want to see the day when they would truly turn against each other. Without further delay, he did not even arrange for a carriage, and simply walked towards the palace. When Jing Yu arrived at the palace, he was guided by a eunuch to the imperial study, where he saw a plump, old eunuch guarding the entrance. This plump, old eunuch was a veteran of the palace, having served the Zhao Emperor for many years. It was said that he was a martial arts expert, just a step away from becoming a master, and with no masters present, he had virtually no rivals. Li Gonggong, please convey that Ming Jing has business to discuss with His Majesty. Jing Yu spoke politely to the old eunuch. The 6th prince may wait here, this old servant will report it. Li Gonggong, aware that this 6th prince's martial arts skills were not far behind his own, had a good impression of Jing Yu and responded politely before turning to enter the imperial study. Father. Jing Yu perked up his ears, noticing that someone was speaking inside the study, puzzled. Is that the voice of the 4th brother? How did he arrive first? Not long after, a faint voice of the Zhao Emperor came from the study. Let him in as well. Li Gonggong pushed the door open and bowed, saying, 6th Prince, His Majesty summons you, please enter. Jing Yu did not waste time. He stepped over the threshold, and not far away, he could clearly hear the voice of the 4th prince. Zhao Mingqing, Father, the matter of appointing a successor cannot be delayed any longer. Regardless of which heir you favor, it should be settled sooner rather than later. Currently, the hearts of people in the court are restless, and many ministers are secretly colluding. If things go awry, our royal family will face the tragic outcome of fratricide. However, this was secondary. My son is even more unwilling to see the personal guards of the royal heirs sacrifice themselves in vain for their own interests. They are all good sons of Zhao. Jing Yu paused in his steps, surprised by the words. Was the 4th brother also here to discuss the appointment of a successor? Yet the 4th brother, Zhao Mingsheng, had always been steady and mature. Why was he willing to stick his neck out today? The Zhao Emperor noticed Jing Yu's entrance and snorted softly. Today is quite lively. Oh, everyone has come. Father. Jing Yu did not bow deeply, but simply cupped his hands towards the Zhao Emperor. He secretly glanced at the elderly man, nearing his 60s, and noticed that his hair was now mostly silver with only a few strands of black mixed in. His face looked weary with deep-set eyes, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed even deeper than the hollows. The majesty of the emperor had faded, and he appeared more like an ordinary frail old man. Jing Yu was taken aback. When had father aged so much? The Zhao Emperor's voice carried an unmistakable weariness. Little 6, what brings you here again? Father, I heard that the heir from the second sister's household was attacked. The Zhao Emperor's eyes slightly closed. Indeed, how much do you know? I only heard that someone was attacked. I do not know which heir it was, or if there were any casualties. Seventh brother Zhao Mingfu spoke vaguely, but Jing Yu did not lie. He truly did not know the specifics. Jing Yu is dead. The Zhao Emperor bluntly closed his eyes. It was indeed Zhao Qingyu, the most favored son of the second sister, and he had died instantly. Jing Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, have the perpetrators been caught? The assassin was a courtesan from Qingyin Tower. Cheng Yu had a banquet with friends today, and this person was originally invited to play music at the royal residence. Who knew that during the banquet, she suddenly drew a slender sword from the end of her zither and attacked. Zhao Mingqing beside him tugged at Jing Yu's sleeve and whispered, I was just here listening to the reports below. This female assassin's skills are extraordinary, estimated to be at least on the level of a first-rate expert. Her skills were exceptional, and she was very close to Cheng Yu. The close bodyguards were unable to react in time, resulting in Cheng Yu being struck in the throat with a sword, and at that moment, even a celestial being could not save him. After the female assassin succeeded, she directly bit through the poison pill hidden under her tongue, and moments later, she succumbed to the poison. It seems she was a death warrior. So that's how it is. Jing Yu murmured, to have a first-rate expert act as a death warrior, the force behind the assassin must be significant. Now the second sister has completely gone mad, surrounding Qingyin Tower with royal guards not allowing anyone to pass. Dozens of courtesans in Qingyin Tower have been detained, and it is said that several guests with substantial backgrounds have also been taken in. Father, the matter of appointing a successor cannot be delayed. Jing Yu frowned and said, in these years the second sister, third sister, and fifth brother have been squabbling, and now one heir has been lost. What kind of business is this? The Zhao Emperor remained silent for a long time, sighed, and said, well, it is indeed time. Little 6 did little 4 come to persuade me to appoint a successor as well. Did you come on your own accord? Seventh brother came to see me once, mentioned it casually, but no one pressured me to come. This matter should have been resolved 5 years ago, yet it has dragged on to now. Jing Yu said gloomily. The next moment, the Zhao Emperor's words were like a thunderclap. Little 6, do you want to be? The fourth prince, Zhao Mingqing, who had been standing with his hands respectfully at his sides, suddenly lifted his head, a look of shock flashing in his eyes, as he glanced at Emperor Zhao's aged visage, before deeply bowing his head, the knuckles of his clenched fists turning slightly white. I do not. Jing Yu's reply was decidedly crisp. Why, oi? Emperor Zhao's face remained expressionless. This is something your other siblings would fight to the death, for yet you remain unmoved. If being an emperor means toiling daily like Father Emperor with a mountain of memorials to review each day, how could that compare to being a carefree prince? If you dislike reviewing memorials, you could rule by non-action. The cabinet ministers would share your burdens. You need only steer the course. Emperor Zhao's tone was slow, speaking already seeming a laborious task for him. Our Zhao kingdom's foundation is now well laid. After your ascension, you need only heed the senior pillars of the court, follow ancestral traditions, and it will cost you little effort. Your fondness for martial arts is no hindrance. Our kingdom's founding patriarch was a Xiantian grandmaster, yet he built this vast empire. As emperor, all martial arts classics and spiritual elixirs would be at your fingertips. It would instead aid your martial cultivation. When I was a prince, I often thought being emperor wasn't necessarily so joyous. In those days, vying for the throne was half driven by circumstance, like a duck forced onto a perch. But once seated here facing my end, I find myself somewhat reluctant to let go. Jing Yu said softly, Father Emperor, the taste of being a sovereign must be fine, but how does it compare to that of an immortal? Emperor Zhao's once languid frame suddenly tensed, then collapsed even more swiftly. He waved his hand dismissively, a note of weariness in his voice. All of you leave. Let me think. Jing Yu and Zhao Mingqing had no choice but to withdraw. As they left the palace together, the fourth brother, usually on excellent terms with him, was unusually taciturn, not uttering a word throughout the journey. It was only at their parting that Jing Yu called out to Zhao Mingqing, fourth brother. Sixth brother. Zhao Mingqing forced a strained smile. Fourth brother, do you wish to be emperor? Jing Yu asked softly. Zhao Mingqing was silent for a long time before finally giving an almost imperceptible nod. Jing Yu said earnestly, fourth brother, I truly do not wish to be emperor. Not for a single moment. Fourth brother believes you. Fourth brother, it's not a matter of belief. Jing Yu fixed his gaze intently on Zhao Mingqing. You will understand in time. Until then, I hope we do not let this harm our brotherly bond. Jing Yu and Zhao Mingqing ultimately parted ways, each returning to their own princely mansions. No sooner had Jing Yu settled in than a palace guard announced, Your Highness Grand Secretary, Su has arrived. Who? Jing Yu rubbed his ears, making sure he hadn't misheard. Grand Secretary Su. The elder brother of the current empress, the maternal uncle of fifth brother, Zhao Minglo, Grand Secretary Su Fong. What business does he have at the Ping Prince's manor? Jing Yu couldn't recall any connection with this Grand Secretary. Invite him in. Your humble servant pays respects to the Ping Prince. An elderly man in purple robes appearing to be in his 50s began to kneel before Jing Yu. Jing Yu dared not presume and quickly helped the old man up. Grand Secretary Su is a pillar of the court. I am but a leisurely prince. How could I accept such a grand courtesy? Your servant comes not to bow for himself, but for the people of Zhao. Su Fong spoke with earnest sincerity. Grand Secretary, what is this all about? Jing Yu grew increasingly uneasy. Your Highness, will you not consider ascending the throne? Su Fong asked gravely. Jing Yu truly felt the absurdity of the situation. You Su Fong as the Empress brother and fifth prince, Zhao Mingla's maternal uncle, saying this to me. Is this appropriate? Grand Secretary, no more tests. Su Fong said helplessly. Your Highness, it's truly no test. Did His Majesty not speak of this when you visited the palace today? To be honest, this proposal for your succession came from the cabinet itself. Jing Yu felt the shock today rivaled the day he first saw two Foundation establishment cultivators 5 years ago. Does Grand Secretary share this view? This matter was driven by your servant alone. Su Fong smiled faintly. Jing Yu hadn't expected the Zhao Kingdom's civil officials to hold him in such high regard, and asked curiously, Grand Secretary, I still don't understand. In governing ability, I cannot match third sister Zhao Mingyu. In intelligence and talent, seventh brother Zhao Mingfu far surpasses me. In court influence, second sister Zhao Mingwei is the strongest. That goes without saying. In birth, your own nephew Zhao Minglu is far superior to me. Even in prudence and adherence to rules, fourth brother Zhao Mingqing stands out. How could the throne ever? Jing Yu chuckled at himself. Grand Secretary, is your cabinet ranking by martial prowess? Surely it can't be, because our kingdom's founding patriarch was a Xiantian grandmaster, so you claim I resemble him most. That's too far-fetched. Su Fang's expression remained unchanged as he spoke respectfully. Your Highness, do you know what is most important for a ruler? Jing Yu tilted his head, pondering for a moment. Legitimacy. Su Fang smiled. With His Majesty still alive, his designation of an heir is the most legitimate. This poses no issue for any royal offspring. Great talent and bold vision. Su Fang shook his head. No matter how wise a ruler he is, but one man. How could he surpass the kingdom's many talents? Your point about knowing how to employ people is closer. Then it must be the art of imperial rule and courtly balance. Half the political landscape is clear and ministers are united. What need is there for such arts? Jing Yu teased. It seems the esteemed cabinet members consider our Zhao kingdom to be in such a time of peace. Su Fang's lips twitched into a knowing smile. Surely it can't be loving the people like one's children. Su Fang laughed heartily. Haha, naturally not. By now Jing Yu's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He scratched his head. Grand Secretary, then tell me, what is most important for a ruler? 3 words. Su Fang raised 3 fingers and waved them before Jing Yu. Do not stir things up. Jing Yu was taken aback. Su Fang's gaze was sincere as he bowed once more. Your Highness, I have navigated the court for over 30 years and watched the royal offspring grow. In these decades, I have seen clearly that among all the heirs of Zhao, you are the one who stirs things up the least. Our Zhao kingdom now appears peaceful and prosperous like a golden age. Yet beneath the splendor lies a simmering fire. Signs of decline have emerged in recent years. It can no longer endure upheaval. Lord Su, are you and your fellow ministers eagerly awaiting a sage ruler who governs with a light touch? Jing Yu shook his head. My lord, you still harbor selfish intentions. Lord Zu's expression darkened. If I had selfish intentions, why wouldn't I push my own nephew to the throne? Why would I need to discuss it here with the prince? That's because sugarcane can't be sweet from both ends. Jing Yu spoke without mercy. Lord Su, you are destined for the posthumous title of Wenzheng, a figure to be enshrined in the ancestral temple. How could you bear the infamy of being a power-hungry courtier? You wish to express your ambitions while also seeking a good reputation after your death. You want all the good fortune for yourself. Your Highness, that is indeed a heart-wrenching accusation. Even though Lord Su is seasoned, he couldn't help but flush red. In the end, isn't it all for the people of Zhao? It is hardly for the common folk. Jing Yu snorted coldly. Lord Su, there are no outsiders present. Why pretend to be virtuous here? I have indeed stayed away from court affairs these past few years, but I am not oblivious to the outside world. In just these 5 years, the people's revolts in the 13 prefectures of Zhao have been suppressed 7 times. They are all starving refugees. Su Fang said helplessly. Your Highness, this statement is meaningless. The famine is caused by natural disasters, not anything we can control. It is already a good year. 7 revolts in 5 years. If this were during the twilight of a dynasty. Nonsense. 2 years ago, there was a drought around the imperial city, and the fields supplying rice to the palace yielded nothing. Yet no one starved in the palace. Jing Yu cursed. That year, the Qinghe prefecture right next to the imperial city had good weather and a bountiful harvest. How could people starve? How could there be a rebellion? Su Fang's lips trembled, falling silent. Lord Su, some matters cannot be weighed lightly. They cannot be silenced, even if they weigh 1,000 pounds. Jing Yu's tone softened. I believe you have some thoughts for the country and the people, but how much of the relief grain during disasters actually reached the hands of the victims? We both know the truth, and those who don't can see it in the rebel armies. But do you have a solution for this? Corruption among officials has always been a chronic ailment throughout history. How many such ailments does Zhao still have? It would take a long time to count them all. Even a great statesman like you is powerless against these ills. Oh, what can a martial lunatic like me do whose mind is filled with nothing but martial arts? Su Fong was stunned for a moment, then stammered out a few words. Your Highness, you truly have the heart of the realm. If I genuinely had the heart of the realm, what harm would it be to sit on this dragon throne? Jing Yu sighed. In the end, it is merely pretending to be virtuous, feeling guilty while remaining in the royal position. But you want me to give up this royal identity? That is not feasible. So I bury my head in the ground, closing my eyes and pretending not to see. There is an old story that Lord Su might not be aware of. 2 years ago, the people of Qinghe Prefecture revolted, leading to a tragic incident of cannibalism. This was handled by my fourth brother Zhao Mingqing. Later, the details were written into a memorial and presented to father. It circulated among the ministers, and there was much discussion in the court, making it quite an ugly affair. In fact, my fourth brother invited me to go with him, but I declined. The reason I did not accompany him to Qinghe Prefecture was that even without going, I knew how things were. I was afraid to see how tragic the victims of that unwarranted disaster suffered. I feared that if I went there and saw the people, I would no longer be fit to be an emperor in the future, let alone be a carefree prince. People say that one must plan for governance in their position. A ruler carries the burden of the populace. This weight is too heavy for me, who has always been accustomed to leisure. How could I bear it? Isn't this an act of self-deception? Su Fong murmured. How many things in this world are unsatisfactory? Who doesn't need to deceive themselves? Jing Yu said softly, Lord Su, perhaps you should look for someone else. This? Su Fang's expression was helpless. As the minister of the cabinet, he never expected to be humiliated by a leisurely prince like him. Is there really a prince who does not wish to be an emperor? 3 days later, a decree suddenly arrived at the palace, summoning Jing Yu to an audience. When Jing Yu arrived at the palace gate, he saw several teams of carriages from various royal houses. Clearly, Emperor Zhao was not summoning him alone, but had called all the princes together. It was likely that a protocol was to be established. Jing Yu thought to himself. At this crucial moment, the only major event that could gather all the princes would be the selection of the heir. However, having already made a clear refusal, this grand performance had nothing to do with him, so Jing Yu maintained a calm demeanor and walked lightly. Upon entering the Chongming Hall, he realized that all his brothers were already present, and he was the last one to arrive. Seated in the main position was Emperor Zhao Sheng. Today, the emperor was dressed very formally with a bright yellow dragon robe draped over him, giving the white-haired elder an imposing presence. Jing Yu looked up and suddenly felt that his father seemed less aged than 3 days ago. Besides Emperor Zhao and the princes, several key figures from the Zhao court were present. The minister of the cabinet, Su Fong, stood at the emperor's lower position. Upon seeing Jing Yu enter, he merely sighed softly. Emperor Zhao's hawk-like gaze swept over the faces of the princes, passing over the sullen second princess, Zhao Mingyue, the contemplative third princess, Zhao Mingyu, the feigning calm fourth prince, Zhao Mingqing, the bewildered fifth prince, Zhao Mingluo, and the slightly anxious seventh prince, Zhao Mingfu. Ultimately, the emperor's gaze fell upon the newly arrived Jing Yu, and he lowered his eyes. Everyone is here. Today I summoned you to determine the choice of our Zhao's heir. Off. The fifth prince, Zhao Minglu, looked delighted and exclaimed, Father, it has been so many years. This selection should have been made long ago. It should have been made long ago. I always felt that I had some time left, but now it seems that ultimately. Emperor Zhao suddenly coughed several times. Ultimately, it is against the will of heaven. Father. Seeing the emperor's discomfort, Zhao Minglu's heart leapt to his throat, fearing that the emperor might pass away before announcing the heir, dying right there in the Chongming Hall. This foolish child. Zhao Mingfu cast a scornful glance at Zhao Minglu and stepped forward. Father, please take your time speaking. Your brothers and sisters are all waiting here. There is no need to rush. Emperor Zhao glanced at his youngest son and said lightly, the position of heir is not a joke. In recent days, I have discussed it in detail with several key ministers of the court and have finally settled on a suitable candidate. Today, the decree is to be drafted. Prince Ye's fourth son Mingqing possesses noble character and closely resembles me, making him capable of inheriting the great legacy. He is to ascend the throne immediately, becoming the emperor. Zhao Mingqing suddenly lifted his head, staring at the Emperor Zhao in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to express his gratitude. The seventh prince, Zhao Mingfu, was equally shocked. Why is it fourth brother? The third princess, Zhao Mingyu, merely raised her brows, remaining silent. Beside her, the second princess, Zhao Mingyue, wore a sullen expression, as if she could drip water from her face. selected fourth brother in the end. Jing Yu had somewhat mentally prepared for this. He had already known the thoughts of Emperor Zhao and the cabinet ministers like Su Feng. Since he had rejected this matter, the next in line would most likely be the fourth prince, Zhao Mingqing, according to their standards. Father, is there a mistake? The fifth prince, Zhao Minglu, stuttered, looking eagerly at Emperor Zhao. Seeing no reaction, he turned his pleading gaze to his maternal uncle Su Feng. Su Feng simply closed his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to his foolish nephew. Is there anything else to say? The Emperor Zhao had settled on the selection of the heir, feeling a great weight lifted from his heart. He seemed a bit lighter as he stood up and said, Su Qing, I wish to. But before he could finish, Emperor Zhao swayed and suddenly collapsed. Your Majesty. Su Fang's heart raced, and he hurried forward to support Emperor Zhao. Call the imperial physician. Summon the imperial physician. The hall of Chongming was instantly thrown into chaos, with various princes displaying different expressions, each lost in their thoughts. Jing Yu perked up his ears and turned his head to see the second princess, Zhao Mingyue, and the seventh prince, Zhao Mingfu, quietly leaving Chongming Hall one after the other. What are they up to? Jing Yu rolled his eyes. With the Emperor Zhao suddenly fainting, uncertain of life or death, it was inappropriate for the heirs to leave quietly instead of guarding here. No one would believe they weren't planning something. He didn't stop them, merely watching coldly to see what kind of commotion they would stir up. At this moment, Zhao Mingqing looked around and sensed something was off. He tugged at Jing Yu's sleeve and whispered, Sixth brother, where are second sister and seventh brother? I don't know, perhaps they just left. Jing Yu replied softly, but congratulations to fourth brother for entering the Eastern Palace. Now is not the time for congratulations. Zhao Mingqing raised his eyes to glance at the imperial physician who had rushed in with a medical box, his tone slightly anxious at this moment. Father. Alas, there's simply no better time. Fourth brother, don't worry. The position of the heir has been determined, so it is now legitimate. Jing Yu soothed him quietly. I am weak in the court, and now that I have been appointed as the heir by father, it would have been better if this matter had been settled 2 years ago. But now it is precisely a time of crisis. Zhao Mingqing sighed. Then how about when father wakes up, you relinquish the position of heir? Jing Yu suggested. This left Zhao Mingqing speechless. After a little over an hour, the sweating imperial physician trembled and said, Your Majesty had already shown signs of exhaustion, relying solely on willpower to hold on. Now I fear he has reached the end of his life. What? Zhao Mingqing's face turned pale, and he hurriedly went to check. Though Jing Yu and Emperor Zhao were father and son, their bond was somewhat lacking. Even so, hearing that Emperor Zhao's life was nearing its end, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow and prepared to take a last look at the old man. Just as he was about to take a step, someone unexpectedly tugged at his sleeve. Sixth brother, can we speak? Jing Yu turned to see it was the third princess, Zhao Mingyu. Third sister. What is it? Sixth brother, I fear second sister is going to revolt. Zhao Mingyu's word. What do you mean by that? A few days ago, young master Zhao Qingyu was assassinated, which has extinguished second sister's thoughts of vying for the position. Since then, she has been secretly mobilizing the royal family's private army and has been nurturing death warriors in the residence these past few years. I'm afraid she's about to turn the tables. You know all this? Jing Yu asked in surprise. If you knew second sister was going to revolt, why didn't you stop her when she just left? Second sister has practiced martial arts since childhood and is nearly at the level of a top expert. As a weak woman with no strength to truss a chicken, how could I stop her? Zhao Mingyu spoke softly. Sixth brother, I've watched you grow up. You usually conceal your talents, but I know you have deep thoughts. Just now second sister left, and among the princes you were the only one who could have stopped her, but did not act, which shows you are confident and do not see her as a threat. You and third sister should share the details. Have you already cultivated a trace of innate true energy? Jing Yu did not answer, but instead asked, third sister, among us princes you are the one with the deepest thoughts. Why not tell me, have you prepared a backup plan for today's situation? Of course I have a backup plan, but there is no perfect strategy in the world. I only fear it may not be very. If things do not go well, we must ensure that those in the hall can retreat with at least an 80 to 90% chance of success. Good, then I can rest easy. Jing Yu smiled and said, I am very comforted that third sister can be honest with me today. Then you. Third sister, don't worry. As long as second sister doesn't bring along a dozen or 20 innate masters, I will ensure your safety. Zhao Mingyu let out a gentle breath. Sixth brother, you are rather bold, but I trust you. Report. At this moment, a small eunuch tumbled into Chongming Hall shouting, Prince Kong. Zhao Mingyue, you insolent wretch, what are you saying? Su Feng frowned and shouted, speak carefully. Prince Kong led 3,000 troops into the palace. The small eunuch's face was filled with despair. Nonsense. Su Feng grabbed the small eunuch by the collar and scolded, according to the regulations of the royal residence, the maximum number of troops is only 500. Where did Zhao Mingyue get 3,000 troops? They are not ordinary troops. They are all elite soldiers in armor. Among them, 300 soldiers are fully armored, even covering their faces. This is rebellion. Su Fang was furious, his eyes bulging. Even if she had 3,000 troops, what about the Imperial Guard? The Imperial Guard has not been found. What do you mean not found? Not a single shadow of the thousands of Imperial Guards. The small eunuch trembled and said, apart from those on duty, there truly are none. The over 200 Imperial Guards on duty are already stationed outside Chongming Hall. Su Darren, it seems the leaders of the Imperial Guard have probably turned against us. Zhao Mingyu said softly. Su Fang released the small eunuch's collar, his hands and feet turning cold as he took several steps back. Jing Yu carefully examined Su Fang, confirming that the other party was not pretending. He couldn't help but feel speechless. Is this the current head of the cabinet? He thought that such a significant matter as establishing an heir, coupled with the fact that Emperor Zhao was hanging by a thread, should have been prepared thoroughly. How could they be caught off guard by Zhao Mingyu's rebellion? This senior minister appeared to have no emergency plans whatsoever. This indicated one thing: Su Fang and the cabinet ministers had never even considered that there would still be heirs rebelling after deciding on the heir. Report. This time a disheveled Imperial Guard stumbled into the hall. Prince Kang's rebel forces have already reached Chongming Hall. How could they be so swift? Su Fang's chest heaved as his gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Jing Yu. He gritted his teeth. Prince Ping. What instructions does Lord Su have? Jing Yu replied unhurriedly. Among all present aside from Eunuch Li, Your Highness possesses the greatest martial prowess. Would Your Highness be willing to escort the Crown Prince in a breakout? Then we could rally troops from various regions to come to the capital's aid. I am no immortal. How could I carry a man through a 1,000-strong army? Does the Imperial Palace truly have no innate grandmaster guarding it? This concerns royal secrets. This old servant is unaware. Jing Yu turned to Eunuch Li, whose expression as a martial expert just shy of an innate grandmaster fell. There was one, but he passed away from old age a few days ago. Now the palace's grandmasters are in a period of transition. All these troubles have come together. Jing Yu shook his head. Even if we did break out, it would be useless. Father's decision to name the heir was never made public. Only those in this hall know the truth. Even if I managed to escort fourth brother out, second sister could forge a false edict. Who would recognize fourth brother as the crown prince? Even less would they come to the capital's aid. What is to be done? Lord Su, set your mind at ease. Jing Yu walked up to the Imperial Guard, snatched the golden melon hammer hanging at his waist, weighed it in his hand, and said, a bit light, but it will suffice. Your Highness, what are you? Su Fang and the others watched the sixth prince hammer in hand, their faces filled with shock and doubt. Jing Yu smiled. Though I cannot lead you all in a breakout, I do have the ability to slaughter the rebel forces. Sixth prince, do not jest. Eunuch Li's face was bitter. Even if Your Highness has yet to cultivate that breath of innate true qi, even an innate grandmaster cannot single-handedly overcome hundreds of fully armored elite soldiers. Let alone the crossbowmen. After several volleys, that breath of innate true qi would be exhausted, and even a grandmaster would fall. Report. Another Imperial Guardsman entered. The rebels have reached the gates of Chongming Hall. Let's go out and see, second sister. Jing Yu, carrying the golden melon hammer, strolled unhurriedly out of the hall. The others exchanged glances, then followed, though most hid behind the red pillars, craning their necks and peeking out with half their heads. The remaining 100-odd Imperial Guards held the gates of Chongming Hall tightly, but their morale was clearly low. Opposite them stood several hundred fully armored elite soldiers with blades and shields, plus several hundred crossbowmen, their weapons already cocked and aimed at the hall's entrance. Among the armored ranks, a woman clad in golden armor holding a longbow and with a long sword at her waist coldly watched Jing Yu as he emerged, casually dressed and carrying his golden melon hammer. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Second sister, you've been swift. In less than half an hour, you've already donned such a fine set of gear. Ignoring the hundreds of crossbows aimed at him, Jing Yu strode boldly to within a few zhang of the rebel forces and said, years of sibling bonds, all for naught against the throne. Sixth, this has nothing to do with you. Zhao Mingyue caressed the bowstring and said coldly, I am not a bloodthirsty person. Today in Chongming Hall, aside from third and fourth, I will spare the rest. Prince Kong, His Majesty, is still in the hall. Do you intend to kill the sovereign and seize the throne? Su Fang poked his head out and asked, trembling. Zhao Mingyue sneered, Lord Su, you exaggerate. Mingyue is here merely to purge the court of sycophants. Su Fang's face turned ashen. This old servant is right beside the sovereign. Lord Su, you are the Grand Secretary and a pillar of the court. Mingyue would not dare to be discourteous. Zhao Mingyue said with a smile, when I ascend the throne, I will trouble Lord Su to compose a congratulatory edict with your eloquent brush. You are not the heir appointed by His Majesty. Su Fang stamped his foot. Zhao Mingyu's smile vanished, her expression turning cold. Who knows? The truth of today's succession will remain within Chongming Hall. Jing Yu said, second sister, in this world, only the dead can keep secrets. If you wish today's events to stay hidden, you must kill everyone in this hall, without exception. Oh, and your own subordinates might not be able to keep their mouth shut either. Zhao Mingyue sighed. Sixth, what you say has some merit. How could I possibly conceal such a heinous act today? But what does a lack of righteous cause matter? Once I achieve the feats of a peerless emperor, future generations will whitewash my deeds. Kill. No killing. Jing Yu laughed heartily, charging straight into the enemy formation with his golden melon hammer. Charging the formation alone. Do you think you're an innate grandmaster? Zhao Mingyue waved her hand, and a dozen heavily armored cavalrymen, their warhorses also clad in full plate, broke from the formation. Watching the cataphracts charge at him like war chariots, Jing Yu remained calm. He grabbed the blade of a lance thrusting toward him and flung the cavalryman off his horse. On the other side, Jing Yu tightened his grip on the golden melon hammer and smashed it against the head of another charging warhorse. Bang! The blow shattered the horse's skull through its faceplate. Then Jing Yu turned his gaze to the sturdiest horse charging in the center. Discarding the lance, he broke into a run, hurtling straight toward the cavalryman. A heating collision with the cataphract. Boom! An unbelievable scene unfolded. The cavalryman, who met Jing Yu's charge, was sent flying backward, horse and all. Hiss! The rebel forces under Zhao Mingyue collectively gasped in shock. Several cataphracts who had been about to charge reined in their horses, urgently uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Has Sixth cultivated that breath of innate true qi? And he must have practiced external martial arts as well. How old is he? Zhao Mingyue was alarmed and uncertain. Jing Yu's combat prowess was too astonishing. He seemed like a humanoid beast, leaving her bewildered. The collision had torn most of Jing Yu's upper garment, revealing his well-proportioned muscular physique. He raised the golden melon hammer and pointed its head at Zhao Mingyue. Second sister, surrender. You think that by practicing some external arts you're invincible and can charge a formation alone. Who do you think you are? Zhao Mingyue cursed. Grandmaster Wang. An old man in a black robe emerged from the ranks with two swords, one purple, one green, hanging at his waist. The purple and green twin swords Wang Chong. Zhao Kingdom had only a few martial grandmasters, and Jing Yu recognized the old man at a glance. Are you that nominal disciple of Wu Jueqing? Wang Chong sighed in admiration. Awe-inspiring indeed, to have honored external martial arts to such a pinnacle. Tell me, have you cultivated that breath of innate true qi? Jing Yu blinked, his expression sincere. I have no innate true qi. Wang Chong chuckled. What a pity not achieving the innate level you are still in at. What if I haven't achieved the innate level? I can still kill you. Jing Yu grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. I can't stand you innate masters. Each one truly thinks of themselves as immortals. Young man, achieving the innate level is not as simple as just having a breath of true qi. Wang Chong slowly drew out the purple-green twin swords from his waist, and at the tips of the swords two faint white sword energies flickered unpredictably. Just right, my sword energy has reached great heights. I was originally going to compete with the top master of Zhao country in Wujua City, but now I'll first test my sword on his registered disciple. Hey! Jing Yu suddenly charged towards Wang Chong, raising the golden hammer high above, aiming to smash it into Wang Chong's face. After all, he's just a crooked martial artist. His speed is surprisingly slow. Seeing Jing Yu's speed was not fast, Wang Chong's previously tensed heart relaxed. The tip of his purple lightning sword flickered as he aimed it at Jing Yu's shoulder. He'll first cut off one of your arms. Just as the sword energy was about to touch Jing Yu, a layer of gray light suddenly emerged from Jing Yu's shoulder, able to contest against Wang Chong's innate true qi transformed sword energy, ultimately resulting in a mutual cancellation. When the purple lightning sword struck Jing Yu's shoulder, the power of the slash had already been reduced by more than half. Even though this long sword was a rare divine weapon, it was firmly lodged in the muscle and could not advance an inch. Whoosh! At the moment when Wang Chong found himself in a dilemma, a golden hammer accompanied by the sound of breaking air struck towards his face. He took a deep breath, channeling all his true qi, and positioned the Qing Shuang sword horizontally to brace for the blow. However, to everyone's surprise, the immense force contained within Jing Yu's hammer directly shattered Wang Chong's protective true qi, causing the Qing Shuang sword Wang Chong's arm and face to all cave in. He controlled his muscles to expel the purple lightning sword from his shoulder, leaving only a shallow wound that healed almost instantly. Jing Yu pulled out the golden hammer embedded in Wang Chong's head from a mass of goo, glancing at the stunned Zhao Mingyue, and muttered in surprise, so there are differences even among masters. Having spent a long time with Wujua City, Jing Yu had often concealed his strength, but they had exchanged moves frequently, allowing him to sense the ceiling of Wujua City's battle power. When he reached the perfected second layer of the Kudu Sutra, he felt that if it came to a life-and-death struggle, he and Wujua City would be evenly matched. It was only upon reaching the third layer that Jing Yu believed he could firmly suppress Wujua City. Now that Jing Yu had reached the fourth layer, he felt that even if he could easily defeat Wujua City, it would still take him several moves to take down this so-called top master of Zhao country. However, Wang Chong, also an innate master, actually couldn't withstand a single exchange. He could clearly feel that Wang Chong's innate true qi in terms of purity and resilience was far inferior to that of Wujua City, and he was directly killed by a golden hammer he casually picked up. Wujua City does have some tricks up its sleeve. Jing Yu murmured a few words, suddenly turning his head to look in a certain direction, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. So it has arrived. Wujua City, hiding behind the palace wall in the distance, felt the gaze from Jing Yu and involuntarily felt a chill run down his spine. He has discovered me. The seventh prince, Zhao Mingfu, who was also secretly observing from the wall, gritted his teeth and said, "Master, what is going on with sixth brother? How can the purple-green twin swords in his hands not withstand a single move?" "Fu, I think you should not get involved in this throne matter anymore," Wujua City muttered. Zhao Mingjing is definitely not just an innate master. What he uses is probably the means of an immortal. Immortal. Zhao Mingfu's pupils constricted, as if he was recalling a scene from his childhood. The next moment he acted like a startled rabbit, speaking in an urgent and short tone, "Master, let's leave. Leave Zhao country. The sooner the better. Don't face sixth brother." At this moment, Zhao Mingyu in the Chongming Hall gaped, her eyes becoming blurred. Is it an immortal fate? Does sixth brother have an immortal fate? The East Palace Crown Prince, Zhao Mingqing, clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh without noticing. In the tension, it seemed he also felt a bit of relief. Second sister surrender already. Jing Yu walked slowly and surely towards Zhao Mingyue, holding the golden hammer that was still dripping with a red and white mixture. "They are all subordinates who have worked with you for many years. Oh, why let them lose their lives in vain?" At this moment, Zhao Mingyue seemed to awaken from a dream, her eyes nearly filled with terror. She desperately suppressed the impulse to turn and flee, but the overwhelming heaviness of dread and despair within her was ultimately compressed into her chest, transforming into a high-pitched scream. Crossbowman fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of crossbow bolts filled Jing Yu's vision. The powerful five senses, enhanced by the Ku-Du treasure body, allowed him to easily track the trajectory of each crossbow bolt. Jing Yu even had the leisure to ponder some trivial matters, such as how Wang Chong, who had just been killed by his hammer, would deal with this barrage of crossbow bolts. Thud, thud, thud. Jing Yu was enveloped by the Ku-Du Xian Guang, resembling a deep gray stone statue. The arrows that could pierce clouds and shatter rocks struck the gray light, producing a dull sound, then fell powerlessly to the ground, failing to penetrate this thin layer of gray coating. Monster! Monster! Zhao Mingyu's expression finally transformed into one of sheer terror. She felt a flash before her eyes as a powerful hand grasped her bright golden shoulder armor, lifting her as if she were a chick. Jing Yu held Zhao Mingyue and leisurely walked back to the entrance of the Chongming Hall. The rebel troops of the Wang residence, seeing their lord captured right from their ranks, exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do. "What are you still doing?" Jing Yu turned back and glared, his voice stern. "Your master has been captured. Do you still wait to stubbornly resist in loyalty and righteousness?" Clang, clang. Thousands of rebel troops from the Wang residence seemed to awaken from a dream and almost simultaneously threw their weapons to the ground. At the same time, Jing Yu also threw Zhao Mingyue to the ground. Zhao Mingyue looked up and saw this sixth brother whom she had never truly regarded, realizing that he now had a calm expression. The dark clouds above seemed to part for a moment, and under the strong sunlight, Zhao Mingyue couldn't discern his expression. Clearly, having become a captive, Zhao Mingyue for some reason felt a sense of relief. She looked up towards the interior of the Chongming Hall, her gaze passing over the lowered eyelids of Zhao Mingyu, over the complex expression of Zhao Mingqing, over the trembling Zhao Minglo, landing on the emperor, Zhao Sheng lying flat on the main seat, eyes closed, life or death unknown. Suddenly she burst into tears as if her whole being had shattered. "Father, what can I do? Cheng Yu is dead. My family's heir has been killed. What can I do?" Perhaps hearing Zhao Mingyu's heart-wrenching cries, the emperor, Zhao, lying in the main seat, stirred slightly and gradually opened his eyes. The imperial physician beside him trembled, scrambling to his feet to take a closer look, then turned to the people below and mouthed something. A flicker of hope. Everyone felt a tightness in their hearts. The recently awakened emperor, Zhao, seemed to have regained some spirit. With the support of eunuch Li, he barely straightened his body and looked at Zhao Mingyu kneeling in golden armor and weeping profusely, and almost instantly understood the situation. "Second brother." The Emperor Zhao's voice was hoarse. "What has caused such a commotion?" "Father, I have no way out. I really have no way out." Zhao Mingyue repeated these few phrases back and forth as if she had lost her soul. "Mingqiang, your son is here." Zhao Mingqing quickly stepped forward to respond. "Father, do you have any instructions?" The Emperor Zhao slowly said, "After my death, I shall be buried with the late Empress Xian in one tomb. There is no need to construct a separate imperial mausoleum, and the funeral should be simple." Zhao Mingqing choked up, "Understood." And also the Emperor Zhao rarely hesitated for a moment before saying, "We are all brothers, though they are like broken bones connected by tendons. Do not be too harsh on them." This was a clear plea for Zhao Mingyue, and even the experienced Zhao Mingqing hesitated slightly before reluctantly responding, "Your son understands his limits." In the next moment, eunuch Li whispered a few words in the Emperor Zhao's ear. After listening, the Emperor Zhao was taken aback and looked towards Jing Yu. "Sixth brother. After all, he is my biological father," and Jing Yu replied softly, "Father, you say it, I am listening. Among the princes, my relationship with you is the most distant." The Emperor Zhao remarked, "It seems I overlooked a true gem. In today's crisis, it is thanks to you. It is merely my duty." Jing Yu spoke softly. "Father Mingjing was born into the royal family, raised in luxury, and has never asked for much. In fact, I feel fortunate to have received more and truly bear little resentment in my heart." Though Jing Yu said this, the Emperor Zhao sensed some resentment in his words, feeling somewhat saddened. "I have failed as a father." Upon hearing this, Jing Yu chuckled. "I as a son have also been quite negligent." Ha ha ha. At this moment, the Emperor Zhao smiled widely. In what was supposed to be a scene of sorrowful separation, the father and son unexpectedly shared a laugh. "Mingjing, I feel my time is drawing near, and I find that being an emperor is not fulfilling." The Emperor Zhao looked at Jing Yu with yearning. "What are your plans for the future?" Jing Yu scratched his head, hesitating. "I haven't thought it through yet. My mother has been in the palace since childhood and has never left the capital. I plan to take her out to see the famous sights of Zhao. It is said that the Three Paths Rock in Ninggu County is the world's #1 strange stone, with clouds and mist swirling around it like a fairyland. The Eight Curves River in Fuan Town has a spectacle every summer flood where 1,000 koi leap over the Dragon Gate. I suspect it is just the local officials boasting, but I want to witness it for myself. The Huangshan Martial Arts Conference, held once every 5 years in Zhao, will commence next year, and it is said that masters from several surrounding countries will gather to discuss the pinnacle of martial arts. I also want to join the excitement." As Jing Yu spoke with increasing enthusiasm, his previous life's disdain for travel faded away. At this moment, having confirmed his invincibility in this world, he could not suppress his yearning for such a life. The more vividly he described his visions for the future, the more vibrant his vitality overflowed, and the Emperor Zhao looked at him with increasing envy. The two of them sat facing each other like a pair of yin-yang fish, one side alive and the other side dead, creating a sense of fateful reincarnation. Finally, the old man's life, precariously hanging on, inevitably withered away. The Emperor Zhao's eyelids could barely hold up as they drooped, and he murmured softly, "I am feeling a bit tired. Let me rest for a while, just a little longer." He then gradually closed his eyes, never to make a sound again. "Your Majesty," Eunuch Li cried out and knelt down. With this kneel, a large number of people in the hall fell to their knees. Jing Yu grasped the Emperor Zhao's dry hand, clearly feeling the body's temperature rapidly dissipating, and for a moment, he felt a mixture of emotions. He did not feel much sadness. After all, he was not very familiar with the Emperor Zhao. But in truth, they had just begun to become somewhat acquainted. If they had continued at this pace to cultivate a sense of closeness, perhaps in a year or two, they would have developed a very strong father-son bond. However, the Emperor Zhao had no time to earnestly play the role of a father. Jing Yu suddenly found it somewhat ironic that people perhaps only realize the value of something when they are about to lose it. The Emperor Zhao only felt a sense of urgency when he was close to death. However, it was evident that Jing Yu would not care about wasting time for a long while. Time was the least valuable thing for Jing Yu, yet at this moment, he suddenly recognized a problem. Due to the limits of lifespan, the time he shared with anyone was extremely limited. For him, the time spent with others was not something he could waste indefinitely. At this moment, Jing Yu suddenly stood up. He did not mourn the Emperor Zhao's death even for a moment. Instead, he immediately began to stride towards the direction of the Yuan Hall at inhuman speed. When Jing Yu found Li Anrua, this cautious woman was currently hiding in the underground chamber beneath the secret door of the hall. This chamber had been specially built by Li Anruo's people, and at that time she explained to Jing Yu that if a natural disaster or misfortune occurred, it might prove effective. Now it was actually put to use. "I heard from some palace maids that rebel troops attacked the palace, and I was so scared that I didn't even eat lunch and directly hid in the chamber." Looking at Jing Yu rushing into the chamber, this nearly 50-year-old woman with many wrinkles at the corners of her eyes rolled her eyes a few times and gave her son a thumbs up. "Of course you're my child. Your sense of danger is not much worse than mine. I knew with your skills those rebels couldn't stop you." "Mother." Jing Yu smiled brightly. "The rebels have been so soon." Leon Roy was slightly taken aback. "Didn't they just arrive at the palace? I defeated them all by myself." "Nonsense, are you a deity?" "I am truly a deity. I don't believe you." Mother, didn't you always want to see outside the capital? I'll take you out. I am a concubine in the rear palace. When would I have the chance to leave the capital? Even getting out of the palace is difficult. Would the emperor agree? Father just died. Died? How did he die? Of course he died of illness. Is that true? Mother, after being married for decades, you seem not to be sad at all. The emperor's concubines could fill the halls from Yuan Hall to Chongming Hall. But what kind of wife am I? Besides, I have slept with him less than 10 times over these decades. How deep could our feelings be? But who is the new ruler? Its fourth brother. Ah, is it Mingsheng, that child? Your fourth brother has always had a good relationship with you. Although he is a bit rigid, he is easy to talk to. Perhaps he might really let you go out for a stroll. Alas, then what are we waiting for? Let me pack my things first. Jing Yu's smile grew even brighter. Mother, there's no rush. We have plenty of time in the coming decades. Emperor Zhao Sheng has passed away, and the fourth prince, Zhao Mingqing, ascends to the throne, marking the start of the Xiangfu era. The coronation ceremony of the new emperor will be held in 7 days. The rebellious prince, Zhao Mingwei, has been imprisoned, and the soldiers involved in the conspiracy from the prince's mansion bear varying degrees of guilt. However, perhaps due to his recent ascension, Zhao Mingqing has not executed many people, only punishing a few core conspirators while sparing nearly everyone else. Whether it is the ascension of the new emperor or the rebellion of the royal heir, these events are monumental for the citizens of the imperial capital. Yet the talk of the town and tea houses and taverns is not about Zhao Mingqing or Zhao Mingyue, but rather the sixth prince, Zhao Mingjing, who killed a congenital master with a single strike outside the Chongming Hall. In a tea house on Yushu Street in the northern city of the imperial capital, merchants and wealthy patrons were enthusiastically discussing the various deeds of Jing Yu. It is said that on that day 7 great masters gathered at the Chongming Hall, and Prince Zhao Mingjing, with just one hammer, captured all 7 masters on the spot. 6 of them were so frightened that they turned to flee, leaving only Wang Chong, who was stunned and remained behind, only to be smashed into a pulp by Zhao Mingjing's single blow. How can the story become more outrageous with each retelling? 7 masters. Can our Zhao kingdom even have more than 5 masters in total? There are other countries besides our Zhao kingdom. Isn't it normal for masters from other nations to interfere in a royal conspiracy? Regardless of how many masters were present that day, the fact that Zhao Mingjing killed Wang Chong with one strike is undeniable. What do you think this prince is really about? I remember he was still underage at that time. It is said that a tea drinker leaned forward, speaking mysteriously in a low voice. Do you all remember the incident 5 years ago when immortals descended upon our imperial capital? 2 immortals fought in the imperial capital, causing a commotion during the former emperor's birthday banquet. Of course I remember. Didn't Prince Mingyang suffer due to the chaos? If Zhao Mingyang were still here, this throne would not belong to the new emperor. On that day, the immortal who wielded lightning killed the other immortal, but in a moment of carelessness allowed the remnants of the fallen immortal's soul to escape. Are you saying? Several tea drinkers gasped in shock. This prince is actually the reincarnation of that immortal. The notion of reincarnation is mostly a fabrication from tales of the divine. Who can know if true immortals possess such abilities? But you say that a prince of 19 years old could kill a congenital master with one strike, without any immortal techniques. Do you believe that? That's not right. The news I heard was that the immortal who wielded lightning hurriedly left after killing his opponent, and later Zhao Mingjing was fortunate enough to obtain the deceased immortal's legacy, which is why he soared to greatness. You only have a partial understanding. The version I heard is, the tea house was bustling with voices on the first floor, constantly spreading various rumors, while the second floor remained quite quiet. As there was a consumption threshold, those who could ascend to the second floor were somewhat affluent. At this moment, a man and a woman sat by the window on the second floor. The man appeared to be in his 20s with an impressive and robust appearance, yet his posture was extremely relaxed, almost slumped in his seat. The woman, though not young, any more likely in her 30s, showed traces of time on her face, yet exuded an elegant demeanor. Third sister, are you really going to leave? Jing Yu stared at Zhao Mingyu, who was gently caressing the rim of her teacup, and asked in a low voice. I stayed in the imperial capital to vie for the throne. Now that everything is settled, what is the point of staying? Dressed in a plain white palace outfit, Zhao Mingyu took a delicate sip of tea and replied indifferently. Third sister, there is something I have kept buried in my heart today. We have the time, and I would like to inquire into it. Jing Yu couldn't help but say, when elder brother was still in control of the Eastern Palace, you seemed to have no intentions of vying for power, so why the change later? I have no real interest in being emperor. Dressed in a plain white palace outfit, Zhao Mingyu took a delicate sip of tea and replied indifferently. Third sister, there is something I have kept buried in my heart today. We have the time. Third sister, you wish to cultivate immortality. Yes. What do you seek immortality for? Revenge. Zhao Mingyu almost forced out these 2 words through clenched teeth. The immortal who wielded lightning said that what was destroyed was merely one of his avatars. Jing Yu naturally knew who Zhao Mingyu referred to as he and said solemnly, "That person is very strong. He is likely not weak even among immortals." To be frank, the current strength of Mingjing is not much greater than that of elder brother back then in front of that person. One must have some aspiration. Zhao Mingyu smiled and said, "If I can become emperor, sending out an army to seek immortality will naturally burden the populace and invite scorn from the people, but now it is better. I will seek immortality on my own." Third sister, a few years ago, I fortuitously obtained a chance for immortality. As far as I know, cultivating immortality also requires talent, and not everyone can cultivate. Jing Yu's tone was gentle. He had no means to test for spiritual roots and did not know whether Zhao Mingyu had any, but he presumed she likely did not. In the end, even if she found an immortal cultivator, it would be in vain. In fact, even if Zhao Mingyu possessed spiritual roots, her age is somewhat advanced. Even if she immediately began cultivating starting at 33 years old, unless she is extraordinarily gifted, it would be difficult to achieve significant success. It doesn't matter if I cannot succeed, I still have children, and among my descendants there will surely be someone who can achieve greatness. Zhao Mingyu sighed. Even if I am not avenging elder brother, what meaning is there in allowing our descendants to languish in this mortal world living mundane lives? Since I am aware that there are immortals in this world, one must seek the chance for immortality. When will you depart? I will leave tomorrow. So soon? Jing Yu asked in surprise. Aren't you going to wait until the coronation ceremony of the fourth brother? The longer the night, the more dreams. It is better to leave early. Zhao Mingyu shook her head. I was too deeply involved in the power struggle, and the forces I amassed from the former crown prince are deeply rooted with loyal followers spread throughout the court. If I do not leave the imperial capital soon, Mingsheng will not rest easy and may not accommodate me in the future. Fourth brother is not so suspicious. Jing Yu having a good relationship with Zhao Mingsheng naturally tried. Sixth brother, you once said that I was the one who cared most about the royal heirs, but that is not entirely accurate. Mingsheng hides just as much in his heart as I do. Zhao Mingyu said softly. If you remain in the imperial capital in the future, you must be more cautious. Often once an emperor ascends, the friendships formed before the ascension become meaningless. She seemed to recall something and laughed lightly. But with your abilities, any schemes or stratagems would be mere joke. Jing Yu nodded thoughtfully and asked, what else does third sister want to bring? Zhao Mingyu replied, there's not much to bring, just a few trusted subordinates, some gold and silver valuables, and the two children Qinghuan and Qingyan. Zhao Mingyu's daughter Zhao Qinghuan, now 13, had been seen by Jing Yu a few times and was a beauty in the making. Her son Zhao Qingyan was only 8, also exquisitely handsome, not losing to the best-looking heir Zhao Minglo during his childhood. Now that we part, who knows when we will meet again? Jing Yu pulled out a blue-bound book from her cloth pouch and placed it on the tea table, pushing it towards Zhao Mingyu. Third sister, there's nothing good to send off, just take this. What is this? Zhao Mingyu looked closely and saw 3 large characters written on the cover: Earth Rock Body. Could it be a? This is the opportunity one obtained years ago. Jing Yu smiled, but don't be too quick to rejoice. This method is not a standard cultivation technique, but a body refining method. If we compare it to martial arts, the orthodox path is to cultivate inner strength and nurture a breath of innate true qi, while my method is akin to the horizontal practice of techniques like the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Practicing this earth rock body won't allow you to fly or extend your life. He continued, the advantage is that there are no barriers to cultivation, even a mortal can practice it. After all, it's a method from the immortal sect, much stronger than the horizontal practices of mundane martial arts. Zhao Mingyu stroked the blue cover of the book, feeling it was slightly warm to the touch. Sixth brother, although we are both heirs, we actually don't have much personal connection. This is too precious. Consider it a good fate between us. Jing Yu smiled. I believe with third sister's wisdom and skill, even if you don't enter the immortal path in the future, you will be able to stand firm in the realm of immortals. Thank you, sixth brother. Zhao Mingyu's expression turned serious. If one day I, Zhao Mingyu, or my descendants achieve success in the immortal path, I will surely repay today's kindness. Jing Yu, upon hearing this, smiled freely, raised his teacup, and said loudly, what kindness are you talking about, third sister? This cup of tea is to wish you success in the immortal path. I only hope that if fate allows us to meet again in the future, we can brew a pot of tea at the immortal pavilion and discuss the past and present. The next day, Jing Yu, who was used to sleeping in, unusually woke up early, wanting to send Zhao Mingyu off. However, when he arrived at her royal residence, there was no sign of Zhao Mingyu, and the 2 siblings, Zhao Qinghuan and Zhao Qingyan, were also nowhere to be found. Apart from these 3, the remaining servants and guards of the royal residence were just as usual. This third sister. Jing Yu shook his head and chuckled. From afar, he saw a team of soldiers in the uniform of the imperial guards rushing towards him. The leading commander, upon seeing him, was taken aback, abruptly halting in place, unable to advance or retreat. "Commander Wang, what brings you here?" Jing Yu recognized the commander and waved, smiling as he asked. "Your Highness." The commander awkwardly smiled. "We are also carrying out orders. But we didn't know you were here. Go back, they have already left." Jing Yu took out the golden melon hammer, a weapon for slaying masters, from his waist, gently tapping his back. After the battle outside the Chongming Hall, he had developed a fondness for such hammer-type weapons. This golden melon hammer was a short-handled weapon that was compact, and whether used to smash people or objects, it felt first-rate in hand, so he brought one along whenever he went out. Upon seeing the hammer, Commander Wang felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat pouring down from his forehead. He hurriedly bowed, saying, "Yes, yes. I will take my leave now." A team of over 100 Imperial Guards retreated in disarray, but Jing Yu did not leave immediately. He lingered in front of Zhao Mingyu's royal residence for a while, contemplating. Days later, the coronation ceremony of the new emperor of the Zhao kingdom took place as scheduled, yet the much-anticipated Ping Wang had long since vanished. At this moment, Jing Yu was standing on a bamboo raft holding a thick bamboo pole, traversing the surface of the Tsungyun River in the Zhao kingdom. On the other side of the raft sat a woman about 50 years old. "Mother, we booked tickets for the sightseeing boat at Fuan Tower 3 days later. We are only a day's journey from Fuan Town. Should we leave now?" "What do you know? It's always people waiting for the boat, not the other way around." The spectacular scene of the 8-curve river with its koi leaping over the Dragon Gate is said to last only for a few days. If we miss this batch of boats, we might have to wait until next year to see it. Li Anrui, usually cautious within the palace, felt an overwhelming sense of freedom upon leaving. She turned to her son, whose golden melon hammer hung at his waist, and curiously asked, "Mingjing, I've heard quite a few rumors about you during our journey. Do you really possess the ability to slay innate masters now?" "That's naturally the case. Since it was only the two of them, Jing, you had no reason to hide it from Lian Ra. Is your ability really that great as the rumors say that you've obtained immortal fortune?" "It's somewhat of an immortal fortune, I suppose." Lian Ra replied. "You weren't truly possessed by that immortal the other day, were you?" Jing Yu retorted. "If I weren't Zhao Mingjing, would I really go to such lengths to send you to see koi leaping over the Dragon Gate? I would have slapped this garrulous woman dead on the spot. Mother, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but if I were truly possessed, your outright statement would surely seal my fate." Lian Rua chuckled awkwardly. "That is indeed a good point. You have hidden it well, even better than your mother. Do you believe your son is a reincarnation of a celestial being?" "That definitely cannot be. If you were truly a celestial being reincarnated, how could you only achieve a C rank in mundane politics and military strategy?" This remark left Jing Yu feeling flustered, and after a moment of silence he muttered, "You say I should hide my talents, but you don't really think I only have C-rank abilities, do you?" Lian Rua sprawled out, gazing quietly at the clouds in the sky, and suddenly said, "Mingjing, if you were truly a reincarnated celestial being, you would definitely want to cultivate immortality, wouldn't you? Wouldn't that allow you to live a long, long life?" Jing Yu paused his movements with the bamboo pole and slowly replied, "Mother, do you wish to cultivate immortality?" Lian Rua did not immediately answer Jing Yu's question, but instead asked back, "How do you compare with those two immortals from years ago?" "I am certainly far inferior to them." Lian Rua inquired, "What kind of status do those two immortals hold in the cultivation world?" Jing Yu replied, "They probably have just barely entered the threshold of the immortal path." "Then I don't really want to cultivate immortality." Lian Rua shook her head. Jing Yu looked back at his mother in surprise. "Why is that?" "From my perspective, those cultivators may not actually lead such a fulfilling life. After struggling for hundreds or thousands of years, they will always be overshadowed by more powerful immortals living a life of servitude. Isn't it a lifetime of being subservient? What I fear most is being a subordinate for a lifetime without achieving much, merely returning to dust. Reflecting on this life spent seeking the immortal path, it might just be better than living freely as a mortal like me." Jing Yu was left speechless and chuckled. "Mother, your words are quite insightful. If you truly have the talent, perhaps you are also a seed of cultivation with an exceptional mindset." Lian Rua pulled out some sunflower seeds from somewhere and popped one into her mouth, closing her eyes and sighing. "In the first half of my life, I walked on thin ice. Now, I simply do not wish to bow my head anymore." In the 545th year of the longevity calendar, the imperial capital of the Zhao state, the Prince Ping's mansion. In the pavilion of the mansion's rear garden sat a young man with refined features, clad in a blue satin robe embroidered with coiling dragons, cross-legged in quiet meditation. In each hand he held a jade sphere the size of an infant's fist, perfectly round and flawless. Jing Yu slowly opened his eyes and exhaled softly. These azure jade spheres truly live up to their reputation, objects tangentially linked to the cultivation world. Though their body-refining effects fall short of those of rare spirit herbs like the zhu fruit, They possess unmatched endurance. A single sphere may be cultivated through gentle handling for 5 or 6 years, its cumulative efficacy rivaling half a 30-year Zhu fruit. Thus, the 6 layers of the bitter crossing scripture have been honed to consummate perfection. Yet when, or whether, it shall break through to the 7th layer remains uncertain. Gazing at the 2 jade spheres in his palms, now faintly dimmed, he felt deeply content. It was now the 27th year of the Xiongfu era. 26 years had passed since Zhao Mingcheng ascended the throne, and Jing Yu was 45. In the 3rd year of Zhao Mingcheng's reign, Prince Kong, Zhao Mingyue perished within the imperial edict prison. Upon hearing the news, Prince Xian Zhao Minglu fell into nightly terror. So much so that rumor claimed he succumbed to chronic dread, his health deteriorating day by day until his death in the 11th year of the Xiongfu era. Jing Yu's birth mother Lian Ruo had passed away 3 years prior at the venerable age of 73, a remarkable longevity among ordinary mortals of the Zhao state. With no regrets clouding her final moments, she gently clasped Jing Yu's hand and whispered, "I came joyfully," and departed joyfully, before passing away with a serene, unburdened smile. Honoring her final wish, Jing Yu respectfully declined Emperor Zhao Mingcheng's offer to enter Li Anruo's remains in the imperial mausoleum. Instead, he cremated her body, enshrined her ashes beneath a ginkgo sapling planted in the courtyard of the Prince Ping's mansion, now flourishing robustly after 3 years. Report. A palace guard escorted a young eunuch rushing into the mansion, hastening straight toward the rear garden. "Your Highness, the Emperor urgently summons you." "Moi." Jing Yu sensed a quiet premonition. The young eunuch trembled as he spoke. "His Majesty lies on his deathbed." Jing Yu closed his eyes and sighed faintly. "Understood. Return first. I shall arrive shortly." This day had finally arrived. Zhao Mingcheng, 13 years Jing Yu senior, was only 58, yet already slipping beyond reach. Jing Yu wasted no time. With his 6th layer body cultivation mastery, he required no earth diving techniques. His barefooted speed alone was extraordinary, carrying him from the mansion to the imperial palace in under half a quarter hour. The palace teemed with imperial guards patrolling every corridor. Even the passing maids and eunuchs moved with hurried urgency. Jing Yu traversed nearly half the palace grounds before arriving at the gates of Chongming Hall. Here again, Jing Yu lifted his gaze to the hall's plaque, his mind drifting into reverie. How strange that Zhao Mingcheng's life should also culminate within these very walls, as if fate itself had inscribed this ending. "Your Highness, you've arrived. His Majesty has just regained consciousness. Please enter at once." An elderly eunuch stood sentinel at the threshold, urging Jing Yu forward the moment he appeared. Jing Yu suddenly furrowed his brow. Listening intently, he detected over 100 presences within Chongming Hall, 70 or 80 of them breathing with deep, steady resonance, unmistakably accomplished martial artists whose inner chi flowed with mastery. "Fourth brother, what is this meant to be? Truly you've lost your wits in old age." With Jing Yu's current strength, even 70 or 80 grandmasters would pose no threat, let alone mere martial adepts. Yet the decisive, unflinching resolve that once saw him crush grandmasters and seize enemy generals single-handedly amid 10,000 troops had vanished entirely. For the first time in 40 years, Jing Yu hesitated, rooted motionless before the threshold of Chongming Hall. "Your Highness." The aged eunuch, accustomed to the Prince Ping's legendary composure, found himself flustered seeing this paragon of the realm stand like a wooden post, utterly still. Nothing amiss. Let us go in." Jing Yu's expression flickered with layered sorrow. Then he stepped across the threshold. Though daylight still bathed the palace exterior, Chongming Hall was already illuminated by eternal lamps. Their flames danced softly as Jing Yu walked steadily toward Zhao Mingcheng lying frail upon the central dais. He glanced left and right. No hidden executioners lurked behind the pillars. Most breaths emanated from behind the walls. He surmised the hall's structure had been specially reinforced by Zhao Mingcheng, its walls hollowed into concealed chambers for ambush. Only 2 figures stood beside Zhao Mingcheng's dais, a young man of indeterminate age and an elderly scholar robed in vermilion, his beard and hair snow-white, his face etched with age spots. The youth was Crown Prince Zhao Qinglu, the vermilion-robed elder none other than Su Feng, the former Grand Secretary, now retired, yet still the last surviving pillar of the Zhao state's venerable civil bureaucracy. Su Feng must be 89 this year. Jing Yu regarded the ancient figure with quiet disbelief. This former Grand Secretary had outlived Emperor Zhao Sheng and now, astonishingly, had outlived Zhao Mingcheng as well. "Uncle Sixth." The 25-year-old Zhao Qinglu hastily raised Zhao Mingcheng from his reclining position, voice urgent. "Father has awaited you for so long." Su Feng, skeletal and frail, strained open his eyes, crinkled shut like folded parchment, and gazed upon Jing Yu, who remained youthful in appearance. His expression was layered with unspoken weight. "Your Highness, long time indeed." Jing Yu nodded silently. This was no moment for pleasantries. He studied Zhao Mingqing, the once mighty sovereign now shrunken by age. Jing Yu was startled to find the emperor's thick, proud eyebrows thinned almost to nothing. Perhaps mortality's shadow had dulled his vitality. Even 89-year-old Su Fong seemed more alert than this dying monarch. Sixth brother, Zhao Mingqing's voice rasped hollow and echoing through the hall. You remain as youthful as you were over 20 years ago. But I am dying. Fourth brother. Jing Yu parted his lips, but words failed him. Sixth brother, you have entered the Tao. You are now an immortal cultivator. Is this not true? Zhao Mingqing abruptly surged upright from his seat, shoving aside the crown prince who supported him, bloodshot eyes blazing. I hear immortals command arts that prolong life. Do you possess such a method? I ask not for millennia. I beg only 3 or 5 more years. Staggering forward, Zhao Mingqing collapsed before Jing Yu, his desiccated hands clutching desperately at the blue satin sleeve of Jing Yu's dragon-embroidered robe, voice breaking in supplication. I am only 58. I have always guarded my health with discipline, never indulged in excess, never squandered my vigor. My diligence in governance far surpasses that of the late emperor. Why then has my end come so soon? Why did even the late emperor outlive me? In the crucible of life and death, Zhao Mingqing wept uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face. Sixth brother, Mingjing. Among all imperial princes, you and I shared the deepest bond. If we are truly brothers in blood, can you not save me? I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Fourth brother, I possess no expertise in medicine, nor do I carry any artifact capable of extending life. I am truly powerless to help. Jing Yu spoke softly. Do you have any final wish? My wish is simply to live. Zhao Mingqing's expression twisted into grim ferocity as he gritted his teeth. Zhao Mingjing, help me, just this once. I truly cannot help you. Why? Why? Zhao Mingqing attempted to shove Jing Yu aside, yet the man before him stood utterly unmoved, while Zhao himself staggered backward several steps. The dying elder's chest heaved violently, a ragged, labored breaths tore from his throat, so hollow and frayed that listeners could almost hear the grotesque rasp of desiccated lung fibers scraping against one another. Why do you remain eternally youthful while I wither toward death? I am the emperor of Zhao. It is I who should reign for 10,000 years. Zhao Mingqing wept and laughed in the same breath. Ha! What use is this imperial throne? What use indeed? He turned and seized a gilded wine cup resting on a nearby small table. The very Jingyu Bei, the ever-unbroken golden vessel presented 31 years earlier by Prince Zhao Minglu at the birthday banquet of Emperor Zhaosheng. Zhao Mingqing raised the golden cup high above his head, as if to shatter it upon the floor, but it hung suspended for a long moment, until his clenched fist finally fell limply to his side. The exertion sent a wave of dizziness through his skull. He collapsed onto the floor and murmured, voice fraying. If the realm of Zhao were truly an unbroken golden vessel, why then may my lifespan not endure for 10,000 years? At last, retribution has arrived. Zhao Mingqing gently set the golden cup back in place, his spirit shattered and hollow. Sixth brother, there is a secret I have kept buried in my heart all these years. It was I who dispatched assassins to slay Prince Jing Yu, the heir of second princess's household. So it was you. Jing Yu slowly closed his eyes. He sensed the faint rhythmic breathing emanating from concealed wall compartments within the hall fading into silence, and inexplicably felt a sudden quiet release within his chest. Qinglu, come here. Zhao Mingqing gestured, weakly summoning Crown Prince Zhao Qinglu, whose face was pale with dread, to his side. My Crown Prince is unworthy, sixth brother. After I am gone, if you remain in the capital, please grant him your gentle guidance. If you depart, then let him be. Senior Minister Su, these past 26 years I have governed with utmost diligence, treading as lightly as upon thin ice. Does such conduct still merit your esteem? Su Fong merely bowed deeply, offering no reply. No matter. Zhao Mingqing sighed, his voice thick with melancholy. Only now do I truly grasp what father said on his deathbed. Being emperor brings no joy. In the end, I could not transcend life and death. Thud. As Zhao Mingqing's body crumpled to the floor, the sovereign who had ruled Zhao for 26 years slipped into eternal slumber that spring of Xiangfu year 27. Father, Crown Prince, Zhao Qinglu cried out in grief. Jing Yu lowered his eyelids, gazing listlessly at the emperor's corpse sprawled upon the marble floor. Another one gone. He knew many more would follow. Soon several imperial guards bore in a lacquered coffin adorned with golden dragons, reverently placing Zhao Mingqing's remains inside. They closed the lid, but did not yet seal it with nails, then carried the coffin solemnly from Chongming Hall. The others also exited the hall. Su Fong, nearly 90, placed a gentle hand upon Zhao Qinglu's and patted it softly, whispering, Your Highness must convene the ministers without delay to discuss the succession. Stability of the court comes first. Jing Yu, however, wandered idly about the courtyard, until suddenly his ears twitched. He snapped his head upward, gaze locking unblinkingly onto the eastern sky. A streak of crimson light, trailing a blazing tail, plummeted toward the palace at breathtaking speed. What is that? A meteor? A falling star? No. Jing Yu's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized it instantly. A spiritual flight trail, the signature of a fire affinity cultivator. The scarlet radiance drew nearer, apparently spotting the gathering outside Chongming Hall, then veered sharply, streaking directly toward them. It halted midair beyond the hall's threshold. The fiery aura dissipated, revealing a middle-aged scholar official with a fair complexion and long beard. He stood atop a crimson immortal sword. In his left hand, he held a palm-sized hexagonal metal divination disc, in his right, an orange feathered fan. His gaze settled upon Zhao Qinglu, clad in imperial yellow, and he asked calmly, "Are you the emperor of this mortal dynasty?" Zhao Qinglu stared blankly. Beside him, Su Feng's eyes bulged wide, as if gripped by an invisible crushing hand, frozen utterly in place. "I'm speaking to you." The scholar official frowned and barked. "Off. To answer the immortal my father has just passed. This humble servant occupies the eastern palace, though I have yet to ascend the throne." Zhao Qinglu wiped cold sweat from his brow and stammered, "The elder beside me is my paternal uncle. Uncle Six, you." "Uncle Six." Zhao Qinglu turned, and saw only the trembling, petrified figure of old Minister Su Feng. Jing Yu had vanished without a trace. "Oh." Zhao Qinglu recoiled in panic, stunned rigid. "Humph. Qi refinement level 6. Just then Jing Yu emerged calmly from Chongming Hall. Upon first sighting the crimson flight trail, he'd assumed another Foundation establishment cultivator had arrived. Before the newcomer descended, and before his divine sense could sweep the area, Jing Yu had swiftly suppressed his aura, and earth dived away. Only after the cultivator landed and projected the pressure of a level 6 Qi refiner did Jing Yu return unhurried, emerging from the hall into the courtyard. "Is there a body cultivation master named Zhao Mingjing present here?" the scholar official asked. "This." Both Zhao Qinglu and Su Feng instantly turned their gazes toward Jing Yu. "I am Zhao Mingjing. And you are?" Jing Yu arched a brow. When had he ever entangled himself with cultivators? "My surname is Mu. My given name, Shan. Mu Shan." Mu Shan's expression softened slightly as he declared, "Honored Unclaimed Law." Unclaimed Law. Jing Yu's mind raced. If this man addressed him as Unclaimed Law, then he must be married to Jing Yu's niece. Therefore, who is Zhao Qinghuan to you? "Qinghuan is my wife." Mu Shan nodded with a warm smile. "Unclaimed Law, I bear a message from mother-in-law's 6th brother. 26 cycles of winter and summer have passed. Are you well?" "Third sister." Jing Yu's heart trembled. She truly found her way into the cultivation world. "How fares my third sister now? Is her health sound?" Jing Yu pressed urgently. "Unclaimed Law, please wait a moment. I still have official duties to attend to. Once completed, I shall recount everything in full detail." Having spoken, Mu Shan tossed his hexagonal metal divination disc high above the palace. Chanting incantations, he intoned, "Heaven's sight, earth's hearing. Manifest the spiritual roots." An invisible wave erupted from the disc, spreading across the imperial capital of Zhao at terrifying speed. Jing Yu felt the ripple wash over him, and from his crown erupted a towering column of azure spiritual energy, piercing straight into the heavens. Beyond Jing Yu's pillar, 2 more surged upward within the palace grounds. 1 crimson, 1 verdant. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. 3 spiritual roots." This journey was not in vain. Mu Shan laughed heartily, his spirits soaring, then turned his gaze to Jing Yu, bathed in azure light. "Unclaimed Law, your fortune has arrived. Our Xiaoyao Alliance now opens its celestial gates wide, welcoming all fellow Dao-seekers. Why not accompany me back to the Immortal Enclave, and together pursue the eternal Dao-A, the Xianyao Alliance?" "What is that?" At this moment, Jing Yu felt a bit confused. It seemed that this Nephilim before him had come to visit while on official business. Before Jing Yu could ask, Mu Shan had already stepped onto his flying sword and ascended into the air again, saying, "Uncle, please wait here. I shall bring those 2 with spiritual roots to this place and explain the details to you all." After saying this, Mu Shan was once again enveloped by a crimson flame and instantly vanished from the palace. About half an hour later, a small spirit boat, which appeared no different from an ordinary wooden vessel, leisurely returned with Mu Shan and 2 others. Mu Shan held onto the shoulders of the 2 and leaped down from the spirit boat. Jing Yu saw that among the 2 brought by Mu Shan, one was a little beggar only 7 or 8 years old, looking dirty and wearing a patched burlap robe. His small eyes darted around, occasionally stealing glances at Jing Yu and the others dressed in python robes. The other was a frail scholar in his early 20s, dressed far more decently than the little beggar. This scholar seemed to have guessed the identities of those before him, appearing extremely nervous and not even daring to raise his head. "That settles it then," Mu Shan sighed with relief. Uncle, I will now share the specific situation with you all. Mu Xianzhang, I have arranged for food and drinks in the Yonghe Hall. It would be best to move there and sit down to discuss further, said Zhao Qinglu, now the emperor of the Zhao kingdom, cautiously. In terms of relations, Zhao Qinglu could actually address Mu Shan as a cousin-in-law, but as a mere mortal encountering a cultivator, he naturally did not dare to overstep and referred to him simply as Mu Xianzhang. Very well, uncle, and you too, fellow Taoists, please. Mu Shan did not decline, but instead nodded as if it were only proper. Returning to the Taihe Hall for the banquet, Jing Yu felt quite emotional. He still remembered the Zhao Sheng birthday banquet 31 years ago, the blood-red escape light that flew from beyond the sky. Now the large hole in the ceiling of the grand hall had long been repaired. However, since then neither Zhao Sheng nor Zhao Mingsheng had hosted any large banquets in the Taihe Hall. 30 years ago, Jing Yu was just an inconspicuous prince seated at the bottom tier among the heirs. Now, however, he was considered the host of the Zhao kingdom, and under the strong urging of the new emperor, Zhao Qinglu had taken the main seat, arranging for Mu Shan and the other two newly brought spiritual root candidates to sit in the guest seats. Dishes made from top-tier mundane ingredients were served one after another, yet Mu Shan hardly touched his chopsticks, merely symbolically eating a few pieces of fruit. In contrast to Mu Shan's lack of appetite, the timid scholar seemed almost afraid to eat. He sat there extremely tense, chewing with his mouth tightly closed, fearful of making any noise. The 7 or 80-year-old little beggar, however, devoured his food with no sense of decorum, clearly very hungry. While discussing the chaotic birthday banquet from 30 years ago, Mu Shan suddenly realized, "So uncle, that book Tiana you had back then was left by the blood-cloaked cultivator from that time." Not exactly. I had already acquired this body refining technique a few years prior to that. What a pity that when I obtained this manual, I was under the impression it was a secret technique for probing the Tao of immortality. However, after practicing, aside from strengthening my physical body, there were no other wondrous effects. By the time I reached my 40s, I had barely reached the 4th level of Tianyi. Body refinement is merely an auxiliary path on the immortal road and cannot be considered a fundamental method. To seek the path of longevity and extend life, one must introduce qi into the body and follow the path of qi practice for foundation establishment. However, uncle, with your body refinement cultivation, you are already comparable to a 4th level qi practitioner. This combat power far exceeds that of a newly entered cultivator, which is a significant advantage. Mu Shan looked regretful and said, "It's just a pity that uncle entered the immortal path at the age of 45, it's ultimately a bit late." Although qi practitioners can generally live to 100 if they cultivate life-prolonging methods, after the age of 80 the chances of foundation establishment greatly decrease. Progressing from 1st to 9th level in qi practice within 35 years is indeed quite difficult. Jing Yu chuckled and replied, "I am already content with the possibility of entering the immortal path in this lifetime. I dare not aspire for foundation establishment. By the way, I almost forgot to test the spiritual root qualities of the three of you." Mu Shan slapped his forehead, flipped his hand, and took out a hexagonal spirit plate, tossing it out. The hexagonal spirit plate turned out to be composed of several layers stacked together like a 1,000-layer cake, with 3 thin hexagonal plates that fell onto the tables of Jing Yu the scholar and the little beggar. The scholar hesitated in expression and asked, "Mu Xianzhang, how do you use this thing? I read in some immortality stories that you have to drip a drop of blood." Mu Shan stroked his beard and smiled. Dripping blood is an old method from 100 years ago. Now you just need to calm your mind and press it on the plate. The scholar was the first to place his hand on the spirit plate. After a short while, it emitted a faint green light. Mu Shan looked at it and nodded, saying, "With spiritual root, just average quality, no spiritual root phenomena." Seeing this, the little beggar followed suit, pressing his greasy little hand on the spirit plate. A slightly bright red light flashed, and a flickering flame appeared on the plate. Spiritual root phenomenon. Mu Shan was overjoyed. Indeed, a fire spiritual root with a spiritual root phenomenon. Jing Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and he suddenly became somewhat hesitant. However, at this moment, almost all eyes in the hall were focused on him. Reluctantly, he could only press his hand. In an instant, the hexagonal spirit plate before Jing Yu emitted a circle of water blue light. This light lingered in the air and ultimately condensed into a flawless round water droplet. Another spiritual root phenomenon. Mu Shan exclaimed in surprise, then thought of something and could not help but pound his chest and stomp his feet. Alas, uncle, if only you were a bit younger. If you had introduced qi into your body from childhood, this spiritual root quality would surely be eagerly sought after by the sex. Jing Yu looked at the water droplet phenomenon hovering in the air, hardly daring to believe it. Mu Dao Yu, is this spirit plate accurate? Of course it is. Mu Shan was taken aback, uncertain about Jing Yu's underlying meaning. This is a standardized spirit plate designed for testing spiritual roots in today's cultivation world without any errors or omissions. This Jing Yu was somewhat speechless. He had almost prepared himself for the spirit plate to glow radiantly, revealing a watertight phantom beast, or even a divine beast, as a top-tier spiritual root phenomenon, perhaps even attracting the attention of a nascent soul or transformation stage expert from this realm. He could hardly fathom how Mu Shan would react to such a phenomenon. Originally, Jing Yu had been on high alert, waiting to slip away after a terrifying phenomenon appeared. But after all this fuss, how could it just be the most ordinary water droplet phenomenon? Jing Yu did not believe that having a high fate grade necessarily implied a high spiritual root aptitude. However, even the spiritual root of Yi Xingyun, who possessed a celestial grade fate, could manifest the image of the extraordinary beast Philian. Comparatively, Li Jiangmei and Yun Xuanzi, who had only spiritual grade roots, at least exhibited manifestations like a short sword or a stone tablet. When Lu Ying measured the spiritual roots, she interrupted the scene observed through the precious mirror, leaving Jing Yu unaware of what the manifestation was. Yet judging by her terrifying cultivation speed, her spiritual root aptitude, even if not the highest grade, should not be far from it. This indicates a certain correlation between fate grade and spiritual root aptitude. How could it be that upon reaching Jing Yu, a dignified divine grade fate of eternal longevity had such ordinary spiritual root aptitude? Well, for a cultivator of longevity, spiritual root aptitude is not something particularly necessary. Jing Yu thought to herself, perhaps this unremarkable aptitude is more suitable for her. After all, mediocrity serves as a protective cloak. With that in mind, Jing Yu decided to act more naturally. So she asked a question that a middle-aged man who had only encountered a celestial chance at the age of 45 would undoubtedly ask. Friend Mu, with my spiritual root aptitude, do I have any hope of reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement before 80? Alas, difficult. 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 Mu Shan repeated the word difficult 3 times. To be honest, at 16, I had my celestial chance and began to draw Qi into my body. My spiritual root aptitude is still somewhat lacking compared to you and this little brother with a fire spiritual root, but not by much. After diligently working for 40 years, I have barely reached the completion of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Now at 56, I can't say how many years I will be stuck at the bottleneck of mid-Qi refinement before reaching late stage. Achieving the 9th layer of Qi refinement by 80. It has become a distant thought. Jing Yu then realized that her nephew-in-law was actually 11 years older than her. She couldn't help but stammer, friend Mu, you reached Qi drawing at 16, and the path to immortality has been so arduous for you. I shall only glimpsed a corner of the immortal world at 45. How is this journey any different from being severed? It's not quite like that, Mu Shan chuckled. Though hope may seem faint, it's not entirely impossible. Firstly, Uncle, you possess a spiritual root manifestation. Even if it's the lowest grade, this spiritual root aptitude is not something an ordinary cultivator like me can compare with. There is a natural advantage in absorbing spiritual energy. Do not underestimate this slight advantage. Over time, the gap will gradually become apparent. Secondly, although the path to immortality is rugged, there are still some shortcuts. It is said that cultivation relies on wealth partners, techniques, and location. If one has a special talent in certain cultivation arts and can leverage a skill, resources for cultivation will not be lacking. Thus, the aspect of wealth is secured. Thirdly, Uncle, as a body-refining cultivator, your combat power surpasses that of other cultivators of the same level. If you can endure, whether it be in loose cultivator alliances like my Carefree Alliance or within families or sects, there is a great need for capable combat cultivators to clear wild lands. Although it is a dangerous job, the rewards are quite generous. Did you come here specifically to recruit new talent for your faction? Jing Yu asked with curiosity. To be honest, after receiving that body-refining technique, I did consider seeking a celestial chance like my third sister. However, over the years, I have sent people to wander around a few neighboring countries without uncovering any useful information, and gradually, my interest waned. May I ask how far you have traveled, friend Mu? The mortal realm is mostly untouched by cultivators since their numbers are limited. The closest cultivation market to your Zhao kingdom is over 200,000 miles away. It is perfectly normal that Uncle cannot find traces of cultivators. As for recruiting new talent, that is indeed the case, but as a mere 6th layer Qi refinement cultivator, how can I possibly traverse tens of thousands of miles to seek out talent? Although the escape light is swift, it cannot last. If I were to use my flying boat, it wouldn't consume much mana, but the speed would be too slow. A Qi refinement cultivator only has a lifespan of around 100 years. Time is precious. Using it for cultivation and earning resources feels scarce enough. How can I afford to waste it? Mu Shan laughed. I am here under the guidance of a Foundation Establishment senior who is waiting at the neighboring country of Zhao. We have been sending this batch of Qi refinement cultivators to find their spiritual roots. After 3 days, I will take a few people to meet that Foundation Establishment senior, and then we will return to the market aboard a faster spiritual boat. However, even a spiritual boat designed for long-distance travel would still take 8 or 9 days to return to the market from here. Is your faction always recruiting in this manner? Jing Yu asked tentatively. Not at all, it's just been the case for the past 100 years or so. Mu Shan stroked his beard and spoke meaningfully. Today is not like the past, uncle. We cultivators are currently facing a major upheaval in the immortal realm that has not occurred in 10,000 years. Seizing the opportunity is key. The next day, Mu Shan took Jing Yu the little beggar and the scholar to board the flying boat to seek the leading foundation establishment cultivator in the neighboring country. Originally, Jing Yu had considered staying hidden for a few more decades, or even 100 years, raising her body-refining cultivation to the foundation establishment realm before exploring the immortal realm. However, after hearing that the leading foundation establishment cultivator was only at the early stage of foundation establishment and was a water-type cultivator, Jing Yu decided to investigate for herself. Now, having trained her Suffering Crossing Sutra to the 6th layer of body forging, being a technique of the Tao Lord, she estimated her combat power was not inferior to that of latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Moreover, her Earth Escape technique had become increasingly marvelous. Jing Yu was confident that although she could not directly match an early foundation establishment cultivator, she had a good chance of competing with non-Earth-type cultivators in terms of escape speed underground. As they traveled, the group chatted, and Jing Yu also learned about the backgrounds of the other two with spiritual roots. The little beggar, named Li Sheng, had suffered a calamity, losing both parents. He had begged his way to the imperial capital of Zhao Kingdom, often sleeping in a dilapidated temple in the northern part of the city, begging by day and engaging in petty thefts by night. The scholar was from Qinghe County, named Hu Yiming, who had come to the capital to take the imperial examination. He was originally preparing diligently at an inn for the spring examination, hoping to obtain a degree, but upon discovering he had spiritual roots and hearing of the opportunity to cultivate, he no longer cared for titles and simply sent a message home before happily accepting Mu Shan's invitation. Mu Shan's flying boat was indeed slow, and the group flew for 2 days, finally arriving at the agreed location. From a distance, Jing Yu and the others spotted a massive floating ship suspended in midair, which in terms of size and scale was comparable to 2 Taiha hulls, a far cry from the shabby flying boat the four were on. Friend Mu, the spiritual boat you mentioned is indeed magnificent, Jing Yu exclaimed. A ship of this size flying in the sky must consume a considerable amount of spiritual power, right? This spiritual boat is specifically designed for long-distance travel and does not consume much spiritual energy. Generally, 3 cultivators above the 7th layer of Qi refinement form a group to take turns operating it. The main consumption is spirit stones. Flying back to our Wushan market will cost at least 10 spirit stones for a one-way trip. Only 10 spirit stones? Hu Yiming asked, stunned. 10 spirit stones is no small amount, Mu Shan exclaimed with a sigh. It was only because Hu Yiming had yet to step into the cultivation world that he considered 10 spirit stones trivial. Jing Yu, having observed the predecessors within the Hall of Longevity for 500 years, knew well the considerable purchasing power of spirit stones in the immortal continent. For instance, a body-tempering technique like the Earth Rock Physique, which could be cultivated to the perfection of the Qi refining stage, was typically sold for a single spirit stone in the market. Even an average Qi refining technique cost no more than 3 to 5 spirit stones. In everyday Qi refining transactions, most traded items were worth less than a single spirit stone, forcing cultivators to resort to lower-tier currencies like spirit sand or spirit shells. However, as these inferior currencies varied from place to place, barter remained the mainstream method for small-scale exchanges in the cultivation world. Who goes there? Halt. As they chatted, a burly, dark-faced man wielding an iron mace and clad in iron armor flew out from the vessel. Fellow Taoist Qin, it's me, Mu Shan quickly called out. Ah, fellow Taoist Mu, I guessed you'd be cutting it close to return. The man surnamed Qin said, his expression relaxing into a smile. You volunteered to sweep the Zhao Kingdom's capital. How many spirit-rooted disciples did you find? Luck was on my side. I found 3 fellow Taoists, Mu Shan replied cheerfully. 3. That's quite a number. When you return to the market, the merits you've earned will fetch plenty of cultivation resources. Qin said enviously. Nothing compared to you, fellow Taoist Qin. With a stable post here, you enjoy a steady income of merits without relying on luck like I do, Mu Shan responded. Haha, I've always been unlucky. This guarding job suits me better. It's a safe bet regardless of the circumstances, Qin said with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Jing Yu secretly aimed the mirror of fate at this Qin cultivator and indeed revealed a destiny of shallow fate and thin fortune. The channels for awakening one's destiny were myriad and strange, not limited to stimulation by treasures. It could even awaken spontaneously. This Qin cultivator had clearly awakened his destiny early on, otherwise he wouldn't have mocked his own bad luck. It was unknown whether he originally had spiritual roots or developed them after his destiny's awakening. Jing Yu had previously used his mirror to examine Mu Shan, Hu Yiming, and Li Sheng, finding none of them possessed a destiny, indicating that cultivators with destinies were not particularly common in the cultivation world. Senior Tsongsong is waiting for you inside. Yes, I'll go pay my respects to Senior Tsongsong. Mu Shan led Jing Yu and the other two into the vessel, instructing them along the way. The leader of this expedition, a foundation establishment cultivator with the Dao titled Tsongsong, is named Lu Song. You may address him as Senior Tsongsong. Jing Yu and the others acknowledged this. The Dao titled Tsongsong was quite ordinary. In the entire Immortal continent, any large immortal city might boast 3 to 5 foundation establishment cultivators with that title. Still, in a cultivation market, foundation establishment cultivators were rare, so it was unlikely anyone else shared this Kangsong's title. They crossed a long corridor and stopped before a door at its end. Mu Shan said respectfully, Mu Shan, steward of the spiritual herb garden sector, a reporting back. Enter. An aged voice called from within, and the closed door swung open. Jing Yu looked intently inside. A white-bearded old man in a gray robe sat cross-legged on a cushion, holding a jade slip to his forehead, his eyes closed in contemplation. Senior Tsongsong, Mu Shan has not failed his mission. From the Zhao Kingdom's capital, I found 3 spirit-rooted disciples, fellow Taoist, Hu Yiming with spiritual root, no phenomenon. Fellow Taoist, Zhao Mingjing water spiritual root, lower grade phenomenon. Fellow Taoist, Li Sheng fire spiritual root, lower grade phenomenon. Tsongsong slowly opened his eyes, nodded at the 3 with a friendly expression, and said, Fellow Taoists, I am Tsongsong, deputy master of the Wushan market. Allow me to first congratulate you 3 on encountering your immortal destiny. May your path to immortality be bright. Thank you, Senior Tsongsong. Jing Yu and the others returned the greeting somewhat flattered. Among them, Jing Yu was particularly puzzled. This foundation establishment cultivator was far too polite. Although Qi refining cultivators had already stepped onto the path of cultivation, there was no strict distinction between immortals and mortals. A Qi refiner's lifespan of 100 years was essentially the limit for mortals. Some long-lived mortals could reach that age. Qi refining merely greatly increased the probability. Many Qi refiners, due to early injuries or poisoning, died at 80 or 90, their lifespans exhausted. But once a cultivator reached foundation establishment, they laid the foundation for immortality. The spiritual energy infusion during foundation establishment purified the body of all mortal impurities. As long as they didn't use life-shortening secret arts, most foundation establishment cultivators who didn't meet a violent death lived a full 300 years. Only then did the true divide between immortals and mortals emerge. Not to mention the vast gap in combat power, which naturally placed Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators on entirely different social levels. In Jing Yu's impression, Qi refiners always bowed to foundation establishment cultivators who mostly treated Qi refiners with indifference. Having never set foot in the cultivation world for decades after his reincarnation, he now encountered such an approachable foundation establishment cultivator. Tsongsong produced 3 paper books from a small pouch at his waist like a magician and said, Fellow Taoists, the immortal techniques recorded in these books are the Qi guidance art and the breathing method. The Qi guidance art is for drawing Qi into the body from the mundane world, allowing spirit-rooted individuals to truly step onto the immortal path. The breathing method is a neutral non-attribute Qi refining technique suitable for any spiritual root, with the effect of solidifying the foundation. Later, switching to another attribute technique won't diminish your cultivation. The 3 books floated in the air, drifting slowly toward Jing Yu and the others. They reached out, and the books settled steadily into their hands. Receiving the books, each of them showed varying degrees of excitement on their faces. Jing Yu stared at the book in his hands, a whirlwind of emotions surging within him. If Jing Yu were merely an ordinary destiny selected one having the chance to draw Qi into his body at the advanced age of 45, his spirit would likely have been worn thin. Fortunately, his lifespan was limitless, and holding this small manual in his hands was not too late. The Qi guidance art and breathing method are truly the universal cultivation introductory texts across all realms. I wonder which senior authored them. Tsongsong waited for them to calm their emotions before speaking again. There isn't much else to say. Now that you've obtained these 2 techniques, you must be itching to try them. Soon, fellow Taoist Mu will prepare a quiet room for each of you, and you can attempt to draw Qi into your bodies on the spirit ship. The old man lowered his head, pondering, as if to ensure nothing was missed. After a moment, he added, the time needed for each person to successfully draw Qi into the body varies. Generally, the better the spiritual root aptitude, the faster the process, but this isn't absolute. Some with special constitutions have mediocre aptitudes, but are exceptionally quick in this step. All kinds of situations exist. Fellow Taoists, don't be anxious. The distance from here to Wushan Market is vast. Even on this spirit ship built for long journeys, traveling at full speed will take 8 or 9 days. Since the agreed return time is still far off, we can travel slowly, taking about half a month to reach the market, saving some spirit stones. Sangsong spoke amiably. Generally, spirit-rooted individuals with spiritual root phenomena can draw qi into their bodies within half a month. For those with poorer aptitudes and no phenomena, the slowest takes about a month of persistent effort. Fellow Taoists, don't be impatient. The path to immortality is long. There's no need to compete for immediate gains. One step at a time, and you'll walk steadily enough. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Sangsong. Jing Yu and the others expressed their gratitude and followed Mu Shan out of the room. Mu Shan led them through a winding path to the entrance of several quiet rooms and instructed fellow Taoists. Each of you has your own quiet room here. The soundproofing is excellent and safety is guaranteed. You can peacefully attempt to draw qi into the body here. Fellow Taoist Mu, many thanks. The scholar Hu Yiming said sincerely. I once thought that immortals flying through the sky were always aloof, never expecting them to be so kind to mortals like us. Haha, fellow Taoist who don't dwell on it. Since you have spiritual roots, you've entered the immortal gate. How can you be compared to mortals? Mu Shan laughed heartily. Now the cultivation world is in a grand, flourishing age. A perfect time for us cultivators to spread our wings. If I fall on hard times in the future, I might need your help. Certainly, certainly. Hu Yiming clasped Mu Shan's hands earnestly. Then I won't delay you three in drawing qi into the body. Take care, fellow Taoist Mu. Jing Yu and the others said with a bow, then eagerly entered their quiet rooms. Upon entering the quiet room, Jing Yu didn't immediately practice the qi guidance art. Instead, he took out the mirror of fate from the inner pocket of his robe and slowly rubbed the jade bead set into the top of the bronze mirror. An invisible wave swept through and Jing Yu's mind immersed itself within the bronze mirror. No spiritual energy fluctuations. It seems no surveillance formations are set up in this quiet room. This was a small function Jing Yu had discovered over the years of playing with the mirror of fate. He was linked to the mirror by life itself, requiring no refinement. He was its natural master. By simply immersing his mind without needing to activate spiritual or immortal energy, he could monitor a radius of 1 li for any spiritual energy fluctuations. This method was of little use in combat as it couldn't detect cultivators hiding their aura. It only allowed him to probe for the operation of formations in the vicinity. In previous years, when Jing Yu traveled the world with his mother Lianhua, he used this method to discover 3 or 4 cultivator ruins. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. He only obtained some broken artifact fragments and decorative items like jasper beads used for illumination in the cultivation world, finding nothing else useful. Using it here was a prudent measure. For now, it seems Sangsong bears no ill will towards spirit-rooted individuals like us, but I must stay vigilant and be ready to flee at any moment. Jing Yu thought to himself, finding no flaws he had left behind. He sat cross-legged on the floor and opened the small manual. Qi Guidance Art. Jing Yu's eyes brightened. This Qi Guidance Art was the starting point for nearly every cultivator's immortal path. He had seen it more than once in the Hall of Longevity, but the content had always been blurred, leaving him unaware of its details. Now it was merely a few hundred words, but every phrase was a gem, simple and easy to understand. No wonder it was the most widely circulated technique for drawing qi into the body across all realms. Following the oral instructions in the manual, Jing Yu calmed his mind and began to sense the free-floating spiritual energy in the air. An hour later, Jing Yu's body trembled slightly. A pure ethereal stream of clear energy entered through his mouth and nose, circulated through his meridians, and finally gathered at his dantian, forming a swirling vortex. Qi refining first layer. Jing Yu's eyes snapped open, his expression one of astonishment. Something was wrong. This was too fast. Jing Yu clearly remembered that when Yun Xuanzi had drawn qi into his body, it had taken him 3 full days. Yun Xuanzi's spiritual root phenomenon was an ancient stele, theoretically far superior to Jing Yu's drop of water phenomenon. His spiritual root aptitude should have far exceeded Jing Yu's. Even the prodigiously talented Lu Yingzhao had taken nearly an hour to successfully draw qi into the body. Did this mean Jing Yu's spiritual root aptitude could now rival theirs? But it's clearly the lowest grade of spiritual root phenomenon. Jing Yu was still new to the cultivation world. Even though he had observed 500 years of cultivation history in the Hall of Longevity, most of it was at the qi refining and foundation establishment levels. His knowledge was still limited. Unable to figure it out, he decided to stop worrying. A gray light flashed across Jing Yu's body, and in an instant the spiritual pressure of the qi refining first layer vanished completely, returning his aura to its original mortal state. The concealment ability of the bitter crossing mystic light is growing increasingly refined. Sangsong is only at the foundation establishment stage, just one major realm above me. He shouldn't be able to see through it. Jing Yu thought it over, and to be safe decided to stay quietly in the room for the next few days, focusing on comprehending the breathing method without speaking to other cultivators. Half a month passed in a flash. Jing Yu felt a slight tremor from the spirit ship he was on, and a realization dawned on him. We must have arrived. He stopped concealing his aura, openly revealing the spiritual pressure of the chi refining first layer, and strode out of the quiet room. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a child of 7 or 8 clad in a crimson dharma robe emerging from the opposite quiet room. This is Li Sheng. Jing Yu looked closely and almost failed to recognize the child before him as the little beggar Li Sheng who had come with him half a month ago. Half a month had transformed Li Sheng beyond recognition. He was clean from head to toe, dressed in a well-fitted silk dharma robe. Perhaps due to successfully drawing chi into his body, his face now bore a trace of ethereal immortal aura. Sensing the spiritual pressure of the chi refining first layer, Li Sheng's face regained a hint of childlike cunning. He bowed like a little adult and said, "Congratulations, Prince, for drawing chi into the body and stepping onto the path of cultivation. May your immortal path be everlasting. This is the cultivation world now. Where is there still a mundane prince?" Jing Yu said with a chuckle. "Fellow Taoist Li, just call me by my name." The two exchanged pleasantries at the door, but Li Sheng was still just a child of 7 or 8 with little to say. Most of the conversation consisted of Jing Yu recounting strange tales from his travels across the world, which Li Sheng listened to with great interest. Before long, the door to another quiet room opened, and the scholar Hu Yiming emerged with a haggard expression. Hu Yiming suddenly sensed a faint pressure emanating from Jing Yu and Li Sheng, making it difficult for him to breathe. His previously weary expression perked up slightly, and he said with a complex tone, "Fellow Taoist Yu." Jing Yu merely glanced at Hu Yiming and realized that this person had not yet introduced chi into his body and was still an ordinary mortal. He could not help but comfort him, saying, "There is no need to be anxious, Hu Dao Yu. It has only been half a month. Introducing chi into the body is not an overnight achievement. I see that you possess a glimmer of divine light in your eyes, so you must have made some progress in these past few days." Li Sheng, on the other hand, cast a faint sidelong glance at Hu Yiming, barely noticeable, and did not say a word. Hu Yiming's expression darkened. "My spiritual root aptitude is far inferior to that of you two Dao Yu. A slow step leads to slow progress, and the road ahead is likely to be difficult." "What nonsense is this?" Jing Yu laughed, saying, "I am 45 this year, already halfway into the grave. What use is it if my spiritual root aptitude is better? As long as I can still behold the grandeur and magnificence of the cultivation world before I close my eyes, then my life is not in vain." Though Hu Daoyu claims his spiritual root aptitude is somewhat lacking, he is still over 20 years younger than I. Can this gap in aptitude not be made up for in more than 20 years? I may have to invite Hu Daoyu to drink a toast when my time comes. Jing Yu joked. Hu Yiming could not help but laugh at this remark, but soon felt it inappropriate and quickly composed his expression. He found this Prince Ping before him to be a remarkably open-minded and witty person, quite different from the fierce reputation spread in the royal capital of Zhao. "What are you three discussing?" A voice came, and the three turned to see another familiar face. Mu Shan walked over with his hands behind his back, but Li Sheng was the first to call out, "Master." Jing Yu looked at Mu Shan in surprise, then glanced at the brand-new crimson robe on Li Sheng and understood in his heart. He quickly said, "Congratulations, Mu Daoyu, on taking in a good disciple. It is rare to see a child with decent fire element spiritual root aptitude. I truly do not want to miss this opportunity." Mu Shan smiled while stroking his beard and continued, "I also wish to congratulate my uncle for successfully introducing chi into his body and becoming a chi practitioner." Then he turned to Hu Yiming and said, "There is no need to worry, Hu Daoyu. The spiritual vessel has already arrived at Wushan Fengshi. Once the formalities are completed, please come to my humble abode for a gathering. That residence is within the Wushan inner district, where the spiritual energy is denser compared to the outer district, which will aid you in introducing chi into your body." Mu Shan led the three to the deck of the spiritual vessel and found that it was already crowded with people. Jing Yu roughly counted and found there were as many as 70 or 80 people. Excluding more than 20 chi practitioners like Mu Shan who were in the mid to late stages of chi practice, the remaining 50 or so people were mostly ordinary mortals, with only about 10 having reached the first layer of chi practice. The Foundation Establishment practitioner Tsang Doran stood at the end of the deck, and seeing that everyone had gathered, spoke loudly, "Esteemed Daoyu, this is Wushan Fengshi. After disembarking from the spiritual vessel, please follow your respective guides to register your immortal credentials here." At this moment, the spiritual vessel quietly hovered in midair. Jing Yu stood on the deck, overlooking the scene below from a high vantage point. His gaze pierced through layers of clouds and mist, ultimately landing on a lively and bustling area. From above, Wushan Fengshi resembled a small town in the mortal world. In the center of the market stood several grand and imposing corner towers soaring into the clouds, magnificent and spectacular. Surrounding these towers were dozens of exquisite and elegant private courtyards. Further out, there were neatly arranged small buildings with white walls and black tiles harmoniously scattered, exuding tranquility. In the outermost layer, there were some simply constructed wooden houses that appeared to be made from special spiritual wood, looking very sturdy and durable. However, compared to the corner towers and courtyards in the center of the market, they looked rather shabby. Occasionally, practitioners using magical tools passed by in the market. Most of them had already reached the late stage of chi practice. Some low-level practitioners in the early stages of chi practice looked up towards the direction of the spiritual vessel, but merely glanced before lowering their heads to attend to their own matters, clearly already accustomed to such scenes. So this is what the market of the cultivation world looks like. Hu Yiming stared at the few practitioners darting through the air on their magical tools, feeling somewhat envious. At that moment, a crimson light shot towards the spiritual vessel. This escaping light was almost indistinguishable in color from Mushan's, but was obviously brighter and more radiant. As the light approached Jing, you could distinctly feel a powerful spiritual pressure which was due to the person using the escaping light trying to suppress it. The crimson escaping light landed on the deck, revealing a middle-aged female practitioner with red hair and red eyebrows. Sangsong, where is the spiritual root child? The red-browed female practitioner spoke. I have come at the behest of the true person to pick someone up. This is the one, Sangsong Daoren said, pointing to a 10-year-old girl beside him. Mushan quietly said to the three beside him, this red-haired, red-browed female practitioner is another deputy master of our Wushan Fengshi, known as Chulian. Like Sangsong, she is also a foundation establishment practitioner in the early stages. Mushan quietly said to the three beside him, this red-haired, red-browed female practitioner is another deputy master of our Wushan Fengshi, known as Chulian. Like Sangsong, she is also a foundation. This is considered an extremely remarkable manifestation, ranking at the top among mid-range manifestations, nearly touching the threshold of high-grade manifestations. From the Yu Nation, Jing Yu took another look at the girl. The Yu Nation does not border Zhao Nation where he originally came from, and the two countries have little interaction, so he was unaware if the monarch of the Yu Nation had such a daughter. Hu Yiming looked at Wan Lingjun with envy. Senior Mu, where will this girl, named Wan, be sent? She is likely to be sent to the Xiaoyao Xianqing. Mu Shan sighed. Most likely she has caught the attention of a certain golden core true person who wants to take her as a disciple. Master, how could a golden core true person far away in the heavens know of such a talented child? Li Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief. There are many means of communication in the cultivation world, Mu Shan chuckled. Shenger, you will have plenty to learn. The Chilean Daoren took Wan Lingjun away, and Sangsong Daoren quickly instructed a few latest-stage chi practitioners on the deck before leaving in haste. Once the two foundation establishment practitioners departed, the atmosphere on the deck clearly relaxed significantly. Come, I will take you to register your immortal credentials first. Mu Shan took out his shabby flying vessel, and the three stepped aboard, leisurely descending from the massive spiritual vessel to the market ground. Mu Shan first led the three through the outermost cluster of wooden houses and arrived at a row of small buildings with white walls and black tiles. After passing through 7 or 8 alleys, they finally turned into a 2-story small building. Upon entering the courtyard of the small building, they immediately saw several solid wooden tables placed in the front hall, directly facing the courtyard gate behind, which sat a few young and beautiful female practitioners who were meditating with their eyes closed. Esteemed fairies, please assist these new Dao friends with their celestial registrations. Mu Shan called out loudly, then turned to look at Jing Yu and the others, saying, we returned the earliest, so there is no need to queue. One of the female cultivators opened her eyes, glanced at Mu Shan, and smiled. I wondered who it was. It's Dao friend Mu. Did everything go smoothly this time? Thanks to Yang, Mu Shan cupped his hands and replied, this time luck was on my side. I found 3 Dao friends. Oh, that's good. The female cultivator quickly scanned Jing Yu and the others, saying, 2 of you have already integrated qi into your bodies, unless you have special physiques. That means 2 of you have low-grade spiritual roots, and 1 is no-grade. Yang has a discerning eye. Mu Shan laughed. Dao friend Mu truly is a person of fortune. The female cultivator nodded, saying, 1 great merit for the unranked, and 2 great merits for the low grades. In less than a month of back and forth, Dao friend Mu has earned 5 great merits. Mu Shan waved his hand, saying, now that the nearby mundane countries have been mostly scoured, those further away will take a long time. It seems this easy path to earn great merits will soon be cut off. There will always be opportunities, the female cultivator smiled. In another 20 or 30 years, when those mundanes give birth again, the mundane territories within hundreds of thousands of miles can yield another harvest of spiritual roots. In another 20 or 30 years, I will be old too. I am afraid I will have lost the thought of foundation establishment. Mu Shan shook his head and smiled bitterly. No more idle chatter with you. The 3 Dao friends, please fill out the spiritual contract here. The female cultivator took out 3 sheets of shimmering white silk and placed them on the table, saying, "Fill in the required information as per the instructions above, and finally leave a drop of blood in the lower right corner of the contract." Jing Yu picked up the silk and examined it closely. Name, Dao, title, gender, age, spiritual root, grade, mundane registration, celestial introducer. The more he read, the more peculiar his expression became. What is this thing? He remembered that over 100 years ago, when Han Ping first entered the cultivation world, there was no need to fill out this kind of thing. Mu Shan said beside him, "Dao friends, if you do not have a Dao title, you can leave it blank. Usually one only considers a Dao title upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. For the spiritual root, grade uncle and Sheng will fill in low grade, while Dao friend, who will fill in unranked. Remember to fill in Zhao country Yunchuan region for the mundane registration and write Mu's name for the celestial introducer." Jing Yu and Hui Ming each took a brush from the table and quickly filled in most of the information, but Li Sheng's face turned red, and he looked at Mu Shan for help. "I forgot about that." Mu Shan slapped his forehead. His newly accepted disciple had been wandering the streets since childhood and probably couldn't read. He took the silk in front of Li Sheng, filled it out for him, and collected a drop of blood from Li Sheng to place in the lower right corner. Jing Yu handed the spiritual contract to another young female cultivator, smiling. "Thank you for your trouble." The female cultivator, seeing Jing Yu's handsome and remarkable appearance, and knowing he had the rare spiritual root manifestation, couldn't help but regard him with favor. However, upon receiving the contract and seeing the age, her expression fell, and in disbelief, she said, You are 45 years old." Jing Yu chuckled, saying, "When Zhao was young, I practiced a celestial Buddhist refining technique and achieved quite a bit, which is why I appear somewhat younger. Generally, body refining techniques have some effects on preserving one's appearance. For a time, they were quite popular among female cultivators in the cultivation world, but after the advent of the relatively inexpensive beauty pills, few female cultivators opted for body refining as a means to maintain their looks. Upon realizing that Jing Yu was a 45-year-old middle-aged man, the female cultivator completely lost interest in him, her tone growing slightly colder. Thus, Dao friend Zhao Mingjing has entered the Wushan market's celestial registration. Each Dao friend who registers can receive 5 low-grade spirit stones from the Spirit Stone Workshop. You can also receive a hut in the outer market's shantytown, which has a 1-year rent-free period. After 1 year, if you wish to continue living there, a fee will be charged. If you wish to purchase techniques and supernatural powers, you can go to the inner market's technique pavilion. To select magical tools, visit the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. For purchasing pills and related items, go to the Alchemy Pavilion. For talismans and formations, go to the Formation and Talisman Pavilion. The outer market's shantytown holds a barter market in a designated area every month where many good items will be available. Dao friends, feel free to partake, but the participants in the outer market's barter market are mixed, and it cannot be guaranteed that all items are genuine. If you purchase counterfeit goods, it is a personal dispute between the buyer and seller, and the market will not be held responsible. If you want peace of mind, it is better to shop at the inner market pavilions, where prices are generally 1 to 2% higher than those at the outer market's barter market. Thank you for the explanation, Fairy. Jing Yu expressed his gratitude to the female cultivator and left the courtyard with Mu Shan and the others. "Uncle, after registering, I will take you to look for suitable jobs. After all, the hut provided by the market only has a 1-year rent-free period, and after that it will require 1 low-grade spirit stone as rent each year." Mu Shan said, "However, our Wushan market has prepared a welcome gift of 5 spirit stones for every newly registered cultivator. These 5 spirit stones are a solid benefit. It's better to secure them first." Earlier, Dao friend who thought that needing 10 spirit stones for a single journey of hundreds of thousands of miles by spirit boat was excessive, when in fact that was a great error. Taking the spirit plantation that I am responsible for as an example, Area A of the spirit plantation specializes in growing spiritual rice. An acre of spiritual rice field produces about 500 pounds of spiritual rice per year. A chi refinement cultivator in the initial stage can rent up to 5 acres of spiritual fields to grow spiritual rice. If all goes well, the annual yield of spiritual rice will be around 2,500 pounds. Among these, the Xianyao Alliance takes a 10% rice tax, Wushan Market takes a 20% security tax, and half of the yield must be paid as rent for the spiritual fields. In actuality, a chi refinement cultivator in the initial stage can only take home about 20% of the net yield, roughly 500 pounds of spiritual rice. Currently, the market price for spiritual rice is 1 spirit stone per 100 pounds. This means that a chi refinement cultivator in the initial stage can only earn about 5 spirit stones per year when converted into spirit stones. Not just for spiritual planters, chi refinement cultivators in the initial stage have low reserves of spiritual energy and weak combat abilities, so the jobs they can do are quite limited. No matter which cultivation art they practice, the earnings are not far apart, usually about 5 to 6 spirit stones. If they live in the shanty town, the annual rent will require 1 spirit stone. Generally, chi refinement cultivators can eat and sleep outdoors, but if they want to accelerate their cultivation, spiritual rice, without toxins and with gentle spiritual energy, is the best choice, requiring about 200 pounds a year, which translates to another 2 spirit stones in expenses. After deducting food and shelter, a bottom-level chi refinement cultivator in the cultivation world can manage to have 2 to 3 spirit stones for discretionary use per year, which is already considered quite good. It's too dark. Li Sheng couldn't help but say, Master, when I was begging in Zhao country, the beggar leader who managed my affairs was exceedingly harsh, yet he still left 3 portions for his underlings. Not quite dark. Mu Shan shook his head and said, our Wushan market is already subordinate to the Xiaoyao alliance, only collecting a 10% rice tax, which is quite low. Those sects and families collect even more, with taxes generally ranging from 20 to 30%. As for the public security tax of Wushan market, there's nothing to be done about it. Do you know why a dilapidated wooden house in the shanty town outside the market dares to charge you a spirit stone for annual rent? Why is it that cultivators can cultivate their own spirit fields and keep all 10 portions of the harvest, yet no one goes? Isn't it because there are bandits lurking outside the market? Without the market's guards patrolling for protection, we as loose cultivators can't even ensure our personal safety, let alone have the time to cultivate in peace. Mu Shan continued, in fact, what's truly expensive is the 50% spirit field rental tax. However, this rental tax isn't as rigidly enforced as the rice tax of the Xiaoyao alliance or the public security tax of Wushan market. It can actually be negotiated. Mu Dao, are you suggesting? Jing Yu's expression shifted. Indeed, if there are connections, one could negotiate to pay a bit less. After all, our Wushan market is currently in a period of expansion. The more cultivators we attract, the better. Everything can be negotiated, unlike a century ago when everything was rigid and harsh. Mu Dao, since you say Wushan market is in need of personnel, I wonder if the Xiaoyao Immortal City, where Wanling Jun has gone, also has new entry ceremonies for cultivators. Jing Yu asked with interest. Those with qualifications like Wanling Jun must surely have them, but if it's just for cultivators below the low-grade spirit root, there wouldn't be any privileges. Mu Shan sighed. To register in a first-tier Immortal City, ordinary cultivators might still need to spend some spirit stones. In short, Wushan market is merely a market and is insignificant in the cultivation world. Here, cultivators who reach the late stages of chi refinement must seek opportunities for foundation establishment elsewhere, like in the Xiaoyao Immortal City, to try their luck. If we want to retain people in Wushan market, naturally, we must offer more benefits. Otherwise, everyone will sharpen their heads to go to various immortal cities, and Wushan market might as well dissolve. Jing Yu and the others exchanged glances. According to Mu Shan's implication, a place like Wushan market holds no different status in the cultivation world than a poor remote place in the mundane world. Do not think that Wushan market is failing. Mu Shan smiled and said, currently, there are over 2,000 registered cultivators in the entire Wushan market, plus more than 1,000 transient cultivators. Every day, there are over 3,000 cultivators practicing and trading in Wushan market. This ranks in the middle among various markets. The Xiaoyao Alliance has stipulated that a market with over 10,000 registered cultivators can establish a city. Do not be misled by the current 2,000 or so. That's only because collecting spirit roots has only been a matter of the last few decades. If this continues consistently, in a few hundred years this place could very well become Wushan Immortal City. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Stone Market. In terms of architectural scale, this Spirit Stone Market is much larger than the previous place, where they were stuck at the boundary of the inner and outer markets to handle their immortal registrations. It could almost be called a palace. The interior of the hall was decorated magnificently, and on the display shelves along the walls were neatly arranged hundreds of square spirit stones. However, when Jing Yu used the Jiming mirror to probe, he felt a wave of spiritual energy indicating that there was probably a protective formation set up. In the center of the beautifully decorated, spacious, and bright hall stood a slightly plump middle-aged man in front of an exquisitely crafted counter. He was slightly overweight, but gave off a sense of steadiness and reliability. His face bore a gentle smile that naturally evoked goodwill. Manager, when it's been a long time since we last met. Mu Shan stepped forward to chat with the middle-aged man. So it's Elder Mu who has arrived. Manager Wen smiled slightly. The 3 behind must be Dao friends, Zhao Mingjing Li Sheng, and Hu Yiming, he continued. Has Manager Wen received the spirit contracts? Indeed, the spirit contracts for the 3 friends have just been sent from the Immortal Registration Office, and the spirit stones for registration have been prepared along with the Immortal Guides for the 3 friends. Manager Wen extended a hand and patted the counter as if triggering some mechanism. 3 hidden compartments popped out, each containing 5 standard-sized low-grade spirit stones, a small storage pouch, and a jade tablet inscribed with each person's name. Dear friends, this storage pouch is a cubic size, a trivial item worth hardly anything, and is a small gift from one to each of you. When said with a smile, as you are just stepping onto the immortal path, it's inconvenient to hold on to all the small odds and ends in your hands. Having a storage pouch makes it more convenient. When you achieve success in the immortal path, you can exchange it for a larger one. Thank you, Manager 1. Jing Yu and the others expressed their gratitude and took the storage pouch, quickly figuring out how to operate it. This storage pouch is the simplest kind in the cultivation world. It can be used without refining. You only need to stuff items into the opening, and even a 3-year-old child could understand. Because it doesn't require spiritual power to operate, it's mostly used by ordinary people in the market. However, the downside of not needing spiritual power is that the internal space is too small, unable to hold many items. A large storage pouch that contains vast space cannot be opened without spiritual power. Jing Yu placed the 5 low-grade spirit stones into the storage pouch and then picked up the jade tablet, which bore the 3 big characters, Zhao Mingjing. Do any of you need to exchange for some spirit money in the market? Manager when asked as he saw the 3 putting their Mushan quickly replied, I haven't had the chance to discuss it with my fellow Dao friends yet. Can this spirit money be exchanged for spirit stones at any time? Hu Yiming asked, half in doubt. Rest assured, my friend Hu, the spirit money of our Xiaoyao alliance is not carelessly crafted. For every standardized spirit stone mine from the spirit stone mine, our coin mint produces 100 Xiaoyao Tongbao. In theory, for every spirit stone in our Xiaoyao alliance's reserves, there are exactly 100 times that amount of Xiaoyao Tongbao circulating in the market, so there won't be any discrepancies. Right, what was it called again? Spirit stone standard. Mushan stammered halfway through. The spirit stone standard. The shopkeeper when reminded. Yes, the spirit stone standard. Mushan slapped the back of his head. Actually, some nearby sects and families have also tried to follow suit and implement their own spirit money, but most of them have failed miserably. The knowledge behind this little spirit money is quite significant. Those sects and families have long since rotted from within, and in the end, they can only imitate poorly. When the shopkeeper said disdainfully 30 years ago the Huanhua money of the Huanhua sect had a chance, but they foolishly minted a large amount of spirit money for immediate profit, resulting in the disciples being unable to exchange it for spirit stones at the Huanhua sect's spirit stone shop. In an instant, this Huanhua money became a pile of scrap iron and a giant establishment, with several golden core real people almost collapsed. Because of this, it's truly laughable. At this moment, another mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator entered the spirit stone shop, leading 2 newcomers. Upon seeing them, when the shopkeeper clasped his hands in greeting and said, once I start talking, I can't stop. Do you all want to exchange for spirit money? I'll exchange for 100. Jing Yu pondered for a moment and nodded. Then I'll exchange too, Hu Yiming heard. Only Li Sheng turned his gaze to Mushan's face, and after seeing Mushan nod slightly, he said, shopkeeper, let me exchange for 100 as well. When the shopkeeper moved swiftly, his fingers flying as a dazzling array of movements ensued, and soon enough everyone's spirit money had been settled. Since you all have received the immortal invitation and obtained spirit stones and spirit money, the next step should be to find a cultivation art that suits you. When the shopkeeper smiled as he rolled up his sleeves, saying, Mu Dao friend is in charge of the spirit planting garden, so working as a spirit planter would provide some support, but my spirit stone shop is also in need of people. If you friends are interested, you can come to see me here. Mushan laughed heartily at this shopkeeper. When I'm still here, why would you start digging your own wall? After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group took their leave. The moment they departed, when the shopkeeper immediately welcomed the new cultivators in as if it were second nature. Uncle, it's getting late now. The matter of cultivation arts cannot be explained clearly in a short time. How about we go to my home for a while? There's an old friend waiting for you there. Third sister. Jing Yu's heart stirred, and the somewhat hazy face of Zhao Mingyu became clear in his memory once more. Mushan had previously agreed to lend the courtyard of the inner shop for Hu Yiming to absorb qi, and Li Sheng, being his newly accepted disciple, was naturally included in the invitation. The Wushan market was not particularly large. Aside from the 3,000 or so permanent and transient cultivators, there were over 100,000 common folk, including the offspring of cultivators' common servants, and maids specifically serving cultivators, and some common body refiners doing manual labor in the market. Overall, it wasn't much different from an ordinary town among common folk. Thus, as they walked and stopped listening to Mushan recount various anecdotes from the cultivation world, they quickly reached their destination, hardly noticing the passage of time. Wife, I'm back. Mushan called out as he arrived at the door. Is it Mu Lang? A pleasant female voice responded, and soon after the door creaked open, revealing a woman with delicate features and a graceful appearance. Jing Yu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the woman's face. The woman first brightened upon seeing Mushan, then froze upon noticing the 3 behind him, quickly putting on a smile with a hint of reproach, saying, You brought guests home without letting me know in advance. Nothing has been prepared at home. Her beautiful eyes then swept over Jing Yu and the others finally, settling on Jing Yu's face, her expression suddenly turning hesitant. You, uncle. It really is Cheng Huan. Jing Yu exhaled softly and sighed. When you left the imperial capital with your mother, you were only 13, and now 26 years have passed. Only the traces of your youth remain in your brows and eyes. It really is, uncle. Zhao Cheng Huan's eyes widened, and she hurriedly returned to the courtyard, calling out loudly, Mother. Cheng Yan, look who's here. As Jing Yu stepped into the courtyard, Mushan's courtyard was not particularly large. Compared to Zhao Guo's imperial capital's royal palace, it certainly paled in comparison, and even some of the wealthier families in the capital may exceed it. Zhao Cheng Huan's greeting startled everyone in the courtyard. In the middle of the yard stood a remarkably handsome young man in training clothes who looked over in confusion. This is Cheng Yan. Upon seeing this handsome young man, Jing Yu immediately recognized his identity. The young heir from Zhao Cheng Huan's family had always been exceptionally good-looking, not much inferior to the fifth brother Zhao Minglu. Zhao Cheng Yan, 11 years younger than him, should now be 34, yet he looked only in his early 20s. Sister Zhao Cheng Huan also had a youthful appearance, clearly indicating that the siblings had practiced body refinement techniques, acquiring the status of common body refiners. At this moment, the door to the guest room suddenly opened and a pair of wrinkled hands reached out, grasping the doorframe. Shortly after, an elderly woman with a dragon head cane slowly emerged from the guest room. Third sister. Jing Yu was momentarily stunned upon seeing the elderly woman. The graceful and elegant Princess Mingyu from 26 years ago was no longer, and the person before him had become an elderly woman past her 60s. In truth, Zhao Mingyu had not aged poorly. However, she was still merely a mortal body. It seemed she had not achieved anything in the path of body refinement, as her face was already filled with countless deep wrinkles, and her hair was mixed with some white strands. Zhao Mingyu stared at Jing Yu's face, her lips moved, but ultimately only a sigh escaped. Sixth brother, I started from scratch in this market, enduring countless trials and tribulations, dealing with everyone from common laborers to foundation establishment great cultivators. I have completely forgotten that I am merely immortal. It has been 26 years since we parted in the imperial capital, and I did not even notice the passage of time. But today, upon seeing you, I finally have a sense of belated realization. It seems that I have indeed aged. Come, uncle, I toast you a cup. As evening descended, the sky turned dark, and every household in the inner courtyard hung lanterns for illumination. In the afternoon, Zhao Qinghuan had gone to the Ling Shurgu to buy a good amount of spiritual rice and vegetables. That night, he prepared an exceedingly lavish spiritual banquet. Jing Yu ate several bowls of spiritual rice, feeling the spiritual energy in his meridians invigorated, and unexpectedly his cultivation level increased slightly. After Hu Yiming finished his meal, feeling a surge of energy, he hurried to the guest room to absorb qi into his body. Li Sheng, being just a child, was already exhausted from their journey and went to sleep in another room. Now only Mushan, Zhao Mingyu, Zhao Qinghuan, Zhao Qingyan's siblings, and Jing Yu remained at the banquet in the courtyard. At this moment, Mushan raised his wine cup to toast Jing Yu, saying, "If it weren't for the earth rock body you gifted me back, then my mother, my wife, and Qingyan might not have made it to Wushan Fengshe. I might have never had a chance with my wife. You're being too polite, Taoist Mu." Jing Yu laughed, as he didn't particularly enjoy drinking, but raised the wine cup and took a small sip. "Sixth brother, I do feel a bit guilty towards you." Zhao Mingyu's aged voice spoke up. "Back in the day, I traveled with Huaner and Yin'er for a long time, facing countless life and death crises along the way. Several loyal guards perished, and it was only after much hardship that we found this market. Unfortunately, this location is quite far from the Zhao Kingdom. Without a foundation establishment cultivator leading us, it's nearly impossible for mere qi refinement cultivators to traverse the dangerous areas in between, which is why we never managed to relay this news back home. Now, sixth brother, you are already 45, yet only now are you absorbing qi into your body. You've wasted so much time these past days. Sister, there's no need to say such things." Jing Yu chuckled nonchalantly. "Back then, I merely gifted a body refining technique. This little favor was never meant to demand repayment. Moreover, I have a lazy temperament. Spending decades wandering the mortal realm has been quite enjoyable. To finally witness the wonders of the cultivation world, I am already quite satisfied." Zhao Mingyu fixed his gaze on Jing Yu, seeing his clear eyes indeed devoid of any resentment, and couldn't help but sigh. "Sixth brother, your open-mindedness puts me to shame. However, I wonder how you have fared in Wushan Fengshe these years." Jing Yu inquired. "I must thank you for the body refining technique you gifted me before I left." Zhao Mingyu replied with a sense of nostalgia. "It took us a full 11 years to find this cultivator market. During those 11 years, both Chenghuan and Qingyan made some progress in body refinement, reaching the second layer of this technique, their strength barely comparable to that of a second-layer qi refinement cultivator. Perhaps due to my advanced age during body refinement, or perhaps due to my limited talent upon arriving at Wushan Fengshe, I was still stuck at the first layer of body refinement. Now after so many years I remain at the first layer. However, Qinghuan has since switched to another body refinement technique, Mingyu Gong, and has reached the second layer, while Chengyan continues with Earth Rock Body, now having achieved the third layer's perfection. I just wonder if there will be any opportunity for him to break through to the fourth layer. Mother, you're being humble. Mu Shan quickly explained. In the cultivation world, without spiritual roots, the only path for mortals is to practice body refinement. There are countless mortal body refiners in the vicinity of Wushan Fengshi. Yet only a few can achieve remarkable results. The vast majority cannot even enter the first layer. Moreover, body refinement techniques in the cultivation world are designed for cultivators. Those with spiritual roots find it much easier to practice body refinement, while mortals struggle significantly. For Mother to have entered the first layer of body refinement, it is indeed a sign of exceptional talent. Generally, ordinary mortals spend their whole lives only rotating between the first and second layers. A talent like Qingyan achieving the third layer's perfection at 34 is extremely rare. It is said that Uncle reached the third layer of body refinement at the age of 19. What does my achievement even compare to? Zhao Qingyan said with bright eyes, sincerely admiring him. I merely benefited from having spiritual roots. Jing Yu said humbly. Even so, I have lost my former strength and have been stuck at the fourth layer for over 10 years. Spiritual roots. Sigh. Zhao Mingyu's expression dimmed slightly as she said, Sixth brother possesses body refinement cultivation and has now absorbed qi into his body to become a qi refinement cultivator. Although you are a bit older, if you can seize a few opportunities, there might still be a chance to plan for foundation establishment. Oh, Jing Yu asked with interest, where might these opportunities be? Typically, we body refiners like us work in the market doing some physical labor. Though the pay is meager, it is safe. Zhao Mingyu explained. Alternatively, you could team up with 3 or 5 trustworthy friends to hunt beasts in the nearby monster mountain ranges, but the risks are exceptionally high. Not only are the beasts difficult to deal with, but you also have to guard against rogue cultivators that may appear anywhere on your way back. For someone like Sixth Brother who practices both law and body refinement, your combat power surpasses that of regular qi refinement cultivators. Hunting beasts in the monster mountain ranges would be much safer, or you could explore some secret realms suitable for qi refinement level. There are many options. Yet ultimately it remains a dangerous endeavor. If Sixth Brother believes a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall, then living safely in Wushan Fengshi is also a viable choice. However, in recent years a few puppet masters have emerged in the market, leading to a boom in the puppet industry. Many physical labor jobs have been taken over by these puppet masters, making the situation for ordinary body refiners even more difficult. Earning spirit stones has become increasingly challenging. Zhao Mingyu sighed. Your third sister and I, along with several fellow body refiners, formed a body refining association. Originally business was quite good, but now we barely break, even just getting by. This is my fault, Mu Shan said with a hint of guilt. Uncle, you may not know, but I have been accompanying Lord Sangsong to search for spiritual roots, which is one of the few lucrative positions in the market. Originally, only latest-stage qi refinement cultivators were eligible, but Mother spent considerable effort and resources to get me into the team, depleting quite a few spirit stones and connections, which made it difficult for the association to manage its spirit stones. What are you saying? You are the only son-in-law of our family. A few spirit stones are nothing. Zhao Mingyu smiled slightly. Finding spiritual roots is indeed a good job. Most of those in the team are latest-stage qi refinement cultivators, and the few mid-stage cultivators have their backgrounds. There may be 1 or 2 more opportunities in the future. You should make the most of your connections. You never know when they might come in handy. Not to mention, you can get familiar with Lord Sangsong. He is over 200 years old now and getting older, just the right age to cultivate younger generations and pave the way for the next generation. Even a small tip from a foundation establishment cultivator is immensely beneficial for a qi refinement cultivator. Moreover, after this trip, you should have earned 5 merit points, right? That is the most important thing, as it will be your resources for foundation establishment in the future. What exactly is this great merit? Jing Yu inquired. Mu Shan explained, 1 great merit can be exchanged for 10 low-grade spirit stones within the alliance. With the 5 great merits I earned from this trip, that's 50 spirit stones. Uncle, think about it. My annual salary as a steward in the spirit herb garden is only 15 spirit stones. This 1 month's work is worth 3 years of my salary. So you can see why so many are desperate to get into this task of seeking spirit roots. Is this great merit truly that valuable? Jing Yu asked in astonishment. Valuable, yes, but no one actually exchanges it for money. Mu Shan picked up his wine goblet, took a sip of spirit wine, and said slowly, there are so many things you can trade great merits for in the secret vault of the Carefree Alliance. Many priceless items that aren't available on the open market. Anyone who trades great merits for spirit stones has lost their mind. Take the foundation establishment pill, which every qi condensation cultivator seeks. It can be exchanged for 40 great merits within the alliance. If you try to buy a foundation establishment pill at a market auction in a immortal city, you won't get it for less than 5 or 600 spirit stones, and there's no guarantee it's in stock. As for privately sold foundation establishment pills, they're even less reliable. If you go to a place like Carefree Immortal City to commission a pill master to refine one, you often have to pool resources with others for the ingredients. If your contribution is slightly lower, you get pushed down the priority list. If the pill master makes a mistake, you're lucky to get a defective pill, or you might not even get that. For something that affects one's Tao path, it's safest to exchange for it within the alliance. So the Carefree Alliance encourages cultivators to take on tasks and earn great merits. Jing Yu mused. Naturally, said Mushan. The Carefree Alliance is in its ascendant phase now, stockpiling grain, cultivating fields, assisting in various arts, pioneering the wilderness, surveying veins, and building estates. Wherever you look, cultivators are needed, so they naturally have to put in great effort to promote it. After all, generous rewards always bring forth, but ordinary tasks usually offer meager merits. The ones that do reward well are things like bounties on rogue cultivators or pioneering borderlands, highly dangerous. So when a task comes along that's not too risky, yet offers generous rewards, everyone scrambles for it. One thing I don't quite understand. Has this task of seeking spirit roots only started in recent decades? Jing Yu couldn't help but ask. If it had started hundreds of years ago, I wouldn't have gone decades in Zhao without hearing a whisper of immortal traces. You're right. It's only become frequent in recent decades. Mushan stroked his beard and said, it's normal that it wasn't like this before. In the past, cultivators at the early Qi condensation stage had meager spiritual energy reserves and learned techniques slowly, making them of little use. Their output couldn't keep up with their consumption. So when sects took disciples or clans chose Sansan law, they valued quality over quantity. 100 years ago, there were fewer than 1,000 cultivators in our Crow Mountain market. Then a cultivator with extraordinary talent in the Tao of techniques successively improved 3 crucial techniques for spirit planting: the spirit rain technique, the earth nourishment technique, and the sprout technique. He lowered the threshold for learning them so drastically that techniques that originally required the 6th layer of Qi condensation could now be performed by cultivators at the 1st layer. Spirit farmers originally needed to be at the 6th layer of Qi condensation to be competent. Now a large number of low-level cultivators in the early stages can support themselves and even have a surplus just by farming spirit rice. Seeing the benefits, many sects, clans, and alliances changed their previous secretive ways. Now every time a spirit root bearer is discovered, even if their cultivation never advances beyond the 1st layer of Qi condensation, it means a steady annual output of spirit rice. The benefits far exceed a mere few spirit stones. Since there's profit to be made, all kinds of methods have emerged. The spirit root detection plate I used in the Zhao capital to roughly scan the entire city for spirit roots is a new invention from these past few decades. With it, the efficiency of detecting spirit roots has increased 10,000-fold. Speaking of which, there's an interesting anecdote. Mushan laughed. Originally, testing mortals for spirit roots was something demonic cultivators did, but they weren't well-intentioned. They'd lock up those with spirit roots, but poor aptitude make them absorb spiritual energy to cultivate on their own, and once they had some cultivation, they'd use secret arts to refine them into human pills. But after the improved spirit planting methods spread, those demonic cultivators suddenly realized that having these low-level cultivators farm spirit rice for a lifetime was far more profitable than refining them into human pills. As a result, they abandoned their brutal ways and started treating these cultivators while feeding them properly and putting them to work in the fields. Nowadays, aside from their eccentric behavior and occasional practice of keeping cauldrons, these heretics are hardly different from righteous immortal sects. How ironic. So, doesn't the cultivator who improved the spirit planting method have a measurable merit? Even the spirit root bearers discovered in the mortal world over the past few decades owe him a debt of gratitude. Jing Yu exclaimed in wonder. Naturally, this cultivator improved the spirit planting method while still at the foundation establishment stage. A true genius. Now I hear he's already advanced to Golden Core, true person. Where is this cultivator from? This true person isn't from our Cloud River domain. He's from the far west, a distance so vast that even a Golden Core true person would struggle to cross it. It was a wandering nascent soul lord who brought the improved spirit planting method to our Cloud River domain. As for his name, it seems. Mushan frowned in thought, then said uncertainly, this true person's surname is Yun, his secular name Yun Sanyang, and his Dao name is Xiansu. That's right. Exactly, true person Xiansu. At that moment, a thunderclap rang out from the sky, followed by a rumbling roar. Jing Yu held his wine goblet silently, took a sip of spirit wine to calm his racing heart, and said with a composed expression, the weather is about to change. Sensing the moisture in the air, Mushan frowned. It's going to rain. Let's call it a day. Dear, please clean up. We don't have enough guest rooms at home, so he'll take Uncle to the temporary hut allocated outside the market. Take care on the road, husband. Don't worry. What could happen inside the market? Mushan said with a laugh. Sixth brother, now that you're here, we are bound by blood. You should visit often from now on. Zhao Mingyu said in a hoarse voice. If you ever face insurmountable difficulties, come find me here. He'll have your back. Don't worry, third sister. He'll come to see you often. Jing Yu pursed his lips and a smile rose and bid farewell to Mushan. The two of them disappeared swiftly into the thick night before the rain could fall. Uncle, I apologize, but there aren't many guest rooms at home. I had previously promised Daoist who one room to help him gather qi, so I can only inconvenience you. Throughout the journey, Mushan continuously expressed his apologies, but Jing Yu felt nothing amiss and comforted him, saying, we are all family. There is no need for you to worry, Daoist Mu. I will be living in the outer lodgings for the next year anyway. Oh, otherwise wouldn't the rent-free period be a waste? As for Li Sheng being still young, it would be beneficial to keep him by my side and temper his character. I will reflect on that myself. Mushan continued, I have no children with Cheng Huan, nor any intention of taking a concubine. Now that I have this disciple, I intend to raise him like a son. Sheng Er has been a beggar since childhood, involved in many petty crimes, and has faced much disdain. His temperament is inevitably stubborn and extreme, so I must polish him well, otherwise after all my efforts I might end up raising a wolf in sheep's clothing, which would be a tremendous joke. Jing Yu looked at Mushan with some surprise. It's rare for Daoist Mu to think so far ahead. Mushan smiled bitterly. Indeed, I've seen too much over the years. After bidding farewell to Mushan, Jing Yu arrived at the hut assigned to him. Following Mushan's instructions, he pressed the jade medallion with his name into the slot on the door, and indeed, he heard a click as the wooden door opened in response. Unlike the dusty scene Jing Yu had imagined, the hut was surprisingly clean. The wooden walls were smooth and shiny, seemingly coated with a thin layer of glaze exuding a fresh fragrance of grass and wood. The entire hut was not large. Jing Yu estimated it to be around 50 square meters by the measurements of his past life. Inside there was nothing but a wooden bed, a wooden table, 2 wooden chairs, a stove, and a mat. Jing Yu then used the Ji Ming treasure mirror in his arms to probe around. There were no fluctuations of spiritual energy, which reassured him to lie down on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. Yun Xiansu, Xiansu Zhenren. Yun Xiansu has formed a golden core. However, upon reflection, it is quite normal. It has been 545 years since the Longshan calendar. Yun Xiansu should be 345 years old, and with a foundation establishment lifespan of 300 years, if she hadn't formed a golden core by now, she would have long since passed away. Yet Jing Yu never expected Yun Xiansu to cause such a huge stir. Once the improved method of spiritual plants is introduced and widely disseminated by the highly mobile nascent soul, true monarchs, and transformation stage experts, it would likely sweep through the entire Xianzhou realm in just a few years, bringing Yun Xian's name to every corner of the Xianzhou realm. How could she be so ostentatious? At first, Jing Yu immersed himself in the situation, unable to guess Yun Xian's intentions. However, after some role reversal and thinking, he formed a new hypothesis. Indeed, Yun Xiansu is not among the top tier of talents. Although she managed to form a golden core, it remains uncertain how likely she is to achieve a nascent soul. By making a name for herself in the Xianzhou realm, she aims to gather us contemporaries together. Following this line of thought, the more Jing Yu pondered, the more coherent it became. There is no need to mention Luing Zhao, as she is already 545 years old, at the very least a nascent soul, and has a very slim chance of having reached the transformation stage. She is also a person of integrity, and if she finds herself and offers some assistance, Yun Xian's nascent soul would be promising. The 445-year-old Yi Xingyun is also a person of great fortune, the young clan leader of the nascent soul celestial clan. She must also be an extraordinary figure among golden cores now and could serve as a significant support. Even Yun Xian's Jr., the 245-year-old Li Jiangmei, has a husband who is an invincible nascent soul swordsman, Nangang Fuhua, who holds a crucial position in the Tiantong sword sect. She may have already formed a golden core by now. Only Han Ping, whose destiny is rather average, is struggling somewhere to gather resources for a golden core. And then there's me, who is currently in the foundation establishment stage, hiding in the Xiaoyao alliance. The more Jing Yu thought about it, the more alarmed he became. These few chosen immortals, having reincarnated in the Xianzhou realm and rooting themselves in different factions, had all gathered significant influence. If they were to be united by Yun Xian, so who knows how much chaos they could stir up. He took out the Ji Ming treasure mirror from his arms, gently caressing the precious pearl set into the top edge. At this moment, after 31 years of slow absorption from the outside world, the celestial spiritual energy had accumulated significantly. It should be sufficient to support a substantial probing. Jing Yu immersed himself in his thoughts and once again saw a few spheres of light connected by fate. This time he chose Yun Xiansu. Boom. After a wave of dizziness, Jing Yu's consciousness once again soared to an infinite height. Looking down, he indeed saw Yun Xiansu resembling a middle-aged woman. At this moment, she was engaged in a chess match with a beautiful female cultivator. This female cultivator was indeed familiar to Jing Yu. She was none other than Yi Xingyan's Aunt Yi Lingyue, the second nascent soul cultivator of the Yi family. It had been 400 years since they last met. Yi Lingyue, who had just entered the nascent soul stage back, then now exuded a significantly stronger aura. Even through the treasure mirror, Jing Yu could feel a powerful spiritual pressure coming at him, and he wondered if she had already advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage. Yun Xiansu has indeed made a connection. In truth, Jing Yu was not surprised. He had exchanged a lot of tales of the cultivation world with Mushan, Zhao Mingyu, and others, and had a vague sense that to traverse Xianzhou, only a nascent soul true monarch would do. If the chosen immortals were born in different Xianzhas to meet in reality, they could only reach the nascent soul stage or be accompanied by an elder at the nascent soul stage. Currently, the only ones capable of finding Yun Xiansu were Luing Zhao, the elders of Yi Xingyan's family, and Li Jiangmai's husband Nangong Fuhua. At this moment, Yun Xiansu, who was focused on the chess game, seemed to sense the connection of fate. Her expression shifted slightly as she gently trembled the fingers holding the black piece. She then lifted her head thoughtfully and slightly nodded towards the direction of the sky. Daoist Yun, the battle is currently intense. How can you be distracted? Yi Lingyue, holding a white piece, asked with a smile. Senior Yi, the calculations of a nascent soul cultivator are indeed formidable. I find myself struggling a bit. Yun Xiansu humbly replied. Daoist Yun, you are now renowned as the foremost master of techniques in Penglai Xianzhou, overshadowing all nascent soul true monarchs. There is no need to be so modest. Yi Lingyue smiled and said, this improved method of spiritual plants is indeed extraordinary. I question whether I could achieve such a feat. I, as an overseas person, witnessed many talents and heroes in Penglai today, realizing how I was originally trapped in a limited perspective. Most nascent soul true monarchs are high and mighty, solely seeking the transformation stage, and how could they entertain the thought of improving rough techniques like Lingyu technique? This has allowed me to gain an advantage. Yun Xiansu said earnestly, Senior Yi, may I ask how your nephew is doing? That Shumi cave heaven. Is it too virtual? Oh no. The celestial spiritual energy was exhausted. Jing Yu felt the images before him flickering and finally shattering. As his vision darkened when he opened his eyes again, he had regained control of his body, and everything around him felt real once more. It's a pity that the celestial spiritual energy is running low. Jing Yu sat up straight on the wooden bed, frowning as he spoke to himself. Jing Yu could not hear clearly what Yun Xiansu and Yi Lingyue were discussing behind him, but even if he had heard, it would have no relevance to him at this stage. After all, they were schemes of golden core and nascent soul practitioners, far beyond the considerations of a mere chi refining stage cultivator. After a half-month-long journey, although Jing Yu had made progress in body refinement and felt no physical fatigue, he had yet to reach foundation establishment and did not possess divine sense, making mental fatigue unavoidable. Thus he lay back down, closing his eyes for a light sleep. Early the next morning, just as Jing Yu woke up, he heard a series of knocking sounds from outside the door. He opened the door to find it was indeed Mushan. Did you sleep well yesterday, uncle? This makeshift house can't compare to the worldly royal mansions, so I fear you might not be accustomed to it. I actually find it quite nice. The wood used to build this house emits a pleasant fragrance which seems to have a calming effect. Mushan gave a thumbs up. Uncle has good taste. The makeshift houses in Wushan Market are built with over 10-year-old calming wood which helps soothe the mind and stabilize the spirit, beneficial for breaking through during meditation. Wushan Market is indeed generous. Jing Yu chuckled lightly. It's not generosity. The environment of the Wushan Mountains is suitable for the growth of this spiritual wood, making younger calming wood less valuable. Mushan shook his head and smiled. Every place has its specialties. It's simply a matter of relying on the mountains for resources and the waters for sustenance. My friend Mu, do you have any plans for today? Uncle, today I'm here to ask for your opinion on what kind of job you'd like to pursue in the market going forward. Mushan rolled up his sleeves, his expression becoming somewhat serious as he said, you must understand that cultivating immortality isn't just about sitting with your head in the clouds avoiding work and discussing profound theories. That's the privilege of the offspring of noble families and celestial clans. We ordinary bottom-tier cultivators ultimately need a skill to earn our cultivation resources. And this cultivation resource primarily comes from the myriad arts of cultivation. Alchemy, formations, tools, symbols. These are the four most lucrative crafts among the myriad arts of cultivation. The alchemist, needless to say, is in high demand, whether it's for daily cultivation, breaking through bottlenecks, or assisting with secret techniques, all require high-quality elixirs. An exceptionally skilled alchemist is a coveted guest in any sect. However, the threshold for becoming an alchemist is extremely high, as very few cultivators possess the innate talent for alchemy, and the costs to begin are quite substantial, making it unfeasible for loose cultivators. Fortunately, the cultivation world is currently flourishing with various arts, and loose cultivators can also join larger forces. Starting as an alchemist apprentice, perhaps they might truly make a name for themselves. Mu Shan continued, Sheng Er has a fire spiritual root, naturally more adept at controlling fire than other cultivators. I sent him early today to the Danding Pavilion in the market, asking a familiar friend to arrange for him to become an apprentice. I wonder if he will achieve something in a few decades. Compared to alchemists, formation masters are less stable. They typically undertake large projects. The saying goes 3 years of no business, then 3 years of profit. However, with the various major cultivation forces currently undergoing construction and establishing caves, formations must be set up in these caves, leading to a significant increase in demand for formation masters over the past few decades, making it a thriving craft. Understood. Formation masters are just like renovation workers in my past life. Jing Yu silently criticized in his heart. Friend Mu, it seems there are no formations set up in this makeshift house. Alas. Uncle, your question. Mu Shan laughed heartily. This makeshift house is, to put it simply, just a transitional place for qi refining stage cultivators. It's hardly worth setting up any formations. However, don't underestimate this makeshift house. Its market price is already 120 spirit stones. 120 spirit stones. Jing Yu frowned and said, isn't the rent for this makeshift house only 1 spirit stone per year? Qi refining cultivators have a lifespan of only 100 years. Considering they move in right after birth, they can barely live here for 100 years. How can it cost 120 spirit stones to buy? One shouldn't say it like that. Mu Shan counted on his fingers to explain to Jing Yu, buying this makeshift house allows you to stay for a lifetime unless the cultivator dies, then it will be reclaimed. Although for qi refining cultivators, buying is indeed less beneficial than renting. If the buyer advances to foundation establishment, they will enjoy a lifespan of 300 years. At that time, if you change to a cave dwelling, you can rent this makeshift house out at slightly below market price, and every year, you will have spirit stones coming in a steady stream. As long as there are continuous spiritual roots residing here, you will never lose out. So according to you, foundation establishment cultivators don't need to work at all. They can just buy a batch of makeshift houses and rent them out, lying back and collecting spirit stones every year. Jing Yu was taken aback. Alas, do you think there aren't any? There are plenty. Mu Shan sighed. But it's not as easy as you make it sound, uncle. While this makeshift house is stable, it also has depreciation costs. Calming wood is considered durable among spiritual woods, but it needs repairs every few decades, which incurs additional expenses. If you truly want to rely on rent to earn resources, you need to buy cave dwellings near spiritual veins in a city at the level of Immortal City. Do you know that the headquarters of our Carefree Alliance in the inner city of Carefree Immortal City, a cave dwelling of this size, has already skyrocketed to a sky-high price of over 1,000 spirit stones. Over 1,000 spirit stones. That could buy 2 foundation establishment elixirs. Mu Shan envied. After all, we are still in a remote area. My house in the inner market has a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, 3 guest rooms, and comes with a yard occupying over half an acre, and its market price is only around 300 spirit stones with an annual rent of 2 spirit stones. Your yard's rent is only 1 spirit stone more per year than the makeshift house. Jing Yu exclaimed, the living experience is like heaven and earth. How come so many cultivators are still crammed into makeshift houses? 1 spirit stone is no small amount. Mu Shan said, Uncle, you are used to being a prince in the mundane world. Your mindset hasn't shifted. You should consider that a qi refining stage spiritual planter only earns about 5 spirit stones a year. The spiritual rice used for cultivation consumes 2 spirit stones, leaving 3 spirit stones. If one spends 1 on renting a makeshift house, they can save 2 to use freely. If they spend 2 on renting a small yard in the inner market, they will only have 1 remaining spirit stone for themselves. The difference between having 1 or 2 spirit stones to freely use each year is significant. Mu Shan said, perhaps one day the treasured item you desire, whether it's a magical artifact, technique, or elixir, will just hinge on that 1 or 2 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Jing Yu chuckled, finally managing to squeeze out a line. What's the point of this cultivation? Enduring all this suffering for half a lifetime, I'm worse off than a wealthy commoner. Mu Shan laughed heartily. Uncle, many mortals without spiritual roots wish to suffer, but they don't have this opportunity. Moreover, as a toolmaker, it is said that the path to immortality is fraught with difficulties. One must possess both the means to cultivate and the methods to protect oneself. Mu Shan put away his smile. The means of qi practitioners are limited. A single superior magical artifact can change the course of a battle. Nowadays, various families and sects are rapidly expanding, and the number of cultivators has greatly increased. On one hand, there are frequent skirmishes between major forces, and on the other hand, venturing into the wild lands requires battling against beasts. The consumption of magical artifacts is significantly greater than it was a century ago. However, the threshold for toolmakers is not much lower than that of alchemists. If you lack talent in this area, there is no need to force yourself. Among these 4 crafts, the threshold for rune crafting should be the lowest, and its cost is comparatively lower than the other 3. Runes serve as an emergency measure, so they are not lacking in demand, and should be one of the most suitable crafts for wandering practitioners. But Mu Shan changed his tone, however, precisely because the threshold is the lowest and the cost is also low. The profession of rune crafters has become extremely crowded. Often 3 out of 10 cultivators are dual practitioners of rune crafting. Those who are just beginning to learn rune crafting may find that the selling price of their drawn runes is even less than the cost of the rune paper and ink. The competition is too fierce. Aside from these most common 4 crafts, there are some niche crafts such as the puppet arts which have been booming in our market in recent years, the corpse refining arts from the demonic sect, the music arts, the spirit painting arts, the floral tea arts, and so on. However, compared to the mainstream crafts, these niche crafts suffer from a lack of heritage. Without a reputable family background, one can only find teachings at the chi cultivation stage at best. Jing Yu, upon hearing this, chuckled inwardly and said, "Mu Dao, friend, is there not one more craft you have yet?" I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it." Mu Shan feigned a moment of realization and then couldn't help but laugh. "In fact, there is one more craft. In terms of the number of cultivators alone, it might surpass the combined total of alchemy formations, toolmaking, and rune crafting. Spirit planters. When it comes to the profession most suited for early-stage chi practitioners, nothing beats spirit planters." When Mu Shan spoke of spirit planters, his spirit lifted considerably. After Master Xin Su improved the methods of spirit planting, the threshold for spirit planters has become nearly non-existent for cultivators. Techniques such as spirit rain technique, which creates rain earth, nurturing technique, which nurtures spirit fields, and seedling nurturing technique, which cares for plants, are all techniques that can be mastered even by cultivators at the first layer of chi cultivation. Moreover, the safety of spirit plantations outside the market is even higher than that within it. As long as one does not privately plant spirit fields while out, there is no need to worry about being disturbed by robbers. Cultivators can focus solely on farming. Mu Shan continued, "Additionally, I am also a steward of the spirit plantation in Area A, which is precisely where spirit rice is cultivated. Within my authority, I can provide you with the maximum possible reduction on the rent for the spirit fields. Typically, a spirit planter would have to pay 50% of the spirit field rent, but if you were to cultivate spirit rice in Area A, you would only need to pay 45%. Mu Shan began to calculate with his fingers. If we consider 5 acres of spirit fields, the annual yield of spirit rice would be 2,500 pounds. The 0.5% saved on the field rent amounts to a net profit of 125 pounds of spirit rice. Based on market prices, that's quite a bit of spirit stone. Uncle, you are a water spirit root cultivator. The effects of spirit rain technique are naturally better by 2 to 3 times compared to cultivators of other elements. The spirit fields are ready-made in the market, and there is no need to cultivate them from scratch, resulting in little demand for earth nurturing technique. As for seedling nurturing technique, except for metal element cultivators whose effectiveness is nearly non-existent, the remaining cultivators will perform slightly worse than wood element cultivators, but it is still sufficient. It can be said that water and wood element cultivators are the most suited to be spirit planters. Since that is the case, I will trouble you, Mu Dao, friend, to make an introduction." Jing Yu nodded in agreement. All right, I will certainly select 5 acres of prime spirit fields for you." Mu Shan was overjoyed. In fact, being a spirit planter is merely a transition. Once your cultivation reaches the mid-chi stage in the future, if you seek comfort, you can become a steward of a spirit plantation like me. If you wish to pursue foundation establishment, you can also rely on the combat power of dual cultivation to take a chance in the Beast Mountains. I am only at the first layer of chi cultivation now. Mid-chi stage. I can't even imagine when that will be. Jing Yu was not too concerned. "Let's take it step by step. We will see what happens when the time comes. I might end up spending my entire life just stuck at the first, second, or third layers." "That won't be the case." Mu Shan shook his head. In truth, Jing Yu was not being modest. For him, chi cultivation was not particularly important. As long as he could pile up his body refining realm to the late stage of the divine transformation, he could ascend to the immortal realm, though it would take a longer time. The two then arrived at the spirit plantation outside the market. With Mu Shan around, all the procedures went extremely smoothly. He selected 5 acres of prime spirit fields close to the market for Jing Yu in Area A and handed him 3 bound books. "Uncle, these are the techniques: spirit rain technique, earth nurturing technique, and seedling nurturing technique. Since there has not yet been any divine sense born during the chi cultivation period, there is no need for jade slips, Otherwise, having a dozen or 20 techniques would just mean they all exist within a single jade slip, which would be quite troublesome. The market does not prohibit cultivators from holding multiple positions, but you must choose one main position. The techniques required for the main position are provided for free. If you wish to dual cultivate in alchemy or rune crafting, you will need to purchase the teachings from the technique pavilion. Once Jing Yu accepted the books and placed them in his storage bag, Mu Shan reminded him, "Uncle, when traveling between the spirit plantation and the market, be sure to only use the official road opened by several market masters. This road is regularly patrolled by market security cultivators, ensuring safety. If you deviate from the official road, you may encounter robbers. It's better for someone like you who dual cultivates body refining, but for ordinary spirit planters, they are often low-level cultivators who lack magical artifacts and divine powers. If they encounter robbers experienced in combat, they would invariably meet their demise." Mu Shan paused, his expression shifting as if he thought of something. "Uncle, do not entertain the idea of using your body refining cultivation to play tricks and lure robbers into traps. Those robbers who survive multiple fights are the sharpest of the bunch, with a keen sense of danger and not infrequently of the Foundation establishment realm. I am not that kind of person." Jing Yu replied helplessly, "I have always been stable and dependable. Oh, if you don't believe me, you can ask my third sister. Phew, then I can rest easy." Mu Shan let out a sigh of relief and smiled. There are not many blood relatives left of Mother Qingtian, and it is rare to have a descendant who can step onto the path of immortality. If anything were to happen under my watch, I would truly have a hard time explaining it. The transfer of the spirit fields still had a month to go. During this month, Jing Yu could move freely just in time to familiarize himself with the several techniques necessary for spirit planting. As Jing Yu bid farewell to Mu Shan, he couldn't help but sigh. Although my third sister is just a mortal, her discerning eye for selecting a husband is indeed sharp. Originally Zhao Qinghuan, a mere mortal body cultivator, marrying someone like Mu Shan, a practitioner, could already be considered a high marriage. It is rare that Mu Shan has a gentle personality and holds no prejudice against mortals, having lived with Zhao Qinghuan as husband and wife for over a decade. Without taking a concubine, their feelings are very deep. Aside from his age, he is basically the perfect husband for Zhao Qinghuan. However, one cannot say much about his age. After all, as long as a qi refining practitioner maintains proper health, most can live to 100 years, while Zhao Qinghuan, being a mortal, even if she cultivates body refinement and takes good care of her health, whether she can live to 80 remains uncertain. With a month remaining before officially taking on the role of spiritual plant cultivator, Jing Yu was not in a hurry to study the few books related to spiritual plants, but instead returned to Wushan Market, leisurely wandering the streets. The streets were not crowded, mostly low-level cultivators, exuding the spiritual pressure of the first or second layer of qi refinement, along with some mortals. The body cultivators did not emit any spiritual pressure, making it difficult to distinguish whether these mortals were indeed body cultivators. Jing Yu strolled leisurely until he arrived at a cluster of corner towers in the center of the inner market, stopping in front of a relatively shorter corner tower, which had the three large characters Xianwen Pavilion prominently written on its plaque. Upon entering the pavilion, Jing Yu noticed a girl around 16 or 17 with spiritual pressure at the second layer of qi refining, dozing on a table made of calming wood. Perhaps due to a cultivator's innate spiritual sense, or perhaps there was some sort of warning formation in the corner tower. As soon as Jing Yu stepped over the threshold, the girl who was just asleep instantly awoke. "Ah, this fellow Taoist, welcome to Xianwen Pavilion." The girl stared blankly at Jing Yu for a moment, then quickly realized Xianwen Pavilion generally sells stories and lore from the cultivation world, local customs, and some biographies of high-level practitioners. "Do you have any specific needs, fellow Taoist?" Jing Yu curiously glanced at the rows of bookshelves behind the girl and asked, "Do you have any geography books about the cultivation world? Or are you a newcomer to the Tao?" The girl quickly guessed Jing Yu's identity and took out a book titled Geographic Atlas of Penglai Immortal Continent from the shelf behind her, handing it to him. "Fellow Taoist, this book has not yet been unsealed. It must be purchased before reading." "How much?" "1 spirit coin." The girl knew Jing Yu was one of the new recruits from the previous day, and fearing he might not know what a spirit coin was, added, "It's the same as the Xiaoyao Tongbao. You exchanged some when you received spirit stones yesterday, didn't you?" "Yes, I have some." Jing Yu took out a spirit coin and placed it on the counter, secretly marveling at how a little expensive the book was. "Can I find a place in this pavilion to read the book?" "Of course, there are several mats and tables over there. Fellow Taoists who have purchased books can sit there and browse." The girl smiled slightly, then added, "But once the book is unsealed, it cannot be returned." "All right." Jing Yu replied with a smile, found a mat to sit on, and opened the newly purchased book. "Would you like a pot of spiritual tea? It's only 3 spirit coins and is quite beneficial for early-stage qi refining practitioners." No need." Seeing that Jing Yu was no longer spending, the girl lost interest in promoting and leaned back against the counter pretending to close her eyes and cultivate. Jing Yu flipped through the book, very quickly finishing the several hundred pages of the geographic atlas of Penglai Immortal Continent in less than half an hour. Indeed, the immortal continent he was currently in was the Penglai Immortal Continent. This continent is vast and can be considered boundless for low-level cultivators, but it is divided into several domain regions. The territory of the Xiaoyao Alliance is located in the easternmost part of the Penglai Immortal Continent known as the Yunchuan Domain. The Yunchuan Domain is one of the smaller regions within the Penglai Immortal Continent, but even so it remains a place where qi refining and foundation establishment practitioners would find it hard to traverse in their lifetime. Only Golden Core realms have the qualification to cross domains, and even for Golden Core practitioners without a long-distance teleportation formation, relying solely on the physical escape technique, to cross would be time-consuming and laborious, thus not worth the effort. To the west of the Penglai Immortal Continent lies an endless expanse of ocean known as the Falling Star Sea. It is said that 100,000 years ago the realm where Jing Yu resided was still a complete continent, but one day a giant meteorite fell from the sky and struck the center of the continent. This caused a cataclysm leading to the destruction of life, and the originally intact continent shattered into several immortal continents, with the central position of the meteorite forming an expansive ocean, which became the Falling Star Sea. The author of this atlas also specially marked this segment of lore as ancient legend, implying its authenticity is questionable. The northern part of the Penglai Immortal Continent borders another great immortal continent, the Juqin Immortal Continent. Although it is said to be bordering a vast archipelago lies between the two immortal continents with the distance between them no less than that of the Yunchuan Domain. It seems that I am indeed in the Penglai Immortal Continent along with Yun Xiansu. I have a general idea of the location of Li Jiangmai's Juqin Immortal Continent, or just head north from here. Jing Yu contemplated, but looking at this map, Yun Xiansu should be in one of the domains near the western sea of the Penglai Immortal Continent. No wonder the nascent soul practitioner who first contacted Yun Xiansu was an elder from the Yi family. The two places are quite close. Jing Yu stood up and went back to the counter asking, "Fairy, do you have any biographies of notable figures?" "What type of biography do you need, fellow Taoist? Individual ones? Or a compilation of practitioners from a domain? Is there a biography of figures from the Juqin Immortal Continent?" This. The girl displayed a troubled expression saying, "Fellow Taoist, a continent is so vast, let alone the Juqin Immortal Continent, even a compilation of practitioners outside our Penglai Immortal Continent's Yunchuan Domain cannot yield many books." "That's true. Then give me one from the Yunchuan Domain." "All right, let me find it for you." In the end, Jing Yu carefully selected and spent 2 more spirit coins to buy the biography of Yunchuan Domain and comprehensive power of Yunchuan Domain. "Fellow Taoist, we at Xianwen Pavilion have recently received a new batch of books. Would you be interested in looking at them?" "Oh, what type, eh?" Jing Yu's goals were mostly achieved and he was ready to leave, so he casually responded. "The Atlas of Rare Items in Yunchuan Domain, which was personally compiled by our Xiaoyao Alliance's leader Bao Dingzhenren. It records almost all known or legendary rare items in the cultivation world of Yunchuan Domain. Currently, only the Materials Volume and Artifacts Volume have been released, and each rare item even includes illustrations, making it an absolute value for practitioners who love to explore secret realms and cave dwellings." With that, the young girl dragged out a brick-thick tome from behind the counter, practically slamming it down before Jing Yu. Gazing at the book before him, Jing Yu's face showed hesitation. "How much is this book?" 10 spirit coins. The young girl stuck out her tongue. "How much?" Jing Yu was stunned. "So expensive." "It is a bit pricey, but truly worth every coin." The young girl gave an awkward smile. "Fellow Taoist, why not take a look first? You can preview a few pages at no." Jing Yu picked up the book and casually flipped through a few pages. His gaze paused on an illustration in one of them, then he turned the page as if nothing had happened. "This book is acceptable. He'll take one." "Ah, excellent." The young girl's face lit up with surprise. She hadn't really expected to successfully sell the tome. After all, 10 spirit coins was no small sum. Stuffing the book into his storage pouch, Jing Yu walked out of the Immortal News Pavilion with a composed expression, following a small path through the market street straight back to his outer market shack. Phew. Only then did Jing Yu let out a soft breath. He took out the Illustrated Chronicle of Cloud River Region Curiosities from his storage pouch, followed the table of contents to the Ancient Spiritual Objects section, and flipped to the corresponding page. Primordial Heavy Water, one of the ancient divine waters, its appearance no different from an ordinary droplet. A single drop weighs 1 billion jin. It can be used in medicine, cultivating divine abilities, and forging magical treasures. In ancient times it appeared from beyond the heavens, rumored to have descended upon the immortal continent with a world-ending meteor. It has been extinct for many years, leaving only legends behind. Beside this annotation was an illustration of the primordial heavy water. At first glance, it seemed no different from an ordinary water droplet, but on closer inspection the droplet appeared perfectly round and cohesive, thick and viscous like lead or mercury. Exactly like Jing Yu's spiritual root manifestation. Could it be that his spiritual root manifestation was not the lowest grade ordinary water droplet manifestation, but the primordial heavy water? The more Jing Yu thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. After all, his speed of drawing qi into his body was second only to Lu Yingzhao among all the immortal candidates, and even his subsequent cultivation of the breathing method was astonishingly fast. Back then, Lu Yingzhao relying solely on a single breathing method, without any cultivation resources, merely absorbing the spiritual energy of the mundane world, had taken 7 years to reach the 4th layer of qi refinement. The spiritual energy at Crow Mountain Market, where Jing Yu now resided, was far richer than the mundane world, and he had a stable annual income of spirit stones to purchase cultivation resources. He estimated that even without switching to a water-attributed technique that would be faster and more suited to his water spiritual root, simply cultivating all the way with the breathing method, reaching the 4th layer of qi refinement in 7 years would not be difficult, perhaps even faster. Of course, Jing Yu was not in a hurry to push his qi refinement cultivation. After all, on the surface, he was still an ordinary cultivator with a low-grade spiritual root manifestation. If he reached the middle stage of qi refinement in just 7 years or less, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Although the bitter crossing profound light had the effect of concealing his aura, it could probably only fool foundation establishment cultivators at most. If he accidentally encountered a golden core true person, he might be exposed. For now, his body refinement cultivation was stuck at the 6th layer of body tempering perfect completion. It would be better to use this opportunity to spend more spirit stones on some body refinement treasures and first train his bitter crossing divine body to the foundation establishment stage. After carefully pondering his future plans and finding no issues, Jing Yu made another trip to the technique pavilion within the market, spending 2 spirit stones to purchase a water-attributed technique called river and ocean scripture. This expense was essentially unavoidable, as cultivating a water-attributed technique was most complementary for a water spiritual root cultivator. The speed of cultivation and the quality of spiritual energy were incomparable to the attributeless breathing method. If a new cultivator did not spend spirit stones to switch techniques, it would be a strange anomaly indeed. In just under 2 days since arriving at Crow Mountain Market, 1 spirit stone had been exchanged for spirit coins. 2 had been spent on the technique, and of the 5 spirit stones issued to registered cultivators by the market, only 2 remained. If Jing Yu wanted to buy a few basic spells or add a second-hand magical tool to his collection, the 2 spirit stones left in his hand would not even be enough. He would have to split them into several parts to use. Only now did Jing Yu truly understand why so many low-level cultivators preferred to rent the outer market shacks, unwilling to spend even 1 more spirit stone per year to rent a private courtyard with far better living conditions. The truth was, spirit stones were hard to earn, yet the places to spend them were terrifyingly numerous, so naturally every bit of frugality counted. The harvest from the spiritual rice planting won't come until next year. If I were an ordinary spiritual farmer, I would use these 2 spirit stones to buy this year's personal spiritual rice so as not to delay my cultivation progress. Jing Yu, however, had other ideas. He simply set aside these 2 spirit stones and saved them for now. He took out the 3 spells, Spiritual Rain Art, Earth Nourishment Art, and Green Sprout Art, from his storage pouch and studied them carefully, silently preparing for the life of a spiritual farmer that would begin in a month. Longevity Calendar 548. Outside Crow Mountain Market Spiritual Farm Zone, patches of freshly planted spiritual rice seedlings stood tall in the fields. Jing Yu wore a golden straw hat and carried a large basket on his back filled with mature spiritual rice seedlings. With practiced ease, he pinched out 1 seedling after another and methodically inserted them into the spiritual field. This is the first batch planted in the new year. I hope it brings a good harvest again. It had been over 3 years since Jing Yu first arrived at Crow Mountain Market, and he had served as a spiritual farmer for a full 3 years. During these 3 years, thanks to the care of Mu Shan, the steward of the spiritual farm, Jing Yu had been able to earn a stable 625 spirit stones annually. After deducting the 2 spirit stones spent on shack rent over 2 years, Jing Yu had saved over 16 spirit stones in total over the 3 years. Originally, he had 2 spirit stones left from his registration, so Jing Yu had saved up 18 spirit stones. However, some time ago, Jing Yu had spent a hefty sum of 11 spirit stones at the market's underground trading venue to win a bid for a century-old vermilion fruit. After consuming it, he successfully broke through to the 7th layer of body tempering with the bitter crossing scripture, leaving him with only 7 spirit stones. As for the 200 gene of spiritual rice needed for annual cultivation, Jing Yu had not bought a single grain. Over these 3 years, solely by circulating the river and ocean scripture To absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he had cultivated to the second layer of qi refinement. This further convinced Jing Yu that his spiritual root manifestation was most likely the ancient divine water, the primordial heavy water. Back then, Yun Xuanzi, without any cultivation resources in the mundane world, had taken a full 8 years to reach the second layer of qi refinement. If spiritual rice and elixirs had been available, that time could have been reduced to at least a quarter. Li Jiangmei, whose talent was slightly inferior to Yun Xuanzi's, but still on the same level, had not lacked resources back in the Demon Sex Furnace Pavilion. She had reached the third layer of qi refinement in 5 years, and it would have taken her about 2 years to reach the second layer. Reaching the second layer of qi refinement in 3 years with the aid of spiritual rice and elixirs was slightly fast for Jing Yu's apparent talent, but still acceptable. After all, the early layers of qi refinement did not require much accumulation of spiritual power, and their difficulty was incomparable to the later layers. Even those with poorer talent could not be much slower. What truly created a time gap was the bottlenecks between the major and minor cultivation stages. Cultivators with excellent spiritual roots find it easier to break through the bottlenecks between realms compared to ordinary cultivators. For instance, the minor bottleneck from the 6th level of qi refinement to the 7th level is not a significant obstacle for cultivators like Yun Xuanzi and Li Jiangmei, and is nearly negligible for geniuses like Lu Yingzhao, who can almost break through immediately upon reaching perfection in the 6th level. However, for cultivators with ordinary spiritual roots, this minor bottleneck could take 5, 8, 10 years, or even a lifetime to overcome. Mu Shan, the nephew of Jing Yu, has been struggling against this bottleneck for 3 years, yet his cultivation remains stagnant at the perfect 6th level of qi refinement. He is uncertain when he will break through to the later stage, and at 59 years old, he is acutely aware that he is nearing the age of 80 when vitality wanes and meridians can become depleted. The prospect of establishing his foundation is increasingly dim. Currently, Mu Shan still serves as a steward in the spiritual plantation area A. Jing Yu visits daily to tend to the spiritual fields, and the two often see each other. Perhaps due to his prolonged stagnation in cultivation, Jing Yu has sensed that Mu Shan has been somewhat dispirited lately, with his overall demeanor appearing rather listless. Uncle. As Jing Yu pondered about Mu Shan, he unexpectedly arrived. What surprised him was that Mu Shan visibly looked much better today, shaking off the previous gloom and despondency. Feeling the spiritual pressure emanating from Mu Shan, who had evidently reached the later stage of qi refinement, Jing Yu instantly understood. Qi refinement 7th level. Mu Shan has broken through. Old Mu, congratulations. Mu Shan is a kind-hearted man who has looked out for Jing Yu over these past years. Jing Yu is genuinely happy for Mu Shan. Although they have a difference in generations, Jing Yu is younger and has a lower cultivation level, so he doesn't dare to be too familiar. After getting to know each other, he affectionately calls him Old Mu. It took me until my nearing 60th year to barely touch the threshold of the later stage of qi refinement. My life is as good as over. What is there to celebrate? Mu Shan humbly remarked, but his face was smiling so much that the wrinkles gathered together clearly in high spirits. Uncle, I'm hosting a feast at my home tonight. You must not miss it. Yes, Old Mu, your breakthrough is certainly worth celebrating, but there is another piece of good news that coincides with it. Jing Yu said with a smile. What other good news? Mu Shan was taken aback. Isn't Steward Zhang from Area A going to retire? Jing Yu lowered his voice. Area A manages the production of spiritual rice in our Wushan trading market, and the steward holds significant power. Traditionally, only cultivators at the later stage of qi refinement are qualified for selection. You have served as a steward for decades and have a wide network. Your qualifications and reputation are both solid. Previously, you were held back by your cultivation level, but now that you've broken through, when Steward Zhang retires, won't it be a natural progression for you? Oh. Mu Shan's face beamed with joy, and he shook Jing Yu's arm repeatedly, saying, I came out to find you in high spirits right after my breakthrough, and I never expected this much. Steward Zhang is getting old and is looking to seek a chance to establish his foundation in the nearby Immortal city, leaving this position vacant. You can imagine how many people are eyeing this opportunity, not just the 10 or so stewards in Area A. Several qualified friends from the spiritual fruit and herb areas have been moving around for the past few months. Who hasn't been looking around? I originally lacked the cultivation level, so I had long extinguished my desire to compete. Now that I've broken through, I've been thrust into the competition. Those colleagues who have been working for many years don't know what kind of mood they will be in. Jing Yu smirked. What a pure and innocent white lotus. Old Mu, don't go taking advantage and then act coy about it. Mu Shan laughed heartily, clearly knowing that Jing Yu was joking. He patted Jing Yu on the shoulder, saying, remember tonight. I'll have Cheng Huan buy more spiritual fruits and vegetables. Got it, I need to finish up this batch of spiritual rice first. Jing Yu replied without looking up. You chose a good day to break through. It's just been less than a month since the last batch of spiritual rice was harvested, and I'm currently quite flush. It would be unreasonable not to prepare a generous gift. Mushan grinned, saying, "Uncle, just do what you can." That evening at Mushan's home in the inner courtyard, Zhao Cheng Huan was quite efficient, managing to prepare a large feast in less than an hour. By the time Jing Yu arrived, many people had already gathered in the courtyard. Apart from Mushan's family, the rest were cultivators with whom Mushan had close ties. Among them were Madame Fu from the Immortal Registry Tower Manager, one from the Spirit Stone Lane, Master Li from the Danding Pavilion, and Granny Wang from the Moon Elder Pavilion. Even Hu Yiming showed up. Uncle Zhao? A young man dressed in a bright red robe stood at the entrance, serving as the greeter. Upon seeing Jing Yu, his eyes lit up, and he waved at him. "So it's little Sheng." Jing Yu smiled and nodded. This young man was naturally Li Sheng, who was now a decade. Just looking at his appearance, the little beggar who was once brought to the capital of Zhao Kingdom by Mu Shan with his thieving eyes was nowhere to be seen. When he first began to cultivate, that bright red robe seemed ill-fitting, but now Li Sheng carried himself with the aura of a high-level cultivator from an immortal sect. In fact, Li Sheng even found his original name unpleasant and changed the character Sheng to Sheng, wanting to strive for excellence in everything. "Little Sheng, your cultivation has improved quite a bit," Jing Yu said with some surprise. Li Sheng was now at the second level of qi refinement, which is not slow at all for a low-grade spiritual root cultivator over the course of 3 years. "My master has been providing a lot of resources, otherwise I wouldn't have progressed this quickly," Li Sheng humbly replied. "Are you still working as an assistant for Master Li?" "Of course. I'm quite mediocre in alchemy, and after 3 years I'm still doing menial work like fanning flames and igniting fires. I don't know when I'll be able to refine pills." Li Sheng's young face scrunched up, clearly feeling a bit down. How many apprentices can start refining pills within 7 or 8 years? And it's not just you who has to endure. Jing Yu chuckled and chatted with Li Sheng for a while before stepping into the courtyard. "Taoist Zhao has arrived." "Taoist Zhao? Brother Zhao? Long time no see." Jing Yu, being from the same circle as Mu Shan and close to him, had many mutual acquaintances among Mu Shan's friends. He greeted them all with a smile and turned to Mu Shan, saying, "Old Mu, congratulations. You've come, uncle." Mu Shan approached and patted Jing Yu on the back, taking the gift box from Jing Yu's hands, saying, "Just showing up is enough. No need to bring gifts." Jing Yu rolled his eyes. "It's a can of Yinshan tea worth 20 spirit coins. Consider it a gift." This time Mu Shan had only broken through a minor realm and was hosting a family banquet, not a grand occasion like a foundation establishment ceremony or golden core celebration, so the gift need not be overly extravagant. Jing Yu, being a nearly broke cultivator just over 3 years into the immortal path, felt that a gift worth 20 spirit coins was already quite substantial. "It is rare for uncle to have such a kind intention. I would be remiss not to accept it." Jing Yu arrived, and no other cultivators came thereafter, so the family feast began. This modest celebration was divided into 2 tables. One was occupied by cultivators like Mu Shan, Jing Yu, and Li Sheng, while the other seated Zhao Mingyu, Zhao Qinghuan, Zhao Qing'an, and several mortal body tempering practitioners who were on good terms with Mu Shan's circle. This small family banquet already revealed the chasm between immortals and mortals. During the feast, both host and guests were thoroughly delighted, clinking cups and exchanging toasts until late into the night. All were sated with food and drink, and thus they dispersed. "Sixth brother, please stay." Before Jing Yu left, Zhao Mingyu called out to him. "Oh, third sister, is there something else?" Jing Yu asked in surprise. "Please come to the inner hall to speak," Zhao Mingyu said in a low voice, leaning on her iron crutch. Jing Yu followed her into the master bedroom and found Mu Shan, Zhao Qinghuan, and Zhao Qing'an already waiting there. Mu Shan, as the host of the house, had consumed quite a bit of spirit wine tonight, but fortunately, as a cultivator, he had already expelled the intoxication with his spiritual energy. Zhao Qing'an's face, however, still bore a faint flush. "Third sister, what is so mysterious about this? Could it be that you want to arrange for old Mu to become the manager of the Spirit Herb Garden Sector A? Jing Yu speculated a possibility and asked directly. "That matter cannot be settled overnight. There is much to plan in the future." Zhao Mingyu first shook her head, then said in a hoarse voice, "Today there is another matter. Qing'an is already 37 years old." "Ah, indeed." Jing Yu nodded in sudden realization, saying, "I wondered why you invited Madame Wang from the Matchmaker Pavilion today. That old woman usually has no connection with old Mu. So this is the reason." He turned to Zhao Qing'an with a smile. "Qing'an, have you taken a fancy to some young lady?" Zhao Qing'an's face was still flushed, though it was unclear if it was due to the spirit wine. "Uncle, I have no particular lady in my heart. The truth is, mother's bloodline must eventually have an heir, and that responsibility falls on me." Alas, Jing Yu was momentarily stunned. He himself had long since achieved longevity and had lived leisurely for 48 years in his reincarnation, never in a hurry. These 3 years in Wushan Market, though he had not saved many spirit stones, he had lived comfortably and carefree, never giving a thought to continuing his bloodline. Now belatedly realizing that his own nephew was nearly 40, an age that in the mortal world would make him a grandfather, it was already somewhat late to be concerning himself with marriage. So he could only echo, indeed you should start thinking about having children. Since there was no one he fancied, it seemed he would follow his family's arrangements. Jing Yu turned his gaze to Zhao Mingyu. Third sister, do you have anyone in mind? Zhao Mingyu was silent for a moment, then lifted her chin high, her tone gaining a hint of stubbornness. My idea is to find a female cultivator with a suitable temperament for Qinggan. A cultivator? How is that possible? Jing Yu exclaimed in shock. Third sister, I think you have lost your immortals and mortals are distinct. In Wushan market, cultivators are naturally above mortal body tempering practitioners. If Qinggan wants to marry, he must look downward. Which young female cultivator with a bright future and a chance at foundation establishment would stoop to marry a mortal? But if we consider old, crippled female cultivators whose paths are cut off, and without hope of foundation establishment, not to mention whether they can bear children, how many spirit stones would it take to make them willingly marry a mortal? Jing Yu sighed. Even if we grit our teeth and bring one into the family, she would likely harbor resentment. A turbulent household would be the least of our worries. Besides, even a female cultivator whose path is severed may not be willing to humble herself. Third sister, among the imperial descendants, you were once the most astute. Why have you become so muddled as you've aged? Zhao Mingyu's eyes dimmed as she said softly, Sixth brother, do you think I am unaware of all these consequences you have laid out so starkly? But Qinggan is already immortal. If he marries another mortal woman, the chance of bearing a child with a spiritual root would be vanishingly small. Today you saw it yourself. At a public family banquet with outsiders present, mortals and cultivators cannot even dine at the same table. Cultivators see no issue with this, as if it were natural. Mortals too feel no offense, having long grown accustomed to it, for it has always been this way. In the end, is it not the divide between immortals and mortals? Zhao Mingyu lowered her eyes. When I first entered Wushan market, I often failed to grasp the intricacies. In terms of combat prowess, mortal body tempering practitioners lacking access to spells and with limited methods are slightly inferior to Kyle-finding cultivators of the same rank, but the gap is not vast. In terms of lifespan, Kyle-finding cultivators live barely 100 years. With proper care, mortal body tempering practitioners can easily reach 70 or 80, and some even live to 90. What difference does a mere 10 or 20 years make? So why are mortal body tempering practitioners in the market considered inferior to Kyle-finding cultivators? Is it not because even the most destitute Kyle-finding cultivator harbors a faint hope of building an immortal foundation? Even for a cultivator like you, sixth brother, who only began to absorb qi in middle age, if you can reach the peak of qi refining by 80 or 90, you might still seek foundation establishment. Once foundation establishment is achieved, one can not only fly and traverse the skies, but also enjoy a lifespan of 300 years. Even the Zhao dynasty, since its founding, has lasted only a little over 200 years. How many secular dynasties can endure for 3 centuries? The true divide between immortals and mortals lies between those who have built an immortal foundation and the common folk. All of this comes down to merely having one more or one fewer spiritual root. Sixth brother, in the 3 years since you arrived, for some unknown reason, more and more cultivators in the market have been delving into the art of puppetry. It is said that a Sumeru cave heaven has fallen in the Wushan mountains, drifting through the void and appearing unpredictably. The cave heaven contains some Kyle-finding level puppet legacies. This rumor seems to be largely true. The puppets crafted by those cultivators are useless for combat, but they are sufficient for simple tasks like moving heavy loads. To secure work, they maliciously undercut prices, making life miserable for us mortal body tempering practitioners. If my guild continues to focus only on stable business within the market, we will soon be unable to make ends meet. To earn more spirit stones, one must risk life and limb in the Beast Mountains, but that is no long-term solution. Qinggan is the only male heir in our family. If anything happens to him, our ancestral line will be cut off here. But an old woman like me at the first level of body tempering doesn't even have the qualifications to risk her life. Not to mention that as those puppet crafting cultivators refine their skills and create combat-capable puppets, mortal body tempering practitioners won't even be able to compete with those iron lumps that can be easily repaired when broken. At this rate, what future do mortals have? Are we all to flock to become servants and slaves to cultivate? The candlelight flickered within the room, casting an eerie shadow over Zhao Mingyu's deeply lined face. If generation after generation remains mortal, when will my family ever rise in Wushan market? Jing Yu helplessly said, since third sister insists on arranging a marriage for Cheng, Yen, have you considered the possibility of marrying into the family? Zhao Mingyu spoke sternly. The Zhao family cannot be severed at Cheng Yan's marriage. After all, Cheng Yan has a handsome appearance. If he were willing to marry into the family, perhaps there would indeed be female cultivators willing to accept him. Jing Yu sighed. Third sister, even if he marries into the family and has children in the future, wouldn't they still be his own children? Can this child bear the Zhao surname? Jing Yu rolled his eyes. If that's the case, why not have Wang Pu from the Moon Elder Pavilion scout for unmarried female cultivators with the Zhao surname in the market? Zhao Mingyu was both amused and angry at Jing Yu's suggestion. How can one deceive oneself in such a way? Third sister, there are no two sides to sugarcane. If you don't want Cheng Yin to marry into the family, but still want to marry a female cultivator, how can you expect to have all the good fortune for yourself? I understand that logic, of course. Zhao Mingyu gritted her teeth and said, the reason I called you and Mu Shan here is to borrow some spirit stones. Mother. Mu Shan's lips trembled as he glanced at Zhao Qinghuan, who was at a loss before finally letting out a sigh. Alas. How many do you need to borrow? Jing Yu inquired. I thought since it's a case of a woman marrying down, the betrothal gift should be generous. We need to gather at least 80 spirit stones. I don't believe there won't be any female cultivators interested. 80 spirit stones. Jing Yu raised his voice and sneered. How much more do you need? There are still some spirit stones for circulation in the Body Refining Association. After all, it's not just my decision, or I can at most allocate 10 stones. Zhao Mingyu's expression darkened. Over the years, I've saved about 20 stones as well. Qinghuan has some savings, probably around 15 stones, and Cheng Yin has also saved up 10 over these years. When calculated, we are still short by about 25 spirit stones. Mu Shan looked troubled. Mother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the steward at the Spirit Herb Garden is about to resign, and I want to fight for that position. There are too many social obligations that need to be managed, and spirit stones are a bit tight. Plus, I can't afford to take much from the Xian Yao Alliance's resources. I'm afraid I can only scrape together 15 spirit stones at most. Zhao Mingyu nodded. I understand your difficulties. The position of steward in Area A of the Spirit Herb Garden is crucial for your foundation establishment path, so you must give it your all. Being able to provide 15 stones already exceeds my expectations. She then turned to Jing Yu. Sixth brother, your cultivation speed has been quite fast in recent years, and you must have purchased a lot of resources with spirit stones. You probably haven't saved too many stones. Can you spare 5 stones? For the remaining shortfall, I will find some familiar friends to make up for it. Don't even mention 5 spirit stones, Jing Yu scoffed. Not even 5 coins of spirit money are available. Zhao Mingyu frowned. Sixth brother, you really are blinded by greed. Jing Yu shouted, third sister, it's not that I want to pour cold water on your hopes, but today you are exhausting your family's resources scrambling to gather these 80 spirit stones to seek a marriage for Cheng Yin with a female cultivator. Even if money is tempting, what she values is nothing more than the spirit stones, not Cheng Yin. If something goes wrong, and that female cultivator and Cheng Yin part ways taking the spirit stones with her, you will end up losing both your money and your person. In the Wushan market, no matter how ordinary, one cannot equate themselves with cultivators. Your family is made up of ordinary body refiners. To put it bluntly, in this market, you are just a bunch of talking puppets. Will the law enforcement team in the market uphold justice for you, who are as useful as iron scraps? Over the past 3 years, Jing Yu had gotten along well with Zhao Mingyu's family and had never raised his voice before, but today his words were particularly harsh, leaving no room for mercy. Zhao Mingyu wasn't the only one affected. Even Zhao Qinghuan and Zhao Qingyin had unsightly expressions on their faces. Even if you find a female cultivator who is willing to settle down, where will she live after marriage? Living in a shack in the outer market is fine for one person, but once there are children, how is that a long-term solution? The market price for a private courtyard in the inner market has skyrocketed to over 300 spirit stones, and the rent is already 2 spirit stones per year, which is yet another expense. Mother was rendered speechless by uncle's scolding, while Zhao Qinghuan felt a pang of sympathy and disregarded the hierarchy, retorting, is it not reasonable for a female cultivator to have her own place to live? Is it really the case that after cultivating in Wushan market for so many years they sleep under bridges with their blankets rolled up? Qinghuan, I honestly don't know how to respond to that remark. Jing Yu helplessly stated, how can any female cultivator truly free from worries and living a comfortable life be willing to marry down to an ordinary person for 80 spirit stones? Enough. Zhao Mingyu struck the ground with her iron cane. Tomorrow Wang Pu from the Moon Elder Pavilion will give me a list of interested female cultivators. We must see it first before making any decisions. All right. Just in time, I will also see what kind of goods that old woman can find. Jing Yu shook his head and got up to leave. The next day, Jing Yu arrived early at Mushan's house. He initially did not want to get too involved, but after saying some harsh words the night before, he decided to keep a low profile today. If the candidates presented by the old woman were acceptable, he would only give a few symbolic suggestions and not intervene if the options were too outrageous. Zhao Mingyu wasn't someone who would blindly follow without judgment and would naturally know to refuse. Dao Friend Wang, is this truly the candidate you selected for my Cheng Yin? Before stepping into the courtyard, he heard Zhao Mingyu's incredulous voice echoing from within. Jing Yu hurriedly entered, took the book from Zhao Mingyu's hand, flipped through it, and was left speechless. Dao friend Wang, this is rather unfair. Jing Yu held the book and said weakly, the three candidates you provided, one has lost an arm and a leg, another is a former courtesan who has turned over a new leaf, and the last one is 68 years old this year. At this point, Wang Pa also began to defend herself. Dao friend Zhao, this matter cannot be blamed on me. After all, people tend to aim higher. Where can we find suitable female cultivators who are willing to marry down? These three were meticulously chosen by me. I thought they had the potential for discussion, and with a generous betrothal gift there might be a chance. Sai Wang Daoyo, you are aware that measuring spiritual roots in the mortal realm has become an industry. Every 20 or 30 years we must plow through the mortals again, and there will certainly be more and more cultivators in the market. Jing Yu pondered and said, the situation for mortals in the market will only become increasingly difficult. The younger generation and their families is eagerly hoping that one of their descendants will possess a spiritual root. Otherwise, how will there be any chance of success? Wang Po wore a bitter expression. Zhao Daoyo, your words come from the heart. Everyone understands this principle, but just as mortals wish for a spiritual root in their family, cultivators also desire the same, don't they? It must be noted that even when cultivators unite, the likelihood of their offspring having a spiritual root is not guaranteed. I now 58 along with my spouse are both cultivators. Over the years we have had 4 children, yet not one possesses a spiritual root. It seems our lineage of cultivators will die out in the next generation. Who can we reason with about this? If 2 cultivators cannot ensure their offspring's spiritual roots, how can a combination of a cultivator and a mortal hope for success? Even a female cultivator with severed paths still hopes that her next generation can excel. Thus, it is even less likely she would marry a mortal. Zhao Mingyu seemed to age suddenly, her tone almost pleading. Wang Daoyo, is there truly no other female cultivator who would find this betrothal appealing? Wang Pa slightly pursed her lips. Sister Zhao, allow me to add a word. 80 spirit stones may seem like a lot, but a typical mid-stage qi refinement cultivator likely cannot gather such a sum quickly. However, if converted to the current market price of 600 spirit stones for a foundation establishment pill, it would only buy you less than 1/7. I have a compromise in mind. Oh, would you be willing to hear it, Sister Zhao? Zhao Mingyu perked up quickly, replying, I wish to hear the details. I have several mortal women here, each with excellent looks and refined manners. These are not ordinary mortal women, but descendants of cultivators. Such women may lack spiritual roots, but after all they are of cultivator blood. The chances of producing offspring with spiritual roots are higher than those of ordinary mortal women. Zhao Mingyu's expression gradually darkened, her body seemingly sapped of strength, but they are still mortals. They are certainly better than ordinary mortals. Wang Po advised mortals of cultivator descent are more likely to give birth to offspring with spiritual roots. This is a rule established by our predecessors and cannot be wrong. Third sister, what do you think? Jing Yu inquired, feeling that this could be considered a compromise. Zhao Mingyu whispered, then please find a list of names for me. I would like to investigate further before reaching a conclusion. This matter is easy, you'll leave it to me. Wang Pa patted her chest, accepting the deal. After Wang Pa left, Jing Yu quickly supported the nearly exhausted Zhao Mingyu, saying, rest for a while. Zhao Mingyu's eyes were dim, and she said, sixth brother, am I being too hasty? The younger generation has their own fate. You need not place such heavy thoughts solely on this generation. Jing Yu replied thoughtfully. When I first arrived at the market, I thought Mu Shan was a trustworthy person. I even admired your sharp eye in selecting a suitable partner for Cheng Huan. Based on this, I believed you could manage Cheng Yan's marriage seamlessly, yet I did not expect it to turn into such a mess. Third sister, I previously thought you treated both children the same. Jing Yu chuckled. Now that I see it, you indeed have different feelings towards Cheng Huan and Cheng Yan. When Cheng Huan married Mu Shan, I suspect you did not care much about his cultivation level, status, age, or family background, but what you valued was his solid and gentle nature as long as he harmonized with Cheng Huan. Even whether Mu Shan himself was a cultivator likely did not matter much. Now when it comes to Cheng Yan's marriage, you seem to be asking for this, and that ultimately not even inquiring what Cheng Yan thinks or how the female cultivator feels. You seek everything but end up with nothing that meets your expectations. Zhao Mingyu sighed. Sixth brother, you really can stand there and speak without feeling any pain. I'm merely an observer. Jing Yu asserted. Enough, I will not say more to you. The offspring of cultivators do not require as many betrothal gifts. Since there are more choices, you might as well take your time to choose someone both parties find agreeable, ensuring future family harmony, which is certainly better than living in chaos. I still need to visit the spirit herb garden today, so I shall not argue with you any longer. With that, she turned to leave. Wait. Zhao Mingyu grabbed Jing Yu's sleeve and took out 3 low-grade spirit stones from her waist pouch, forcefully stuffing them into his hands. Jing Yu was taken aback. What does this mean? Zhao Mingyu whispered. When Chengyan's marriage is settled, you will need to assume the position of the elder at the wedding. After all, Mushan and Chengyan are of the same generation, and we need a cultivator to maintain the occasion. I am Chengyan's uncle. Isn't this my duty? Why would I need this? Jing Yu instinctively tried to return the spirit stones to Zhao Mingyu. Take it. Zhao Mingyu's expression turned stern. You are already late to begin your cultivation journey, but fortunately your spiritual root aptitude is acceptable. If you practice diligently, there may still be a chance for foundation establishment. Since the betrothal gifts are no longer needed, use these spirit stones to buy a few bottles of qi-nourishing pills. Jing Yu understood that Zhao Mingyu was providing him with resources for his cultivation, feeling warmth in his heart. Then I shall accept it. Zhao Mingyu nodded, deeply meaning. You were right earlier. The heavy thoughts I carry should not rest solely on one generation. If Chengyan's future children do not possess spiritual roots, it does not mean that future generations will all lack them. There will always be promising descendants. But where should the grudge against my brother fall? After thinking it over, I find myself relying on you, sixth brother. Jing Yu felt a prickling sensation as he heard this, forcing a smile. Third sister, that is quite the joke. As a low-level qi refinement cultivator at 48, what expectations could I possibly fulfill? Then consider it my wish. Zhao Mingyu waved her hand wearily. Jing Yu bid farewell to Zhao Mingyu and headed straight outside the market. He had just planted the seedlings of spirit rice yesterday and needed to check on their condition today. If there were any issues, he could use the qi nourishing technique to care for the plants in time. Outside the market was a wide and smooth road specifically paved by Wushan Market to connect to the spirit herb garden beyond. Law enforcement cultivators often patrolled along the road to ensure the safety of the spirit herb farmers, allowing these low-level cultivators to farm in peace without fear of being attacked. Jing Yu had traveled this road for over 3 years and had indeed felt safe, encountering no dangers whatsoever. However, today for some reason the road was eerily empty and not a single patrolling law enforcement cultivator was in sight. He wondered if they were all clustered at the latter half of their patrols. Just as Jing Yu felt something was off, his body instinctively moved forward. Suddenly he felt the world spin and he abruptly vanished from the road. A ripple passed, and Jing Yu felt the surroundings blur, the once distinct and tangible forms stretching into a tangle of intricate, meaningless lines. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of distortion and nausea, Jing Yu instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, the dizzying sensation had vanished. He found himself in a strange room constructed entirely of interlocking metal gears. At its center stood a bronze humanoid puppet, its shell covered in verdigris, bearing witness to the relentless erosion of time. The metal walls were similarly mottled and decayed. The first thing Jing Yu did upon opening his eyes was to stomp on the floor. Finding it to be solid metal, his heart sank. His earth escape technique would be useless here. A spatial rift. Or something else. Jing Yu frowned, surveying the scene. Having resolved to spend 50 years farming at Wushan Market, he was not fond of such unexpected developments, even if they were opportunities. For one who seeks immortality, time alone would eventually unearth the ancient fortunes. While ordinary cultivators must strive for them, he did not. He cared little for the specifics of any opportunity. A living long enough meant that anyone's fortune would eventually benefit him in unforeseen ways. For instance, Yun Zuan's improvement of spirit plant cultivation had fundamentally changed the survival logic for low-level cultivators, sparking a renaissance of new blood in the Chuanyun domain's cultivation world, indirectly allowing him to draw in qi and enter the path. As Jing Yu pondered, the bronze puppet at the room's center suddenly stirred. Perhaps from years of inactivity, its joints emitted a grating screech as it raised its arm, lifting a pitted bronze lance and thrusting it toward Jing Yu. With a resounding crash, Jing Yu kicked the puppet, shattering it into pieces. He stared blankly at the pile of scrap metal on the floor, bemused. This puppet's original strength was likely only at the first layer of qi, refining a foe any mortal martial grandmaster could defeat. Now worn by age, it couldn't even muster that power. Posing no threat to Jing Yu, who had cultivated the kudu sacred body to the 7th layer of body tempering. What was the purpose of placing such a feeble puppet here? In the next moment, the metal floor split open, revealing a groove from which a metal platform slowly rose. Upon it lay a jade slip, resting in silence. A dull metallic voice echoed through the room. Trial passed. Claim your reward. Jing Yu's mouth fell open, frozen in place. Wasn't that the voice of the 9 lives Dao Lord? Dao Lord? Jing Yu called out tentatively, but received no response. He approached the platform, slowly gazing at the jade slip. I'm only at the 2nd layer of qi refining, not yet at foundation establishment. I haven't awakened my divine sense. Giving me a jade slip is useless. No sooner had he spoken than the jade slip exploded into a cloud of jade dust, from which a radiant divine thought shot into Jing Yu's mind. Spirit nurturing art. Before Jing Yu could fully grasp this profound technique, the jade dust in the air, as if drawn by an unseen force, was inhaled into his mouth, and nose like a whale drinking water. Jing Yu felt a phantom region in his mind swell, with pressure his head aching as if it would split. Instinctively, he began to circulate the newly acquired spirit-nurturing art. Strangely perhaps, because it was directly implanted into his mind, the spirit-nurturing art felt as if he had practiced it thousands of times. Its circulation was seamless. He slowly guided the wandering jade dust, condensing it within his mind. Meanwhile, the scattered dust permeated his limbs and was absorbed by the automatically circulating kudu sutra. After an unknown time, Jing Yu felt a clarity replace the previous fog in his mind. He opened his eyes and instinctively sat cross-legged to introspect. Within his mind, he found a swirling gray mist. Deep within this illusory fog, a tiny fingernail-sized luminary illuminated the surrounding darkness. Below it, suspended in the mist, lay a clear, crystalline mind lake, seemingly rootless. A ripple of thought swept across the mind lake, and under the light of the luminary above it shimmered with dazzling reflections. What was this? The sea of consciousness. He had read in cultivation tomes that after forming a foundation, cultivators would refine their bodies, and the final step was to open the sea of consciousness, generating divine sense. Though the inner vision of each foundation establishment cultivator's sea of consciousness varied, their general structure was similar. Had he truly opened his sea of consciousness prematurely? How was that possible? Jing Yu closed his eyes, sensing the tendrils of divine sense extending from his sea of consciousness into the material world. In the next instant, many of the discarded metal parts around him eerily levitated, moving in the direction his finger. It truly is divine sense. Jing Yu opened his eyes, staring at the scene before him in awe. When he had closed his eyes, his divine sense tendrils swept through the entire room, allowing him to perceive its structure as if he had personally touched it. Far more intuitive than using his eyes. One must know that compared to chi refining cultivators, foundation establishment cultivators not only possessed liquefied mana of far superior quality, but also a crushing advantage: the ability to project their divine sense. Chi refining cultivators, having not opened their sea of consciousness, could not project divine sense. They could only rely on mana to activate artifacts and cast spells, resulting in linear, predictable trajectories with no variation. Foundation establishment cultivators, however, could use divine sense to control the trajectory of artifacts and techniques after channeling mana, adding immense flexibility and unpredictability to their battles. If chi refining cultivators were likened to street thugs, throwing clumsy punches, then foundation establishment cultivators were martial grandmasters with exquisite, peerless skills. They were simply not on the same level. And now Jing Yu had opened his sea of consciousness and birthed divine sense at the second layer of chi refining. A feat so incredible that no one would believe it. This spirit-nurturing art was truly too heaven-defying. Of course, the jade dust must have also played a catalytic role. It was likely an extraordinary treasure as well. Jing Yu clenched his fist, feeling that his physical body had become far more resilient than before, containing an immense, terrifying power. The Kudu Sutra has directly reached the 8th layer of body tempering, perfected. Jing Yu speculated that the remaining jade powder used for opening the sea of consciousness was absorbed by the bitter crossing treasure body, which can refine all things, allowing his cultivation level originally at the 7th layer of the body forging stage to surge to the perfect 8th layer. He was just a step away from breaking this bottleneck and reaching the 9th layer of the body forging stage. Thank you, Daojuan, for bestowing the method. Jing Yu respectfully bowed to the round platform and praised. Yet there was still no response. Shortly after, a dull metallic voice sounded at the right moment. Entrance examination passed, commencing advancement examination. Boom. The originally sealed room had a mottled metal wall slowly crack open, revealing a long corridor. Peering outward, Jing Yu found that the corridor seemed to stretch indefinitely. As Jing Yu stepped into the corridor and looked around, he saw that the metal walls on both sides were just as pitted as those in the room, adorned with bronze lamps. The wicks of the lamps seemed on the verge of burning out, yet they remained stubbornly lit. Jing Yu walked slowly through the corridor, but it was extremely long. After walking for nearly half an hour, it seemed he still had not reached the end. Bored out of his mind, he began to ponder the newly acquired spirit-nurturing technique in his sea of consciousness. The technique of the 9 Lives Daojun was vastly different from the verbose and lengthy Bitter Crossing Sutra compiled by the Wanshou Daojun. Its wording was exceedingly concise and clear, showcasing the distinct styles of these 2 longevity Daojuns. Spirit-nurturing technique is straightforward and brutal, in effect assisting chi practitioners in opening their sea of consciousness ahead of time, nurturing their spiritual consciousness. This nurturing grows stronger over time with no upper limit. At least according to the 9 Lives Daojun, this technique was the foundational method he used to attain his Daojun position back in the day. Now, after 3 eras, his spiritual consciousness continues to grow, and regarding the strength of divine, since he was confident that he ranked among the top 5 Daojuns in all the realms. Moreover, this spirit-nurturing technique, apart from requiring precious spiritual items like clear jade or nahi flower, when opening the sea of consciousness only requires half an hour of daily practice, according to the heart method. However, operating the heart method consumes lifespan. Practicing it for half an hour daily consumes a full day's lifespan, meaning that an ordinary practitioner of the spirit-nurturing technique ages twice as fast. If a chi practitioner starts cultivating this method from the womb, they would only live up to 50 years at most. Such a life-draining technique is a death knell for ordinary practitioners, yet for longevity practitioners, it is a perfectly tailored method. This allows practitioners of the spirit-nurturing technique to far surpass their peers who have not practiced any divine sense secret techniques, in terms of spiritual consciousness, providing significant advantages in exploration, object manipulation, puppet control, talisman, drawing, alchemy, and array formation. The 9 Lives Dao Jun even stated at the end of the technique that once the spirit-nurturing technique is mastered to a profound realm, one could even abandon their physical body, transforming their nascent soul into a form of spiritual consciousness, allowing them to traverse the vast void of the myriad realms freely. The Bitter Crossing Sutra of the Wan Shou Dao Jun considers the physical body to be the supreme vessel for crossing the bitter seas along the path of an indestructible golden body, even going so far as to fashion the physical body into a resilient form immune to disasters, giving the Bitter Crossing treasure body a somewhat shameless flavor of a fixed bone ulcer and cowhide plaster. However, the 9 Lives Dao Jun views the physical body as a burden, believing that apart from the Dao Zun, who stands atop the myriad realms, no one can possess an immortal body. Otherwise, why would a Dao Jun focused on body refinement need protection from the Dao Zun during epical tribulations? It's better to completely transform into a form of spiritual consciousness and escape into the void, thus alleviating the concerns of calamities arising in the present world. Even without the protection of the Dao Zun, one's chances of survival during great tribulations are greatly enhanced. No wonder the appearance of the 9 Lives Dao Jun resembles a white jade puppet. That is because he has long abandoned his physical body, and whichever puppet he possesses becomes his physical form. It's also no wonder he looks down upon the Wan Shou Daijin's foundational methods. In truth, it reflects a fundamental divergence between longevity practitioners on whether to engage with the world or avoid the world. Ultimately, it is merely a clash of ideologies. Jing Yu, currently at a low realm, could not discern which ideology was superior among the Daijins, and naturally would not engage in such ideological conflicts. As his path of cultivation had just begun, such brilliant methods were certainly welcome, and he would practice them first. As for future choices, that would likely be a matter for tens of thousands of years later. After another hour of walking, he finally reached the end of the corridor, where the exit was bright with heavenly light, suggesting an expansive scene outside. Upon stepping outside, Jing Yu discovered that he was indeed in an open square where a giant puppet statue, standing over 100 meters tall, was erected at the center. This puppet bore an uncanny resemblance to the one the 9 Lives Dao Jun had once possessed in the Hall of Longevity. However, this time the puppet statue was sitting cross-legged in the square with its right hand turned palm up, the back of its hand resting on the ground, cradling a small heavenly gate. Atop this gate, 12 jade pearls were embedded, of which 7 had been lit, while the remaining 5 remained dim. In the square, dozens of practitioners sat cross-legged. Given the vastness of the square, these practitioners were somewhat scattered, mostly in groups of 3 to 5, with some solitary individuals clearly forming small factions. At that moment, Jing Yu's appearance drew the attention of everyone present, with dozens of gazes promptly turning towards this newly emerged practitioner. "Uncle, this way," a familiar voice rang out. Following the sound, Jing Yu spotted his niece-in-law Mu Shan near the center of the square. "Old Mu, what brings you here too?" Jing Yu had a vague suspicion, but needed confirmation. "Alas, isn't everyone here just an accidental intruder into the secret realm's entrance?" Mu Shan sighed. "Uncle, did you suddenly experience a whirlwind while walking and the scenery around you changed dramatically, leading you into a sealed room?" "Exactly. I was puzzled about that." Mu Shan continued. "In recent years, hasn't there been a rumor in the Wushan market that a Shumi cave heaven has drifted close to the market? Indeed, many practitioners have acquired puppet inheritances at the Qi cultivation level within this cave heaven. It seems this is the place. Generally, entrances to secret realms like this Shumi cave heaven are constantly moving, shapeless and formless, relying entirely on luck to enter. Without tokens or similar items, even golden core true people and nascent soul true lords cannot trace their whereabouts." "I see now. This is how it is. I went looking for Third Sister this morning and ended up crashing into it on the way to the spiritual plantation. Perhaps this secret realm has recently become stranded in the void, causing the original cave heaven to overlap with the present world, revealing the entrance. I was initially in the closed room of the duty hall in the spiritual plantation and got drawn in unexpectedly. I didn't expect that in less than a few hours the entrance has already moved to the official road outside the spiritual plantation. Mushan said worriedly, if the entrance moves towards the market, that would be fine. But if it turns towards the wilderness outside the market, it could spell disaster. What does that mean? Jing Yu asked. This secret realm is undoubtedly a chance. If the entrance moves into the market, the Foundation establishment seniors on guard will surely sense it immediately. With so many people in the market, numerous cultivators will be drawn, and won't the opportunities within this secret realm be diluted? Uncle, you are new here and may not know. Mushan pointed to the heavenly gate held up by the right hand of the puppet statue and said, do you see those 12 precious orbs on that metal door? Every cultivator entering here must first undergo a trial to be able to leave the room and arrive at this. The puppet statue in the square has an advancement trial inside. I discussed it with the fellow cultivators who entered previously, and it should be a challenge against a chi refining puppet slightly stronger than oneself. This advancement trial is divided into several stages. The guardian puppet of the first stage is extremely difficult, and the second stage is even more challenging. The third stage. 2 fellow cultivators skilled in combat managed to sneak a glance inside, but were directly injured by that puppet, almost unable to come out. As for whether there is a fourth stage, that is likely unknown to anyone. The 12 precious orbs on the metal door represent 12 cultivators who have passed the advancement trial. Each time a cultivator passes at least the first stage, 1 orb will light up. Only when all 12 orbs are lit can this metal door transport us out, otherwise we will have to sit here in silence forever. Mushan bitterly said, the entrance of this secret realm first appeared in the spirit plant garden, and most of the cultivators who accidentally wandered in are merely spirit planters who have not practiced powerful techniques and are far weaker than their peers. Currently, there are exactly 36 cultivators in the square, but only 7 have passed the first stage. If the entrance of this secret realm moves to the wilderness, or even to the kid-efficient mundane realm, it would be uncertain if we could gather the remaining 5 to light the orbs. At that time, we would likely be trapped here in this secret realm. However, Mushan quickly added cheerfully, fortunately, Uncle, you have entered the secret realm, and you should be able to light up 1 orb steadily. What makes you say that? Jing Yu's expression changed. In the advancement trial, the strength of the puppet is only related to the cultivator's chi refining realm. You are currently only at the second layer of chi refining, so the puppet of the first stage is at most at the strength of the third layer of chi refining. Furthermore, as the puppet's moves are rigid, it is comparable to a skilled combatant at the second layer of chi refining. With your current dual cultivation and body refinement, having reached the 4th layer's perfection, dealing with a 3rd layer chi refining puppet should be a piece of cake for you. Since the puppet's strength only considers the chi refining realm, wouldn't a mundane body refiner be able to directly break through the trial? That's not the case. There are 2 mundane body refiners in the square, and they couldn't even open the door to the advancement trial. The trials here are specifically designed for cultivators. Mushan shook his head with a bitter smile. There are no such large loopholes for us to exploit. Now that Zhao fellow has arrived, it is equivalent to lighting up 8 orbs. As long as we wait for 4 more cultivators skilled in combat to come, we can leave. A weak voice sounded from behind Mushan. Jing Yu turned to look behind Mushan and found that the speaker was an old acquaintance of his, Hu Yiming, who had entered Wushan Market at the same time as him. The two had just seen each other at Mushan's dinner party last night, and now they unexpectedly met again in this secret realm. It must be said that fate was indeed peculiar. Jing Yu noticed that Hu Yiming was not in good condition at the moment. His face was extremely pale, and his shoulder was bandaged with several pieces of spiritual cloth used for stopping bleeding, faintly seeping with a hint of red. Who fellow, are you injured? Oh, don't mention it. It was my own overestimation. I wanted to challenge the advancement trial and nearly lost my life inside. Hu Yiming drooped his head like a frostbitten eggplant. I was also blinded by greed. I barely made it through the entrance trial and received a decent reward. This made me tempted to try my luck in the advancement trial, thinking that even if I failed, I could at least withdraw unscathed. I didn't expect that the puppet I encountered was exceptionally agile. With 2 strikes, it almost severed my arm. Fortunately, I crushed the life-saving talisman provided by the secret realm in time, and that allowed me to escape. Brother Zhao, every cultivator receives a jade talisman when challenging the trial. If one knows they are outmatched, they must crush the talisman in time to save their own life. Hu Yiming said 3 fellow cultivators have likely died inside because they failed to crush their talismans in time. Old Mu Yu didn't pass the first stage either. Jing Yu then realized something and turned to ask Mushan. Mushan touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Uncle, I only broke through to the 7th layer of chi refining yesterday. My realm is not yet stable, so why would I seek humiliation? I haven't even attempted it. Among the 3 deceased fellow cultivators mentioned by Hu, one was an old steward from Area B of the Spirit Plant Garden and a high cultivator at the 8th layer of chi refining. Yet he still fell within, likely due to carelessness leading to his downfall. After all, I mu have a family. I only seek stability in all matters. Jing Yu nodded in agreement. Old Mu, you mustn't say that. Your cautious nature may have cost you some opportunities, but perhaps it will enable you to go far in the cultivation world. This must be the friend Zhao Ming Jing. At this moment, an old man with white hair tied back and carrying a silver spear approached. Oh, it's Elder Zhao. Jing Yu recognized this person, Zhao Yunlong, an 8th-layer Qi refiner and the captain of the law enforcement team in the Spirit Plant Garden. He was responsible for patrolling and guarding both the Spirit Plant Garden and the official road connecting it to Wushan Market. His cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refining was already quite high, and it was said that he also practiced body refinement, having reached a strength close to the peak of the mid-Qi refining stage. It was rumored that few Qi refiners in the entire Wushan Market could match him in combat. Unfortunately, he was now quite old, already 83 years of age, and his path to foundation establishment was almost blocked. At such an advanced age, remaining active in such a high-risk position in the law enforcement team was merely to secure a future for his descendants. Mu Shan was also very respectful towards this elder in the law enforcement team and said to Jing Yu, Elder Zhao is one of the two who passed the second stage. We are of the same family and need not be overly formal. Zhao Daoyou, are you confident? Zhao Yunlong smiled and asked, Elder, may I ask what your experience was like in the 3 stages you passed? Jing Yu pondered, please share so that the younger generation may consider it. Zhao Yunlong nodded and said, the first stage was a puppet wielding a knife and shield with spiritual pressure around the 9th layer of Qi refining. However, the puppet was rigid. Although I am only at the 8th layer of Qi refining, I have some achievements in body refinement, so I managed to win quite easily. The second trial features a bow-wielding puppet. Based on its spiritual pressure, it is estimated to be slightly stronger than a Qi refining 9th layer cultivator, yet it has not reached the foundation establishment stage. Then it must be a Qi refining 10th layer puppet. Jing Yu mused. During his 3+ years at Wushan Market, he had perused numerous texts on cultivation realms, yet he had never encountered any mention of a Qi refining 10th layer. It seemed this matter was a closely guarded secret, at least among lower-tier cultivators. Zhao Yunlong sighed. This old man struggled against it for a long while before barely prevailing. In truth, I held little hope for the third trial, yet I still felt reluctant. Clutching the jade talisman granted by the secret realm, I went to take a look at the third trial. The third trial was a solid foundation establishment, 1st layer puppet. The moment I laid eyes on it, I was so terrified that I crushed the jade talisman. According to the senior's account, what I encountered in the first trial should have been a Qi refining 3rd layer puppet. Jing Yu pondered. If it's merely Qi refining 3rd layer, I Zhao still have some confidence. Then I wish you success, fellow Taoist. Zhao Yunlong chuckled. I've long heard you are also a cultivator of both body and dharma. Previously, my duties prevented me from forming a bond, but now I must rely on you first. Well said, well said. Jing Yu clasped his hands, wasted no words, and strode directly to the lower abdomen of the puppet statue. Following the other's directions, he pressed his palm against the statue's navel and channeled a thread of spiritual power into it. The statue's eyes suddenly blazed to life, and a crack just wide enough for a single person to pass through split open on its previously smooth flat belly. Jing Yu knew that only the one who channeled the spiritual power could pass through this opening, otherwise they would be instantly slain. So he stepped inside. He felt a dizzying whirl, and in the next moment, he was transported to a metallic circular platform resembling an arena. Who would have thought there was such mystery within the puppet's belly? I wonder if it's merely a spatial teleportation array, or if there's an entire hidden realm within it. As Jing Yu was marveling, an opening appeared in the ceiling, and a wooden puppet wielding a wooden mallet descended, landing on the circular platform. Jing Yu gauged its spiritual pressure. It really is Qi refining 3rd layer, exactly 1 layer above my own Qi refining cultivation. The puppet brandishing the mallet charged at Jing Yu with all its might. However, to Jing Yu, who had perfected the 8th layer of body forging and possessed terrifyingly acute senses, the speed of a Qi refining 3rd layer puppet was as slow as a crawling tortoise, posing no threat. He merely used his hand to lightly block the mallet's forceful strike, while his other hand casually touched the puppet's head. With a gentle squeeze, the entire head of the puppet instantly turned into a pile of wood shavings. First trial of the advancement test passed. Please claim your reward. A delicately crafted leather pouch fell from above. Jing Yu caught it and opened it to find 10 spirit stones inside. 10 spirit stones for the first trial. No wonder even Hu Yiming, a spiritual plant cultivator with pitiful combat prowess, would force his luck. Jing Yu weighed the leather pouch in his hand and stowed it in his storage pouch. Pity this is just an ordinary leather pouch. My 1-incubator storage pouch is also running low. I wonder if there's a larger storage pouch among the rewards. The second trial featured a black iron puppet wielding a blade estimated to be around the Qi refining 4th layer. It was still dispatched with a single punch from Jing Yu. This time another leather pouch fell from the sky. Jing Yu caught it with a swift hand, but it felt completely empty. So he tried channeling a thread of spiritual power into it, and indeed the small pouch contained another world. They really gave me a storage pouch. Jing Yu almost laughed out loud. 50 cubic meters? That's enough until foundation establishment. Tao Lord, could the next trial grant a divine beast or a divine servant at the deity transformation stage? I'm just a lowly chi refining cultivator lacking means of protection in the lower realm. I'm a bit anxious. Jing Yu received no response. In the next trial, a bronze puppet wielding a glaive descended. Chi refining fifth flare. Jing Yu narrowed his eyes. This time he slowed his pace, merely pinning the bronze puppet to the ground before stomping it to pieces after a quarter of an hour. His concern was that the advancement test might only have 3 trials. If he breezed through them all in one go, it would be too astonishing. He couldn't very well silence the dozens of cultivators outside just to keep a secret. This time he fully expected the 9 lives Tao Lord to grant him a spirit beast, or at least a spirit beast egg. To his surprise, a stone fell from the sky, landing squarely on his head, leaving him no chance to dodge. Ouch! The stone struck Jing Yu's forehead precisely. Even though his physical body had been tempered to be harder than fine steel, the stone still raised a large bruised lump. What divine stone is this? He hurriedly picked up the stone, but with a gentle squeeze, the very divine stone that had bruised his forehead crumbled into dust. Only then did Jing Yu notice a slip of paper wrapped inside the stone. He unrolled it to find 3 large characters, "Dream on." Embarrassed, Jing Yu rolled the slip of paper back up. Afraid to discard it, he could only stuff it into his storage pouch. After a while, another puppet descended from the sky, gleaming with silver. It gripped a silver spear strikingly similar to the spear Zhao Yunlong carried on his back. Chi refining 6th flare. The cultivation levels of these puppets increased layer by layer with such stability that it offered no surprises. With his bitter crossing precious body only 2 layers away from perfection at the chi refining stage, Jing Yu had no trouble dealing with a chi refining 6th layer puppet. He dismantled it in a few swift moves. This time a jade slip fell from above. Jing Yu extended his divine sense into the jade slip, and an immense flood of information surged into his sea of consciousness. True interpretation of puppetry, chi refining volume. This was a monumental work that exhaustively detailed every crucial aspect of puppetry at the chi refining stage. Even Jing Yu, who knew nothing of the puppet path, could feel the immense value of this true interpretation of puppetry for any cultivator of that discipline. It contained many puppet-making methods that he, a reincarnator who had seen much of the world, found utterly astonishing. He inwardly marveled that the 9 lives Tao Lord had attained the position of Tao Lord not merely through his longevity destiny. Jing Yu slowly lowered the jade slip from his forehead. This was his first time browsing information through a jade slip, and he found it novel. In the instant he finished reading the jade slip, he suddenly realized that the gap between foundation establishment cultivators and chi refining cultivators might be even greater than he had imagined. A foundation establishment cultivator possessing divine sense could instantly read through a jade slip containing millions of words and commit it to memory, while a chi refining cultivator could only laboriously study paper books. The chasm in their methods of acquiring knowledge and information was as vast as the heavens and the earth, a disparity perhaps even more fatal than the difference in combat power. At this moment, Jing Yu had already passed through 4 levels, and after finishing reading the jade slip in his hand, the puppet of the 5th level appeared. This puppet was radiating golden light, empty-handed with only a pair of fists. It struck a fighting pose and charged at Jing Yu. The strength of the puppet was unexpectedly higher than the previous silver-armored puppet, reaching the level of the 7th stage of chi refinement. This was still not too difficult for Jing Yu. With his perfected 8th layer body forging, he still had the strength to fight against a puppet at the 9th layer of chi refinement. The puppet before him was merely at the 7th layer of chi refinement, and after putting in a bit of effort, he emerged victorious. This time the reward for clearing the level did not descend from the heavens, instead from the remains of the golden puppet, which Jing Yu had dismantled into a pile of fragments. A palm-sized golden token suddenly flew out and landed in Jing Yu's hand. Jing Yu probed his divine sense into the token and immediately understood its purpose. Is this the passage token for this secret realm? It can be used by infusing it with spiritual energy. The token can only be used 4 times, and after 4 uses it will automatically be destroyed regardless of whether entering or exiting counts as 1 time. At this moment, the heavy metallic voice sounded again. The advancement test is over. Would you like to start the core test? What is the core test? Jing Yu asked. It is a battle against a puppet at the early stage of foundation establishment. The winner can obtain the true understanding of puppetry. A foundation establishment level puppet. I'm still far from that. Jing Yu shook his head and said, let's not start it for now. The challenger has qualified for the core test. The passage token can be used at any time within 500 years to enter the secret realm for the test. After 500 years, the token will automatically be destroyed and the test will be void. 500 years. That's all right, Jing Yu sighed in relief. The deadline set by the 9 Lives Tao Lord was quite generous. In 500 years, he might reach the Golden Core stage, and passing a Foundation Establishment level test would naturally be easy for him. In fact, the most important thing was that within these 500 years, he had 2 opportunities to hide in the secret realm to avoid life and death crises, which was a reward far more valuable than the true understanding of puppetry. At this moment, a teleportation array with intricate patterns rose in the center of the circular platform. Jing Yu stored the reward into his newly acquired storage bag and stepped into the light array without hesitation. Swish! The cultivators remaining in the square stared eagerly at the puppet statue. Jing Yu had been inside for nearly half an hour, yet there was still no sign of movement. Just as Mu Shan and the others were worried that Jing Yu had encountered some mishap, a crack opened at the abdomen of the puppet statue, and Jing Yu with a bruised forehead slowly emerged. Just as Jing Yu returned to the square, the 8th jewel among the 12 jewels embedded above the small heavenly gate, held by the puppet statue, flashed with a green light and was completely illuminated. It's done. Zhao Yunlong saw another jewel illuminate and felt a surge of joy. How many levels did you reach, Dao friend Zhao? I did not disappoint. Relying on my body refining cultivation, I barely passed the 2nd level. Jing Yu said with a bitter smile. The puppet of the 3rd level was too strong, so I shattered the jade talisman to retreat. When Jing Yu said this, he himself was astonished. It seemed he hadn't been given any retreat talismans when he entered. It's already impressive that you were able to pass the 2nd level. Only 3 people have managed to pass the 2nd level. Zhao Yunlong smiled as he stroked his beard. Hu Yiming, somewhat envious, leaned in and whispered, Brother Zhao, I heard that there are rewards for each level of the advancement test. You passed 2 levels in one go. What treasures did you receive? Hu Yiming's words made the surrounding cultivators perk up their ears, and their gazes toward Jing Yu became somewhat ambiguous. Mu Shan resolutely stood in front of Jing Yu, blocking most of the ill-intentioned gazes from the cultivators. He said coldly, Dao friend, who if a cultivator gains some opportunity in the secret realm, that is their own secret. If others pry too deeply, it is bound to lead to misunderstandings. This is a taboo in the cultivation world. Hu Yiming's expression changed, and he quickly apologized. Brother Zhao, Elder Mu, I apologize. I have just entered the immortal path for 3 years, and am truly unaware of this matter. Hee old Mu, there's no need to be so formal. Jing Yu said with a smile. Actually, it's nothing much. The 1st level gave me 10 spirit stones, and the reward for the 2nd level was a storage bag of 50 cubic inches, nothing particularly valuable. Jing Yu was not lying. The 5 levels of the advancement test progressively increased in rewards. This secret realm was tailored specifically by the 9 Lives Tao Lord for Jing Yu, and apart from him, no one in the entire Wushan market could pass all 5 levels. Naturally, there was no need to give Jing Yu any preferential treatment for the rewards of the earlier levels. The 1st level simply offered a modest reward of spirit stones, while the storage bag from the 2nd level was worth around 30 spirit stones in the market. Beside him, Zhao Yunlong nodded slightly. It seems that the rewards for each level are quite similar. Cultivators who pass the 1st level generally receive between 8 to 12 spirit stones. I and another loose cultivator receive different rewards for the 2nd level, but their market value is also around 30 spirit stones. Hu Yiming lamented. Brother Zhao, you must have earned over 40 spirit stones from this trip to the secret realm. If I had known, I would have spent a spirit stone 3 years ago to buy a body refining technique, and I might have returned tenfold today. Jing Yu smiled wryly. There are countless secret realms in the world, each with its own quirks. Where could you stake everything on such a gamble? By the way, what rewards did you all receive from the entry test? Mu Shan sighed. Just a couple of small items worth 1 or 2 spirit stones. All in all, it was not a wasted trip. Jing Yu had a peculiar expression. In fact, he had already received the most valuable reward from this secret realm during the entry test. It seemed that the 9 Lives Tao Lord was indeed meticulous. I wonder what significance there is in making such a roundabout way. Can't they just hand me the techniques and treasures directly? Jing Yu pondered secretly. Could it also be a rule set by the Tao Master? I think we shouldn't be too happy too soon. If we can't gather 12 cultivators who have passed, we might be trapped in this secret realm, and no matter how many spirit stones we earned, we won't be able to take them out. A member of the enforcement team said coldly. What can we do? We can only wait. Mu Shan shook his head and found a vacant spot to sit down and practice qi refinement, consolidating his cultivation. Jing Yu took this opportunity to chat with Zhao Yunlong and other members of the enforcement team, establishing a rapport and familiarizing himself. Originally, the enforcement team regarded Jing Yu as an ordinary spirit herb cultivator, often dismissing him during patrols. Now they realized that he was actually a cultivator who practiced both law and body. He seemed to be fated for success. Although he was somewhat older, he still had the hope of reaching foundation establishment, so they were happy to offer a smile, which might be useful later on. Just as the cultivators were practicing or chatting, two more cultivators appeared at the entrance of the square. The expressions of the cultivators brightened as they looked toward the newcomers. It was Zhao Yunlong who first recognized the identities of the two. His expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, "Oh no, it's the twin demons of Yunfeng. It is indeed the Cloud Wind twin fiends." Mu Shan's expression shifted as he lowered his voice. These two brothers are notorious rogue cultivators around the Wushan market, specializing in robbing cultivators at the periphery of the nearby Beast Mountain range. The elder brother Lin Yun is at the 8th level of qi refining, while the younger Lin Feng is at the 6th. Both are fire-type cultivators with extensive combat experience. Many fellow cultivators and mortal body tempering practitioners in the market have fallen to their hands. With over 30 market cultivators here, why fear them? Let's join forces and take them on. Why bother with any code of honor? Hu Yiming asked in confusion. Why do Elder Zhao and the other enforcement team cultivators look so great? Mu Shan lowered his voice further. First, combat is forbidden among cultivators in this square. Someone tried before and suffered greatly. Second, though these two rogue cultivators are notorious, they are exceptionally skilled in combat, ranking among the top of their peers. They can almost certainly light up 2 spirit pearls. We need their help to get out. Third, these two usually operate around the Wushan mountain range. Since they were pulled in here, it means the secret realm's entrance didn't move toward the market, but shifted toward the Wushan mountains. The Wushan mountain range is vast and sparsely populated. Besides a few cultivators who hunt beasts there year-round and rogue cultivators who target lone travelers, there's hardly anyone else. The secret realm's entrance is invisible and intangible with limited area. It remains uncertain whether it can draw in more cultivators who meet the combat requirements. The Cloud Wind twin fiends were startled by the sight of so many cultivators in the square and turned to retreat, but Zhao Yunlong shouted, "Stay, both of you." Old Ghost Zhao, what do you have to say? Zhao Yunlong, an enforcement team cultivator with formidable strength, was a name that struck fear even among rogue cultivators around the Wushan market. The Cloud Wind twin fiends naturally recognized him. The elder brother Lin Yun, clutching a bronze-colored ring artifact, called out from a distance. Zhao Yunlong replied coldly, "See those 12 jade beads on the metal door? Only when all 12 are lit can the cultivators here be sent out of the secret realm. Otherwise, well, all be trapped here to die." Old Ghost Zhao, how do we know you're not tricking us? The younger brother Lin Feng said sharply. Brother, there are too many enemies here. Let's avoid them for now. Avoid them where? The corridor is one way. Now that we've come out, we can't go back. Lin Yun glanced sidelong at the entrance and cursed under his breath. Let's hear what this old ghost has to say. What's the deal with this secret realm, Old Ghost Zhao? Zhao Yunlong snorted. Didn't you pass the entry trial to get here? The advancement trial is inside the statue's belly. Only one person can enter at a time. There are several stages, each pitting you against puppets of different cultivation levels. Every stage offers rewards, and a cultivator who passes at least one stage can light up 1 jade bead. Lin Yun and Lin Feng, as rogue cultivators, were no strangers to secret realms despite their primary trade of robbery. Lin Yun's eyes flickered as he surmised Zhao Yunlong was likely telling the truth. Hell, with dozens of cultivators here, can't we find 12 who can pass the first stage? The puppets in the advancement trial are calibrated to the cultivator's qi refining level. The first stage's puppet is 1 level higher than the cultivator's own. Most of the fellow cultivators here are spiritual farmers not skilled in combat. What's so surprising about them failing? Mu Shan couldn't hold back and retorted, "You two are infamous in the rogue cultivator circles. Combat is your bread and butter. Don't embarrass yourselves by failing even the first stage. Sharp-tongued, aren't you?" Lin Yun sneered, glancing at Mu Shan. "I've never seen you before. You're probably just another turtle who's been holed up in the Wushan market for decades." Mu Shan cursed. "I'm a legitimate executive officer registered at the Carefree Alliance headquarters. How dare you two gutter rats compare yourselves to me?" Lin Feng shouted back. "Go fuck yourself, you cowardly turtle. Step out of the market, and I'll chop off your head and leave your wife a widow." Enough. Zhao Yunlong's hair and beard bristled with anger. "Are you here to fight or to argue? If you want to take the trial, go ahead. We won't stop you. If you think there's some conspiracy, then go back where you came from." Lin Yun squinted, scanning the dozens of cultivators' faces, then said, "Old Ghost Zhao, you wouldn't be trying to separate us brothers and pick us off one by one, would you?" "Never mind that combat is forbidden here," Zhao Yunlong scoffed. "If we market cultivators wanted to harm you, why bother with picking you off one by one? Dozens of us could attack together, 1 spell each. How many could you two handle?" Lin Yun chuckled darkly and turned to Lin Feng. "Stay here, don't move. They'll be back soon. Brother, let me scout ahead first." Lin Feng's expression shifted. "No need. Lin Yun smiled confidently, gripping the bronze ring artifact tightly. He channeled his spiritual power, as Zhao Yunlong instructed, and entered the statue. After about half an hour, Lin Yun emerged with an air of calm. Simultaneously, the 9th jade bead suddenly lit up. Mu Shan narrowed his eyes warily. This Lin Yun is indeed capable. He passed the first stage without showing any sign of injury. Is he hiding it well, or was he truly unharmed? He's a rogue cultivator with rich combat experience. Defeating a stiff puppet just one level higher isn't difficult, Jing Yu said softly. Zhao Yunlong's gaze flickered. Fellow Taoist Lin is skilled. How many stages did you pass? Lin Yun replied indifferently, just one. How many stages are there in total? Unknown. The furthest anyone has reached here is the 3rd stage's puppet. Whether there are more beyond that, no one has cleared it. Lin Feng stepped forward. Brother. Lin Yun whispered a few words into his brother's ear, patted his shoulder, and handed him the ring artifact. Lin Feng then entered the statue's belly. After another half hour, Lin Feng emerged slightly disheveled but uninjured. The 10th jade bead lit up. Brother, the 2nd stage's puppet was too strong even with the blazing sun ring, Lin Feng complained, returning the ring to Lin Yun. I managed a few moves against it, then activated the jade talisman when things went wrong. Never mind. Getting the 1st stage's reward is good enough. Lin Yun scanned the market cultivators again, then pulled Lin Feng aside without a word and began meditating in a corner of the square. With 10 of the 12 jade beads now lit, only 2 more were needed to be teleported out of the secret realm. Yet to everyone's surprise, 6 whole hours passed without a single new cultivator entering the secret realm. What should we do now? At this moment, Mu Shan had lost all thoughts of cultivation, anxiously pacing back and forth. If the entrance to the secret realm completely shifts deep into the Wushan mountain range, or simply merges with the present world and vanishes into the void, won't we be trapped here forever? There is no need to be so anxious, Taoist Mu. Zhao Yunlong, calm in demeanor, reassured him. This secret realm has appeared multiple times around the Wushan market in recent years. Many friends have gained puppet inheritances from it. Perhaps the next emergence won't take more than 10 days or half a month. Uncle, have you brought enough spirit rice? I still have some pill refining pills here, and as long as we consume spiritual energy, we can sustain ourselves for 2 to 3 months. With spirit rice, spirit fruits, and pill refining pills, we can manage to stay here for several years without much issue. Mu Shan whispered with Jing Yu, and then said anxiously, but if we go missing for a few years, who knows how things will be on Cheng Huan's side. Son, it's really hard to say whether this secret realm is a blessing or a curse. If no cultivators come, we can only watch and wait, Jing Yu nodded. In truth, he could have used the passage token rewarded from the 5th level to escape the secret realm, but doing so would directly consume one of the limited uses of the token. With only 4 uses in total, it was designed for a complete round trip. If he used one now, he would only be able to enter the 2nd round without the option to exit, effectively wasting an opportunity to avoid a life-and-death crisis, which felt somewhat regrettable. The cultivators waited for nearly 4 hours, yet not a single one had entered the secret realm, and many were beginning to grow impatient. Zhao, old ghost, my brother and I were captured from the small Wuling on the eastern side of the Wushan mountain range. That place is already quite distant from the Wushan market, so it's likely that no cultivators will enter anymore. Lin Yun, unable to sit still, proactively approached Zhao Yunlong and other latest-stage Qi cultivators for negotiations. It's not a good idea to waste time here. Our robbers have no stipends like the market cultivators, but we can't afford to waste time like this. We still need to think of a way to get out. It's a matter of life and death. Jing Yu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Although robbing was indeed a stop-and-go job, Lin Yun, so brazenly stating it, made Jing Yu marvel at his shamelessness. Zhao Yunlong glanced at the 2 brothers and replied nonchalantly, what insights do you have? This advancement test is neither simple nor difficult, as it ultimately depends on the cultivator's Qi level. The 1st level is higher than oneself, and although the puppets are rigid and not adept at combat, it can still be challenging for those who are not skilled in fighting. Lin Yun said leisurely, but it's not as hard as it seems. There are still loopholes. If a low-level cultivator uses a mid-grade magic weapon to face the test, defeating a puppet that is 1 level higher is not a difficult task. This certainly was a clever workaround, Jing Yu thought. In the cultivation world, items crafted by artifact masters are categorized into magic weapons, treasures, spirit tools, and spirit treasures. Among the magic weapons are divided into low, mid, and high grades. Most early to mid-stage Qi cultivators use low-grade magic weapons, while mid-grade magic weapons are mainly used by latest-stage Qi cultivators and some foundational cultivators with sufficient resources. By the time they reach mid to late foundation establishment, high-grade magic weapons become the mainstream. As for post-golden core cultivators, they generally use treasure-grade items. Treasures, regardless of material or spiritual power, cannot be compared to magic weapons. However, most golden core cultivators will cultivate a quality artifact embryo, to nurture their own innate treasure, which can unleash tremendous power only when wielded by the specific individual, thus not fitting into the usual discussions of common items. Qi cultivators have not opened their sea of consciousness or born divine thoughts, so they cannot leave their spiritual imprint in magic weapons like Foundation Establishment cultivators do. Hence, there is no concept of ownership among Qi cultivators regarding magic weapons. Anyone can use them as long as they infuse their spiritual power into them. This is why Lin Yun lent his Fire Sun ring to his brother Lin Feng for the trial. Your method is clever, but it's not particularly novel. Others have naturally thought of it before. Zhao Yunlong pondered. However, the previous cultivators who borrowed magic weapons might have been overly confident and ended up failing the test, causing the beloved magic weapon of the lender to be left in the secret realm of the test. There is more than one location in that secret realm, and subsequent cultivators have not seen the missing magic weapon, so it seems it cannot be retrieved. Consequently, no one is willing to lend theirs anymore. This issue is simple. Just let them establish a contract with their inner demon. Once they pass the first level, they can stop. Lin Yun chuckled. I am willing to lend my Fire Sun ring. Is there any early stage fire, or would cultivator willing to give it a try? Lin Yun, why are you suddenly being so kind? You must have some ulterior motive. Mushan questioned. Hey, why assume the mind of a petty person to measure the heart of a gentleman? Lin Yun said leisurely. However, since it is alone, there are naturally conditions. If any Taoist passes the first level with the Fire Sun ring, I require 50% of the gained spirit stones. Sai, I thought he had good intentions, but it turns out he wants to make some spirit stones. Mushan scoffed. This Fire Sun ring is considered excellent among mid-grade magic weapons. If sold on the market, it would fetch at least 100 spirit stones. Jing Yu exclaimed, to risk losing it for just 5 spirit stones. Truly a robber who gambles with his life. The stakes are indeed high. It's not quite fair to say that. Mushan explained, early-stage Qi cultivators have weak spiritual power, and mid-grade magic weapons should not be overused. Generally, if they engage in a battle of attrition against other cultivators, they may not perform better than a handy low-grade magic weapon. But the puppets in the secret realm are unoperated, relying solely on their programmed combat instincts, lacking any intelligence. They only know how to charge and smash, thus a powerful magic weapon can lead to a swift resolution. Thinking about it this way, it's quite likely that an early-stage Qi cultivator can pass the first level with a mid-grade magic weapon. Moreover, no one would joke with their own life. With the previous cultivator who borrowed a magic weapon and got overconfident, others naturally understand the wisdom of knowing when to stop. Indeed, just as Mushan said, many cultivators from the market were moved by this, especially those spirit farmers with little combat capability. Even 5 spirit stones represented their entire year of hard work in farming, so they certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to earn spirit stones. Thus, Lin Yun signed a meticulous contract with 2 wood-element spirit farmers before confidently lending out the Fire Sun ring. Otherwise, considering the prohibition on violence here, not to mention the potential of them secretly taking the Fire Sun ring after passing the trial, even if someone simply discarded the magic weapon at the testing site, it would be enough to ruin Lin Yun financially. These 2 spirit farmers before him should not be so reckless as to risk provoking Lin Yun with their inner demons and jeopardize their paths. Both were spirit planters at the second level of Qi refinement, entering the statue's abdomen one after the other. As Lin Yun had anticipated, both trials were passed with great ease. The fire-type magical tool was already extremely powerful, and being a medium-grade artifact, even for a second-level Qi refinement cultivator, the total amount of mana within their bodies was only sufficient to manipulate the artifact for 2 or 3 strikes. However, to deal with a third-level Qi refinement puppet, the Fire Sun ring could accomplish this with a single hit, a margin for error that was indeed quite high. Watching the 2 spirit planters each hand Lin Yun 5 spirit stones, who yimming beside Jing Yu, felt a twinge of envy. It's a pity that I recklessly tried it once before, resulting in my injuries not healing. Otherwise, I could have at least earned 5 spirit stones. At that moment, the heavenly gate held aloft by the statue trembled slightly, and the 12 gems embedded within it radiated a brilliant light, simultaneously causing the surrounding space to begin to ripple. Uncle, be careful. This fluctuation seems to be a random teleportation. Mushan could only place one hand on Jing Yu's shoulder when a wave of fluctuation swept over them. Jing Yu felt the figures and scenery around him stretch once more, even the hand on his shoulder becoming increasingly ethereal. After a bout of dizziness, Jing Yu found himself in a primeval forest. Is this the Wushan mountain range? Jing Yu surveyed his surroundings, muttering to himself, I wonder how deep this goes. The mountains are endless, and there must be Foundation Establishment beasts within. Just as he hesitated, a sudden distortion occurred around him, and a chaotic tangle of threads abruptly appeared in the air. This tangle of threads coiled and gathered irregularly, eventually solidifying into a human figure. This, Jing Yu inhaled sharply. For the first time, he directly experienced the bizarre appearance of a cultivator being teleported, never expecting it to be so strange and uncanny. The cultivator who was teleported here opened his eyes and almost instantly shook off the dizziness. Upon seeing Jing Yu, his expression turned stern, but upon sensing his second-level qi refinement spiritual pressure, he visibly relaxed, displaying a disdainful expression. Lin Feng, Jing Yu exclaimed in surprise. What a coincidence! This cultivator who had just appeared before him was one of the last two cultivators to enter the secret realm, the younger brother of the Yunfeng twin demons. You recognize me. You are a spirit planter from Wushan Market. Lin Feng leisurely brushed back his slightly disheveled hair and said casually, since you recognize me, will you hand over your storage bag willingly, or will I have to trouble myself to take it from you? Friend Lin, if I hand over my storage bag, will you let me keep my life? Jing Yu asked curiously. TCH. Though I, Lin Feng, am a bandit, I have always been straightforward, unlike those sinister and cunning types. Lin Feng said proudly. To be frank, if you don't hand over your storage bag today, it will be a death sentence. Even if you do, it will still be the same. What a ruthless bandit. Jing Yu sighed. You have such a short-sighted view. As a spirit planter of my lowly cultivation, I only have a handful of spirit stones on me. If you clean me out today, at least leave me with my life, so I can earn something next time we meet, right? A bandit should not deplete the well dry. Lin Feng laughed heartily. What a joke. You are currently at the second level of qi refinement and won't stay there forever. What if you get lucky and rise in the future? Moreover, the cultivation world is currently in an era of great expansion. Since the artifact for detecting spiritual roots became widespread, low-level cultivators have been as plentiful as chives sprouting one after another. Am I still afraid of depleting the well dry? Right now the river is teeming with fish and there aren't enough hooks. Lin Feng continued. Your brother only takes 50% of spirit stones when borrowing artifacts. Your vision is far below his level. Hey, do you really think my brother is kind-hearted when he lends out artifacts? That 50% of spirit stones isn't easy to swallow. Lin Feng smiled with amusement. The Fire Sun Ring is one of the most powerful medium-grade artifacts, but it has a drawback. Every time the user employs it, their meridians get stained with a bit of fire energy, requiring a few days of quiet meditation to refine it away. And during these few days, as long as those two spirit planters stained with fire energy step into the vicinity of the Fire Sun Ring, my brother will sense it. At that time, the first trial's full tenfold spirit stones along with the entire wealth of those two unfortunate souls will be extracted. Do you really think the artifacts of the Yunfeng twin demons are so easy to borrow? Jing Yu was taken aback, then sighed. Now I understand why we were teleported together. Oh, why? Lin Feng asked with great interest, not in a hurry to deal with this second-level qi refinement spirit planter. Instead, he preferred to chat with him a little longer, enjoying the feeling of tormenting his opponent more than his brother's straightforwardness. It's just that I received attention from a great person providing me with cultivation resources. Jing Yu smiled and said, and fearing that I might be too rigid, you specifically chose an uncontroversial treasure boy to come over. You must have all your wealth on you, right? Lin Feng suddenly felt something was off. He opened his eyes wide, and the second-level qi refinement spirit planter before him instantly sank into the ground and disappeared. Earth escape. Lin Feng sensed an immense danger approaching. Being a battle-hardened bandit, he almost instantly slapped a high-grade qi refinement talisman onto himself. A solid earthy yellow shield immediately enveloped him tightly. However, in the next moment, Jing Yu's figure shot up from the ground beside him. A fist glowing with grayish light instantly pierced through the earthy yellow shield, striking Lin Feng's chest with unrelenting force. Huh. Lin Feng looked down in confusion at his empty chest, his throat hoarse as he tried to say something, but a mouthful of blood got stuck in his throat. In the end, he merely opened his mouth, letting out a few meaningless cries before crashing to the ground completely lifeless. Shaking the blood off his hands, Jing Yu muttered, "This guy reacted really quickly, but unfortunately, he used the wrong talisman." After carefully searching Lin Feng's corpse, Jing Yu indeed found a storage bag within his inner lining. This storage bag was roughly 30 cubic feet in size, sufficient for a cultivator like Lin Feng who was stuck at the peak of the qi refinement stage. Jing Yu dumped the items from the bag, rummaged through them, and discovered that there were only 34 spirit stones inside. Why is he so poor? Jing Yu frowned. It was not surprising that he thought Lin Feng was destitute. A robber like Lin Feng who took huge risks to kill fellow cultivators would typically aspire to the foundation establishment path. Even if we calculated based on the minimum market price of 500 spirit stones for a foundation establishment pill, Lin Feng, at the peak of qi refinement level 6, should have accumulated over 100 spirit stones. Moreover, it was inconceivable that a notorious robber like Lin Feng would spend 500 spirit stones through legitimate channels to buy a foundation establishment pill, as he would likely have to pay a premium on the black market instead. Even if he had frequently exchanged most of his spirit stones for combat power, due to the ongoing conflicts among robbers, having only 30-odd spirit stones left was indeed too little. The only possibility Jing Yu could think of was that most of Lin Feng's spirit stones were actually saved up by his elder brother Lin Yun, who had already reached the 8th level of qi refinement. With the 9th level in sight, it was possible that Lin Feng intended to prioritize his brother's foundation establishment, first planning to support himself later once his brother became a foundation establishment cultivator. In the more than 3 years Jing Yu had originally only saved up 7 spirit stones. Just over a day ago, his third sister Zhao Mingyu had given him 3 more combined with the 10 from the first round of the advancement test and the 34 from Lin Feng, bringing his total spirit stones to 54. Truly a golden belt for killing and arson, repairing bridges and roads without corpses. Jing Yu weighed the storage bag, marveling at the fact that within just over a day, he had amassed more than 50 spirit stones, something that took him 10 years of hard work in the spirit herb garden. According to the market price of 120 spirit stones for a hut in Wushan's marketplace and the policy of a 30% down payment, this considerable amount of spirit stones could already afford him a hut in an outer district with a 30-year spirit stone mortgage. Of course, Jing Yu was not foolish enough to use this amount of spirit stones to buy a hut that would bind him to a 30-year debt. He put the spirit stones back into the storage bag and began to sift through other items. The remaining items were mostly ordinary tools and talismans, including a medium-grade magical artifact, the Fire Departure Fan, which could blow fire and ignite flames when infused with spiritual energy. This fire could be used to harm enemies or as alchemical fire for pill refining, with the best effects seen when used by fire or wood element cultivators. For a water element cultivator like Jing Yu, its power would be significantly reduced. Since the Fire Departure Fan had already depreciated considerably and was a mere standard artifact not crafted by a renowned master, despite its status as a medium-grade magical artifact, it could at most fetch 30 spirit stones. Fortunately, as this fan was a standard artifact, at least 5 out of 10 mid to late qi refinement cultivators using fire would own one, unlike the Fire Sun Ring, which bore a strong personal label. Jing Yu had no worries about its marketability. He vaguely remembered that Mu Shan had a similar one, but Mu Shan's was in even worse condition than Lin Feng's. There was a medium-grade defensive magical artifact, the Earth Rock Shield, which looked much newer than the Fire Departure Fan and could sell for around 50 spirit stones. There was also a flying boat for transportation. Jing Yu estimated that it looked better than Mu Shan's shabby flying boat, but its performance was likely similar. It would suffice for short trips, but for long-distance travel, it was unreliable, likely worse than a spiritual horse with monster blood. There was a fire element qi refinement technique, the Fire Departure technique, a fire element escape technique, the flowing fire, and a fire element spell, the fireball technique, all of which were incredibly basic. It was uncertain if these 3 techniques together could be worth 5 spirit stones. There were 2 upper-grade qi refinement talismans, the thick earth talismans, 1 upper-grade qi refinement gung metal talismans, and about 7 or 8 mid-grade qi refinement talismans, but there were no lower-grade qi refinement talismans at all. In the cultivation world, the grading of talismans is not as complex as that of magical artifacts. It corresponds well with specific realms corresponding to talisman grades. Qi refinement cultivators use lower, mid, and upper-grade talismans corresponding to the early, middle, and late stages of qi refinement. For example, this upper-grade qi refinement attack talisman, the gung metal talisman, could rival a full-force strike from a latest-stage metal element qi refinement cultivator. It is instantaneous and can be considered a trump card. However, since talismans are only usable once, their price is not comparable to magical artifacts, generally fluctuating around 5 spirit stones. After collecting the talismans, Jing Yu found some bottles and jars in Lin Feng's storage bag, including 2 bottles of qi refinement enhancing pills, the qi boosting pill with 5 pills in 1 bottle, which is the standard quantity for such common pills, while the other bottle only had 3 left, indicating that Lin Feng had already used 2. There was a bottle of detoxification pills, also with 5 pills, and a bottle of tranquil heart pills, presumably for emergencies when one cultivator becomes possessed during training. There were 3 bottles of essence-absorbing pills merely for quenching hunger without the effect of enhancing cultivation, like spirit rice. There were also several large bags of spirit rice considered necessary for daily cultivation. Jing Yu rummaged through a pile of miscellaneous items for a long time and unexpectedly found a double-eared bronze alchemy furnace. This furnace looked rather worn, with a thick layer of black rust at the bottom, clearly indicating it was not neglected by its owner, but was frequently used. Then Jing Yu searched again, and indeed found an introductory book on alchemy, the Leisurely Alliance Alchemy Primer, along with some spiritual herbs that had not yet been refined into pills. So Lin Feng is an alchemist. However, upon reflection, it wasn't surprising. Nowadays, for cultivators in the cultivation world to earn enough resources for cultivation, being a mere spirit herb farmer was simply not feasible. Those capable of pursuing the foundation establishment path usually had some skills to back them up. Even for robbers who specialized in plundering, relying solely on that one skill was unlikely to lead to significant success. They needed to develop an additional side business. Lin Feng was a fire element cultivator, and the most suitable skills in cultivation arts for him would be weapon forging or alchemy. His brother Lin Yun was reportedly a somewhat well-known weapon forger, with many of the handy magical artifacts used by robbers around the Wushan mountain range coming from him. It was reasonable for Lin Feng to take up alchemy as a side business to complement that. However, it was evident that Lin Feng had no talent in alchemy, or otherwise he wouldn't be so obscure. Looking back now, those 2 bottles of chi-boosting pills were likely refined by Lin Feng himself, as Jing Yu noticed at a glance that the pills were murky and contained many impurities far inferior to the chi-boosting pills sold at the Alchemy Pavilion in Wushan's marketplace. Basically, the valuable items within the storage bag were these. For a robber at the 6th level of chi refinement, who had no fixed assets and whose entire fortune was tied to his body, this amount of wealth was a bit meager. Even accounting for the 34 spirit stones he originally had, if he sold all the magical artifacts, talismans, pills, and techniques, the total value would only reach around 160 to 70 spirit stones. My sturdy body isn't inferior to defensive magical artifacts. That earth rock shield is probably useless to me. It's best to sell it for spirit stones. The fire departure fan could be refined. I'll see if I can learn some alchemy from it. Jing Yu flipped it in his hand, contemplating. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and with another flip of his hand, the fire departure fan disappeared, replaced by an ancient bronze mirror. Looking at the bronze mirror in his hand, Jing Yu's heart raced. That's right, if I open up my sea of consciousness in advance and have divine sense, wouldn't I be able to leave my spiritual imprint in the mirror? If that's the case, wouldn't that truly mean I have refined it? I wonder what new changes this mirror will undergo once it is completely refined. Jing Yu cautiously probed his divine sense into the destiny mirror, embedding his unique soul imprint. In truth, this destiny mirror was a companion artifact bestowed upon Jing Yu by the Tao monarch of 9 lives, intricately linked to Jing Yu's very existence. Although there was no formal master-servant relationship, their bond was profound. Now embedding his soul imprint felt akin to completing a necessary procedure. However, after Jing Yu embedded his divine imprint, he suddenly noticed that the ancient copper mirror before him began to emit a faint glow, as if his action of refining the artifact had activated a mechanism within. Crack, crack. The once smooth surface of the destiny mirror was now covered in fine cracks, which quickly spread to the bronze body. In no time, this highly regarded celestial artifact shattered into countless fragments. In the next moment, even the fragments vanished without a trace, and the entire destiny mirror disappeared from the... Jing Yu stared dumbfounded at the events unfolding before him, his body rigidly sitting on the ground, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time. How could a mere divine imprint shatter the mirror? Yet in the next moment, he felt a stream of pure spiritual energy, which he had never sensed before, drifting from the outside world into his dantian. Jing Yu attempted to seize this pure spiritual energy and refine it into his physical body, but he found it intangible, only accessible to his divine sense. Whenever he shielded his divine sense, the pure energy seemed to cease to exist. Dantian. Jing Yu quickly assumed a meditative posture, peering inward, and indeed saw a mirror quietly floating within the water element spiritual energy of his dantian. This mirror appeared identical to the shattered destiny mirror, yet its material was vastly different. The mirror in Jing Yu's dantian seemed to be made of water, with its surface resembling a calm lake. When Jing Yu's divine sense touched the mirror's surface, it created ripples. The pure spiritual energy from the outside world gathered within a water-blue jewel set in the mirror's body. Jing Yu remembered clearly that this jewel was originally the vessel for accumulating celestial energy on the destiny mirror. This pure spiritual energy is indeed celestial energy. Jing Yu exclaimed in shock. He still stubbornly attempted to refine these wisps of pure energy into his body, but it was ultimately a futile endeavor. What does this mean? Has the destiny mirror become intangible and entered my dantian? Jing Yu never expected such strange occurrences to arise from refining this mirror with his divine sense. The Tao monarch of 9 lives had not mentioned it, perhaps believing it unnecessary to do so. After all, aside from the addition of this mirror in his dantian and the continuous absorption of intangible celestial energy, there seemed to be no negative effects. Just when he thought this matter had concluded, the mirror in his dantian suddenly trembled, shooting forth a stream of light that entered Jing Yu's sea of consciousness. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a cultivation method pertaining to the chi refining system. Querying the mirror to observe destiny. Cultivators seek immortality to transcend the ordinary. However, immortality has its limits. To seek transcendence, one must establish a new path. There are countless paths, impossible to count. How to inquire about the Tao? Only by observing others. Every person has their fate. To observe others is to observe fate. I shall set up a mirror to inquire about the hearts and fates of people in the world as a fundamental path. For now, I will present 3 chapters on Qi refining foundation establishment and golden core to inspire future generations. This cultivation method, Jing Yu frowned. This method was divided into 3 major sections: Qi refining foundation establishment and golden core, stopping at the completion of the golden core without any mention of the nascent soul or beyond. This method also had no attribute distinctions. Whichever attribute the cultivator possessed, the method would automatically adapt, resulting in the condensation of a corresponding attribute mirror in the dantian. This was the core divine ability of the Qi refining stage of this cultivation method. Mystic mirror. This cultivation method would condense a mystic mirror within the cultivator's body during the Qi refining stage. This mystic mirror served as both a divine ability and a life treasure, functioning similarly to the destiny mirror, capable of detecting surrounding spiritual energy fluctuations, activating fate, and inspecting the fates of connections. Additionally, this treasure could emerge from the dantian to form a mirror shield for protection, possessing defense capabilities comparable to that of similar-level magical artifacts, and could condense and disperse freely, quickly regrouping even if shattered. Moreover, at higher realms, the mystic mirror's surface could even reflect certain spells back at their caster. Another point of difference from the destiny mirror was that this mystic mirror could emit a beam of mystic mirror's spiritual light, capable of restraining, delaying, and trapping enemies. Jing Yu summoned this mystic mirror from his dantian and directed its surface towards his right hand, shooting forth the mystic mirror's spiritual light. He immediately felt a slight sense of stagnation in his entire hand, as if it were wrapped in mercury, thick and slippery. From the perspective of the second level of Qi refining, this restraining and delaying effect is quite acceptable. After testing this Qi refining stage divine ability, Jing Yu examined the method's efficiency in absorbing the world's spiritual energy, but he was somewhat surprised to find that the cultivation speed of this querying the mirror to observe destiny was rather ordinary, only about 30 to 40% better than the more general water element methods like River and Lake Classic, without the expected scene of devouring spiritual energy like a whale drinking water. Yet the overall description of this method was extraordinarily diverse. Jing Yu's knowledge could not compare to that of Dao monarchs like Wan Shou or Jiu Ming, but he felt that the rank of querying the mirror to observe destiny was exceptionally high, even hinting at surpassing cultivating the body classic and spirit gathering technique. I wonder who authored this Dao method. Could it possibly be a Dao monarch's path to enlightenment? Wait, this elder only wrote the first 3 chapters, stopping at the golden core stage. It must be the playful creation of some Dao monarch. Dao monarch Jiu Ming truly is thorough, hiding such a contingency plan. Now the methods for body refinement, Qi refining, and spirit cultivation are all complete. Jing Yu sighed. The food is served on the table. When I meet the Dao monarch in the future, I must express my gratitude in person. Now this water mirror in my dantian is equivalent to a more versatile destiny mirror. After manipulating it with my divine sense, I discovered yet another new function. Fate retrieval. Jing Yu exclaimed in surprise, discovering that hidden within this small water mirror was a detailed explanation of all fates across the myriad realms. He suddenly recalled an incident from years ago in the Hall of Eternal Life, where Dao monarch Jiu Ming disguised his own eternal life and long view fate as the purple spiritual grade fate, endless longevity. Thus he immersed his mind, beginning to search for this fate in the inventory of fates. Endless longevity, grade spiritual, grade purple. Specific function: the owner of this fate receives an unconditional extension of life by 10,000 years. Origin of the fate: the first cultivator of the eternal life and long view fate achieved enlightenment and became a Dao monarch. The fate of the Dao monarch overflowed into the world, thus giving rise to endless longevity. So this is how many destinies come into being. Jing Yu's heart trembled with awe. The destiny retrieval repository within the fundamental divine ability condensed by the mirror-gazing fate observation art granted him a certain understanding of the secrets of destinies. No wonder the longevity sovereign bears the title of longevity. I had wondered before why, as the first sovereign to attain enlightenment through the eternal vigilance destiny, he did not call himself the eternal sovereign. So there lies this deeper implication. With this thought, his mind stirred, and he began a search using the keyword 9. Cat's 9 lives, rank spirit, grade purple. Specific function: when suffering a fatal injury, it can substitute death 9 times using one's own flesh and blood limbs. Origin of destiny: a cultivator with the eternal vigilance destiny establishes an alternative path, advancing to the rank of sovereign. The sovereign's destiny overflows, and thus Cat's 9 lives comes into being in the world. So that's how it is. Jing Yu suddenly understood. He speculated that every time a sovereign attained enlightenment, the destiny they originally possessed would overflow, giving rise to a new destiny, and thus the number of destinies in the world grew ever greater. But if the purple spirit grade, boundless longevity, could be considered a subordinate destiny of the divine grade, eternal vigilance, then this cat's 9 lives was almost an entirely new creation bearing no relation to the lineage of longevity destinies. Could the key lie in the 9 lives sovereign establishing a different path? Let me set that aside for now. Since destinies are derived from a sovereign's enlightenment, where did the original destinies come from? Jing Yu tilted his head and began searching for eternal vigilance. Eternal vigilance, rank divine, grade 7 colored. Specific function, eternal life. The bearer of this destiny possesses an endless natural lifespan. Vigilance, the bearer has sharp ears and clear eyes. A keen mind annihilates delusions, and evil preserves truth and breaks illusions. All illusions across the myriad realms are ineffective against this destiny. When breaking through cultivation realms, the mind remains clear and inner demons cannot invade. Origin of destiny, unknown. Unknown. Jing Yu raised an eyebrow. He had thought this destiny retrieval repository was all-encompassing, but it seemed the information was incomplete. Since he could not find any clues for now, Jing Yu did not dwell on the matter. After condensing the mystic mirror divine ability, all his mana had been transformed into the special mana of the mirror gazing fate observation art. After some experimentation, aside from the fact that his mana was more enduring and resilient than that of the River Classic with greater staying power, it had no other distinctive features. But when Jing Yu attempted to circulate the River Classic again, he discovered that the mana transformation was irreversible. Every thread of River Classic mana he cultivated was swiftly annihilated by the mystic mirror in his dantian. He could not tell whether this was because the River Classic was too low in rank or if he simply could not cultivate any other technique. Oh well. Although this technique only reaches the perfection of the Golden Core stage with no nascent soul or subsequent methods, I am still far from the nascent soul stage, so there is no urgency. Jing Yu thought to himself, besides, since this technique was gifted by the 9 lives sovereign, perhaps he possesses the subsequent methods just like the later chapters of the true solution to puppetry, which can only be obtained by passing trials. Letting out a soft breath, Jing Yu looked around. Towering ancient trees thick as an arm's span fragmented the sky into scattered patches of light. He nimbly climbed one of the tallest trees and gazed into the distance. Using the outer map of the Crow Mountain range he had found in Lin Feng's storage pouch, he finally managed to pinpoint his location. He was a full 700 to 800 li from Crow Mountain Market. Even though he used the Earth Escape technique to avoid most dangers, it still took him several hours to return to the market. By the time he reached the market gate, the sky had completely darkened. Instead of returning to his own shanty to rest, he went straight to Mu Shan's home in the inner market to report his safety. "Uncle, you're finally back." Jing Yu did not conceal his aura and walked openly to Mu Shan's doorstep. Mu Shan, the first to sense Jing Yu's cultivation pressure, opened the door with a beaming face and patted Jing Yu on the shoulder. "My luck wasn't great. I was teleported to the outer reaches of the Crow Mountain range and had a hard time finding." Jing Yu took a wild boar carcass from his storage pouch and held it up. "I ran into a chi refining first layer demon beast boar on the way and killed it. Ill trouble Qinghuan to make a boar feast to calm my nerves." "Excellent, excellent. Uncle, I was lucky. I was teleported directly into Crow Mountain Market with a few fellow cultivators. You wouldn't believe it. Of the 30-something cultivators in the secret realm, only about 20 have returned. More than 10 others were probably teleported to some remote place and haven't been heard from yet. Have fellow cultivators Wang Chung and Li Yan returned. The two Jing Yu inquired about were the spiritual planters who had borrowed Lin Yun's Fire Yang Ring artifact and were tainted with the Fire Vein aura. Mu Shan was taken aback and shook his head. "I haven't heard any news of their return." Jing Yu sighed inwardly and led Mu Shan into the courtyard. There he saw his third sister Zhao Mingyu along with Zhao Qinghuan and Zhao Qingyin, the siblings, waiting inside. Zhao Mingyu leaned on her cane, stepped forward, and grasped one of Jing Yu's hands. "It's good that you're back. This secret realm ordeal was truly an unexpected disaster." Jing Yu smiled. "But I turned misfortune into fortune and made a tidy profit." Zhao Mingyu sighed. "You have good fortune. I've always known that. In the past 2 days, matchmaker Wang selected a few suitable candidates. I've settled on one, and Qingyin himself has agreed. It seems the marriage will be arranged soon." "So soon?" Jing Yu was surprised. "Which family's daughter?" "She is the youngest daughter of a chi refining 6th-layer rogue alchemist who lived on East Street in the inner market. She is 20 years old. Last year, this cultivator was killed by bandit cultivators while gathering herbs in the Crow Mountain range. His 7 or 8 mortal children squabbled over the inheritance and have all gone their separate ways. This youngest daughter has a gentle disposition and didn't get much of the property. Fortunately, she is a body-refining first-layer body cultivator. She now does odd jobs in the market like carrying heavy loads and serving tea, barely scraping by." Zhao Mingyu lowered her voice. "Although this girl is somewhat weak-willed, she has backbone. Most mortals who fall to such straits in the market would give up and turn to brothels or secret prostitution. She is decent-looking and demure, yet she never entertained such thoughts. That is truly rare. That's why I decided to push this match forward. Jing Yu nodded and said, "Third sister, as long as you don't insist on Changyan marrying above his station to some female cultivator, I trust your judgment in everyday matters." Zhao Mingyu shot him a glare and said slowly, "The girl's name is Mu Pei. I took Qingyan to see her in person yesterday. They took a liking to each other. I think we should settle this quickly. The betrothal gift will be 10 spirit stones. Her family has scattered, so these 10 spirit stones will be kept for her personal use." That was handled properly. Jing Yu listened through the whole account and found no issues. But Mu Shan interjected from the side. "Uncle, there's a curious coincidence. Do you know which bandit cultivator killed the girl's father?" Jing Yu, seeing Mu Shan ask this, immediately understood the connection. He was stunned. Could it be? Exactly, the Cloud Wind twin blades. Jing Yu almost immediately thought of the double-eared bronze cauldron in Lin Feng's storage bag, as well as the book, Introduction to the Alchemy of the Carefree Alliance. He felt that fate was truly marvelous, unexpectedly intertwining the destinies of two individuals who were completely unrelated. If the Yunfeng twin demons had not killed that Mu surname cultivator back, then Lin Feng's storage bag would likely not contain those alchemical items, and Jing Yu's previous spoils would probably be diminished. However, if the Mu surname cultivator had not died, it is likely that his youngest daughter Mu Pei would have lost the chance to be engaged to Zhao Qingyan. Would killing Lin Feng then count as avenging this future niece's father? Jing Yu felt as if he had grasped some sort of thread connecting destinies, and his magical power inexplicably increased slightly. Beside him, Mu Shan was unaware of the implications and remarked, "The robbers around the Wushan mountain range are as numerous as the stars. Who would have thought that this girl's father died at the hands of the Yunfeng twin demons?" This shows the tremendous ferocity of these two brothers who have likely taken countless lives of fellow cultivators over the years. As the saying goes, those who commit many injustices will surely meet their demise. Those two brothers have done evil for so long and made many enemies. If it weren't for their innate destiny as tyrants, their end would likely not be good. "I hope so," Mu Shan replied. "If any fellow cultivators happen to be transported to the same place as the Yunfeng twin demons, they would likely face great danger. I hope the friends in the market have better luck." Jing Yu shook his head and threw the wild boar's corpse he was holding into the yard. Since Qingyan is about to get engaged, this wild boar will serve as a part of the betrothal gift, saving the need to spend spirit stones to buy one. It's just a newly trained beast, not worth a single spirit stone. Jing Yu refused. "Consider it a congratulatory gift from your uncle." "It's just a newly trained beast, not worth a single spirit stone." Jing Yu refused. "Consider it a Zhao Qingyan's handsome face revealed a rare tenderness. Pei has undergone tremendous changes at home, but she remains untainted amidst the dust. My heart is filled with both respect and admiration. To have a wife like this is already more than I could wish for. If you think this way, your future days will not be too bad." As Jing Yu saw that it was getting late, he decided not to stay longer and returned to his humble dwelling, organizing the spoils from this trip. After 2 more days, the cultivators who had been transported out of the secret realm returned one after another. However, several weaker spirit planters were still unaccounted for, including the 2 spirit planters who had been tainted by the fire element. Jing Yu pondered that they had likely fallen victim to Lin Yun. Most of the missing spirit planters were of low strength. Those who could consistently serve as spirit planters were either new to the immortal path or were of poor qualifications, often stuck at the initial stage of Qi training, unable to progress. Therefore, the disappearance of these individuals caused little ripple. Those who were closer merely made inquiries with friends who frequently hunted beasts in the Wushan mountain range to see if they could find the bodies of the missing spirit planters, hoping to bury them properly and erect a monument in the chaotic graves outside the market. Those who were less acquainted regarded it merely as a topic for casual conversation, inevitably belittling the missing spirit planters, mocking their misfortune. They clearly possessed spiritual roots and had a glimpse of the immortal path, yet wasted their potential, living a life of toil and ending up in the bellies of beasts. Truly a sad tale. Crackling. The sound of firecrackers echoed throughout the western street of the inner market as the wedding procession slowly advanced from the outer market. Zhao Qingyan's wedding was set to be held at Mu Shan's home. The newlyweds did not prepare a new house, and the Zhao Mingyu family discussed and ultimately decided to continue living in the guest room of Mu Shan's house, with Zhao Qingyan providing some spirit money each year as housing costs. It would be embarrassing in the mortal realm to get married, yet continue to stay at the brother-in-law's house, but the cultivators in the immortal realm were mostly practical. Zhao Qingyan and Mu Pei, both mere mortal body refiners, could not afford to rent a small courtyard on their own. After all, mortal body refiners had a hard time earning spirit stones with an annual income of about 2 spirit stones. For someone like Mu Pei, who was at the first level of body refinement, the income was even slimmer, probably just around 1 spirit stone. Spending 2/3 of their annual income on rent was unnecessary. Moreover, considering that the two would likely have children in the future, renting a place in the outer market would not be convenient with many children. Thus, this arrangement was settled. Initially, Zhao Mingyu felt somewhat guilty about this arrangement for her son-in-law, but Mu Shan was unconcerned and rather welcoming. He had lived under the same roof as Zhao Qingyan for over 10 years and had become as close as brothers. The family could easily accommodate a few more pairs of chopsticks. Today, Jing Yu dressed more festively than usual. He was to wait at the main table for the two newlyweds to serve tea, so he could not be too casual. This wedding banquet did not invite too many people, only a few friends familiar with Zhao Qingyan and Mu Shan who gathered to enjoy a meal. The bride is here. A matchmaker from the Yu Lao Pavilion led a young woman in a bright red wedding gown looking dignified into the room. The immortal realm was not as bound by rules as the mortal world. The bride did not even wear a red veil, appearing generously before everyone, her graceful demeanor making her all the more radiant. Zhao Qingyan was also dressed in red today. Despite being 37, he looked no different from a young man in his 20s. Coupled with his handsome and tall stature, when he stood next to Mu Pei, the cultivators attending the banquet could not help but give a thumbs up, praising the couple as having an otherworldly aura. Let's skip the formalities. The newlyweds bow to heaven and earth. Bow to your parents. Zhao Mingyu and Jing Yu, sitting at the main table, exchanged smiles as they watched the two newlyweds bow. As Jing Yu was Zhao Qingyan's uncle and had avenged Mu Pei's father, he felt quite at ease receiving this bow. Husband and wife bow to each other. Zhao Qingyan and Mu Pei exchanged glances, both blushing before bowing to each other. Wait. Let's eat first. There will be plenty of time tonight. A wild-looking cultivator, bare-chested and with disheveled hair, raised his wine cup and swayed. On this joyous day, I wish the newlyweds to bear children with spiritual roots, thus paving the path to the immortal realm. The Zhao family's immortal lineage is to be anticipated. The cultivators and body refiners present were all close friends, and hearing the wild cultivators toast, they all laughed and raised their cups together, wishing, may the newlyweds bear children with spiritual roots, thus paving the path to the immortal realm. The Zhao family's immortal lineage is to be anticipated. Zhao Mingyu, sitting at the main table, felt her eyes welling up, murmuring, a path to the immortal realm. The immortal lineage is to be anticipated. Jing Yu stayed at Mu Shan's home until the evening. After Zhao Qingyan and Mu Pei offered a round of spiritual wine, they entered the bridal chamber. Most of the guests outside were quite tipsy and had mostly dispersed. It must be said that in Wushan Fengshe, whether cultivators or mortals, the custom of making a ruckus during the wedding night was quite absent, which is rather respectable. Exiting the inner Fang's West Street, Jing Yu did not rush back to his own hut, but instead wandered around the commercial street of the inner Fang. In fact, there were quite a few cultivators who operated during the day and rested at night in Wushan Fengshe, and the commercial street of the inner Fang operated all night. Therefore, although it was supposed to be the time to turn off the lights and rest, this street was bustling with activity, rivaling that of the daytime. Moreover, the various shapes of lanterns flickering softly along the street made Jing Yu feel a touch of the mundane festive atmosphere. He strolled around until he stood in front of a medium-sized impressive corner tower known as the Puppet Pavilion. The Puppet Pavilion in Wushan Fengshe was originally quite small, serving as a gathering place for cultivators at this level. In reality, there were not too many cultivators engaged in the art of puppetry, since it is relatively niche among the myriad skills of cultivation. The inheritance of puppetry is not as widespread as that of alchemy, artifacts, or formations, which further raises the threshold for this craft. However, in recent years, the emergence of a puppet cave realm near Wushan Fengshe has led to a surge in the number of cultivators obtaining puppetry inheritance within the market. As a result, the demand and prices for the raw materials required for puppetry skyrocketed, and the Puppet Pavilion has undergone several renovations, achieving its current scale. A young man wearing a wooden gear mask and at the third level of chi refinement noticed Jing Yu standing there and couldn't help but call out, "Are you here to select a puppet or to purchase materials for puppet crafting? Is there any inheritance related to puppet making here?" Jing Yu casually asked as he entered the store. "Naturally, we have that. In terms of puppetry inheritance alone, the Puppet Pavilion is certainly more comprehensive than the Techniques Pavilion. May I take a look?" The masked young man replied kindly. "You can check the inheritance directory. After reading it, you'll have a sufficient understanding of the inheritance." "That works for me." Jing Yu saw no reason to refuse. He took the thin booklet that the masked young man pulled from his storage bag and began to read it carefully. Introduction to Puppetry, Initial Understanding of Battle Puppets Sword and Shield Edition, Initial Understanding of Battle Puppets Bow and Crossbow Edition, Initial Understanding of Life Puppets Servant Edition, Initial Understanding of Life Puppets Strength Edition, Initial Understanding of Life Puppets Builder Edition. Is this all your puppetry inheritance? That's all there is. The masked young man smiled wryly. You should know, dear friend, that puppetry is not particularly popular among the myriad skills of cultivation. In previous years, this puppet pavilion only had one book introduction to puppetry to hold the fort, and the subsequent few inheritances were gathered from the puppet cave realm in recent years. Then what about the puppets you sell in your pavilion? Besides the builder puppets, we cover all categories from these puppetry inheritances. The masked young man eagerly pointed to a wooden puppet in a display case beside them, saying, Dear friend, look at this strength puppet. It is now the hottest puppet category in the market, with immense strength and tirelessness, simple to make and repair, making it an absolute top-tier substitute for mortal body cultivators. Due to the popularity of this puppet in the market, many mortal body cultivators have already found it impossible to find work. And over here we have the sword and shield puppet and the bow and crossbow puppet. The masked young man boasted, These are the proud creations of the most renowned puppeteer in the market, Master Wu Qi. One is for close combat, while the other is for ranged attacks. Each individual puppet possesses the strength of a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and when paired they can even hold their own against cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Is it true that only the most skilled puppeteers in the market can create works that rival cultivators at the 4th level of Qi refinement? Jing Yu said somewhat disdainfully. Oh well. The masked young man stiffened and smiled. I can't say it like that. After all, the art of puppetry in our Wushan Fengshi has only just begun to develop in recent years. These puppeteers are also learning as they go, and they can't be compared to those from the great immortal cities with hundreds or even thousands of years of inheritance. Moreover, cultivators cannot control puppets with their divine sense before foundation establishment, and these battle puppets operate solely on their combat instincts driven by spirit stones. The quality of the combat experience is likely questionable, don't you think? Leaving aside the potential risk of harming the puppet master's interest, the spirit stone consumption for each battle must also be significant. To be frank, battle puppets at the Qi refinement stage are rare, even in those great immortal cities with thousands of years of inheritance. Isn't that the reason? When compared to foundation-level puppets that can be assisted by divine sense, both the spirit stone consumption and the flexibility in battle are not even in the same league, right? The masked young man slowly removed his mask, revealing a rather handsome face. He then respectfully said, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. I must have been showing off in front of an expert. Oh, you're surnamed Wu. What is your relation to the puppeteer, Master Wu Qi? Jing Yu raised an eyebrow. Wu Qi is my father. The young man clasped his hands and resumed his playful demeanor, saying, I am Wu Buchuan. Zhao Mingjing, Jing Yu replied succinctly. Are you the one who passed 2 rounds of the advancement test in the puppet cave realm a few days ago, mastering both legal and physical cultivation? Wu Buchuan exclaimed. Jing Yu touched his nose, saying, Am I that famous now? The return of that cave realm is naturally a big event in the puppet community of our Wushan Fengshi. Wu Buchuan tentatively said, Seeing how familiar you are with the art of puppetry, you must have obtained a puppetry inheritance. I wonder how it compares with the one sold in our shop. If there are differences, our shop is willing to pay a high price for it. I haven't obtained any puppetry inheritance, Jing Yu denied. There's no need for you to hide, Zhao friend. Wu Buchuan smiled. My father also entered that puppet cave realm. The fixed reward for the first round of the advancement test is spirit stones, and the fixed reward for the second round is a puppetry inheritance. The last book, Initial Understanding of Life Puppets Builder Edition, was purchased by my father from the law enforcement cultivator, Zhao Yunlong Elder Zhao. Besides you, there should be another loose cultivator who passed the second round, but my father hasn't been able to contact him for now, well, otherwise we could have one more inheritance. Did your father put all his inheritance on the shelves for sale? Jing Yu asked in surprise. Not just my father. Wu Buchuan shook his head, saying, In recent years, the puppet community of our Wushan Fengshi has established a Wushan Puppet Association, which includes almost all the puppeteers in Wushan Fengshi. My father is the president of this association, and nearly all the puppetry inheritances from the members are displayed on the shelves. Do these puppet masters not fear that everyone will learn the puppet legacy and starve themselves? Wu Buchuan puffed out his chest, a hint of pride showing on his face. My father said that is the concern of the mediocre. To truly promote the development of the puppet path, one must gather the talents of the world to innovate and create. Why has our Wushan puppet market developed to this extent in just a few short years? Isn't it because the puppet masters selflessly share the secret realm's legacy, resulting in the flourishing scene we see today? My father said this is called the spirit of open source. Jing Yu tugged at the corner of his mouth, massaging his somewhat stiff face, and asked, Did your father come up with this term too? Not exactly. It's a fresh term from the puppet circle over at the idle immortal city. My father thinks it's quite fitting and often mentions it. Wu Buchuan continued, Zhao Dao friend, since you have inherited the puppet legacy, you must be ambitious about the puppet path. Why not join our Wushan Puppet Association? There are many senior puppet masters in the association for mutual exchange, and your skills in the puppet path will surely advance by leaps and bounds. My father also shares his insights on puppetry at regular gatherings. A joining would definitely be worthwhile. Let's hold off on that for now. Jing Yu did not agree immediately, but cautiously said, my strength is limited, and I fear I may not catch Master Wusai. Oh dear, that's not how it is. Wu Buchuan shook his head. Well, it's fine if you want to think about it. How about I show you a few servant puppets instead? After saying this, he led Jing Yu to another display case, pointing to a slightly smaller puppet inside. Zhao Dao friend, please look, this is the servant puppet. It can handle simple tasks like maintaining a cave dwelling or serving tea, and the price is quite cheap. After saying this, he led Jing Yu to another display case, pointing to a slightly smaller puppet inside. Zhao Dao friend, please look, this is the servant puppet. It can handle, Wu Buchuan said with a hint of guilt, it is a bit expensive, but it excels in confidentiality. After all, those mortal servants are living people. If they encounter a chatterbox, who knows what secrets might spill out? Is this what you call a bit expensive? This is outrageous. Jing Yu scoffed. Hiring a mortal servant for a year only costs about 30 to 40 spirit coins. You require 1 spirit stone a year, which is already on par with the hiring price of a first-layer body refinement practitioner. Isn't this puppet likely to sell poorly? Indeed, its market is not good, Wu Buchuan said with an awkward smile. How much spirit stone does the strength puppet consume per year? The strength puppet requires heavy work, consuming about 1.5 spirit stones per year. Wu Buchuan said, my father is currently gathering a few colleagues to improve this strength puppet. If we can reduce its annual consumption to below 1 spirit stone, then the profit margins will be much larger. The annual salary of a body refinement practitioner at the 2nd or 3rd layer is roughly 2 spirit stones. You managed to compress the strength puppet's annual consumption to 1.5. No wonder it has captured quite a market. Jing Yu questioned, your father has this capability and can continue to reduce energy consumption. Well, we must at least try. Wu Buchan's eyelids twitched. Actually, I don't have high hopes. The legacy in that secret realm is exceptionally remarkable, and how could my father, a mere chi refinement practitioner, casually improve it? Moreover, because of the strength puppet issue, the body refinement guilds in the market have repeatedly approached my Wushan Puppet Association for discussions, resulting in a pile of messy problems. If my father succeeds, those mortal body refinement practitioners will be completely out of work, and I fear they would be utterly offended. You are quite empathetic for someone your age, Jing Yu chuckled. Oh, it's not empathy at all. I just think it's pointless to waste time on the strength puppet. Competing with mortal body refinement practitioners for a few copper coins, what profit is there in that? Wu Buchuan spoke confidently. In my opinion, in the puppet field, one must cater to high-level cultivators. Those foundation establishment cultivators and golden core true people can easily outdo 10 or 20 impoverished chi refinement practitioners with just a little something. After saying this, Wu Buchuan mysteriously said, Dao friend, would you like to see the servant puppet I made myself? Jing Yu felt an ominous premonition. Does your puppet have any other features? Wu Buchuan chuckled, it certainly has its features. After saying this, he tugged at Jing Yu's sleeve and sneakily entered the inner hall, activating a mechanism that revealed a hidden compartment in the wall, inside of which stood a female puppet made of an unknown material. Jing Yu looked at the puppet in front of him with a hint of speechlessness, stammering, this puppet of yours isn't. Dao friend, you have a discerning eye. Wu Buchuan blinked. The outer skin of this puppet is made of yuchin fat, which feels almost indistinguishable from a real person. The best part is that once you insert a spirit stone, it can move on its own and can perform several common poses. Jing Yu glanced at the thick dark circles under Wu Buchan's eyes and suddenly asked, Wu Dao friend, may I ask how old you are this year? Wu Buchuan replied, I just turned 12 a few days ago. Jing Yu was speechless. Wu Dao friend, starting your chi refinement at 6 and reaching the 3rd layer in 6 years is not slow at all. You should really practice moderation in your daily life. Spending this time cultivating a full cycle of spiritual energy is also beneficial. Wu Buchuan replied earnestly, my greatest wish in this life is to create a puppet partner indistinguishable from a real person. What I pursue is a profound emotional experience, not merely indulgence. Do not misunderstand, Dao. Jing Yu nodded silently and suddenly asked, Wu Dao friend, when I first came in I saw you wearing a mask. Does that mask have any significance? Oh, that. My father made me wear it. Wu Buchuan casually replied. He told me not to reveal my identity to customers while running the shop, especially when showcasing the puppets I made. He said he couldn't afford to lose face. You should wear it from now on. Jing Yu continued, I need to procure some puppet materials, including Anshin wood, Xianwen wood, water dust iron, and Xianqing stone. Alright, I'll go find them for you. Just give me a quantity. We have enough in stock for immediate delivery. If we run low, we'll have to source from other markets. Once business was involved, Wu Buchuan immediately became serious, saying solemnly, "Zhao Dao friend, you should consider joining the Wushan Puppet Association. Not only will there be exchanges of legacies, but materials for puppetry can also be traded at internal prices, which are significantly cheaper than the original price. I will definitely consider it. I will definitely consider it." Jing Yu nodded perfunctorily. Before long, Wu Buchuan gathered the spiritual materials Jing Yu requested and completed the transaction. That'll be 7 spirit stones and 13 spirit coins. He'll cover the change for the 13 spirit coins. "Thank you, Wu Dao friend." Jing Yu had just received a windfall and was quite generous with his spending, promptly handing over 7 spirit stones. As he was leaving, he casually cast a fate detection spell on Wu Buchuan. "Moi." Jing Yu's expression changed as the mirror in his dantian began to glow faintly, suddenly displaying 4 blue seal characters on its surface. Skilled Craftsman Grade Premium Blue. Specific function: naturally excels at crafting handmade and mechanical products, slightly enhancing the efficacy and quality of the output. Source of Destiny Heavenly Craftsmanship Destiny cultivators attain the title of Dao Jun, leading to the emergence of skilled craftsmen in the world. It's actually a premium destiny. Jing Yu couldn't help but glance at Wu Buchuan a few more times, causing Wu Buchuan to feel a bit uneasy. "Friend, is there a shortage of spiritual materials? I just counted, there shouldn't be any mistakes." "It's nothing, Dao friend. Wu studies puppetry deeply and will surely achieve great success in the future," Jing Yu said with significant meaning. Off. Wu Buchuan felt inexplicably flattered, thinking it was just him giving a minor discount to the Dao friend in front of him, allowing the dual cultivation of the spiritual plant artisan to say a few auspicious words. Just as he wanted to return the compliment, he noticed Jing Yu had already turned away, quickly disappearing into the crowd of the merchant street. After leaving the puppet pavilion, Jing Yu did not rush home. Instead, he visited several mobile stalls, purchasing the remaining spiritual materials he had broken down into parts, spending over 4 spirit stones, and then leisurely returned to the shed in the outer district. Upon returning to his room, he first expanded the detection range of the mysterious mirror in his dantian to the maximum, then took out the jade slip of Puppet True Explanation Chi Refining Edition from his storage bag and pressed it against his forehead. "It seems I was not mistaken. Those cultivators who obtained the Puppet Initial Explanation inheritance from the Puppet Secret Realm have merely received a simplified and incomplete version of this Puppet True Explanation." The jade slip left to Jing Yu by the 9 Lives Dao Jun contained a vast array of knowledge, including fighting puppets, strength puppets, servant puppets, puppet components, large machinery, and various puppet inheritances, as well as a core aspect that absolutely would not be touched by the outside world artisan puppets. Energizing Pill Puppet. After adding spiritual herbs, can automatically refine pills and produce standard energizing pills. Thick Earth Seal Puppet. After adding spiritual materials, can automatically craft items producing standard thick earth seals. Minor Gathering Spirit Array Puppet prepares array tools, can automatically engrave array patterns, creating array flags, and setting up Minor Gathering Spirit Array. Chi Refining Low-Grade Lightness Talisman Puppet prepares talisman pins, talisman papers, and talisman ink, can automatically draw talismans, producing low-grade lightness talismans for Chi Refining. This is terrifying. Every time Jing Yu read through this Puppet True Explanation Chi Refining Edition, he felt a chill run down his spine. If ordinary strength puppets merely deprived mortal body cultivators of their low-paying safe jobs in the market, forcing them to risk their lives in the dangerous Beast Mountain, then the numerous artisan puppets within this Puppet True Explanation would directly uproot the foundation of low-level artisan cultivators. Jing Yu could almost imagine that if this jade slip were to circulate from his hands, nearly 90% of the artisan cultivators in the Wushan market, and even the surrounding markets, as well as various great immortal cities, would find themselves unemployed overnight. The content regarding artisan puppets in this jade slip must not be leaked, Jing Yu thought to himself. He was well aware of the immense business opportunities and the vast profits in spirit stones contained within. However, compared to the hatred of low-level cultivators throughout the entire Yinchuan region, and even across the entirety of Penlai Immortal Island, no matter how great the profit in spirit stones, it was not worth the risk for him, a longevity cultivator. He could even imagine that if he created an energizing pill puppet to sell, it would likely lead to his shed being razed to the ground by furious alchemists from the entire Wushan market the very next day. Nevertheless, he ultimately decided to first create an energizing pill puppet, not for the sake of selling it, but rather to mass-produce energizing pills. Though the energizing pill is not the most effective spirit pill for enhancing cultivation during the chi refining stage, it strikes a balance among various indicators, such as efficacy, cost, and difficulty of refinement. Moreover, this pill has very little toxicity, so it doesn't require much time to neutralize the pill's toxicity, allowing for long-term consumption, making it quite popular among early and mid-stage chi refining cultivators. Jing Yu thought carefully if he wanted to establish a foundation before the age of 80. Considering the current income level of a spiritual plant artisan, it was nothing short of a fantasy. Not to mention that he couldn't even save up for a foundation establishment pill. He probably wouldn't even earn enough to raise his chi refining level to the 9th tier. This does not mean that Jing Yu could not achieve this with his spiritual root talent. In fact, with his talents, as long as he took some spiritual pills and spiritual rice, reaching the 10th tier of chi refining in 30 years would be more than sufficient. Rather, based on the talent demonstrated by the identity of Zhao Mingjing, he must open up other financial paths to make the idea of rapid cultivation growth seem a bit more reasonable. Of course, he had thought about switching identities after the lifespan of Zhao Mingjing was exhausted and starting anew, but the identity of Zhao Mingjing has a clear traceable origin. In today's context, where the vast majority of cultivators have entered various alliances, sects, or family immortal registries, having a legitimate identity is not easy. Cultivators with identities also find it easier to navigate the world of cultivation. Thus, he needed a profitable skill. Jing Yu pondered for a moment, and with a flash of light in his hand, he took out the double-eared brass alchemy furnace from his storage bag. Alchemy. Although with Jing Yu's strength, hunting beasts in the Beast Mountain might yield quicker returns than other cultivation arts. Firstly, he is a cautious person who dislikes taking risks. The Wushan Mountain area is home to Foundation Establishment level robbers. Even if he was fortunate enough to escape from the hands of a Foundation Establishment robber, the explosive news of a chi refining level cultivator returning unscathed from a Foundation Establishment cultivator would force him to hide his identity and flee to another region. Secondly, the identity of an alchemist is traditionally esteemed. When cultivators go out regardless of their cultivation level, whether for enhancing their cultivation, prolonging their lifespan, or practicing special supernatural abilities, there will always be a need for alchemists. Therefore, ordinary cultivators would likely seek to befriend an alchemist. Even if they couldn't befriend them, they would certainly not offend them. If Jing Yu possesses this identity, he would encounter far fewer conflicts when going out. Unless he encounters a crazed robber in the wild, as long as he walks in places like the market or Immortal City where order is prioritized, very few would dare to provoke an alchemist. Let's first refine a batch and see the quality. Jing Yu happened to have some spiritual herbs obtained from Linfeng, just what was needed for refining energizing pills. The recipe for this pill can also be found in Xiaoyao Alliance Introduction to Alchemy. He had only glanced at it briefly before taking out the Lihua fan obtained from Linfeng, fanning a flame toward the alchemy furnace before him. In the chi refining stage, alchemical pills are not particularly demanding. One can use mundane fire or a magical tool to ignite flames, unlike the Foundation Establishment stage, where one must specifically seek spiritual fire for refinement. Jing Yu's divine sense penetrated into the high-temperature furnace, carefully sensing the spiritual herbs being transformed into flowing pill liquid, gradually extracting their medicinal properties and beginning to condense into the solid form of pills. After about half an hour of gentle simmering, the medicinal pills in the alchemical furnace finally began to take shape. Seeing that the timing was ripe, Jing Yu imitated the techniques taught in the alchemical inheritance and infused several streams of water-type magic power into the furnace. Suddenly, a large amount of steam erupted from the once fiercely burning furnace. Jing Yu slammed his palm against the furnace, and 3 grayish pills flew out, which he caught back into his palm, using his divine sense. Opening his palm, Jing Yu indeed saw 3 slightly pockmarked and dull-colored chi-boosting pills quietly. It seems that water-type cultivators are not entirely unrelated to alchemy. At least water-type magic is quite useful during the final stage of pill formation. Not to mention that there is also the water refinement method in alchemy. Jing Yu weighed the pills in his hand and sighed. The quality is too poor. I fear there are many impurities and they won't fetch a good price. However, if an alchemist were to witness Jing Yu's pill refining, they would surely be astonished. It is not common, but rather non-existent, for a chi refining stage alchemist to successfully produce 3 pills on their very first attempt. Ordinary cultivators who wish to refine pills must follow a step-by-step process, starting with several years as a fire attendant, then several years as a medicine assistant, and only after gaining sufficient experience with the properties of medicinal herbs and the timing of alchemy can they independently open a furnace to refine pills. Even so, the first time one opens a furnace, they usually end up with a batch of pill ashes. If they don't blow up the furnace, it can be considered a remarkable talent. Even true alchemical geniuses can at best refine a batch of waste pills with more toxicity than medicinal properties. For Jing Yu to produce 3 usable inferior quality pills is truly unprecedented. However, Jing Yu understood his own limitations. He was certainly not an unparalleled genius of alchemy. His ability to produce 3 pills on his first attempt was not due to any innate talent in alchemy, but rather his divine sense. Ordinary qi refining cultivators have not yet opened their consciousness, making it impossible to use divine sense to detect the exact condition of the herbs in the furnace. Thus, they can only rely on past experience, which naturally yields less than satisfactory results. However, Jing Yu only needed to probe with his divine sense to clearly understand the exact stage of pill refinement in the furnace. He merely followed the steps outlined in the alchemical inheritance, and pill formation became a simple task. No wonder foundation establishment cultivators can easily handle various skills like pill refining, talisman drawing, array formation, and artifact forging. As long as they are qi refining techniques, they can usually perform them with ease, all thanks to divine sense. Even in the realm of puppeteering, puppets controlled by divine sense are far superior to those operated purely by spirit stones. Jing Yu once again felt the overwhelming advantage that foundation establishment cultivators have over qi refining cultivators. Perhaps due to just recently opening his consciousness, Jing Yu's divine sense was still relatively weak. After intensely refining a batch of qi-boosting pills, he had already exhausted most of his divine sense, needing time to recover. Unable to refine pills again in the short term, Jing Yu decided to tinker with the spiritual materials he had purchased from the market, preparing to create a qi-boosting pill puppet. This puppet was not as simple in structure as the strength puppets. Both in terms of the number of components and the intricacy, it was among the best of qi refining level puppets. Fortunately, with the assistance of his divine sense, there were no insurmountable technical obstacles for qi refining level puppets. Even so, processing the spiritual materials, refining the torso, polishing the components, assembling them, and lubricating the joints. After dozens of complex procedures, it took Jing Yu a full 5 days to barely produce a puppet that met the standards. Looking at the short, stout puppet resembling a weeble, Jing Yu felt that it was not so much a puppet, but more like an alchemical furnace that could refine pills automatically. The method of using this puppet was also quite straightforward. One only needed to place a spirit stone in the back of its head, and then put the required herbs for the qi-boosting pill into the concealed compartment in its chest, waiting for an hour. Following the established steps, the puppet indeed began to operate on its own. He probed his remaining divine sense into the puppet's abdomen and was taken aback. This puppet was like the best teacher for refining qi-boosting pills, executing each step with terrifying precision. After a moment of observation, Jing Yu even felt a slight improvement in his alchemical skills. An hour later, the puppet's heated abdomen gradually cooled, and the previously tightly closed exterior slowly opened. Jing Yu's divine sense swept, and 5 round, flawless, glowing qi-boosting pills shot out from the puppet's abdomen, landing in his palm. These qi-boosting pills. Jing Yu couldn't hide his astonishment. They're so perfectly made. 5 identical qi-boosting pills, each with no difference in medicinal properties. Each pill's properties are at the average output level of a seasoned qi refining alchemist. How could the quality be controlled so precisely? Jing Yu couldn't help but feel genuine admiration for the puppet-making skills of the 9 Lives Tao Lord. Even if it was just a qi refining level puppet, it had already surpassed what could be imagined in the lower realm. According to the Puppet True Solution Qi Refining Edition, the qi-boosting pill puppet needs 2 to 3 days to cool and repair after refining a batch of qi-boosting pills, which essentially aligns with the typical alchemical rest time of ordinary qi refining alchemists. Even without using divine sense, refining pills is mentally exhausting and requires rest. At this frequency, a qi-boosting pill puppet would require 3 low-grade spirit stones each year. What does this mean? It means Jing Yu, at the price of 3 spirit stones per year, can maximize the potential of a master-level alchemist to refine qi-boosting pills for him. 3 spirit stones a year. The alchemists in the market who were sentenced to serve time by refining pills couldn't help but shed tears. This treatment would require the clan leader to personally verify the pills for poison if offered to a guest alchemist in a cultivation family, to prevent guest alchemists from harboring grudges and adding something to the pills. Jing Yu sealed the 5 qi-boosting pills in a jade bottle. However, he found himself in a dilemma. Originally, he intended to sell the pills produced by this qi-boosting pill puppet under the name of an alchemist. But now, seeing these 5 identical qi-boosting pills, if the puppet consistently produced pills of the same unchanging quality, Jing Yu feared that if he flooded the market with them, anyone would see through the issue, making it quite precarious. It seems I can only change my strategy. Jing Yu pondered carefully and ultimately had to overturn his previous idea and think of another plan. In the future, he would sell the qi-boosting pills he refined in the market while consuming the standard qi-boosting pills produced by the puppet himself. Since qi-boosting pills could also serve as refining essence for the body, most of the standard pills would be used for body refinement, striving for an early breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage with the Suffering Crossing Sutra. A small portion would be used for qi refining to accelerate his own cultivation progress. Once he broke through to the later stage of qi refining, he could smoothly transition to refining condensing qi pills which would further accelerate his spirit stone earning speed. In the 550th year of the eternal life calendar, Jing Yu sat quietly in a tranquil chamber, holding a fire departure fan, occasionally sending a wisp of true fire into the black iron Dan furnace before him. His eyes were tightly shut and his expression was calm, yet he seemed to possess a thorough understanding of everything within the furnace. As the furnace lid began to bulge slightly, Jing Yu's eyes suddenly opened, and he extended his other empty hand, flicking his fingers to direct several streams of water-based magical power into the furnace. In the next moment, the furnace erupted with a large amount of steam. Jing Yu slapped the furnace body, causing the lid to fly off, and 5 beams of white light shot out from the furnace, curving in midair and landing steadily in the palm of Jing Yu's hand. Looking at the 5 vitality pills in his hand, Jing Yu nodded in satisfaction. Good. At last, my refining level of the vitality pill has caught up with the standard of the vitality pill puppet. Over the past 2 years, Jing Yu's progress in alchemy had been rapid. The output of his vitality pills had become quite stable, placing him among the upper tier of alchemists in the Wushan market for this particular type of pill. With a steady supply of standard vitality pills, Jing Yu successfully broke through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, and he was not far from reaching the perfection of the 3rd layer. To avoid appearing overly fast in his cultivation speed, he had recently begun to temper his skills and solidify his foundation. The mysterious mirror condensed from the Wanjing observation method had grown increasingly remarkable. Another unexpected joy was that Jing Yu discovered that as his cultivation level rose, the speed at which the mirror absorbed celestial energy from beyond the heavens had increased slightly. Although this celestial energy could only be used for glimpsing and monitoring those connected to the mirror's fate, it still took decades of accumulation to observe once. Jing Yu estimated that with his current rate of progress, he would be able to glimpse someone's fate approximately every 30 years once he reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. In addition to his alchemy, Jing Yu had not neglected his skills in puppet manipulation. 2 years ago, he was introduced by Wu Buchuan and successfully joined the Wushan Puppet Association thanks to a fragment of the Large Mechanism Initial Understanding Airship chapter, which he had split from the True Puppet Solution Qi Refinement Edition. Initially, Jing Yu joined the association merely to enjoy the internal prices for purchasing puppet materials, not expecting to learn anything new from a group of qi refinement puppet masters who had just obtained a few years of fragmented inheritance. To his surprise, several puppet masters in the Wushan market, particularly Wu Qi, had some unique insights. After attending a few exchange meetings, Jing Yu greatly benefited in the field of puppetry. Now 2 years later, Jing Yu had earned quite a bit of spirit stones by selling low-tier puppets, and his own refined vitality pills, nearly reaching an income level of 25 spirit stones in pure profit per year. Most of this income was contributed by his alchemy. He had already quit his job at the spirit herb plantation and moved to a small courtyard adjacent to Mushan's family in the west street of the inner district. It is worth noting that a qi refinement mid-stage cultivator serving as a steward in the market's allied organization earns only about 15 spirit stones annually. Jing Yu, a mere low-tier cultivator at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, managed to exceed that by a full 10 spirit stones, highlighting the money-making ability of an alchemist. Aside from the expenses of the past 2 years and social interactions, he had accumulated around 80 spirit stones which he had not touched, instead holding on to them in anticipation of the right moment. His kudu body had been stuck at the 8th layer of body forging for a long time. If he relied on gradual grinding, he did not know how long it would take to break through this bottleneck. He decided to buy a body refining elixir at the appropriate time to attempt a breakthrough and reach the 9th layer of body forging as soon as possible. However, most elixirs capable of breaking through high-tier body refining bottlenecks were sold only in celestial cities. Jing Yu was unwilling to risk a long journey to a nearby celestial city for a single body refining elixir, so he could only wait for opportunities within the market. In places like Wushan Market, obtaining an elixir that met Jing Yu's requirements meant waiting for the large auction held once every 10 years. Jing Yu missed the best timing. The last large auction was 4 years ago when he had just arrived at the market and was still impoverished with only a few spirit stones in his pocket. He thought it was merely an opportunity to broaden his horizons. Now that he had more spirit stones, he still had to wait about 6 more years for the next auction. Jing Yu raised his head in surprise. Just now, the alarm array he had set up in the courtyard was triggered by someone. His divine sense extended beyond the walls of the tranquil chamber and found Zhao Qinghuan, who entered the courtyard with a beaming smile. Uncle. Opening the door to the tranquil chamber, Jing Yu stepped out and said kindly, Qinghuan, what has you It's born. Zhao Qinghuan grinned. It's born. Jing Yu momentarily did not respond. My brother. Your brother was born. What? Jing Yu asked in confusion. Oh, I was in such a hurry. It's my sister-in-law who gave birth. Zhao Qinghuan exclaimed, it's twins. So it was Mu Pei who gave birth. Jing Yu suddenly understood. Since Mu Pei married Zhao Qingyan, the couple had been very affectionate. Over 9 months ago, she became pregnant, and counting the days, it was indeed time for her to give birth. Quick, take me to see them. Jing Yu cheerfully followed Zhao Qinghuan to the next courtyard. Today, he had unexpectedly gained a nephew and a niece. Although he knew that after 100 years it was likely to end in a situation where the white-haired would send off the black-haired, his mood remained quite good. Wow, wow. As soon as they entered the Mushan family's courtyard, they heard the loud cries of 2 infants. Jing Yu and Zhao Qinghuan entered the delivery room, where Zhao Mingyu and his entire family surrounded the 2 children. Mu Pei lay on the bed, her face slightly pale, but being a body refiner, her physique was resilient, making childbirth much smoother than ordinary mortals. She was already able to sit up, and the 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl, lay on her left side. Zhao Qingyan, a new father, occasionally glanced at Mu Pei, who had just given birth, and then at the pair of children. His left eye and right eye seemed to be in conflict, making him slightly flustered. Zhao Mingyu, still leaning on his cane, focused completely on the 2 infants, particularly eyeing the male infant's little private part and grinning broadly. Mu Shan and Zhao Qinghuan exchanged glances. Years of affection had led them to silently understand each other. A hint of envy and regret occasionally flashed in their eyes, though it was hard to say which emotion was stronger. "Sixth brother, you're here. Come and take a look." Zhao Mingyu, who usually kept his emotions in check, could no longer contain his joy. Seeing Jing Yu arrive, he eagerly pointed at the pair of infants, boasting, "The boy is the elder brother, and the girl is the younger sister. I had thought there was a chance of twins, but I never expected it to actually happen. Fortunately, we prepared names in advance. They will belong to the Yuan generation. The elder brother is Zhao Yuanqun, and the younger sister shall be called Zhao Yuanqi, Yuanqun, and Yuanxi. Excellent names." Jing Yu nodded. "I only pray that one of these 2 children will possess a spiritual root. Then the Zhao family will. Zhao Mingyu murmured. "Third sister, why be so anxious? A child's spiritual root does not manifest before the age of 6. Testing for it is still 6 years away." Jing Yu smiled. "Even if this generation lacks one, as the lineage continues, heaven will eventually show its favor. But when will heaven show its favor? Will I live to see that day?" Zhao Mingyu sighed. "When will heaven show its favor?" Jing Yu mulled over these words, instinctively casting a fate-detecting spell on the male infant Zhao Yuanshun. As expected, it returned empty. He bore no destiny. Jing Yu shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that an unrealistic fantasy had briefly flickered. He then casually cast the same spell on the infant girl Zhao Yuanxi. But this time the mystic mirror within his dantian trembled violently, and 4 blue seal characters materialized on its surface. Jing Yu stood frozen. "This. Turtle's age, crane's longevity, grade fine blue. Effect: the bearer unconditionally gains an additional 500 years of life. Origin: 10 cultivators bearing the eternal longevity destiny achieved golden immortality and attained the golden immortal rank. Their fates converged, and thus Turtle's age, crane's longevity came into being. An unconditional 500 extra years of life." Jing Yu looked at the tiny infant girl with a complex expression. Now that her destiny had been triggered by the mystic mirror, her spiritual root would surely manifest after the age of 6. He never imagined that third sister's prayers would indeed move heaven. The first cultivator of Zhao Mingyu's lineage was born today. Moreover, Jing Yu believed that Turtle's age, crane's longevity was one of the most formidable destinies for low-ranking cultivators. Its bearer would have a 600-year lifespan at the Qi refinement stage and 800 at foundation establishment, nearly equivalent to a typical cultivator's golden core lifespan. The higher the realm, the less pronounced this advantage became. But still, no matter how powerful or precious a destiny, it required time to realize its potential. Even a spirit grade or immortal grade destiny could be cut short in the mortal phase if luck was poor. In contrast, a fine grade destiny like Turtle's age, crane's longevity allowed one to live long enough in the mortal realm to endure until the day they encountered an immortal opportunity. Now that Zhao Yuan, she had been born directly within a cultivation market, she was inherently blessed with immortal affinity. Even with the worst grade, spiritual root foundation establishment was all but guaranteed. With 800 years to slowly polish the golden core, as long as she didn't meet an untimely end, it was practically within reach. Nascent soul was not a realm that could be achieved through time alone. Whether she would have that fortune remained. As Jing Yu's thoughts drifted, he suddenly noticed third sister, Zhao Mingyu, lowering her head, a smile playing on her lips, as she playfully teased Zhao Yuan, Chen's little treasure. His heart sank. Third sister treats these 2 children differently after all. Third sister. A word in private. Zhao Mingyu looked up in surprise at Jing Yu, who was already stepping out of the birthing chamber. She slowly rose, leaning on her cane, and followed him out. Sixth brother, you're either holed up at home refining pills or off with those damned puppet masters at that blasted puppet society. I can't even catch a glimpse of you all day. Besides Mushan, who occasionally sees you, you care for no one else. Why today you're the one seeking me out for a talk? Third sister Yuan Shun and Yuan Shi are both children of the Zhao family. I saw your gaze just now fixed solely on Yuan Shun as if your soul had been stolen away while you paid no heed to Yuan Shi. What is the meaning of this? Jing Yu frowned. They are both flesh and blood from your son and daughter-in-law. Do not favor one over the other. Is that all? Zhao Mingyu shook her head. With your cold and detached nature, you never usually ask how Cheng Yin and Cheng Huan are faring. Now you're the one scolding me. I know full well what's at stake. You treat Cheng Yin and Cheng Huan equally, so why should there be any distinction between Yuan Shun and Yuan Shi? You don't treat Cheng Yin and Cheng Huan equally at all. Jing Yu raged internally, but his face remained impassive. Instead, he hinted, I see that Yuan Shi is extraordinarily lively from birth, as if born with immortal bones. She might well possess a spiritual root. If you show partiality now and she later awakens her spiritual root and becomes a cultivator, recalling the past might lead to trouble. That would not reflect well on you. Zhao Mingyu chuckled. Whether Yuan Shi has a spiritual root is still uncertain. But Yuan Shun has a root. Jing Yu cursed. Then cling to your precious grandson's little root for the rest of your life. Third sister, sometimes I truly don't understand you. In the past, during Father Emperor's birthday feast, all the imperial heirs vied for his favor. Yet I always thought your offering of a single loquat fruit was the most inspired move. After Big Brother's death, if not for the disadvantage of being a woman, you might have been named heir apparent over fourth brother. Times have changed. They say old ginger is spicier. How is it that after all these years the brilliant Mingyu princess has turned into such a befuddled, old woman? Zhao Mingyu, scolded to her face by her younger brother, showed no anger. Instead, she smoothed her gray dry hair and said softly, no matter how brilliant one's wits, they are all crushed beneath the casual finger of a foundation establishment cultivator. Jing Yu was momentarily struck silent. The two stood in wordless confrontation, a heavy stillness settling between them. Bang, bang, bang. A knock came at Mushan's door. Zhao Mingyu pursed her lips, hobbled slowly to the gate on her iron staff, and pulled it open. Who is it? As Zhao Mingyu opened the door, she saw a youth in a wooden mask leaning against the doorframe. Her face immediately soured. You again, you little brat. How is the old auntie these days? Is Taoist Zhao Mingjing here? I knocked next door, but got no answer, so I figured he might be at fellow Taoist Mu's place. The masked youth was none other than the puppeteer Wu Buchuan, who bowed cheerfully to Zhao Mingyu. Thanks to your Wushan Puppet Society, we mortal body-tempering cultivators are living a more prosperous life than ever. Stung by Zhao Mingyu's sarcastic jab, Wu Buchuan stiffened slightly and gave an awkward laugh. Little Taoist Wu, what brings you to me? Isn't the next Puppet Society gathering still half a month away? Jing Ye's voice rang out from behind Zhao Mingyu, saving Wu Buchuan from the awkwardness. Uncle Zhao, I've come with good news. Wu Buchuan quickly seized the opportunity, grabbing Jing Ye's arm and pulling him out of the yard. Let's walk and talk. Third sister will take my leave. Jing Yu nodded to Zhao Mingyu and followed Wu Buchuan for a stretch, gradually leaving the inner market's west street behind. Only then did he ask, what good news requires the son of President Wu to come find me personally? It's about the energy consumption improvement for the strength puppets. Wu Zichuan exclaimed excitedly. My father succeeded. He actually made it work. Jing Yu was startled and quickly pulled Wu Zichuan into a corner of the street. After confirming no one was around, he asked suspiciously, are you sure what you said is about the energy consumption improvement of the strength puppets? Does your father really have such skill? If this matter is accomplished by fellow Taoist Wu, even the Golden Core cultivators specializing in puppetry in Xiaoyao Immortal City would have to call him master. You must be boasting, right? No, it's true. Now my father's newly developed strength puppet consumes about 1 spirit stone and 40 spirit coins annually, down from 1.5 spirit stones. Wu Buchuan whispered, though it's only a reduction of 10 spirit coins, it at least shows the direction is right. The two sneaked from the west street of the inner market to the north street. The Wu Mountain Puppetry Society had rented a courtyard on the north street for its members' daily activities. Puppetry had never been popular in the Wu Mountain market, and only in recent years, under the efforts of puppet masters like Wu Qi, had it begun to flourish. Still, this place was usually deserted. Today, for some reason, the courtyard of the Wu Mountain Puppetry Society was packed with people. Neighbors and residents had formed a large circle at the entrance. What are you people doing? Jing Yu had planned to sneak a peek at Wu Qi's improved strength puppet, but now he was blocked by the dense crowd at the door. Fellow Taoists, this is Wu's latest improved strength puppet. After struggling through the crowd, Jing Yu and Wu Buchuan saw an old man with a mustache and a merchant's hat standing before a 2-meter-tall wooden puppet, boasting, the main direction is set now. In 5 years at most, or 10 at least, I will reduce the annual energy consumption of the new strength puppet to under 1 spirit stone. I hope all fellow Taoists will come to support us then. The Wu Mountain Puppetry Society always welcomes cultivators interested in puppetry to discuss insights together. Perhaps in the near future, puppetry like the improved spirit planting methods will produce a groundbreaking invention that completely changes the survival methods of low-level cultivators. Those renting in the inner market were mostly wealthy mid to later-stage chi refining cultivators or high-level body refiners comparable to later-stage chi refining. They gathered around the strength puppet, whispering among themselves. A few white-haired, wrinkled high-level body refiners left the crowd with resentment, but Jing Yu's divine sense accurately captured them. An alchemist standing beside Jing Yu's side, Master Wu, is extraordinary. If he truly reduces the annual consumption of the strength puppet to under 1 spirit stone, more than half of the mortal body refiners in the market won't even be able to afford the shacks in the outer market. Exactly. Fellow Taoist Wu's actions are bound to invite resentment. Jing Yu said helplessly. Isn't that alchemist Zhao? I recall you're also a member of the Wu Mountain Puppetry Society, right? The alchemist stroked his beard and said, Alchemist Zhao started as a spirit planter and has flourished in both alchemy and puppetry in just a few years. Both skills show great promise. It seems the path to foundation establishment is within reach. I'm just a puppetry enthusiast. I make them for fun in my spare time, earning little. My main focus is still seeing Wu Qi's flamboyance. The cautious Jing Yu was already considering distancing himself from the Wu Mountain Puppetry Society and quickly replied, I like hearing that from Alchemist Zhao. The alchemist laughed. To put it bluntly, puppetry is just a minor art. The true mainstream studies in the world are the 4 classic arts: alchemy, artifact, refinement, formations, and talismans. Among them, our alchemy ranks first. No matter how much the strength puppet is improved, it still only competes with mortals for rough work that cultivators disdain. What does that show? It shows that when choosing a trade, you should pick one with high barriers. The alchemist puffed out his chest. In our alchemy profession, we will never be replaced. This rice bowl is as steady as a mountain. Indeed he. Jing Yu's mouth twitched as he forced a few laughs. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Wu Zichuan pulled him into the courtyard. Fellow Taoist Zhao, you're here. Wu Qi saw Jing Yu's eyes narrowing into slits with pride. Thanks to the puppet airship inheritance you selflessly shared, I gained many insights leading to today's improvement. Oh, could you share your specific approach in detail? Jing Yu found it incredible that Wu Qi, a Qi refining puppet master, could optimize the puppet inheritance of the 9 lives Tao Lord, so he had followed Wu Buchuan to investigate. Please enter the main hall, fellow Taoist. The other members have already arrived. Wu Qi smiled. We'll hold the exchange meeting early to address everyone's questions. Jing Yu followed Wu Qi and his son into the main hall, where the other puppet masters of the Wu Mountain Puppetry Society were already present. Before them lay a strength puppet disassembled into dozens of parts which the masters were examining closely. Fellow Taoists, following the tradition of selfless sharing in the Wu Mountain Puppetry Society, I will now explain in detail the key to reducing the annual energy consumption of the improved strength puppet. Wu Qi spoke eloquently from the main seat, while the other puppet masters listened intently. Jing Yu also listened carefully throughout, and had to admit that Wu Qi, the nominal highest authority on puppetry in the Wu Mountain market, indeed had some skill, but not much. The original elementary living puppetry strength section was a simplified version of the incomplete true puppetry chi refining section. Compared to the authentic strength puppet of the 9 lives Tao Lord, the one in the incomplete version was already a lower tier model. Yet, even this lower tier strength puppet was far too powerful for a backwater place like the Wu Mountain market. Its mobility was maxed out. It could run, jump, and adapt to various environments, climbing mountains or swimming with ease. Its 10 fingers even had specialized adjustment devices, making them almost as dexterous as human hands, capable of performing delicate tasks. In reality, the Wu Mountain market had little need for such capabilities. The rough work done by puppets or body refiners was mostly just carrying or building. To use an analogy from Jing Yu's past life, it was like wanting to peel an apple but ending up with a Swiss Army knife. To put it more bluntly, the current strength puppet had a lot of redundant performance. Wu Qi's idea was simple. The strength puppet had so many functions, but the Wu Mountain market had no scenarios to utilize them. So if he cut out all the unnecessary features, wouldn't the spirit stone energy consumption decrease? However, the inheritance of the Tao monarch is no trivial matter even at the Qi refinement stage. The structure of a small strength puppet is intricately interconnected. Any slight alteration can lead to a chain reaction affecting the entire mechanism. After several years of painstaking effort, Wu Qi finally managed to strip away the swimming function of the strength puppet without rendering it completely inoperative. As expected, the outcome was remarkable. The annual consumption of this puppet had indeed decreased by 10 spirit coins. As the saying goes, the beginning is always difficult. Although it took several years just to remove a single function, as the features decrease, the pace of removal will surely accelerate significantly in the future. Wu Qi said loudly, if any fellow Taoists have other thoughts, feel free to seek me out at any time. or you can also relay your messages through my son at the puppet pavilion. With the assistance of like-minded individuals, the improvement of this strength puppet will surely accelerate. After about an hour, the exchange meeting concluded successfully. Once the other puppet masters had left, Jing Yu stood up and quietly approached, saying, "Friend Wu, is it absolutely necessary for you to improve the strength puppet?" Wu Qi was quite familiar with this somewhat older cultivator who often mingled with his son. Knowing that many of his relatives were ordinary body refiners, he straightforwardly asked, "Are you worried about the livelihood of your ordinary friends and relatives?" "There's no need to worry about that. There are only a few cultivators in the Wu Mountain market dedicated to puppetry, how everyone shares deep friendships. Although I manage the puppet pavilion on behalf of the market, my words still carry weight. When the time comes, I can arrange for your friends to work at the puppet pavilion, ensuring they can earn a living, which is certainly better than struggling with heavy labor like they do now. The matters concerning my nephews are easy to discuss. Even if they were to lose their livelihoods, a few spirit stones a year wouldn't mean much to me. However, what you are doing, friend Wu, is digging up the roots of all ordinary body refiners in the market. Without work in the market, they will have to venture into the Beast Mountain range to seek their fortunes, where demonic beasts abound, and the dangers posed by rogue cultivators may be even greater than the beasts themselves. The death rate among cultivators is surprisingly high, let alone ordinary people. Jing Yu is not pitying these ordinary people for losing their livelihoods. He believed that the work of ordinary body refiners in the market was mostly simple and repetitive, easily replaceable. They would eventually be supplanted by strength puppets, which are more cost-effective and efficient. This was not something a mere chi refinement puppet master like Wu Qi could influence. It was an unstoppable tide. It's just that Wu Qi or the entire Wu Mountain puppetry would inevitably bear the brunt of the strong resentment from ordinary body refiners. Perhaps Wu Qi sought fame or profit, or even a more noble ideal, desperately wanting to change the status quo. Yet he must also endure the short-term pain of that change and the backlash it would bring upon himself. As an immortal, Jing Yu had no need to wade through such murky waters. He only needed to quietly observe the changes of the times from the shadows, and then enjoy the benefits brought about by that change. You worry too much, friend Zhao. Wu Qi laughed heartily. Ordinary body refiners probably won't have many chances left to risk their lives in the Beast Mountain range. Once I have reduced the annual consumption of the strength puppet to a satisfactory level, the next step will be to improve the combat puppet. At that time, whether exploring secret realms, gathering spiritual herbs, or hunting demonic beasts, having a few combat puppets that can be used and repaired at will surely be much more useful than the timid and cautious ordinary body refiners. Oh really? So this is how you want to play it? Thankfully, this conversation occurred behind closed doors. If Wu Qi had spoken such words in a public setting, Jing Yu would fear he might get splattered with blood from standing within 10 feet of him. Then I will wish you success in advance, friend Wu. Jing Yu forced a smile. There's one more thing. Zhao might be withdrawing from the Wu Mountain Puppetry Association. What is the reason for that? Wu Bu-chun was taken aback. Over the past 2 years, nearly everyone, including his own father, had scoffed at his companion puppet plan. Only Jing Yu often encouraged him and had high hopes for the future of this plan, even expressing a desire to invest spirit stones and take a share in it. This made him think highly of this middle-aged cultivator who had only recently reached chi refinement, and despite knowing each other for a short time, their relationship had already surpassed that of ordinary friends. What else could it be? I only entered chi refinement at 45, and now I'm over 50, yet I've only attained the 3rd level of chi refinement. In less than 30 years, I will miss the best age for foundation establishment. Jing Yu sighed. Fortunately, I still possess some talent in alchemy. With this skill, I might still have a chance to continue my path. Next, I will have to enter seclusion for an extended period, refining pills and cultivating to see if I can reach the 9th level of chi refinement before I turn 80. I fear I can no longer be distracted by puppetry. I understand now. Wu Qi nodded in realization. Your determination in seeking the Tao is truly admirable. With such willpower, why would you worry about not achieving foundation establishment? In fact, there's no need to withdraw from the association for this reason. In the future, you are welcome to skip the exchange meetings, but if you come to the puppet pavilion to purchase puppets or related materials, you will still transact at internal prices. Now look at friend Zhao. This is what it means to be an old steed in the stable, still aspiring to travel thousands. And then look at you. Every day you just mess around with those useless puppets. I won't say anything about your cultivation. I rather you should either focus on your practice or put your thoughts into proper puppetry. But, Father, please stop. Wu Bu-chun quickly pulled Jing Yu away, leaving Wu Qi alone in the room fuming. Uncle Zhao, are you really going to start secluding yourself for a long time? Then won't we be unable to meet often in the future? After all, you are the first exceptional fate cultivator I've encountered since Jing Yu's reincarnation. I don't want to give up such a valuable connection, so I said cheerfully, why so serious, little Wu? I may be in seclusion, but it's not like I'm closing myself off completely. If I have any free time while cultivating, it's still fine to gather for a little chat. However, I kindly remind you, little Wu, you should persuade your father to leave some leeway for those ordinary body refiners. Don't completely block their paths. It's not worth taking such a big risk for a few measly benefits. I will reflect on that. Wu Bu-chun said softly, this matter is entirely my father's stubbornness, who I cannot persuade him. In the future, I can at most advise him not to go out carelessly. Also, you can just call me Bu-chun Uncle Zhao. I recently contacted a merchant friend, and in a few months, he will bring me a few paintings made by a spirit painter from the Immortal City, known as Beautiful Woman's Skin. When the time comes, I will cover my latest developed jade puppet with these skins, and it will undoubtedly be the pinnacle of my creations to date, the companion puppet. In this vast Wu Mountain market, only you, Uncle Zhao, understand me. When this puppet is completed, I will certainly gift you one for a thorough appraisal. In the quiet room, Jing Yu sat cross-legged, holding a flawless white pill in his hand. With a flick of his finger, he sent it into his mouth and swallowed it with a soft gulp. The pure medicinal power spread throughout his body, flowing into his meridians. Jing Yu focused his mind and slowly examined himself, soon realizing that the potency of the qi-enhancing pill was rapidly transformed into solid and resilient water-type magical power under the operation of the Mirror of Fate technique accumulating in his dantian. However, after the transformation, some black impurities were left within the meridians. Poison of the pill. Jing Yu understood immediately. Regardless of the nature of the pill, it always contains some impurities within its power. These impurities are known as pill poison, and if neglected for a long time, they will corrode the practitioner's body, accumulate in the meridians, and ultimately hinder the advancement of the cultivator's realm. Therefore, cultivators who frequently consume pills to enhance their cultivation almost always prepare a secret method to resolve pill poison in order to solidify their foundation and avoid future troubles. However, regardless of how advanced the secret method is, resolving pill poison is a long-term process and cannot be achieved overnight. Surprisingly, a stream of gray mysterious light penetrated into Jing Yu's meridians, and in an instant it swept away all the black accumulated impurities and pill poison. Bitter crossing scripture is said to be able to refine everything in the world for one's own use, extracting the essence of the body refinement, and it can even extract 2 taels of essence from pill poison, saving me the trouble of slowly resolving it. Jing Yu murmured to himself. Immediately, a powerful aura of the 5th layer of qi refinement emanated from Jing Yu. Jing Yu suddenly stood up. After 6 years of closed-door cultivation, my qi refinement has progressed. I should not be far from reaching the 6th layer. He then clenched his fist. I did not expect that without even finding a body refinement treasure, my bitter crossing scripture has already broken through to the 9th layer of body refinement. Just 1 layer away, and the bitter crossing body will be perfected at this stage of body refinement. Although Jing Yu was not completely isolated during this time, he often went out for fresh air, yet he still spent most of his time in the quiet room. To outsiders, being able to break through from the 3rd layer to the 5th layer of qi refinement in 6 years, this middle-aged practitioner, who entered the immortal path at a later age, was likely only eating and cultivating, probably even absorbing spiritual energy in his dreams while sleeping. However, Jing Yu knew that aside from the half-hour of diligent practice of spirit cultivation technique every day to strengthen his divine, since the time he spent on qi refinement was minimal. Most of the time, he was either using bitter crossing mysterious light to refine various, but mostly inexpensive spiritual objects to enhance his body refinement, or studying the True Solution of Puppetry Qi Refinement Edition written by the Tao Lord of 9 Lives, or the Introduction to Alchemy and the Wushan Alchemy Manual. If he felt even more bored, he would read various anecdotes and strange novels from the immortal world that he had purchased from the Immortal Hearing Pavilion. Over the past 6 years, Jing Yu had almost read all the novels available in the Wushan market. Today's progress in qi refinement has met the standard time to relax with a novel. Jing Yu took out a batch of the latest novels he had just acquired last month from his storage bag, casually picked one up, and began to read it with great interest. He had just flipped a few pages when he felt something was off. He turned the book over and glanced at the title. Born with Charms, the nascent soul master and Golden Core senior brother turn against each other because of me. Jing Yu's expression became somewhat peculiar as he flipped a few more pages, thinking how the female lead of this romance novel seemed so much like Li Jiangmei. Perhaps the love stories in the world are all quite cliché. Perhaps this book was simply too poorly written, as Jing Yu lost patience and directly scanned through the entire book with his divine sense, tossing it aside with a sigh. I don't believe in evil. Oh, it truly is a terrible book. Another quarter of an hour of life wasted. How wonderful. He suddenly stood up and pushed open the door of the quiet room, calculating that it was about time for him to emerge from seclusion. There were 2 major matters he needed to attend to. The first was that the large auction held every 10 years in Wushan Market would commence in half a month. Now Jing Yu's divine sense was still steadily growing stronger, and his alchemy skills were becoming increasingly refined. With a steady annual income considering the accumulation over the past 6 years and deducting daily expenses, Jing Yu currently possessed over 220 spirit stones. This amount of spirit stones was enough to bid on many desired items at the large auction. Jing Yu's original plan was to purchase a body refinement treasure that would help him break through the bottleneck. Although he had fortuitously broken through to the 9th layer of body refinement, since the large auction was held only once every 10 years, it was reasonable for him to buy a treasure at this auction to prepare for breaking through to the 10th layer when he perfected the 9th layer. The second matter was imminent. Tomorrow would be the day when Zhao Qingjian's children Zhao Yuansheng and Zhao Yuanxi would test their spiritual roots. As their uncle Jing Yu could not miss it. Arriving at the door of the neighboring courtyard, Jing Yu found the door slightly ajar and pushed it open directly. At a glance, he saw 6-year-old Zhao Yuansheng running around the yard with a finely crafted peachwood sword. Jing Yu's niece, Zhao Yuanxi, sat quietly on a step at the other side of the yard, holding a book and reading. Zhao Qingjian's wife Mu Pei was rolling up her sleeves with a wooden basin full of clothes in front of her as she washed them. "Uncle." Mu Pei looked up to see Jing Yu and smiled, saying, "Have you come out of seclusion? Pei, or are you washing clothes?" Jing Yu had been in seclusion for a full 3 months and hadn't seen them for a long time, so he couldn't help but ask why not use a clean clothes talisman. Mu Pei's expression changed slightly, showing a look of mild pain, as if her finger had been pricked by a needle. She then put on a faint smile and said softly, "I'm still not used to the clean clothes talisman. After all, Pei is a body refinement practitioner with strong hands, and these clothes are still cleaner when washed by hand." Under Jing Yu's divine sense, every subtle expression was laid bare. Seeing Mu Pei's expression, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Although the clean clothes talisman is one of the cheapest talismans in the immortal world, it is still an immortal talisman. How could it not be better than washing by hand? This talisman is not difficult to draw. As long as you have a spirit pen, it's one of the few talismans that even mortals can draw. Could it be that Qingjian's family has become so frugal that they can't even afford a clean clothes talisman worth 10 spirit coins? "Pei, has Qingyan found any work recently?" Jing Yu asked in a deep voice. Mu Pei's smile remained, but now it had a hint of bitterness. "Working 1 day and resting for 2, barely managing to do some odd jobs. I wanted to go out and do some chores to help with the household expenses, but my husband wouldn't allow it. With 2 children at home, it's indeed hard to get away." While the two were chatting about family matters, Zhao Yuanxing, holding the peachwood sword, ran over, pointing it at Jing Yu and shouting, "Wushan sword cultivator Zhao Yuansheng is here. A mere bandit, you shall not escape. Yuansheng, how can you talk to your uncle without any manners?" Mu Pei scolded lightly but saw Zhao Yuansheng still grinning. Clearly Mu Pei's words had little effect on this little troublemaker who seemed to take nothing to heart. "Oh, it doesn't matter." Jing Yu shook his head, squatting in front of Zhao Yuansheng, gently flicked his forehead and teased, "Good for you, Zhao Yuansheng, even daring to block your uncle's path. When did you become a sword cultivator?" "Uncle, I am going to test my spiritual root tomorrow. Grandma said that as long as I have a spiritual root, I can become a celestial being, just like you and my uncle soaring through the skies. If you can't test out a spiritual root, wouldn't that mean you can't become a celestial being?" Jing Yu's eyes flashed as he spoke solemnly. "It won't happen. Grandma said that I have the appearance of a celestial being since I was young, and my spiritual root must be secretly nurtured, destined to become a great cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. If I become a celestial being, I will definitely be a sword cultivator that can break through all laws with a single sword. How magnificent it would be to take someone's head from 1,000 miles away with a celestial sword." Zhao Yuansheng waved his peachwood sword around a few times, puffing out his chest, saying, "At that time, let those little dogs from East Street see my might." Mu Pei frowned and shouted, "Yuansheng, where did you learn such foul language? Did you memorize yesterday's 1,000-character classic?" Zhao Yuansheng stuck out his tongue, made a face at Mu Pei, and went outside to play. "Sigh, this child has become undisciplined because of his mother's indulgence, a source of worry." A frown appeared on Mu Pei's face as she sighed. Jing Yu stroked his chin, and then noticed Zhao Yuanxi quietly reading in another part of the courtyard, saying, "I'll go check on Yuanxi." Zhao Yuanxi was originally just lowering her head to read, but suddenly felt a shadow overhead. Startled, she looked up to find Jing Yu squatting in front of her, grinning at her. "Uncle." This 6-year-old girl's eyes brightened, sweetly calling out, as she had been so engrossed in her reading that she hadn't heard Jing Yu's entrance. "Yuanxi, are you reading the 1,000-character classic?" Zhao Yuanxi shook her head and replied, "I memorized the 1,000-character classic long ago, no need to read it again. This is another book." "Oh." Jing Yu swept his divine sense across, catching sight of the book title, and couldn't help but be slightly startled. "A Complete Guide to Mortal Talismans." "Yuanxi, what are you looking at that for?" "I found it in my uncle Mushan's study." Zhao Yuanxi said softly, "I heard father and mother say that there are celestial beings in the city of Xianyao who have created several kinds of talismans that mortals can also draw. There are a few small workshops on East Street looking for workers, and my family has praised my calligraphy, so I might be able to draw talismans to help support the family. You're so young, how do you know about these things? Jing Yu frowned and said, aren't you going to test your spiritual root tomorrow? If you have a spiritual root and can cultivate, your priority should be to improve your cultivation level, and you don't need to worry about these trivial matters. But uncle, I heard that it's hard to get a spiritual root. Only one in hundreds of thousands might have it. Even the offspring of cultivators have it easier, but Yuan Zai's parents are both mortals. How can they possibly have a spiritual root? Zhao Yuan, she sniffed. Grandma said that in this market, if mortals want to live a better life, they must have a skill. Ooh, I think drawing talismans is a way out. Besides, when it comes to marriage, good families wouldn't want a mortal who can't do anything. If Yuan, she can have a skill, at least she can marry well. Is this something your grandmother told you? Jing, yes, expression darkened. Yuan, she, do you want to get married? I have no say in this matter. Zhao Yuan, she lowered her head, stammering. Just say whether you want to or not. I certainly don't want. Zhao Yuan, she secretly glanced at Mu Pei and muttered, if there's a chance, who wouldn't want to be a celestial being? All right, Yuan, she, since you don't want to get married, then don't marry. Jing Yu smiled broadly. With your uncle around, no one can force you. Uncle, you're so good. Zhao Yuan, she grinned. Yuan, she, if you have a spiritual root, what kind of cultivator do you? Yuan, she also likes to wield a sword. Then why not buy a peachwood sword to practice with? Zhao Yuan, she pouted. That peachwood sword is said to be made from 30-year-old Lingxin peach, wood gets very expensive, costing 3 spirit coins. Father bought one for my brother, saying we could take turns playing with it. But once my brother gets hold of it, he never lets go, and I feel embarrassed to ask him for it. Silly girl, in such situations you must fight for what you want. Jing Yu patted Zhao Yuan Zai's little head, then flipped his hand, immediately revealing 5 spirit coins in his palm. Here, this is your pocket money from your uncle. Zhao Yuan, she was taken aback and hurriedly waved her hand, saying, Uncle, no need. Then she quietly added, Uncle, to be honest, my uncle secretly gave me 3 spirit coins yesterday, so I can buy one just like it. Old Mu. Jing Yu was slightly taken aback, then laughed. Your uncle is your uncle, and your uncle is your uncle. They are 2 different things. Keep this money hidden and don't tell your parents or your grandmother. Just buy whatever you want for yourself. Zhao Yuan, she gazed longingly at the 5 spirit coins in Jing Yu's hand, seemingly determined, and with great difficulty, she shifted her gaze and said, Uncle, why not give this money to mother? We need money for various things at home. This is adult business. Why should children worry about it? Just take it for yourself. Jing Yu firmly pressed the 5 spirit coins into Zhao Yuan Zai's small palm. Then, Uncle, let's do it this way. Zhao Yuan, she seemed to find a win-win solution, joyfully saying, I'll secretly keep 2 for myself and hand the remaining 3 to my parents to help with family expenses. All right. I'll grant your wish. Jing Yu sighed and picked up Zhao Yuan, she saying, good child. Zhao Yuan, she pinched Jing Yu's cheek, asking, Uncle, why is your face so hard, tough, and smooth? She tilted her head, seemingly pondering a metaphor, and after a moment said, as hard as iron, as tough as cowhide, and as smooth as white jade. It's really strange. And why do you never seem to grow old? Zhao Yuan, she furrowed her brows slightly and pouted, saying, clearly both my uncle and my uncle are cultivators, yet my uncle has a few white hairs already. That's because I have refined my body. Body refinement has the effect of solidifying one's appearance and preserving youth. Grandma also practices body refinement. Why does she still look so old? There are wrinkles on her face. That's because your grandmother didn't practice it well enough. Zhao Yuan Zai's little face scrunched up, and she sighed heavily, saying, aging really doesn't look good. Yuan, she doesn't want to grow old. Then don't grow old. Jing Yu smiled gently. When little Yuan, she grows up, we'll practice body refinement together. So Yuan, she can be like uncle and never grow old. Jing Yu played with Zhao Yuanxi for a while, teaching her to recognize a few talismans. When he saw Mu Shan, Zhao Mingyu, and Zhao Qingyan return to the courtyard one after another. Seeing Jing Yu, Mu Shan sensed the faint spiritual pressure emanating from him, a look of surprise crossing his face as he exclaimed, Uncle, congratulations on your substantial progress in cultivation. Did you not also break through to the 5th layer of qi refinement? Jing Yu smiled and said, the path to foundation establishment is within reach. Old Mu sighed. Mu Shan replied bitterly, after all, my aptitude is mediocre. I wasted 8 years to barely reach the 5th layer of qi refinement, and now I am already 67. In another 13 years I will reach the critical point of declining vitality and exhausted meridians. I wonder if I can achieve the 9th layer of qi refinement by then. Do not worry too much. Jing Yu comforted him. As long as you reach the 9th layer of qi refinement, you can attempt foundation establishment. It may not be as stable as achieving the complete 9th layer, and moreover there is a small bottleneck between the 8th and 9th layers. My alchemy skills have greatly improved over the past 2 years, and I can try refining a few Ningxi pills. I will sell you some at cost. We can raise your cultivation first. Mu Shan nodded and Jing Yu turned to Zhao Mingyu, who had just stepped through the doorway, third sister. Now 70 years old, Zhao Mingyu looked considerably older than 6 years ago. Her once grayish-white hair had turned completely white. Her expression was solemn, her gaze deep and unfathomable. Jing Yu observed her and felt she appeared even more eerie and terrifying than before. Sixth brother, tomorrow Yuan Shun and Yuan Shi will test their spiritual roots. It will suffice for the two of us to accompany them. Zhao Mingyu spoke in a hoarse voice. Zhao Qingyan behind her was taken aback and hurriedly said, Mother, am I not going? You Pei Er and Cheng Huan should stay at home. Do not go out for the next 10 days. Zhao Mingyu lowered her head, her expression somewhat unclear. The large auction held once every 10 years in Wushan town is approaching, and many foreign cultivators have come to the market. I heard that some Foundation establishment seniors from the Immortal City of Freedom have also arrived. The market has been quite chaotic lately. The law enforcement cultivators have already dealt with numerous disputes and quarrels. It is said that several mortal body refiners have been accidentally killed by cultivators. It would be better for us to keep a low profile. After these words, Zhao Mingyu leaned on her cane and returned to her room. Mother has been rather unsettled lately, Zhao Qingyan murmured. Mu Pei stepped forward holding her husband's hand gently and said softly, It may be that with Yuan Shun and Yuan Zai's tests for their spiritual roots approaching, Mother has always hoped for a cultivator to emerge from our family. It is natural for her to feel anxious now. Perhaps she is worried about our family's affairs. Zhao Qingyan said gloomily, The days for mortal body refiners in the market are increasingly difficult. Recently, even finding a day or two of short work has become hard. If it continues like this, I will have to seek a living around the Wushan Mountains. Mu Pei's expression changed, gripping Zhao Qingyan's hand tightly. Husband, why don't I go out to find some work? Relying solely on you at home will inevitably lead to financial strain. If both of us worked, life would be somewhat easier. But the Wushan Mountains are rife with demon beasts and robber cultivators. How could it be a place for you to go? Zhao Qingyan frowned and said, The two children are still small. How can they do without you? Sigh. This matter requires careful consideration. A mere third layer of body refinement dares to talk about venturing into the Wushan Mountains. Do you not realize if your small frame is enough for high-level demon beasts to chew on? A gentle yet cutting voice rang in Zhao Qingyan's ear. Turning to find it was his uncle speaking, they had intentionally moved to a corner to share whispers, not wanting to be overheard. Unexpectedly, his uncle was eavesdropping and had overheard their predicament, making him feel embarrassed as he said, Uncle. Jing Yu scolded, Third sister is getting older, and you are her only son. Yuan Shun and Yuan Shi are still young and cannot do without their father. How can this whole family withstand any upheaval? The Wushan Mountains are not a place for you. Stay in the market honestly. But Zhao Qingyan wanted to argue a few more points. Your family is in this situation, how can you disagree with me? Zhao Qingyan felt his face burning. It is only a bit tight at home, but has not reached the point of not being able to make ends meet. What is there to discuss? My brother-in-law even waived the rent before. It is still more than enough to live in this market. If either Yuan Shun or Yuan Shi tests positive for spiritual roots, what can you three little ones do? Are you going to persist and delay the children's bright future? Are you going to shamelessly seek out third sister for her little savings? Zhao Qingyan stammered, Both my wife and I are mortals. It is not something to be hoped for that a generation can give birth to spiritual roots. Jing Yu shook his head, revealing 2 spirit stones in his palm and tossing them to Zhao Qingyan. After some time, when the large auction ends and the foreign cultivators have mostly left, you can help me regularly purchase the spirit herbs and medicines needed for alchemy. It is not good to just stay at home every day. Zhao Qingyan had originally come from the Zhao royal family and was a noble figure during the mundane times. Later, he journeyed with his mother and sister tens of thousands of miles north to seek immortality and settled in Wushan town. Although life could not compare to the mundane past, it was still a place where immortals gathered, and he could not help but feel some pride. Moreover, beneath the mortal body refiners there were those who lacked even the talent for body refining, relegated to the roles of servants and maidens for cultivators' amusement. Initially feeling quite self-important, the recent rise of improved strength puppets had continually compressed the living space for many body refiners in Wushan town. The handsome Zhao Qingyan, tightly grasping the 2 spirit stones Jing Yu had casually thrown, finally exhibited a sense of indescribable embarrassment. Initially wanting to maintain some dignity, Zhao Qingyan, who was considering how to gracefully decline Jing Yu's kindness, looked down at the 2 spirit stones clutched tightly in his hand and found himself at a loss for words. Jing Yu patted Zhao Qingyan on the shoulder, glanced in the direction of Zhao Mingyu's room, and said, I will come by earlier tomorrow to take third sister and the 2 children to test for their spiritual roots. After saying this, he turned and left. Zhao Qingyan watched Jing Yu's back and recalled the relaxed and carefree expression his uncle had when he took out the 2 spirit stones. He once again clearly felt the vast gap between cultivators and mortals. For the first time, he sensed a sorrowful, thick barrier seemingly separating him from his uncle, a feeling he never had even in his childhood, when he was still in the Zhao royal capital hearing tales of this man single-handedly defeating innate beings. 2 spirit stones. Even during the better years, my annual income was only about this much. Upon realizing this, Zhao Qingyan seemed to feel a sense of sorrow. I wonder when one of the Zhao family descendants from my lineage will emerge with spiritual roots. On the second day, Jing Yu deliberately rose early, bringing Zhao Mingyu and the 2 siblings Zhao Yuanqing and Zhao Yuanqi to the designated place to test their spiritual roots. Perhaps due to the early hour, the streets were not very crowded, but a few foreign cultivators with attire distinct from the style of Wushan Fengshi could still be seen, and judging by their spiritual pressure, they were mostly latest-stage qi refining cultivators. It seems that the large auction at Wushan Fengshi is quite grand. Even with more than 10 days before the auction, so many foreign cultivators have already arrived in the market. Jing Yu, holding a child in one arm, remarked, "This is far more grand than the last event a decade ago." Zhao Mingyu seemed to have not rested well last night. Her originally murky eyes showed a few bloodshot veins. She quietly said, "It is said that several foundation establishment masters of Wushan Fengshi are jointly organizing this event. This large auction will feature many rare items personally transported from the Xiangyao Immortal City to bolster the prestige of Wushan Fengshi. Currently, the number of registered cultivators in Wushan Fengshi is approaching 3,000. Looking at the current scene, the masters probably want to use this auction to make a name for themselves and recruit new talents." Zhao Mingyu explained Wushan Fengshi is actually well located, backed by the Wushan Mountain Range, a treasure mountain with abundant resources and spirit herbs from the wilds within. "I believe they might have aspirations to establish a Wushan Immortal City. That's still a long way off." Jing Yu shook his head and chuckled. According to the clear rules set by the Xiangyao Alliance, only large markets with over 10,000 registered cultivators have the qualification to establish a city. Currently, they are still far from that with less than 3,000 people. This is a matter of 100 years of planning. They are just now beginning to lay the groundwork. Zhao Mingyu said lightly. Among the several masters and deputy masters, aside from the over 2-year-old Sangsong Daoist, the rest have only a few decades left to live. Which of the other foundation establishment seniors is not in their prime at the peak of their strength? The mid-stage foundation establishment master Yu Wenxiao seems to be less than 120 years old. If they can transform Wushan Fengshi into a newly established immortal city, there might still be a path towards the golden core in the future. While the two were chatting, they arrived at their destination. This place was also a pavilion called the Qixian Pavilion, but it was located near the outer market area adjacent to the place for cultivators to register for their immortal status, making it an unimportant fringe department within the market. The methods for testing spiritual roots are numerous nowadays. Several spells are not difficult to learn, and almost every cultivator knows a few. There is no need to specifically go to the designated institution in the market for this test. However, it is basically an order issued by the several masters of the market, jointly decreed under the command of the Xiangyao Alliance, requiring that regardless of whether cultivators or mortals, their children's spiritual roots must not be tested privately. Violators will face severe penalties, and even cultivators cannot be spared. Moreover, those testing their spiritual roots at the Qixian Pavilion will receive a subsidy of 3 spirit stones once the test is completed. Then, going to the adjacent Immortal Registration Office, another 5 spirit stones will be received. As long as a child possesses a spiritual root, they will easily gain 8 spirit stones. This characteristic approach has made the residents of the market accustomed to it, and when their children reach the appropriate age, they will obediently send them to Qixian Pavilion for testing. After Jing Yu and Zhao Mingyu entered, they found a few people ahead already testing, and they had to wait a while. I got up early for this. I didn't expect others to be here even earlier than us. Looking at the mortals ahead, each leading their children in line, Jing Yu felt a bit sentimental. This Qixian Pavilion is one of the few places in Wushan Fengshi where cultivators and mortals are treated equally. There are no rules favoring cultivators, and even the children of foundation establishment cultivators must patiently wait in line. However, once they leave this pavilion, those children who have tested their spiritual roots will no longer be equal. Immortal Master, could we perhaps test again? Perhaps my child eats too much and the fat on his belly is covering his spiritual root. An elderly man with graying hair pleaded with the cultivator at the counter. The cultivator was a middle-aged man at the 3rd layer of qi refining who replied impatiently, "Do you think a spiritual root is something that can be hidden by mere flesh? Go on, don't delay the next person." "Exactly, don't waste my child's time testing his spiritual roots." The woman behind the old man added, "Your child just doesn't have that immortal fate. What good is it to make a fuss about it? Does your child even have that fate?" The old man glared at the woman fiercely, unwillingly giving way. The cultivator at the counter held a disc and made a gesture, and a beam of light entered the child's body beside the woman. After a while, there was no reaction. The cultivator said to the ashen-faced woman, "No spiritual root next. Haha. Serves them right to be slaves for the immortals for their whole lives." The white-haired old man laughed heartily, seemingly happier that the woman's child did not possess a spiritual root than when his own child had been tested positively. "You old devil woo." The woman holding her child in one hand grabbed the white-haired old man's collar with the other, and the two, each with a child, tore their way out of the Qixian pavilion. Jing Yu turned to take a look, shook his head, and sighed at the myriad human conditions. This friend. The middle-aged cultivator, seeing Jing Yu and sensing his faint spiritual pressure at the fifth layer of qi refining, couldn't help but change his expression and become much more respectful, asking, "Are you here to test your younger generation's spiritual roots?" "Yes, I would appreciate your trouble," Jing Yu said with a friendly demeanor. "Not a trouble at all, please wait a moment." The middle-aged cultivator smiled, then made a hand gesture, and the disc in his hand spun rapidly, with another beam of light entering Zhao Yuancheng's body. However, this light disappeared as if it had entered the sea. There was no response. Friend, this boy has no spiritual root," the middle-aged cultivator said cautiously. "Sigh, thank you, friend." Jing Yu sighed inwardly, handing the still somewhat dazed Zhao Yuancheng to Zhao Mingyu. Cheng. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, a trace of disappointment still flashed across Zhao Mingyu's aged face. She gently stroked Zhao Yuancheng's head, falling silent. "Please trouble you once more, friend." Jing Yu distinctly felt Zhao Yuancheng's small body stiffen slightly, as if this little girl, who was even more perceptive than her brother, harbored heavy thoughts. The middle-aged cultivator nodded again, following the same procedure, as a beam of light entered Zhao Yuancheng's body. Boom. The disc in the middle-aged cultivator's hand suddenly glowed slightly, and a small ice crystal snowflake slowly formed on the disc. Spiritual root anomaly. Zhao Mingyu's eyes widened, the veins on her wrinkled forehead stood out as she dropped her cherished grandson, whom she usually treasured dearly, on the ground, and suddenly stood up from her waiting seat. "Wow." Zhao Yuancheng, who had sat down heavily on the ground, cried out in pain, unable to hold back his tears. Accompanied by Zhao Yuancheng's heart-wrenching cries, the middle-aged cultivator's joyous congratulatory voice reached Jing Yu and the others' ears. "Congratulations, friend. Your daughter possesses a low-grade ice spiritual root." This cultivator assumed Zhao Yuancheng was Jing Yu's daughter, continuously uttering auspicious words. "From now on, the path of immortality is within reach and longevity is in sight. Thank you for your kind words, fellow Taoist." Jing Yu replied with a smile. "These 3 spirit stones are for every spirit root child. Please accept them, senior." The middle-aged cultivator took out 3 spirit stones and handed them to Jing Yu. "Thank you for your trouble." As Jing Yu received the spirit stones, she discreetly placed 20 spirit coins into the cultivator's palm. The middle-aged cultivator maintained a normal expression, subtly pocketing the coins without a word. At the Qixian Pavilion, the frequency of children with spirit roots being tested is actually quite low. After all, most people in the Wushan Fengshi are ordinary mortals. Although the probability of spirit roots is higher for children born from cultivators, the base population is too small. There are fewer than 3,000 registered cultivators in the entire Fengshi, so if a cultivator at the Qixian Pavilion tests someone for a spirit root and says a few auspicious words, they would receive some rewards. This is an unspoken rule in the market. Jing Yu has been in Wushan Fengshi for 11 years, and being a sensible person naturally would not disrupt the established order. The middle-aged cultivator, having received a reward, became even more cordial towards Jing Yu, quickly saying, "Fellow Taoist, you can directly take your daughter to the neighboring Xianji office to register her Xianji. That will earn you another 5 spirit stones." Everyone knows about this matter. However, many elders, overjoyed at discovering their children have spirit roots, tend to forget about it. Jing Yu replied, "Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist." Jing Yu nodded with a smile, pinching Zhao Yuancheng's small face. "Yuanchi, did you hear that? You will also be a cultivator in the future, able to cultivate and seek the Tao." Zhao Yuancheng stared blankly at the tiny ice crystal snowflakes in the disc, murmuring, "Cultivating, seeking the Tao." Suddenly a shadow flashed by as Zhao Mingyu snatched Zhao Yuancheng from Jing Yu's arms, gently caressing the little girl's delicate face. Her eyes glazed as she murmured, "Good. Very good. May my brother in heaven bless you, Yuancheng. Very good." Zhao Yuancheng shrank her head, feeling inexplicably that her usually kind grandmother seemed a bit frightening today. "Sister, we should first go register Yuancheng's Xianji," Jing Yu said softly. "No." Zhao Mingyu held Zhao Yuancheng tightly and signaled to Jing Yu with her eyes, hurriedly exiting the Qixian Pavilion. Seeing Zhao Mingyu disregard Zhao Yuancheng, who was crying on the ground, Jing Yu had no choice but to pick him up and quickly followed. "Sister, it's a joyful occasion that Yuancheng has been tested for spirit roots. What are you making a fuss about?" Zhao Mingyu clutched Zhao Yuancheng tightly, as if afraid the little girl would disappear like a rootless ginseng, whispering, The matter of registering the Xinji is not urgent, we can do it later. However, once she is registered, everyone in the Fengshe will know about it. Aren't you always hoping for a spirit root child in the family? Yuanqi has obtained an ice spirit root, and it's of good quality. Oh, shouldn't we hold a banquet to celebrate? Why are you starting to hide it instead? Jing Yu asked suspiciously. The timing is not right. A large auction is about to be held, and the Fengshe is filled with all kinds of people. It's not appropriate to hold a grand feast now. Oh, we can talk about it after this period passes. Zhao Mingyu did not wish to say more and took Zhao Yuanqi home. Hey sister, are you hiding something from me? Jing Yu carrying Zhao Yuanqi followed closely behind Zhao Mingyu. The two returned to the small courtyard of the Mu family, where Zhao Qingyan, Zhao Qingwan Mu Pei, and others were staying at home, as instructed by Zhao Mingyu, without wandering around. Upon seeing them return, they all came forward. How did it go? Zhao Qingyan asked with faint hope. Yuan Cheng does not have a spirit root, but Yuanqi has been tested for one. A low-grade ice spirit root. Jing Yu said. What? Zhao Qingyan's eyes turned red at once, hastily looking at his wife, only to find that Mu Pei seemed to be in sync with him, both of them crying tears of joy. Good. Today is a joyous day. I will go buy some spirit rice and spirit vegetables and prepare a good feast tonight to celebrate Yuanqi. Zhao Qinghuan was also genuinely happy for his brother's family, and he quickly rolled up his sleeves, took out some spirit coins from home, and was about to head outside. Stop! Zhao Mingyu, still holding Zhao Yuanqi, leaned on her iron cane and said, You are not allowed to go anywhere, stay at home. You are also not allowed to let any word of Yuanqi having a spirit root leak out. Sister, what are you hiding from me? Jing Yu said angrily. Zhao Mingyu's expression was conflicted, but she finally sighed heavily and leaned over to whisper a few words in Jing Ye's ear. Upon hearing this, Jing Ye's expression changed, and her gaze toward Zhao Mingyu shifted slightly. How could you do this to someone you are close to? Zhao Mingyu seemed to age 10 years in an instant, dejectedly saying, Sixth brother, you are a smart person and naturally know the intricacies of this matter. Whether I am involved or not, the outcome is the same. I am merely being used as a scapegoat by powerful figures. What is there to say? All right, this matter has nothing to do with me anyway. Those people have no ties to me, so why would I care about their I will keep my mouth shut. Jing Yu stamped her foot, muttering sigh. To challenge the impossible, why bother? She then put down Zhao Yuanqing and disappeared in a flash. Mother, what did you just discuss with uncle? Zhao Chengyan asked, curiously awestruck. Zhao Mingyu glared at her son, scolding. What business is it of yours, a junior, when elders are speaking? Now that Yuanqi is on the verge of cultivating, just one step away from drawing qi into her body to become a true cultivator, wouldn't it be better to think carefully about her future path instead? Are we truly relying on a few elder cultivators in the family for support? But those elders are also on the path of foundation establishment. How could they have surplus resources to offer? Zhao Qingyan's gaze gradually became resolute. Mother, the other day uncle gave me a task to run errands for buying spirit herbs and grasses, which can be considered an income. I plan to let Payer take this job. I will venture into the Wushan Mountains myself. As soon as Zhao Qingyan finished speaking, Zhao Mingyu's iron cane came crashing down on his forehead without mercy. Zhao Qingyan did not dare to evade. Fortunately, his mother was old and frail, and her physical cultivation fell far short of his own, so the blow did not draw blood. Yet even so, he felt some pain. With your insignificant cultivation, are you planning to improve the diet for high-level demon beasts in the mountainous region? Zhao Mingyu said, distressed. Zhao Qingyan was greatly embarrassed, thinking that it was no wonder they were siblings. The sharpness in their words was remarkably similar. Enough, do you really think your mother can just abandon you and your family? Zhao Mingyu sighed. I will sacrifice my pride and work for your and Yuanxi's future. On this night, Jing Yu closed his eyes at home, suddenly feeling a divine sense sweep across several small courtyards nearby. He couldn't help but stir in his heart, but made no move, instead remaining lying on his side. At that moment, the mysterious mirror in his dantian emitted a faint glow, clearly having activated it. Through the mysterious mirror, Jing Yu saw a black-clad figure stealthily descending into Mushan's courtyard, entering Zhao Mingyu's room without triggering the courtyard's defensive formation. Although the black-clad figure concealed his aura perfectly, the prior divine sense detection and the absence of any triggered chi-level alarm formations had completely revealed his identity. A genuine foundation establishment cultivator. A dignified foundation establishment cultivator engaging in such sneaky deeds. Jing Yu couldn't help but scoff inwardly at which master was responsible. He seemed unfazed by the appearance of this foundation establishment cultivator, even turning over in bed. An entire hour passed before the black-clad figure exited Zhao Mingyu's room, vanishing in an instant. Seeing the person had left, Jing Yu decisively deactivated the surveillance, finally closing his eyes and falling into a deep sleep. For several consecutive days, both Mushan's and Jing Ye's adjacent courtyards remained tranquil, with nothing noteworthy occurring. However, as the auction approached, the influx of external cultivators in the entire marketplace increased significantly, with the number of roaming cultivators in Wushan marketplace surpassing 3,000, almost outnumbering the registered cultivators. With more people, disputes naturally arose. In Wushan marketplace, there were already about a dozen law enforcement cultivators registered under the Carefree Alliance, along with over 30 additional enforcers. Together, they barely totaled 50, and faced with the various disputes, they were overwhelmed, having no choice but to hire some cultivators from the marketplace temporarily to maintain order, yet it was still insufficient. Even the old law enforcement cultivator Zhao Yunlong sought Jing Yu's help to maintain order in the marketplace, but was turned down by Jing Yu, who claimed he was at a critical juncture in refining a precious pill. One day, while Jing Yu was cultivating the spirit-nourishing technique in his quiet chamber, he suddenly opened his eyes and flew out of the room. A tremendous roar echoed throughout the inner North Street. Even Jing Yu, residing on the West Street, could hear it clearly. He transformed into a streak of light heading towards the North Street, only to find one of the vice masters of the marketplace, that Sangsong Daoist, who had once brought the people of the Zhao kingdom to the marketplace, hovering in the air, bellowing, "Who dares to act audaciously? How dare you take advantage of the marketplace's weakened defenses to openly assassinate our cultivators?" Subsequently, several figures leapt out from a small courtyard on the North Street, attempting to flee over the wall. "You shall not escape." Sangsong Daoist smiled slightly, forming a hand seal, causing several water spheres to appear around him. Each water sphere then split into multiple water arrows, directly piercing through the fleeing figures. Ah! Ah! The chorus of screams arose, and none of the 8 fleeing figures escaped unscathed. 7 were pierced through the chest and died instantly, while only the leading masked figure was shot through both legs and fell to the ground, evidently spared by Sangsong to leave a survivor. Kang Song's technique is quite impressive. Jing Yu thought to himself, he already possesses a hint of the style of Yun Xuanzi at the Qi refinement stage. Of course, this was a jest. Although Sangsong Daoist was merely at the early foundation establishment stage, he was still over 200 years old and retained considerable combat strength. In terms of sheer power, Yun Xuanzi at the Qi refinement stage couldn't compare, but when it came to the mastery of techniques, Yun Xuanzi, bearing the fate of Linglong Huixin, might not be inferior to the foundation establishment stage Sangsong Daoist. At this moment, a significant number of cultivators had gathered to watch colorful lights streaking across the sky, creating a stunning spectacle. Jing Yu cautiously hovered behind the crowd, watching as the cultivators drew closer to investigate, inwardly muttering, "Getting so close to the excitement, are they not afraid of being mistaken for accomplices by Sangsong Daoist?" After a while, Sangsong Daoist flew over with a masked figure whose legs were bloodied and unconscious, confronting the onlookers. A few rogues just attempted to assassinate the puppet master Wu Qi. Fortunately, I received news early and lay in ambush here, preventing a major disaster. Now the main culprit is in my hands, and the rest have been eliminated. Among the gathered cultivators were those friendly with Wu Qi. Some asked with concern, "Sangsong Senior, how is Master Wu?" "He has only sustained minor injuries, nothing serious," Sangsong Daoist replied with a smile. "With me here, how could such rogues succeed?" Then with a stern expression he declared, "I want to see who this person is." Daring to act during the auction, with the enforcement cultivators stretched thin, harming the registered cultivators of the Carefree Alliance. He pulled off the mask of the masked figure, revealing an elderly face. "Ah, isn't this old Duan?" Someone in the crowd recognized him. A body refinement level 7 cultivator, almost a leading figure among the mundane body refiners in the marketplace. How could it be him? At that moment, several law enforcement cultivators flew over with a few corpses, stating, reporting to the vice master, "All those involved in this assassination are mundane body refiners, all above body refinement level 4. Why is this? Someone in the crowd, unaware of the entangled grievances, questioned. Sigh, what else could it be? Wasn't Master Wu recently able to reduce the annual spirit stone consumption of the improved strength puppets to below 1 spirit stone? No one is hiring mundane body refiners for those simple heavy tasks anymore. This is a case of cutting off someone's livelihood being as grievous as killing their parents. These body refiners harbor resentment and intend to take revenge on Master Wu. This improved strength puppet has already been developed. What use is there in killing Master Wu? Other puppet masters can create them too. Isn't it because Master Wu recently declared he would further improve combat puppets, cutting off the opportunities for mundane body refiners to earn a living? Sigh. Actually, Master Wu has indeed gone a bit too far. Too far. No matter what, killing is unacceptable. This group of mundane body refiners is truly a plague. Sangsong Daoist let out a cold snort, laughing in anger, saying, well, these mundane body refiners actually harmed our Carefree Alliance cultivators for the sake of a few spirit stones. This matter likely involves more than just these few participants. There are masterminds behind the scenes. Investigate. I want a thorough investigation. It seems these years of self-cultivation have led these rogues to believe I, Sangsong Taoist, am made of clay. Jing Yu looked at the indignant Sangsong Taoist with a hint of disdain in his eyes. The old man's acting skills were simply too poor. Yet no one really cared how much of Sangsong Taoist's anger was genuine or feigned, for an unmistakable tone had been set after many body refiners failed to assassinate Wu Qi today. The market would begin to gradually regulate and expel mortal body refiners. It should be noted that there are currently 3,000 registered cultivators in Wushan market, while the number of mortal body refiners is around 5,000. Along with the tens of thousands of family members of both cultivators and mortal body refiners, this constitutes the permanent population of Wushan market, where even the poorest can reside in the outer market's shanties, while the remaining hundreds of thousands of ordinary mortal servants cannot live within the market, having to rest in the surrounding villages and towns at night, rising extremely early to work in the market each day. However, with the proliferation of strength puppets, the role of mortal body refiners in the market has become increasingly insignificant. After all, unlike cultivators, even a first-layer Qi practitioner can utilize their magical power to cultivate a piece of spiritual field in the spirit planting garden, yielding spiritual rice, far exceeding their own consumption each year. As more and more cultivators continuously entered the market, mortal body refiners became nothing more than lower-class population that must be expelled. A few days ago, Zhao Mingyu disclosed a secret to Jing Yu. Several body refining factions in Wushan market united to prepare a plan to assassinate the puppet master Wu Qi, taking advantage of the increasing number of incoming cultivators and the law enforcement team in disarray, deploying several mid to high-rank body refiners for a surprise attack. Moreover, Zhao Mingyu was deeply involved in this plan. Otherwise, she wouldn't know so many details. But in the end, Third Sister still sold this information to the high-ranking officials of Wushan market. That's how today's grand drama unfolded. Jing Yu coldly chuckled to himself. Why would Third Sister betray those old friends with whom she has had years of friendship? Is it because Yuanxi has been tested to possess spiritual roots and is about to become a cultivator? Once a family of mortal body refiners has a member with spiritual roots, the entire family becomes kin to the cultivators. Such mortals can still reside within the market, and the identities of cultivator kin and mortal body refiners inherently carry different demands. No, that's not right. Suddenly, Jing Yu realized he had underestimated Zhao Mingyu. Her betrayal of the mortal body refiners could not simply be changed by Yuanxi's discovery of spiritual roots. Yes. Regardless of whether Yuanshin or Yuanxi actually have spiritual roots, Third Sister was determined to sell those body refining factions for a good price. She has always been the type of person who stops at nothing to achieve her goals. Jing Yu felt a slight chill in his heart. Even I can see that this group of body refiners is merely struggling in a losing battle, hitting a stone with an egg. How could Third Sister with her intelligence not see it? From the very beginning, she decided to stand with the high-ranking officials of the market. In this way, when Third Sister revealed the assassination plan to the high-ranking officials, she solidified her identity as a whistleblower, and the market could simply take advantage of it, using this matter to expel the entire group of mortal body refiners and ensure they could never compare to cultivators in status again. From now on, even Qi practitioners will have a distinct separation from mortals. As the whistleblower and traitor, the market would definitely provide Third Sister with benefits, even if it costs a fortune. But even if Zhao Mingyu didn't inform on them, would the market still give up on expelling mortal body refiners? No. Jing Yu immediately thought that for those foundation establishment cultivators in Wushan market, the success of this assassination operation, with the puppet master Wu Qi dying outright, would be of greater benefit to them. Because this would allow them to borrow the opportunity to act more justifiably. This is why, as Zhao Mingyu said, whether she is involved or not, it cannot change the overall situation. She is merely being used as a scapegoat. But I'd rather be seen as a scapegoat for murder rather than care for my reputation and be shunned by everyone just to swallow the benefits bestowed by the foundation establishment cultivators and pave the way for my family's younger generation, providing Yuanxi with a share of cultivation resources. Jing Yu murmured, Third Sister, that really is your style? In this event, the only one who truly needs to thank Zhao Mingyu is ironically the puppet master Wu Qi. After all, without Zhao Mingyu's whistleblowing, the market's predetermined plan to expel mortal body refiners would not change, but Wu Qi himself would likely face death. What a mess. Jing Yu shook his head. What is going on here? In his view, the gradual replacement of mortal body refiners by strength puppets and battle puppets in the cultivation world is an unstoppable trend. Although Wushan market initially relied heavily on mortal body refiners, as it developed and grew, the high-ranking officials' behavior of discarding them after use seemed somewhat heartless and ungrateful, but it was also predictable. After all, Jing Yu never expected such rulers, especially those with power vested in themselves, to fully consider the plight of the weak. From the perspective of mortal body refiners, he also found it hard to understand. Knowing that they were about to be eliminated by the cultivation world, why cling to this? In fact, even a first-layer mortal body refiner in a mundane country without cultivators can have a status equivalent to that of innate masters being a guest of honor in the court enjoying a life of luxury and leisure in the mundane world. If Jing Yu had not possessed spiritual roots and were merely a mortal body refiner, he wouldn't even need to wait until today, when the first improved strength puppet crafted by Wu Qi was unveiled. He could have simply settled down in a spiritually barren mundane country, enjoying life, without the hardship of earning that small amount of spirit stones each year. However, when Jing Yu considered it from the perspective of these mortal body refiners, everything became clear. He bore the burden of a long life and had no worries about lifespan, inevitably giving him a sense of detachment from reality. Ultimately, these mortal body refiners who are determined to die in Wushan market are actually just like third sister, hoping that their descendants will possess spiritual roots, step onto the path of cultivation, and pursue the Tao of immortality. Cultivation truly captivates countless people, driving them mad. What kind of immortality is this? Jing Yu waved his sleeve, preparing to leave, when he suddenly caught sight of a corpse of a mortal body refiner. This body refiner's corpse had originally been brought here by law enforcement cultivators. Perhaps that law enforcement cultivator had received new orders, so they carelessly discarded the body, as it would soon be cleaned up by the mortal servants responsible for the cleanup. This body refiner might have had a high level of body refinement. Sangsong Daoist had unleashed 3 water arrows at him, completely shattering his upper body, rendering him unrecognizable. Jing Yu suddenly felt that this person's death was somewhat familiar. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly recalled something, his expression darkening as he hurriedly left the place. 41 years ago, at the birthday banquet of his father Zhao Sheng, his elder brother Zhao Mingyang had also been like this mortal body refiner, directly bitten in half by the Foundation establishment cultivator Heishua Daoist with a single spell. At this moment, it was just like back then. 3 days after the assassination case in the inner district, the numerous mundane body refiners involved in the case were all apprehended. A total of 327 mundane body refiners were captured, 13 of whom were killed on the spot for resisting arrest, while the rest were temporarily detained in the district's prison awaiting sentencing after the large auction concluded. Of course, most of these body refiners were completely unaware of the assassination attempt, and they were not even accomplices. The higher-ups in the district clearly understood this and therefore could not afford to handle the situation too harshly, ultimately deciding to expel most of them from the district. Many mundane body refiners sensed something unusual about the situation, prompting numerous families to leave the district. Those with relatives among the cultivators sought their help to inquire about the matter. Upon learning that this wouldn't target the mundane kin of the cultivators, they felt somewhat relieved, but began to worry about their livelihoods in the district moving forward. This caused many of the shanties in the outer district to become vacant temporarily. However, these shanties were soon filled by newly registered external cultivators, creating a situation where supply could barely meet demand. Zhao, my friend, Wu, my friend, you have no idea how dilapidated the Lingzhou mountain district where I originally resided. In a tea house, Wu Buchuan and Jing Yu were listening to a black-faced man named Li Dahu as he animatedly recounted his story. The Lingzhou mountain district is surrounded by abundant Lingzhou, which when aged is excellent for medicinal use and crafting wood-based magical artifacts. However, when it comes to building houses, it pales in comparison to the fine tranquility wood of your district. The shanties in our outer district are truly in shambles, leaking air during sunny days and rain during storms. The living experience is such that I feel I am being robbed, even for a single spirit stone, every year. The roads in the district are pockmarked with not a single place to step without stumbling. I just can't figure it out. Since we are all cultivators, wouldn't it be a simple task for a Foundation establishment cultivator to fix the roads and turn the soil? How can they just stand by while that big pit on the main road has been neglected for decades? Don't Foundation establishment cultivators use that road? Wu Buchuan chuckled awkwardly and said, they might really not use it if Foundation establishment cultivators are not restricted from flying in the district. These are actually minor issues that can be tolerated. The real problem with the Lingzhou Mountain District is that the cultivators are generally too old. Everywhere you look, it's filled with cultivators in their 70s and 80s. I am 50 this year, and I am among the youngest in the district. The old cultivators can no longer spend spirit stones. They're saving up for their coffins as they await death. I wonder if they truly intend to take those few spirit stones into the grave with them. In recent years, the younger cultivators have gradually left the district. There are now less than 1,000 resident cultivators in the Lingzhou Mountain District. Once the remaining old cultivators have passed away, this district will likely be disbanded. The Wu Mountain District is much better. There are more cultivators, and they are all young, full of vitality and vigor. I specifically visited the night market in the district last night. Good heavens, it was brightly lit, bustling with crowds. Unlike the Lingzhu Mountain District, where after the hour of the pig the entire main street is deserted, resembling a ghost town. Wu Buchuan asked, "Is Li planning to move to the Wu Mountain District?" "I do have such intentions. Mainly because as a puppet master I possess this skill. It is said that the Wu Mountain District offers an additional 2 spirit stones as a skill subsidy. I wonder if this is true." Wu Buchuan replied, "Recently such a decree was issued. It seems that the district head Yuan Shao personally issued it alongside the deputy heads Song and Shulian. It appears that the higher-ups in our district are indeed eager for talent. Then I can rest assured." The black-faced man sighed. "With the 5 spirit stones for registration, that makes a total of 7. Once I register, I will treat both of you to a feast. However, the Lingzhu Mountain District is also under the jurisdiction of our Xiaoyao Alliance. Isn't it customary to return the 5 spirit stones gifted upon registration when withdrawing?" Wu Buchan's heart stirred. "Did you manage to sort out the details? Otherwise, this matter may lead to some disputes later on." "Rest assured, my friend. Within our Xiaoyao Alliance, there is a rule that if one has resided in a district or celestial city for 30 years, there is no need to return the spirit stones upon withdrawal." "Oh, it seems you are a native cultivator from the Lingzhu Mountain District," Jing Yu remarked thoughtfully. "Sigh. If it weren't for the fact that place is truly lifeless and offers no way out, who would wish to leave their hometown?" The black-faced man sighed. "You need not feel sentimental. Once you come to our Wu Mountain District, good days are still ahead." Wu Buchuan hurriedly said, "As a puppet master, you might also consider our Wu Mountain Puppet Association. As the largest gathering place for puppet masters in the Wu Mountain District, various secret methods are freely available." The black-faced man smiled. "I have long admired Master Wu, who improved the strength puppet. Once I settle down, I will certainly pay a visit." After the black-faced man left, Wu Buchuan said to Jing Yu, "Uncle Zhao, I heard that your descendant, a girl named Zhao Yuanxi, has tested her spiritual root and will hold an ascension banquet tonight. You will attend, right?" Jing Yu rolled his eyes and said, "That is my grandniece. How could I, as her uncle, miss it?" "That's great, let's go together," Wu Buchuan said with a smile. "What are you going to join in the fun for? Did my third sister invite you?" "What a thing to say. Aunt Zhao has a noble heart, eh? She didn't want to associate with those mundane body refiners who plotted to assassinate my father and reported this secret to the district's higher-ups, saving my father's life. Now that my father is still recovering, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to visit, so as a son, I must express my gratitude." Wu Buchuan replied, "Isn't it a coincidence that Aunt Zhao's biological granddaughter tested her spiritual root? These 2 matters can be combined into one, and shouldn't I give the young girl a big red envelope?" However, Jing Yu frowned upon hearing this. "Is it widely known that my third sister reported this?" "It has spread throughout several streets in the inner district. Many cultivators praise Aunt Zhao for her understanding of righteousness. This matter, upon careful examination, is indeed a tangled mess with countless threads. Zhao Mingyu's role in it is far from honorable, and because of this, Jing Yu even contemplated distancing himself from Zhao Mingyu. In the future, if it is for Zhao Yuanxi's path, would Zhao Mingyu also betray her own 6th brother like she did today to those mortal body refiners? After all, one is a beloved granddaughter while the other is merely a half-brother. Moreover, both come from the Zhao royal family, and the bond of brotherhood is considerably weaker than that of ordinary commoners. If it weren't for Zhao Mingyue, the second sister, taking the initiative back, then Jing Yu wondered if he would have had to face his third sister with weapons drawn one day. But the third sister is already 70 years old. Who knows how many years are left for her? After all, they are still siblings, and Jing Yu is indeed more lenient towards his brothers and sisters. Back then, the 4th brother Zhao Mingsheng became confused with age, and before his death, he even set ambushes with assassins in the palace. In the end, he was not completely lost to madness and withdrew. Although Jing Yu was clear in his heart, he did not hold it against this dying 4th brother any longer. Now the third sister probably has only a few years of life left. He only hopes for a peaceful conclusion to their long-standing sibling bond without any further troubles. Finally, thinking of the just over 6-year-old Zhao Yuanxi, Jing Yu sighed inwardly and said, "It's about time." They walked leisurely through the bustling market, exchanging thoughts on the use of their Dao partner puppets, and soon arrived at their destination. "Uncle Zhao, friend Wu." It was Li Sheng, a disciple of Mu Shan, who came to welcome them. Over the years, Li Sheng had grown into an 18-year-old youth, having reached the 3rd level of qi refining, and it seemed he had been stuck at the threshold between the early and mid-stage for quite some time. "Xiao Sheng, I heard you have started refining pills on your own recently." Jing Yu smiled. "I can't compare to Uncle Zhao's natural talent." Li Sheng, who had long been convinced by this elder who entered the market around the same time as him, smiled wryly. "The success rate is too low. I can barely break even and earn a few spirit stones. While the techniques of alchemy are important, your cultivation must also keep pace. Otherwise, with weak magical power, it will be hard to sustain, and it's very easy to end up with a batch of failed pills." Jing Yu offered a few pointers. Uncle Zhao makes an excellent point. Recently, this bottleneck has also shown some signs of loosening. I believe reaching the 4th level of qi refining is not far off. Li Sheng replied humbly. Jing Yu nodded and entered the courtyard with Wu Buchuan. Hello, Dao friend Zhao. Master Zhao, could you spare some time to refine a batch of pills for me? Little Wu, how have you been? In the courtyard, many guests had already arrived, mostly from the neighborhood, naturally familiar with one another, exchanging greetings. However, all the guests present were cultivators. The Zhao family were all mortal body refiners, yet there was not a single mortal among the guests. To celebrate this banquet, naturally Jing Yu sat at the family table. Seeing Zhao Qingyan, he noticed that his nephew appeared somewhat dejected and couldn't help but tease. I heard you have become an attendant at the Xianwen Pavilion and now have a formal position registered with the Xiaoyao Alliance. This honor for a mortal body refiner is unique in the entire Wushan market. Today is also Yuanx's Ascension Banquet, a double celebration. Why do you still have such a long face? Zhao Qingyan forced a smile, uncle. Alas, at this moment Jing Yu glanced towards the inner hall and couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Yuanxi. Zhao Mingyu held Zhao Yuanx's small hand as she walked out from the inner hall. Today Zhao Yuanxi had been specially adorned. Zhao Mingyu must have tailored a child's-sized ice blue Dao robe for her, and with her hair tied up, she instantly transformed into a delicate-looking little Taoist. Initially a bit nervous upon seeing Jing Yu, Zhao Yuanx's face broke into a smile and she waved vigorously at him. Aunt Zhao, my father is still injured and cannot be active. He specifically sent me to thank you, especially since it coincides with Sister Yuanx's Ascension Banquet. Here's a small token of gratitude. I hope you will accept it. Wu Buchuan handed over a storage pouch, which Zhao Mingyu took in hand, continuously expressing her thanks. This storage pouch was merely the most basic type, requiring no refinement, and without any spiritual sense restrictions, making it usable by mortals. Thus Jing Yu merely needed to probe with his divine sense to know what it contained. 10 spirit stones, a servant puppet, and a combat puppet with a 4th level of qi refining combat capability. For a mere junior's spiritual root banquet, Wu Qi's generosity is considerable. Jing Yu thought that this gift was not trivial. Wu Qi is a smart person who knows that Zhao Mingyu's reporting of this incident does not harm the overall situation, but only saves his own life. Third sister. Jing Yu looked at Zhao Mingyu with a blank expression and greeted her indifferently. Zhao Mingyu's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. Since Yuanxi is stepping onto the path of immortality, I, as her uncle, should also make some gesture. After saying this, Jing Yu took out a bound book from the storage pouch and handed it to Zhao Mingyu. Zhao Mingyu took the book and looked closely. Ice Muscle Jade Bone Technique, Qi Refining Edition. What is this? Zhao Mingyu was somewhat puzzled by Jing Ye's gesture. Not because Jing Ye's gift was too light, on the contrary, this technique is quite famous. As a mortal body refiner, Zhao Mingyu had long heard of it. The Ice Muscle Jade Bone Technique was created by an ice attribute cultivator within the Xiaoyao Alliance. Its Qi Refining Edition is among the top tier of body refining techniques at the Qi refining stage, and this single volume alone costs 3 spirit stones. What makes it rare is that unlike those body refining techniques that only pertain to the Qi refining levels, it has a Foundation Establishment Edition. For ice attribute cultivators truly committed to body refinement, it is an excellent inheritance. But the problem lies in. Such a gift would be quite fitting if Zhao Yuanxi did not possess a spiritual root and was just an ordinary person. However, Zhao Yuanxi already possessed a spiritual root with qualifications that were not too bad, but certainly not exceptional. On ordinary days, she barely had time to cultivate, let alone practice body refinement. When there's nothing to do, let Yuanxi practice a bit. It doesn't need to be too much of practicing, just 1 or 2 layers would be good. Jing Yu could not speak directly, but hinted subtly. He carefully selected this body refining technique merely to provide Zhao Yuanxi with some cover for the future. One must understand that even if one spends a lifetime only at the Qi refining stage, their lifespan can be as long as 600 years, and the aging process is naturally much slower than that of ordinary cultivators. If in the future they do not consume rejuvenation pills and possess no body refining cultivation to maintain their appearance, it is inevitable that someone will discover the truth. However, this layer of intent is known only to Jing Yu. To others, the precious body refining technique he gifted seemed somewhat nonsensical. Uncle, if Yuanxi practices this technique, will she be able to remain youthful like you? Zhao Yuanxi blinked her eyes and asked. Jing Yu patted Zhao Yuanxi's little head and smiled. That is not something that can be achieved by just 1 or 2 layers. He then raised his head to look around. Where is Yuanxin? Zhao Mingyu replied. There are mostly cultivators here. Yuanxin is just a mortal child, so he is likely unable to handle such a scene. I had him and pay her stay in the inner hall. Jing Ye's expression darkened, and he coldly thought, indeed, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. The 2 siblings from the very beginning today are fated for different destinies. Zhao Yuanxi's ascension banquet concluded amidst the congratulatory voices of the cultivators. Currently, there are only about 3,000 registered cultivators in Wushan Market, and even fewer can reside in the inner courtyard, likely less than 1,000. Whenever a household produces a child with spiritual roots, it is considered a significant event. Not only will the surrounding cultivators discuss it enthusiastically, but individuals like Wang Pu from the Moon Elder Pavilion will start to keep an eye on such children as early as 6 or 7 years old, preparing to facilitate future marriages in the market. However, the cultivators soon forget such trivial matters as the grand auction of Wushan Market, held once every 10 years, is about to commence. This grand auction is said to be the largest in Wushan Market's century-long history, featuring over 10,000 items for sale. Correspondingly, the number of transient cultivators in Wushan Market has already reached more than 10,000 in recent days. In other words, if these transient cultivators were to register in Wushan Market simultaneously, it would immediately qualify Wushan Market for city status. Old Mu, there are rumors outside that this grand auction has over 10,000 items for sale. Is it true? On the eve of the grand auction, Jing Yu sought Mu Shan to probe for information. Her nephew, now the chief steward of the spiritual plant garden in Area A, is firmly positioned in the upper echelons of the market, with only a few foundation building masters above him. Not just 10,000 items to be precise, it is over 30,000 items. Mu Shan smiled while stroking his beard and said, "Uncle, you are now an alchemist. I have heard from Manager Li of the Danding Pavilion that your alchemical talent is among the very best in Wushan Market. You must have accumulated quite a fortune in these years. Will you showcase your skills at this auction? All my modest means are barely enough to join in the fun." Jing Yu humbly replied, but then expressed confusion. The last grand auction 10 years ago had over 1,000 items, and it took 5 to 6 days to complete. 30,000 items. How could we possibly auction them all in just a few days? Uncle, you may not know that this grand auction is remarkably different from previous ones. The format has been entirely revamped. Mu Shan explained. Due to the sheer number of items, this auction has been divided into a main venue and sub-venues. Items of the Qi refining level will be displayed in various stalls at the sub-venues. According to the value of the items, bidding times will be set from 3 to 10 days, during which anyone can bid, and the highest bidder wins. Alternatively, one can negotiate a fixed price privately with the stall owner, although the price will undoubtedly be inflated significantly. Once all the Qi refining level items at the sub-venues are auctioned off or go unsold, only then will the main venue commence, featuring high-quality foundation building items. I heard there will be more than 10 foundation pills alone. Isn't that quite a grand undertaking? The entire auction process, including both the sub-venues and the main venue, will last a full month. After a month, a large area will be designated for free trade among all cultivators. The other day, Master Yuan mentioned that this free trade area will be established as a permanent feature to fill gaps in the commercial district of the market. Oh, by the way, this grand auction has also changed its name. Mu Shan slapped his forehead. What was it called? The Rare Treasures Expo of the Immortal Cultivation World, abbreviated as the Immortal Expo. This name and the format were both learned from the Xiaoyao Immortal City, which has held several sessions with reportedly good feedback. Thus, it was promoted for trial in the markets under the Xiaoyao Alliance. Our Wushan Market, being relatively close to Xiaoyao Immortal City, is among the first to seize this opportunity. This Yu Wengxi agent has truly grand ambitions. Jing Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Not only is he expelling mortal body refiners, but also taking advantage of the Immortal Expo to attract foreign cultivators and develop the market's commerce. If he continues to strategize like this for a few decades, Wushan Market may indeed have a chance of becoming a city. Master Yuan truly possesses remarkable talents. He is indeed a member of the Yuan family. Mu Shan said with a slight bitterness, young, highly skilled, and handsome. I originally thought he was just a wealthy scion sent to the market for gilding, but it turns out he is quite talented. The Yuan family? Jing Yu's interest was piqued. Uncle, you don't know? Our Xiaoyao Alliance's leader, Master Bao Ding, is also surnamed Yuan. Mu Shan stroked his beard. This Yu Wengxi agent is considered a direct descendant of the Yuan family. It is said he is closely related by blood to Master Bao Ding. You should have seen it. People from Xiaoyao Immortal City arrived at the market yesterday. A magnificent tower ship docked outside Wushan Market. That ship is the latest model developed by our Xiaoyao Alliance, which is at least 50% faster than the one we previously took. Just from Xiaoyao Immortal City, 3 foundation building cultivators came, and among them was even a foundation building grandmaster. If Yu Wengxi agent weren't a direct descendant of the Yuan family, would he have such clout? Jing Yu understood those referred to as foundation building grandmasters must be at the late stage of foundation establishment. Such cultivators are either busy gathering resources for golden core formations or are secluded attempting to break through to the golden core realm. Where would they find time to wander about? For Yu Wangxiaojin to invite a foundation-building grandmaster to Wushan Market to bolster the occasion, that is indeed a significant prestige. Uncle, a former acquaintance of ours from Xiaoyao Immortal City, is also here this time. Can you guess who it is? Mushan said mysteriously. Don't keep me in suspense. Mushan smiled and said, Uncle, do you still remember the child with spiritual roots who entered the market around the same time as you? There was one with a spiritual root phenomenon resembling a laurel tree. Wan Lingjun. Jing Yu had a remarkable memory. This Wan Lingjun's spiritual root phenomenon is among the top in the medium-grade manifestations. If just considering spiritual root quality, she surpasses Yun Xuanzi and Li Zhongmei, which he naturally remembers well. Isn't it rumored that this girl was taken as a direct disciple by a certain true immortal of the Xiaoyao Alliance? Exactly. This one Xinzi is now the cherished disciple of our Xiaoyao Alliance's Master Yuehua. After 11 years, she has reached the 6th level of qi refinement. I met the master yesterday. Her spiritual light is profound, and her foundation is solid. Truly, she makes one feel inferior. I estimate that the bottleneck at the 6th level of qi refinement won't hold her back for long. Now Wan Xianzi is only 21 years old. If she remains diligent, she might establish her foundation before reaching 40. At this point, Mushan fixed his gaze on Jing Yu and suddenly gasped hiss. Uncle, I just realized you and Wan Xianzi both entered the path of immortality at the same age, and now you're also at the 5th level of qi refinement. Jing Yu's expression tightened as he chuckled. This is merely the cultivation I piled up with medicinal pills. How can it be compared to Wan Xianzi? She is a disciple of Master Yuehua. Perhaps she has to take her medicinal pills at set intervals and quantities. Even a little more or less would be unacceptable. Otherwise, if she were like me and rushed her growth, she wouldn't even resemble a mere 6th level qi refiner now. Mushan tilted his head, suddenly realizing, and nodded. That does make sense. He then continued to ramble. Hey uncle, although cultivation is a personal matter, I must advise you a bit. This elixir is indeed a good thing capable of rapidly increasing one's cultivation. However, if taken excessively, two issues arise. First, every type of elixir has a tolerance level, and its effects will surely diminish over time. Second, if the toxic residue accumulates and is not refined in time, future bottlenecks will become increasingly difficult to break through. The power cultivated through hastiness is often superficial. If it is not solidified, the effectiveness of spells and techniques may fall short. If one's cultivation becomes fragile, the proud geniuses of their family or sect will love to challenge such cultivators to battle beyond their level. At that point, one would inevitably become a stepping stone for others to gain fame. He added, of course, if one spends their whole life in the market or in the immortal city, not being good at fighting is not a big deal. The most important thing is that this superficial power will hinder breakthroughs in the foundation establishment stage. For cultivators like us with inferior spiritual roots, the probability of breaking through is already low. Coupled with this superficial power, attempting to condense one's immortal foundation often leads to dire consequences. Am I not aware of what you said? The issue lies in my age when introducing qi into the body. If I don't use elixirs to boost myself, there won't be any chances left. Jing Yu smiled bitterly. Indeed it is. Mushan sighed and stopped persuading him. Jing Yu also sighed in relief, feeling that he had managed to get through to him. At the same time, he quietly warned himself that over the years his cultivation had been inconsistent. Unfortunately, with his spiritual root aptitude, even if he did nothing just by standing there and breathing in a few strands of spiritual energy, his cultivation would still rise. Initially, he thought he was managing his progress well, but now it seemed that he was going a bit too fast and needed to hold back. The next day, Jing Yu got up early and arrived at the place he had agreed upon with Mushan and Wu Buchuan. Uncle Zhao, over here. Wu Buchuan waved his hand. Uncle, this Immortal Expo will last nearly a month. The auction items in the sub-venues have just been displayed over the past few days. Everyone's bidding has been relatively restrained and conservative, and it usually takes a few days for the real competition to begin. Today, the main purpose is to see what everyone needs. If the spirit stones are insufficient, we can prepare over the next few days. Mushan led Jing Yu and Wu Buchuan to a small building at the entrance of the sub-venue. Each cultivator must receive a jade token here as proof for the auction. The number on this token is the only identifier for this Immortal Expo, so there is no fear of others knowing what one has purchased. The confidentiality in the market is quite good. It requires 10 spirit stones for the deposit. Jing Yu nodded. Setting an entry threshold for such large-scale auctions is reasonable. However, among the tens of thousands of cultivators in the Wu Mountain market, apart from the newly introduced spiritual plant cultivators, the others should be able to afford at least 10 spirit stones. Even if they can't buy anything, it's still fine to join in the excitement and broaden their horizons. Jing Yu and Wu Buchuan followed suit, depositing 10 spirit stones to exchange for a unique jade token. 4th Renanin. Jing Yu looked at the number on the token and stored it in his storage bag. The three entered the venue set up for the Immortal Expo, and immediately saw countless cultivators jostling against each other gathered in groups in front of various sub-venue exhibition stands reviewing the auction item lists and placing bids. What a sea of people! Wu Buchuan exclaimed. I have never seen so many cultivators in my life. Most likely if one has never been to a first-level gathering place in the Immortal City, they have not witnessed such a grand scene. Mushan smiled gently. It truly is a grand spectacle. Jing Yu nodded. The last time he saw so many cultivators was over 400 years ago at Liu Ying's Golden Core ceremony, where a person stood with a sword on top of the Qingyun sect's technique pavilion, revealing the secrets of the Golden Core. At that time, the Qingyun sect was also a throng of people, and there were many Golden Core true practitioners present, making it a grand tale in the world of cultivation. We three likely need different things. Why don't we split up and each take a look? Mushan suggested. Jing Yu and Wu Buchuan exchanged glances and nodded. That makes sense. After parting ways with them, Jing Yu wandered around, stopping at many exhibition stands to observe, truly experiencing a broadened perspective. For this auction, his goal was quite clear. The primary aim was to buy resources for breaking through bottlenecks. In the Kudzu Sutra, the chapter corresponding to Foundation Establishment Combat Power is named Treasure Body Chapter, divided into 3 levels corresponding to the early, mid, and late stages of Foundation Establishment. Upon reaching the Treasure Body realm, the Kudzu Precious Body truly begins to exhibit the mystical qualities of the Tao Monarch inheritance. Not only is the physical body more resilient, but its recovery ability is also greatly enhanced. Even fatal injuries such as severed limbs or ruptured organs, which would be extremely damaging for an ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator, become trivial for those who have cultivated the Kudzu Precious Body to the Treasure Body realm. As long as they reattach severed limbs in time, they can naturally recover swiftly. The reason that Treasure Body Chapter emphasizes such astonishing recovery abilities is also in alignment with a unique body secret art inherent in the Kudzu Sutra Treasure Body Chapter, the exotic corpse technique. This secret technique sounds eerie, yet it is indeed quite peculiar. Once the Kudzu Precious Body reaches the Treasure Body realm, the practitioner can stitch various organs from demon beasts onto their Kudzu Precious Body, enhancing and even creating certain abilities from nothing. For example, sewing in a demon beast's stomach can greatly enhance one's digestion ability, allowing the practitioner to refine the blood and flesh of demon beasts at a much faster rate, thus mitigating the slow cultivation speed of the Kudzu Sutra. Alternatively, one can stitch in a demon beast's heart, significantly boosting blood pumping capabilities, enabling greater mobilization of qi and blood within a short period. The explosive power of the physical body would increase substantially, and even the effects of certain secret techniques that consume blood energy would be greatly enhanced. Jing Yu could even stitch in a venomous demon beast's poison sac, creating an additional ability to spray poison out of thin air. However, the exotic corpse technique also has its limits. If too many demon beast organs are stitched in the Kudzu Precious Body, will generate a strong rejection reaction. Hence, at the first layer of the Treasure Body realm, one can stitch in a maximum of 2 demon beast organs. With each subsequent layer, an additional organ slot becomes available, reaching a maximum of 4 slots at the 3rd layer of the Treasure Body. Therefore, Jing Yu's secondary goal is to prepare for the Treasure Body realm of the Kudzu Sutra, purchasing some suitable demon beast organs in advance. Moi. While pondering, Jing Yu stepped up to an exhibition stand and was immediately dazzled. The variety of auction items at this Immortal Expo is truly rich. After just a short while of browsing, he found a treasure medicine that met his requirements. Foundation Stage Demon Beast Stonehorn Demon Ox. Jing Yu was not unfamiliar with this creature. In the deeper gullies of the Wushan mountain range, such beasts were often sighted. Generally, once matured, they possessed the strength of an early Foundation Establishment cultivator, though their intelligence was low and their nature straightforward. Experienced Foundation novices could usually overcome them. Most of the beast's essence concentrated in that pair of stone horns, its flesh was not particularly prized. Though a Foundation Stage beast, its flesh and value only rated at the Qi refinement level. Even so, the flesh of a Foundation Stage beast was more than sufficient material to break through the Qi refinement phase of physical refinement. Tenderloin beef shank, top of the beef skull, too expensive, Jing Yu muttered. He skimmed the list and skipped the premium cuts. Those choicest pieces would be bought by the high-end taverns of the Immortal City. Despite superior flavor and texture, their effectiveness for body refinement differed little from other parts. Yet they commanded exorbitant markups. Jing Yu bought meat for cultivation, not for delicacy. He refused to be the gullible spender. An entire spinal column. That's the one. He nodded in satisfaction. The meat on it was scant, but at least it came with a spine. For ordinary body refiners, the bone of a stonehorn demon ox was indigestible and useless, yet Jing Yu could slowly refine it. By that measure, he had found a bargain. Starting bid, 20 spirit stones, truly dear, Jing Yu muttered. Though the bone could only be considered a chi refinement-grade body elixir, a whole ox spine could rent an outer workshop for 20 years. He produced his jade token, channeled a sliver of law force into it, and gave the spine's lot number a slight flick. The auction price instantly displayed as 20 spirit stones, followed by the label auction no. 4,399. This spinal bones auction will run for 5 days. Whoever bids highest after 5 days takes it. There was little flesh on the spine, and the vertebrae were scarcely the sort of long limb bone one could polish into a magical implement. Among the many parts of a stonehorn demon ox, this piece attracted little interest. Jing Yu reckoned he could secure it within 25 spirit stones. As for malicious bidding, that was unlikely. First participants at this Immortal Expo were anonymous. No one knew which cultivator stood behind a lot number. There was little point in such petty behavior. Second, aside from the final auction at the main venue, which had no price ceiling, the branch venues set a fixed buyout price. Should the bidding surpass that price, the bidder would be compelled to purchase the item. The rumen of the stonehorn demon ox. Jing Yu continued to scan for what he needed. This rumen has spatial properties but can digest spiritual objects and can be fashioned into a storage pouch. So one into the belly, and you gain a hidden place to stow valuables. It's a pity the beast's stomach is still too large for the body. He frowned. Although the Ihai technique could to a limited extent refine and resize monster organs, a low-level practitioner could only affect a small proportionate change. The demon ox's rumen might not suit him. Keep looking. The branch auction would last 10 days. Jing Yu wasn't hurried. He leisurely sought his target. Qinghua python stomach. This one is rather fine, Jing Yu said, stroking his chin. Snake and python-type beasts generally possess stomachs with spatial attributes and modest volume. Depending on their subtlety, they can be made into storage pouches of varying sizes. This Qinghua python stomach had an innate space of about 20 cubic qi. In the hands of a master who crafted storage pouches, it could be expanded to 50 cubic qi, equal to the size of the pouch Jing Yu currently used. Such a finished pouch would fetch 30 spirit stones or so on the market. But as raw material, the Qinghua python stomach was not expensive. Its price hovered around 10 spirit stones. Now the starting bid was 8 spirit stones and still unclaimed. Jing Yu again channeled law force through his jade token to reserve the lot, estimating its final sale would land around 11 or 12 spirit stones. If it rose higher, he would simply wait. If only Ihai technique allowed stitching different organs together. Otherwise, once my kudu body reached the 3rd tier of treasure body, and I sewed in 4 stomachs, the body refinement speed of the kudu scriptures might surpass every other body cultivation method in the world. Jing Yu mused inwardly. When the kudu treasure body reached the treasure body realm, its 1st tier allowed 2 different demon organs to be grafted. Jing Yu first thought to augment digestion while preserving storage function by sewing in a demon stomach. He intended to reserve the remaining graft slot for something that would improve his escape speed. Kudu Shuangguang excelled only at earth concealment. Foundation-level duelists fought mostly in the air. He needed to quicken his aerial evasion, useful both for travel and for running away. According to Ihai technique's descriptions, a pair of wings counts as 1 grafted part, so that should be acceptable, Jing Yu thought. If wings counted as 2 parts, it would be unwise. Resolved to find a pair of demon wings, he soon realized a problem. The wings of foundation-stage flying beasts were often plucked and sold as feathers turned into food, or else the whole carcass would appear. These were prime branch auction items, and far beyond his means. Yet the Immortal Expo did not disappoint. He actually found a suitable lot. Xiaofeng eagle pair of wings. The preservation of these Xiaofeng eagle wings was imperfect. Near the wing roots there remained a faint charred black, suggesting the corpse had been struck by a fire element cultivator's art. The damaged carcass had forced someone to cut away the relatively intact wings and preserve them by secret methods. The condition is mediocre, a little damaged, but that works to my advantage. Cheaper, Jing Yu said with a grin as he noted the 15 spirit stones reserve price and mentally recorded it. The wings auction duration was the shortest, 3 days. The seller likely knew they were hard to move and set a minimum term: sell quickly if possible, otherwise relist with another 3 days to avoid lingering uncertainty. Within less than an hour wandering the branch venue, Jing Yu had secured all the items he needed. In high spirits, he continued his stroll purely to behold the rarities of the cultivation world. As he wandered, he noticed a crowd clustered around a display case ahead, pointing and discussing the item within. Jing Yu pushed forward to see what the fuss was about and nearly popped his eyes out. Foundation establishment pill. Something like this in a branch venue. Why is the starting bid for this foundation establishment pill only 100 spirit stones? Jing Yu realized something was amiss, and upon closer inspection of the foundation establishment pill suddenly understood, so it turns out to be a defective foundation establishment pill. Currently, the mainstream foundation establishment pills in the cultivation world are all crafted according to a single formula, which Jing Yu remembers is called the foundation establishment pill formula. This does not mean there is only this one method to produce foundation establishment pills in the entire cultivation world. Some prestigious sects with long-standing traditions do possess a few formulas with higher success rates, such as the Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment Pill Formula and the 10,000 Methods Foundation Establishment Pill Formula. However, these formulas either involve overly complicated refining techniques or require excessive amounts of spirit herbs and materials. For instance, the renowned Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment Pill, which can increase the probability of foundation establishment by 50%, requires spirit herbs valued enough to refine a batch of transformation pills that enhance the chances of forming a fetus, making it far too cost-ineffective. On the other hand, the pills refined using the foundation establishment pill formula have a moderate level of difficulty in the refining process and consume spirit herbs within a reasonable range, which is why it has rapidly gained popularity. A typical authentic foundation establishment pill will have 2 golden patterns on it, known as Tao patterns, also referred to as double pattern foundation establishment pill. This not only protects the dantian, preventing cultivators from losing their lives due to failures during foundation establishment, but it also increases the success rate by 20%. This 20% increase in the success rate doesn't mean that if the original probability was only 10%, then taking the authentic foundation establishment pill raises it to 30%. Rather, it means adding an additional 20% to the original 10%, so a cultivator with a 10% success rate now has a 12% success rate after consuming the authentic foundation establishment pill. Conversely, if a top-tier cultivator originally had a 50% chance of success, consuming the authentic foundation establishment pill raises that to 60%. If luck is on their side, they might even refine a superior foundation establishment pill with 3 Tao patterns, also known as triple pattern foundation establishment pill, which increases the success rate by an additional 30%. However, if luck is lacking or if the alchemist's skills are inadequate, they might end up producing an inferior foundation establishment pill with only 1 golden Tao pattern, which can only increase the success rate by 15%. But all of this assumes success. If the alchemy fails, an explosion is one possibility, and another could be producing several defective foundation establishment pills, which have no Tao patterns and can only increase the success rate by 0.5%. Moreover, they cannot protect the dantian. If one attempts to use a defective foundation establishment pill, if successful, it may be fine, but if it fails, there is a high probability that the dantian will explode, leading to death. What is being auctioned in front of me is just such a defective foundation establishment pill without any Tao patterns. Surrounding the display case are several elderly cultivators with white hair watching this defective foundation establishment pill with hesitant expressions. "Friend Wang, are you ready to bid?" An elderly female cultivator with white hair turned to ask another male cultivator with a white beard. The male cultivator with the white beard showed a conflicted expression. "I am 79 this year and have only saved over 300 spirit stones. Not to mention an authentic foundation establishment pill, even an inferior one, is still quite a gap. If I delay for a few more years, the hope of foundation establishment will grow even slimmer. Perhaps by the time I am 85, the 1.5% success chance of an authentic foundation establishment pill won't even cover the reduced probability due to the decline in vitality and the exhaustion of my meridians. But this defective foundation establishment pill lacks the protective effect for the dantian. If foundation establishment fails, there is a significant probability of death. Oh, if I cannot achieve foundation establishment in this life, what difference does it make to live the remaining years in a state of mere existence? I can't make that decision. I'd rather save for another 5 years for spirit stones and ensure my foundation establishment at 85, even if it means buying at least one inferior foundation establishment pill." Me too. Between life and death, there is great terror. Ultimately, it is still not as good as friend Wang, who is undeterred. "I cannot break through. I'm leaving. I am already 83 this year. I no longer expect to achieve foundation establishment and don't wish to fuss about it. At most, I will save my spirit stones for my grandson's foundation establishment, which can be considered a thought." "Friend Qian, are you still lacking a grandson?" During their conversation, several elderly cultivators dispersed, leaving only the white-haired female cultivator and the male cultivator with the surname Wang standing at the display case. Then the auction price for the defective foundation establishment pill changed several times and was raised to 109 spirit stones. The white-haired female cultivator sighed and shook her head as she left. Only the cultivator with the surname Wang remained, seemingly fearing that someone would compete with him for the pill. He stayed by the display, quickly raising the bid by 1 spirit stone whenever someone expressed interest, leaving the stall owner quite bemused. "In the future, if I am to achieve foundation establishment, I might as well buy a defective foundation establishment pill to fool around with." Jing Yu, although he had never achieved foundation establishment himself, was not unfamiliar with the process. During the 500 years in the Longevity Palace, aside from Lu Ying, who thought foundation establishment was too simple to require detailed explanation and only explained the key to forming the core figures like Yi Xingyun Yun Xuanzi Li Jiangmei, and even Han Ping did not hesitate to share their insights on foundation establishment. Simply put, foundation establishment is about compressing the gaseous mana within the body into a liquid state, forging the celestial foundation jade liquid. Upon success, one refines their law body and opens up their sea of consciousness, marking the entrance to the immortal path. Ordinary cultivators can only compress mana strand by strand, unable to control it finely and largely relying on instinct. However, Jing Yu had the advantage of opening his sea of consciousness during the chi refining stage, so when the time comes he will only need to use his divine sense, and the process of liquefying mana would be as easy as pie with no possibility of failure. In fact, one could say Jing Yu does not need the so-called foundation establishment pill to protect his dantian, because unless he is knocked unconscious during the foundation establishment, he does not face any possibility of failure. However, an elderly cultivator with low-grade spiritual roots who does not even buy a foundation establishment pill and casually succeeds in foundation establishment would inevitably attract attention. Jing Yu would still need to buy one for appearance's sake. Of course, he could also directly buy an authentic foundation establishment pill to keep without consuming it, and after successfully establishing his foundation, find an opportunity to sell it, which wouldn't be a loss. However, this would pose a significant challenge to his cash flow of spirit stones, but it is reasonable and logical compared to breaking through foundation establishment with a defective pill. Forget it, by the time I establish my foundation, it will be more than 20 years from now. There is no rush at this moment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the subvenue, a burly man dressed in a black cloak with a dark complexion and a bushy beard gazed at the bustling crowd, his eyes slightly dazed, thinking to himself, "It has been 5 years since the fall of Huangfeng Valley. Having crossed the entire Wushan mountain range and faced countless dangers, I have finally arrived at Yinchuan region. This place is commercially developed, rich in spiritual resources, and friendly to cultivators. It is indeed quite different from the customs and conditions of Tiannan region. This is merely a small market. I wonder what the scene is like at the headquarters of the Carefree Alliance Carefree Immortal City, where several Golden Core Masters are stationed. I ought to go and witness it for myself." Sigh. Never mind, I will first buy some spiritual herbs and medicines to refine a healing pill to remedy my injuries. Then the dark-faced man smiled brightly and asked the stall owner beside him, "Friend, what is the asking price for these spiritual herbs? If the price is right, I will buy them on the spot." The satellite auction hall's continuous bidding lasted 10 full days before concluding amid a clamor of excitement. Jing Yu had successfully secured several items, and now the main event of the Wushan Fair's Immortal Expo was about to begin, the Grand Auction Hall. The Grand Auction Hall was situated at the center of an open plaza adjacent to the eastern outer district of the Wushan Fair. Proposed 5 years ago by Magistrate Yuan Xiaojin and formally commenced 4 years ago, the hall took 3 full years to complete. Its architectural style was majestic and grandiose, strikingly unlike contemporary immortal aesthetics, evoking instead the ceremonial palaces of mortal kingdoms during grand festivals. Within its structure lay a hidden marvel, a vast bowl-shaped subterranean chamber whose sloping walls accommodated over 50,000 seats, reminiscent in form and function of the ancient Roman amphitheaters Jing Yu recalled from his past life. Rumors held that the Wushan Hall had been conceived precisely for this Immortal Expo. Henceforth, all major fairs, auctions, and festive gatherings of the Wushan Fair would be hosted within its hallowed halls. In its early construction phase, unconfirmed rumors circulated among cultivators and martial body refiners alike, claiming the fair's administrative heart would shift from the inner district's corner tower to the new hall's location, even relocating the elite's private cultivation chambers there. These rumors swept through the fair like wildfire, briefly inflating prices for nearby makeshift dwellings. Ironically, during its construction, the energy efficiency upgrades to the enhanced Strengthbringer puppets remained incomplete, thus requiring the conscription of numerous mortal martial artists to assist in the building effort. Yet by the time the hall entered active service, the Wushan Fair had already begun phasing out mortal martial artists. Today's Immortal Expo admitted cultivators only. After all, without spiritual energy to refine jade tokens, one could not even place bids. This way, Uncle Mu Shan, a mid-to-senior official of the fair, had secured Jing Yu and Wu Buchuan exceptionally fine seats within the Wushan Hall, close to the auction dais at the bowl's nadir, second only to those reserved for foundation establishment cultivators. Wu Qi, the master puppeteer who pioneered the Strengthbringer upgrades and father of Wu Buchuan, sat beside foundation establishment cultivators despite possessing merely Qi refinement level 6 cultivation. Whether overwhelmed by the ambient spiritual pressure radiating from his neighbors, the usually brash Wu Qi sat unervingly still, meek as a quail. Another young female cultivator, also at Qi Refinement Level 6, occupied a seat among the Foundation Establishment Elders. Though her cultivation level matched Wu Qi's, her foundation was profoundly more stable, unlike the Master's volatile superficial energy that betrayed him at every turn. Under the subtle, unintentional spiritual pressure exuding from surrounding elders, she remained unruffled, composed, and serene. That's Wan Lingjun, the direct disciple of Moonlight True Person and a peer of Uncle Zhao on the path of immortality. Wu Buchuan's eyes darted about, thoughts whirling. TCH, what a face, what a figure, inspiration strikes. Jing Yu shot him a disdainful glance. If you're courting death, don't sit beside me. Blood splatter is hard to wash off. Moonlight True Person is a golden core great true person of this age. A paragon destined for nascent soul transcendence. Dare you even mimic her chosen disciple? Gentlemen, please. Madame Wan's senior sister sits right beside us. Even though it's customary not to employ divine sense in public venues, the auditory acuity of Foundation Establishment Elders is extraordinary. Were it not for the thousands of cultivators filling the Wushan Hall with overlapping voices, your conversation would already have reached their ears, Mu Shan sighed wryly. Indeed, this year's Wushan Immortal Expo has drawn an extraordinary number of Foundation Establishment cultivators. Jing Yu exclaimed in awe. Our fair's original 6+5 from Xiaoyao Immortal City, over a dozen from neighboring fairs, plus signs of immortal clans and sects, and unidentified Foundation Establishment wanderers, altogether number over 30. Even sects outside the Xiaoyao Alliance's sphere have sent representatives? Wu Buchuan asked. Mu Shan smiled faintly. Indeed. Though our Xiaoyao Alliance now ascends like the sun at noon across the Yinchuan domain, it remains but one force among many, not an omnipotent sovereign. Compared to those great sects boasting millennia of lineage, we are mere newcomers. How then could we forbid their disciples from entering our territory? Still, most elite disciples attending today do so out of personal ties with our magistrates, especially Magistrate Yuan himself, not as emissaries embroiled in inter-alliance or interclan rivalries. Observe that elegant female cultivator in crimson robes wearing a feathered crown. Qin Jieling, a true disciple of the Huanhua sect. Her technique, Phoenix Fire scouring the plains, dominates all Foundation Establishment rivals within her sect. Rumor claims she once withstood a senior elder's assault, despite being only mid-level Foundation Establishment, without yielding. Truth or myth, none can say. The same Huanhua sect that nearly collapsed its own finances issuing Huanhua coin, mimicking our Xiaoyao Alliance's currency. Wu Buchuan muttered wryly. Shoo, lower your voice. Mu Shan drew a sharp breath. She might overhear us from this direction. How will you explain yourself? Now look there. The one in azure robes, sword slung across her back. Mu Shan pointed toward another Foundation Establishment cultivator. Qiu Jian, the Zhangjiang Immortal Maiden of the Bishui sect, a sword cultivator of transcendent artistry whose combat prowess rivals Qin Jieling's, perhaps even surpasses it. She graces us today solely out of respect for Magistrate Yuan. And that Taoist nun from the Xiaolei Monastery, Bo Lei Taoist, her thunder cultivation mastery needs no elaboration. Even our deputy magistrate, Sangsong Taoist, would fall before a few of her lightning strikes, Mu Shan mused. It's said that last year Elder Lianzi of the Xiaolei Monastery successfully formed his golden core, and is now honored as true person Lei Yun. Lianzi, Jing Yu's gaze sharpened. A name untouched for decades, now resurrected, striking like a blade through dormant memory. Of course our own Xiaoyao Alliance is represented too. The lady seated beside Madame Wan is Hu Yuechio, the eldest disciple of Moonlight True Person, known as Moon Autumn Immortal Maiden. Now a latest-stage Foundation Establishment great cultivator, she'd reportedly entered a sealed retreat to break through to Golden Core, yet emerged unexpectedly to attend the expo alongside her junior sister. TCH, old Mu, something's amiss. Every acquaintance Magistrate Yuan boasts seems to be a female cultivator. Jing Yu frowned, sensing incongruity. Well, Magistrate Yuan is handsome, gifted, and a direct descendant of our alliance's supreme patriarch, True Person Baoding. Is it truly surprising he shares cordial ties with several accomplished immortals? Mu Shan, clearly unwilling to speculate on romantic entanglements between Magistrate Yuan and these illustrious ladies, offered only this vague, diplomatic evasion. Yuan Xiaojin sat in the foremost row. Jing Yu saw only the back of his head, revealing nothing of his famed charisma. Yet an intuition stirred within Jing Yu's dantian. The mysterious Xian mirror trembled faintly, and an invisible, undetectable probing technique slipped forth. Instantly 4 sapphire seal script characters blazed across the mirror's surface. Jing Yu's eyes widened in quiet understanding. So that is how it stands. Jade tree in the wind, grade premium blue. Specific function makes it easier for women to develop fond feelings for the owner of the fate. Origin of the fate: a total of 10 male cultivators with the national beauty and heavenly appearance fate, possessing an indestructible golden essence, attained the golden immortal rank, and as their destinies intertwined, the jade tree in the wind came into existence. I wondered who this divine being was, only to realize it was the budget version of Li Jiangmei. Jing Yu curled his lips. This premium fate appeared to be a lower version of national beauty and heavenly appearance, yet its actual effectiveness was significantly inferior. Let alone the disparity in the magnitude of fondness, just the limitation of the target's gender wasn't necessarily a wholly positive effect. Indeed, possessing this fate allows male cultivators to easily win the favor of female cultivators, but it can also easily incite jealousy and animosity from male cultivators. After all, national beauty and heavenly appearance is appealing to both genders. This Yu Wangxiejin, a direct descendant of the Yuan family, had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment at a young age. Instead of properly cultivating in a grand city like the Xian City of Freedom, he had been assigned to a remote and impoverished area like the Wushan market as a market master, which likely meant he had offended someone in the Xian City and was trying to avoid trouble. As Jing Yu pondered, Yu Wangxiejin had already stepped onto the auction stage. The current Xianbo conference was indeed the largest political achievement for the Wushan market in the past decade, and Yu Wangxiejin took it very seriously. Today he had specially chosen a black robe with golden patterns adorned with a golden dragon design on the chest, which was the symbol of the Alliance of Freedom. His thick black hair was simply tied into a ponytail with a silk ribbon, and the loose strands on his forehead added a touch of carefree charm. Jing Yu scrutinized the unfamiliar market master, feeling that Yu Wangxiejin's two extremely prominent sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples, adding a hint of resolute masculinity to his originally somewhat elegant and soft features. Truly a handsome face, Jing Yu secretly marveled. In terms of appearance, Yu Wangxiejin was even slightly superior to himself. He then felt puzzled, albeit Yu Wangxiejin or Li Jiangmei both had exceptional looks, yet they possessed such fates. Was it because they were inherently attractive in their soul state that they acquired this fate, or was it the effect of the fate that made them gradually more appealing? The causal relationship behind this was indeed intriguing. Ahem. Dear friends, thank you for taking the precious time from your busy schedules to attend this Wushan Market's Rare Treasures Expo. I am Yu Wangxiejin, the market master of Wushan. I will briefly say a few words. Yu Wangxiejin clasped his hands behind his back, delivering a lengthy opening speech that lasted a quarter of an hour, causing Jing Yu to stifle yawns. Why must I endure this even after reincarnation? Next, let us invite the representative of the Xian City of Freedom, the disciple of the Moonlight Master Taoist, Hu Yueqiu, to say a few words. Jing Yu straightened his body, unable to believe. Is there more? Surely this group of foundation establishment cultivators won't each take turns to speak. Don't worry, Uncle. Once Taoist Hu Yueqiu finishes, the auction should begin. Mu Shan whispered. The original plan for the market was to invite 48 Qi cultivating musicians and 72 Qi cultivating dancers from the Lingyin Pavilion of the Xian City of Freedom for a large-scale song and dance performance as the opening, but it was rejected by Master Yuan on the grounds of insufficient funds. Otherwise, how could we end up in such a predicament? Perhaps sensing the impatience of the cultivators below, Hu Yueqiu only briefly spoke a few words before announcing the official start of the auction. The auction was hosted by Qi Lian, the deputy market master of Wushan. As the only female cultivator of foundation establishment among the market masters, it was reasonable for her to preside over this event. The first auction item, a pair of stone horns of the stone horn demon ox. Starting bid is 50 spirit stones, 51 spirit stones, 53 spirit stones, 64 spirit stones. A 1537 friend bids 64 spirit stones. Is there a higher bid? Sold. Watching the first item of the auction sell for 64 spirit stones, Jing Yu couldn't help but gasp. I've heard that the main venue's auction can have over 500 items, and the market takes 5% from each item's auction amount. That's quite a considerable sum of spirit stones. Yu Wangxiejin indeed has some abilities. At this moment, Jing Yu lowered his gaze and found Yu Wangxiejin chatting and laughing with several true disciples of various sects, clearly in high spirits. Items entering the main venue auction are at least suitable for foundation establishment, and mostly those with financial power competing for them are foundation establishment or latest stage Qi cultivating cultivators. After Jing Yu bought a few items from the sub-venue, he still had over 160 spirit stones remaining, but he had no intention of making further bids. After all, the main venue auction was open bidding, which meant he couldn't remain anonymous, so he decided not to draw attention to himself. The 20th item, a genuine foundation establishment pill. Starting bid is 400 spirit stones. The appearance of the foundation establishment pill pushed the atmosphere of the auction to a small climax. Many white-haired cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation stared intently at the pill on the stage, which bore 2 golden patterns. Uncle, this time our market has invested heavily, bringing in 10 genuine foundation establishment pills and 3 super foundation establishment pills from the Xian City of Freedom. They are auctioned at different times to attract interest and heat up the event. Mu Shan whispered, look at those old cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Their eyes are all red. It's only because I, as a cultivator within the system, can exchange for foundation establishment pills at a low cost with the Alliance's merits that I don't have to compete with loose cultivators. Though it was just the first foundation establishment pill, and there would be more opportunities later, those old cultivators clearly feared that the competition would become even more heated, so they raised the price of this first foundation establishment pill to secure it as soon as possible. Ultimately, an old cultivator won the genuine foundation establishment pill at a high price of 621 spirit stones. After obtaining the pill, the old cultivator left Wushan Palace, guided by a Qi cultivating attendant, to an unknown destination. Where is he going? Jing Yu asked curiously. He should be heading to the place provided for free by the market for closed-door cultivation to attempt foundation establishment. Mu Shan explained, several hundred years ago there were instances where cultivators were intercepted and killed right outside the market after bidding for foundation establishment pills. To prevent such occurrences, nearly every market in Xian City now provides closed-door cultivation areas equipped with defensive formations for cultivators who purchase pills to safely break through. Otherwise, who would dare to attend auctions for these rare pills? The 21st auction item, an ancient rarity century gold thunder bamboo. Starting bid is 80 spirit stones. Gold thunder bamboo. Jing Yu recalled having seen this bamboo in the Yunchuan Domain Rare Objects Chronicle, which was known to be a famous ancient spirit object. How could it appear in such a low-end auction for foundation establishment? Well, I see. It's just a century-old gold thunder bamboo, and it seems to be dying soon. Moreover, there's only this small section, which might barely be enough to craft a set of bamboo needle-type magical tools. Creating needle-type magical tools from wooden spirit objects feels somewhat mismatched, a bit redundant. Jing Yu's tense body slowly sank back, returning to a state of indolence. Meanwhile, among the crowd of low-tier Qi cultivators in the outer seating area, a burly man with a dark face gazed intently at the small section of nearly dead gold thunder bamboo on the auction stage, gradually formulating a plan in his mind. Although this golden thunder bamboo is nearly withered, junior sister, your spiritual would nurturing art excels at revitalizing flora. Perhaps you can nourish it back to life, making withered wood bloom anew. Fairy Yuechio spoke gently to Wan Lingjun beside her. Though the spiritual nourishment at the Qi refining stage is insufficient, it can at least sustain its vitality. Once you reach foundation establishment, you can gradually restore this spiritual bamboo's life force. If nurtured with care from the Qi refining stage, by the time you form your golden core, it will become an exceptionally spiritual material, perfect for refining as a natal treasure. Wan Lingjun's heart stirred with eagerness, and she nodded repeatedly. Senior sister speaks sense. After all, it is an ancient spiritual object and sold so cheaply. Aside from my spiritual wood nurturing art, no one here could revive it. This is truly my destined opportunity. With that, Wan Lingjun wasted no words and called out a bid, 80 spirit stones. As Wan Lingjun's bid rang out, the group of foundation establishment cultivators in the VIP seats fell silent. They all knew this young girl at the 6th level of Qi refining was the cherished disciple of Yuehua, the Golden Core Grandmaster and Vice Leader of the Carefree Alliance, so they naturally offered her face. Several foundation establishment cultivators who had intended to buy it on a gamble gave up bidding. Yet the price was too extravagant for Qi refining cultivators. For them, the urgent priority was the path to foundation establishment. Spirit stones were spent on cultivation magical tools or saved to purchase foundation establishment pills. Who had spare money to gamble on such a half-dead piece of spiritual bamboo? Thus, after Wan Lingjun's bid, the Hall of Thousands fell into an instant chill, with no one following her offer. Just as Chilian was about to finalize the deal, a helpless voice arose from the rear seats, where low-level Qi refining cultivators gathered. 81 spirit stones. All eyes turned to the speaker, a dark-faced man with a thick, bristly beard. His spiritual pressure indicated merely the 4th or 5th level of Qi refining. Why would he seek such an unrelated spiritual object? Wan Lingjun paused but refused to yield, raising her voice. 85 spirit stones. 86 spirit stones. The dark-faced man seemed set on the item, incrementing by a single stone. Wan Lingjun frowned with mild displeasure. 90 spirit stones. The dark-faced man was about to counter when an elderly cultivator beside him tugged his sleeve. Friend, are you from afar? This fairy Wan is the last disciple of Grandmaster Yuehua. She is destined for foundation establishment and has prospects for a golden core. It's unwise to cross her. I truly need this item. The dark-faced man thanked the old cultivator and continued. 91 spirit stones. Do you hold a grudge against me? This golden thunder bamboo is nearly dead. Unless the buyer cultivates a wood-nurturing technique or secret art, it's worthless, Wan Lingjun said in exasperation. Since this spiritual bamboo is up for auction, anyone can bid. Whether it can be revived is my own concern. The dark-faced man spoke unhurriedly. I traveled thousands of miles to witness the famed Immortal fair at Wushan Market. I trust that a force as mighty as the Carefree Alliance would not resort to bullying by power. The dark-faced man's last remark sealed Wan Lingjun's options tightly. Though she was the cherished disciple of a Carefree Alliance Golden Core Grandmaster, she could not bully by authority at an auction under the Alliance's rule. Word of this reaching her master would surely bring severe reprimand. Rest assured, friend, and bid freely. This auction organized by Wushan Market is absolutely fair and just. There is no oppression or coercion. Yuan Xiaojin rose with a faint smile, glanced at Wan Lingjun, and said gently, as long as both of you have sufficient spirit stones, you may bid as you wish. After all, for Wushan Market, this is a sure profit. Yuan Xiaojin's jest drew laughter from some cultivators, dissipating the tense atmosphere that had gripped the hall. As Yuan Xiaojin sat down, he cast an expressionless glance at Wan Lingjun, his thoughts inscrutable. Hu Yueqiu now felt awkward. She had only acted on impulse, thinking the bamboo suited her junior sister, and encouraged Wan Lingjun to bid. Now the situation had spiraled, with the dark-faced man's words making it seem as though the Carefree Alliance's higher-ups were bullying by power, forcing Yuan Xiaojin to intervene and explain. Caught between her beloved and her junior sister, she found herself in an impossible position. Wan Lingjun, now heated, fumed. I bid only as myself, not on behalf of my sect. If I lack the funds today, am I so shameless as to seek revenge later? 100 spirit stones. Fairy Wan is generous and noble. I trust her completely. Then let us settle this by wealth alone for that. The dark-faced man remained composed, arms crossed, and drawled, 101 spirit stones. Fine, Wan Lingjun said sharply, 120 spirit stones. Let's see if you can raise another bid. 121 spirit stones. The dark-faced man answered without hesitation, raising by a single stone again. Huff. Wan Lingjun's chest heaved. She was furious, yet hesitant. After all, she was merely a 6th-level qi refining cultivator, receiving only 60 spirit stones annually from her master Yuehua. Devoted solely to cultivation, with no sideline and careless with expenses, 120 spirit stones already represented most of her available cash. Hu Yueqiu, already regretting her earlier instigation, refused to lend money and worsen relations with Yuan Xiaojin. She simply pretended to be oblivious. Hu Yueqiu, already regretting her earlier instigation, refused to lend money and worsen relations with Yuan Xiaojin. She simply pretended to be oblivious. Seeing her senior sister ignore her, Wan Lingjun knew the golden thunder bamboo was not meant for her. The breath she had held in her chest deflated, and she slumped back into her seat, dejected. In the end, the century-old half-dead golden thunder bamboo was claimed by the dark-faced man for 121 spirit stones. Having offended a disciple of a Golden Core Grandmaster, the dark-faced man settled his payment, received the bamboo, yet showed no sign of fleeing. Instead, he remained boldly in his seat, watching the subsequent auction items with keen interest. Sitting in the audience, Jing Yu watched the performance with great interest. In the cultivation novels he usually bought from the Xianwen Pavilion, many protagonists participated in auction scenes, but most of the time they were at the center of the conflict. Now, watching such a grand spectacle from a spectator's perspective was even more intriguing. This black-faced man has low cultivation, yet possesses quite a few spirit stones. He tossed out 120 spirit stones without even blinking an eye. Jing Yu casually cast a detection spell on the black-faced man, and surprisingly, he actually measured a destiny of ordinary. Just an utterly ordinary destiny. At first, Jing Yu didn't think much of it. This ordinary destiny wasn't rare. He had measured a few cultivators in the Wushan Fangshi who had similar fortunes. However, suddenly the mysterious mirror in his dantian trembled slightly, and Jing Yu felt a peculiar sensation rise in his heart. His expression changed, and he stared at the black-faced man uncertainly. How can there be such a strong connection in fate? This is something I have never felt from other cultivators with destinies before. Not even Zhao Yuanqi, whom I personally activated the destiny for. Jing Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. Perhaps his fate had long been intertwined with this black-faced man. When could that have happened? He immersed his mind, delving into the world within the mysterious mirror in his dantian. In that mirrored world, 5 orbs of light representing individual destinies hung in the air, among which the white orb representing Han Ping was flickering incessantly. This person turned out to be Han Ping, a senior from the Xianxian Hall who was a full 100 years older than Jing Yu. Jing Yu was astonished. Han Ping should be 156 years old now. Given that he barely established his foundation at 91, he was likely still stuck at the early stage of foundation establishment, yet his revealed cultivation seemed to be around the 5th layer of qi refining. What an impressive concealment technique, Dao friend Han. No wonder Jing Yu thought this way. The technique of kudu shuangguang brought by the bitter crossing physique also had a concealing effect, but it completely concealed one's aura, merging it with the surrounding environment, leaning more towards stealth. Often when an enemy's divine sense swept by, they would find nothing at Jing Yu's location, as if it were completely empty. But Han Ping's concealment technique could accurately control the external spiritual pressure, leading others to misjudge his cultivation level as the fifth layer of qi refining, which was rather impressive. Furthermore, such concealment techniques in the cultivation world were exceedingly rare. Even if there were some, they could usually only deceive lower-tier cultivators. Currently at the Wushan Hall auction, there were several high-level cultivators like the late Foundation Establishment Grandmaster Yu Qiu, yet none could see through Han Ping's true realm, indicating the high status of Han Ping's secret technique, making it difficult to uncover without a significant difference in cultivation level. Jing Yu sighed. Back then, several fellow cultivators with ordinary destinies reincarnated together, yet only this Dao friend Han managed to cultivate to Foundation Establishment. He is indeed fortunate. In fact, Jing Yu truly lacked such a sophisticated concealment technique at this stage. If he had it, he could freely elevate his qi refining cultivation without having to suppress his progress as he did now, fearing others would notice his abnormal training speed. I have to think of a way to obtain this secret technique. Jing Yu pondered deeply but couldn't come up with a good idea. After all, Han Ping's cultivation level was certainly higher than his. In terms of combat, he was likely at a disadvantage. If Han Ping bore ill will towards him, he would only be able to flee. Thus, he immediately dismissed the idea of approaching to identify himself. It wasn't that Jing Yu didn't trust Han Ping's character, rather this matter was indeed too risky. A cultivator with a nearly severed path, over 150 years old, and perhaps stuck at the early stage of Foundation Establishment until his lifespan limit of 300 years. How would he view someone like Jing Yu, a long-living being? This was something no one could predict. If Jing Yu were to encounter that Xianlei sword Immortal Lu Yingzhao today, he might actually approach to identify himself. After all, someone as self-assured as Sword Immortal Lu likely didn't have many companions to travel the Dao, with making her journey of invincibility somewhat less fulfilling. If he were to meet Yi Xingyun, Jing Yu would probably also attempt to make acquaintances, hoping to share in his good fortune. This little chubby fellow had been cultivating for 100 years and still exuded a sense of naive simplicity at 100 years old. If it weren't for his exceptional luck, he would have likely been devoured long ago. But if it were Yun Xuanzi, he would have to think carefully. This Yun Senyang, renowned for her improved spirit plant techniques that benefited countless low-level cultivators, possessed the most profound thoughts among this batch of candidates. Jing Yu had always held a certain instinctive wariness towards her, as he could hardly grasp what Yun Xuanzi was truly thinking or what her intentions were. As for Li Jiangmei, Jing Yu wanted nothing more than to keep as far away as possible. He didn't want to get entangled in this woman's melodramatic evening soap opera. Jing Yu feared that if he exchanged even a few words with Li Jiangmei, he would end up being struck down by some pitiful supporting male character that popped out of nowhere. But if I don't approach to identify myself, I can only barter for something during the free trading period after the auction. Not to mention whether Han Ping would linger until the free trading stage at the Wushan Fengshi. Jing Yu had very little good stuff on hand to trade. The bitter crossing classic Yun Xin technique and destiny viewing method go without saying. They are all supreme techniques at the Dao Monarch level and are completely tailored for long-living cultivators, thus cannot be sold. Jing Yu had accumulated quite a bit of inventory in terms of pills, but they were all at the qi refining level. Han Ping, being a Foundation Establishment cultivator, naturally wouldn't find them appealing. The only thing he could offer was Puppet True Solution Qi Refining Edition, but the most precious techniques in it, the puppet arts, were mostly not meant to be exposed. The remaining puppet inheritance could be dismantled and sold, though it was uncertain if Han Ping would want them. This Han Ping has poor aptitude. He hardly has enough time to practice qi refining. How could he find time to dabble in puppetry? This secret technique is probably unattainable for now. Jing Yu sighed, inwardly resolved to proceed cautiously. If he couldn't trade for it, he wouldn't, and he absolutely could not expose his existence for the sake of a secret technique. The 36th auction item, 30-year divine tree, starting price, 20 spirit stones. 20 spirit stones. I bid 23 spirit stones. 30 spirit stones. The disguised Han Ping said calmly. 30 spirit stones deal. Congratulations to this Dao friend. The red serpent's unusual color flashed. She was somewhat curious about this mysterious qi refining cultivator, as it was rare to see someone of the qi refining stage so lavishly bidding on items unrelated to the Foundation Establishment path. This divine tree is precisely the spiritual material needed to manufacture the control center for Foundation-level puppets. Could it be that Han Ping is truly researching puppetry? Jing Yu's spirit lifted, and a glimmer of hope reignited in his heart. More than 500 auction items is no small number. This auction lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Fortunately, even low-level qi practitioners had enough mana to support themselves, so staying awake for days was not a big deal. Thus, they managed to watch the entire event. In total, there are 532 auction items, with 71 items left unsold, achieving a transaction rate of over 85%. Mu Shan remarked as he watched the departing practitioners, "The Immortal Expo has been a great success. This is quite an impressive achievement. I estimate that at least 500 new practitioners will be registered in our Wushan market after this." With these significant contributions, it's only a matter of time before Master Yuan is reassigned to a prominent position in the carefree Immortal City. Jing Yu, still preoccupied with the breath-concealing secret method in Han Ping's hands, casually remarked, "Is Master Yuan planning to return to the carefree Immortal City? Didn't he say he wanted to take root in Wushan Market? Why is he leaving again?" Uncle, this place is still a remote and dilapidated corner. How can it compare to the vibrant world of the carefree Immortal City? Master Yuan, a prominent member of a distinguished family, has exceptional cultivation talent. If he hadn't offended someone, he wouldn't have spent decades in such a backwater place. This is called a dragon hiding in the depths. Mu Shan curled his lips. Now that he has achieved political merit, the rivals in the Immortal City can't suppress him anymore. This hidden dragon is bound to soar into the sky. Makes sense. Jing Yu nodded perfunctorily. "I need to prepare for the upcoming free exchange session. Bu-chun, come here." Wu Bu-chun looked confused. "Uncle Zhao, what for? Doesn't our puppet pavilion have a fixed booth at the exchange?" Jing Yu inquired. "Indeed. My father entrusted me with this booth, where we will display and sell various rare puppets, puppet heritage, and puppet spiritual materials." Wu Bu-chun nodded. "Keep an eye out for a certain person. If he comes to the booth, you know what to do. If he doesn't come, then forget it." Jing Yu whispered a few words into Wu Bu-chun's ear. Wu Bu-chun's eyes sparkled as he nodded repeatedly. "No problem, leave it to me." During this Immortal Expo, Han Ping has gained plenty, with various healing spiritual medicines mostly prepared and the spiritual materials for foundation establishment puppets nearly ready. He also unexpectedly obtained a small section of a dying 100-year-old golden thunder bamboo. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of excitement, as this bamboo is a renowned ancient spiritual object. If he could use that method to rapidly mature it in large quantities, his future Gold Core period's life-saving treasure would be assured. Now I just need to prepare some commonly used low-level puppet spiritual materials as a backup, and I can find a place to enter seclusion and heal. Han Ping murmured as he slowly walked to the puppet pavilion booth in Wushan Market. "This friend, are you here to buy puppets?" Wu Bu-chun, wearing a wooden mask, smiled cheerfully. Han Ping nodded expressionlessly and handed over a list. "Do you have all these materials at your booth? We are the official booth of Wushan Market's puppet pavilion, so our stock is naturally the most abundant." "Yes, these materials are not rare, we have them all." Wu Bu-chun glanced at the list and probed, "Would you like to look at anything else? We also have some puppet heritage that is rarely seen in the outside world." With that, he handed over a thin booklet. "Oh, let me take a look." Han Ping didn't take it to heart. After all, most of the publicly sold puppet heritage here were at the Qi level. He had great fortune on him, possessing several foundation establishment puppet heritage, so he naturally had no high hopes for the heritage here. To his surprise, when he reached the last page, he found he couldn't look away. "Friend, I am very interested in this puppet initial understanding energy chapter. Where can I find the complete version? How much is it?" Although this puppet heritage is only at the Qi level, it is a rare and unconventional heritage that increases the combat power of battle puppets by enhancing the spirit stone consumption. By increasing the spirit stone consumption by 50%, one can boost the puppet's power by nearly 20%. It might even work on foundation establishment puppets. Wu Bu-chun's lips curled slightly beneath the mask as he replied, "This heritage was entrusted here by another friend who wished to sell it due to our booth's official status. If you want to acquire it, I can bring him over, and you two can negotiate a price." "Thank you." At this moment, Jing Yu was selling pills at a nearby booth, keeping his ears perked up to monitor the situation here. Seeing Han Ping take the bait, he felt a heavy stone lift from his heart, waiting for Wu Bu-chun to come over. "Friend Zhao, there is a practitioner over there interested in your puppet heritage." Wu Bu-chun winked and said, "Let's go take a look." Jing Yu, feeling confident, leisurely followed Wu Bu-chun back to the puppet pavilion booth. "I am Zhao Mingjing. May I ask how to address this friend?" Jing Yu smiled. Han Ping knew the main person had arrived and laughed heartily. "I am Li Feiyu." Jing Yu said leisurely, "I want beat around the bush. My puppet heritage comes from an ancient secret realm which I risked my life to obtain. For cultivators who study the path of puppetry, its significance goes without saying. Feel free to make an offer, and if I find it acceptable, I won't counter." Han Ping waved his hand. With his current mid-foundation establishment cultivation, he could rival late foundation establishment cultivators in real combat power. He had hunted countless monsters while traversing the Wushan mountain range, and he had liquidated some of his gains at the previous auction. Now he was quite wealthy and could easily buy a mere killable puppet heritage, even accepting multiple times the price. Jing Yu said, I need a breath-concealing secret method that can control my own cultivation pressure. Does friend Li have any? Oh, Han Ping's eyes flashed. How did friend Zhao know I possess such a breath-concealing secret method? Jing Yu replied, calmly smiling. Friend Li showed no fear when facing a gold core true person and consecutively bid on several precious spiritual objects. His resources are clearly not what a 5-layer Qi practitioner should have, indicating he is concealing his cultivation. Yet the many foundation establishment practitioners present couldn't detect any flaws, demonstrating that friend Li's breath-concealing secret method is quite sophisticated. This is not hard to deduce. Han Ping nodded, agreeing with Jing Yu's assessment. He didn't actually care about exposing his cultivation, as this was not the Tiannan domain, but the Yunchuan domain where no one recognized him. His concealment was merely instinctive. So he said, this method was also obtained by me through chance in my early years. It has no name and is called nameless breath-concealing technique. It indeed has unique aspects in controlling cultivation pressure, but it is not a particularly advanced heritage. Rather, you might be at a disadvantage. No problem, having more friends on the road is always beneficial. This little price difference is just a means for Zhao to make a friend. Jing Yu chuckled, saying, if Daoist Li needs pills in the Wushan market in the future, feel free to seek me out, Zhao. So Zhao Daoist is also an alchemist. I only have a basic understanding of alchemy, as well we could exchange ideas at that time. Han Ping cupped his hands in greeting, observing the sincere demeanor of the imposing cultivator before him, and instinctively became more amicable. That's agreeable, certainly. After Han Ping left, Jing Yu held the handwritten copy of the nameless concealment technique, having flipped through it once he realized that this secret method was indeed genuine. In fact, this was also a test of Han Ping's character. After all, the puppet inheritance he had dismantled was a genuine artifact. With Han Ping's foundation establishment level, he could naturally discern its value. If he showed such sincerity, yet tried to pass a fake concealment technique onto him, there would be no need for further contact. As it stands, regardless of Han Ping's character, at the very least, he possessed basic credibility, appearing unlike those cunning individuals. With this nameless concealment technique, one can freely attempt to ascend to the 10th layer of Qi refinement. One might even seek to reach the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Theoretically, as long as one reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, it would be possible to attempt foundation establishment. Achieving full completion of the 9th layer merely increased the success probability slightly, yet the 10th layer was something low-level cultivators had never even heard of. Among the current batch of immortal candidates alongside Jing Yu, only Lu Ying had reached that realm. The others, including the exceptionally lucky Yi Xingyun, were all at the 9th layer of Qi refinement and proceeded to establish their foundation step by step. If there truly were a qualitative difference between the 9th and 10th layers for foundation establishment, it would be impossible for Yi Xingyun, a direct descendant of the nascent soul lineage, to be unaware. Even if he was oblivious, his grandfather in the nascent soul stage would surely remind him. Thus, considering that establishing a foundation at the 10th layer is merely about a more substantial cultivation base, firstly, that realm cannot be easily attained. Secondly, it would require an extended period to accumulate sufficient spiritual energy. For ordinary cultivators, even for those of exceptional talent, time is exceedingly precious, and this minor advantage would hardly justify delaying for another 5 or 6 years. However, as an immortal, Jing Yu was qualified to be willful in pursuing perfection in his cultivation. Even the suffering crossing scripture taught by the Lord of Longevity had 10 full layers in the body forging section, corresponding to the 10th layer of Qi refinement, sufficient to indicate that the 10th layer indeed held significance. Jing Yu thus departed from the exchange meeting and returned directly to his small courtyard. After greeting Mushan's family, he began his longest seclusion yet. Year 576 of longevity, 20 years passed in a blink, during which several significant events occurred in the Wushan market. Firstly, the number of mortal body refiners in the market had drastically decreased. Nearly all were forced or half-forced to leave the market and return to the mundane realm, replaced by a large influx of newly registered low-level Qi refinement cultivators, and the overall atmosphere of the market continued to flourish. Secondly, the former market owner Yu Wenxiao Jin was transferred from Wushan market in the 10th year of Jing Yu's seclusion, exactly as Mushan had predicted, returning to serve in the blissful immortal city. Thirdly, while it was not a significant event for the market itself, Mushan had spent great effort 7 years ago to acquire a genuine foundation establishment pill to attempt foundation establishment at the age of 80, yet ultimately failed. Fortunately, the genuine foundation establishment pill had protective effects for the Dantian, so Mushan only suffered minor injuries, and his life was not in jeopardy. Jing Yu was concerned that Mushan's lifelong ambitions would dissolve into nothingness, feeling despondent. He even made a special trip out of seclusion to drink with Mushan, helping him ease his emotions. However, Mushan himself seemed to take it relatively well, After all, according to the overall proportions in the world of cultivation, only 1 in every 300 qi refinement cultivators could become a foundation establishment cultivator. In a remote place like Wushan Market, this ratio was exaggerated to 1 in 500. Wushan was originally striving for the elusive path to foundation establishment, which promised a lifespan of 300 years and a formal entry into the immortal gate, seeking the path of longevity. Failing would still allow him to grow old with his beloved wife. On this day, Jing Yu, residing in his quiet chamber, was enveloped in a gray light, his entire body resembling a stone sculpture. Sensing the terrifying physical power within his body, Jing Yu slightly furrowed his brows, contemplating. 20 years of dedicated cultivation through all seasons has elevated both my body refining and qi refinement to the 10th layer of great perfection. Among them, foundation establishment within the qi refinement system is not difficult, but breakthroughs produce spiritual energy whirlpools, creating too much commotion to keep hidden. I still need a genuine foundation establishment pill to cover it up. The breakthrough of the suffering crossing divine body to the treasure body realm did not create any heavenly phenomena. However, this great bottleneck must either be slowly polished in waiting for the right moment or require the rapid impact of potent body refining elixirs. With this thought, Jing Yu flipped his right hand, and a dull grayish pill lay quietly in his palm. Waste Foundation Establishment Pill. Looking at the Waste Foundation Establishment Pill in his palm, which cost him 120 spirit stones, Jing Yu said to himself with satisfaction, Foundation Establishment Pills are meant to aid in foundation establishment with their pure and immense medicinal power. The differences between genuine and waste foundation establishment pills lie in the former's protective effects for the dantian and the excessive impurities of the latter, which indeed greatly reduce the probability of foundation establishment for ordinary cultivators. However, in terms of medicinal power, there is not much difference. Using this immense medicinal power to break through the treasure body realm is most appropriate. Having said that, Jing Yu directly tossed the waste foundation establishment pill into his mouth. Gurgle, gurgle. Jing Yu sat cross-legged, and a tremendous rumbling sound suddenly erupted from his abdomen. Fortunately, he had previously set up soundproofing formations in the quiet chamber, which prevented the noise from spreading. The immense medicinal power surged through Jing Yu's limbs and bones, causing the mystical mirror floating in his dantian to tremble slightly. Instinctively, it sought to absorb this medicinal power, attempting to condense the gaseous magical power within the dantian into liquid form, but was preempted by the omnipresent suffering crossing mystic light that whisked away all the medicinal power, permeating it into Jing Yu's flesh and bones. Is it still lacking? Jing Yu frowned slightly. The bottleneck of breaking through the treasure body with the suffering crossing scripture was too solid. Even the immense medicinal power from one foundation establishment pill felt a bit insufficient. He opened his storage bag and took out 2 jade bottles, pouring out 5 high-quality qi condensation pills from each. Jing Yu opened his mouth wide and swallowed all 10 of these pills, which could assist later-stage qi refinement cultivators in their cultivation. The immense spiritual energy once again filled Jing Yu's body, yet this level of bottleneck remained steadfast as a mountain, showing no signs of loosening. What's going on? Jing Yu frowned, seeing that the massive medicinal power was about to be exhausted. This time, he simply took out over 10 various beast meats he had collected, not bothering to cook or even thaw them, and directly swallowed them, all ice shards still clinging to the frozen flesh. Is the bottleneck loosening? Jing Yu suddenly realized, bursting into laughter. So that's how it is. When the venerable sovereign of longevity created the Bitter Crossing Sutra, he deliberately transformed it into a hybrid cultivation art capable of refining all things in order to uphold his philosophy of seclusion from the world. Unlike those arts that pursue absolute purity, since it is a hybrid art, the more diverse the body-tempering elixirs used during breakthroughs, the better. Over the years of cultivating the Bitter Crossing Sutra, I have mostly used elixirs like qi-enhancing pills and qi-condensing pills as my primary cultivation resources. In truth, I have always limited the absorbed body-tempering essence to the realms of spiritual energy and herbal vitality. This was a narrow perspective. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Jing Yu smiled faintly. From his storage pouch flew dozens of rare metallic or spiritual herbs, magical woods, beast hides, and various miscellaneous, unidentified objects he had collected over the years. He grabbed them all, and under the shroud of the Bitter Crossing mystic light, they were instantly refined. Boom. Jing Yu felt a bottleneck in the void being swiftly breached, and his entire Dharma body began a rapid transformation. His bones grew harder, his sinews became more resilient, and the layers of horny textures on his skin turned denser and tighter, as if countless transparent tiny scales were perfectly fused onto his flesh. A layer of black, foul-smelling impurities was expelled from Jing Yu's body. These were the toxins purged as his physical form was refined into a precious vessel. But the next moment his entire being was enveloped in a gray mystic light tinged with milky white Tao patterns which swept away all those impurities in one go, revealing skin with a jade-like luster. A perfect physique he had dreamed of in his past life. So this is the precious vessel realm. Jing Yu stood up spotless from head to toe, clenched his fists, and felt the terrifying might within his flesh, momentarily lost in thought. Though he had never formally fought against a Foundation establishment cultivator, based on his own estimates, Jing Yu believed that with his current physical strength alone, defeating a cultivator at the level of Song Daoist in the early Foundation establishment stage should be more than sufficient. Right now, relying solely on body tempering limits my options, but the heterodox skeletal art can somewhat compensate for this weakness. With that, Jing Yu took out a pair of perfectly preserved whistling wind eagle wings from his storage pouch. Two slits suddenly tore open on his back, revealing the muscle fibers and bones beneath. The whistling wind eagle wings were inserted precisely into the openings, making Jing Yu appear like a birdman with a pair of wings sprouting from his back. Jing Yu tried flapping the wings behind him, instantly stirring a fierce gale in the quiet chamber. The next moment he felt as if he would burst through the walls. This heterodox skeletal art is truly marvelous. The grafted beast wings feel as if they are truly flesh and blood, moving with the ease of one's own limbs. With a thought, Jing Yu widened the slits on his back and retracted the wings into his body. As the slits gradually closed, his back became smooth and flawless again, leaving only two faint, inconspicuous bumps where the wings were concealed. Jing Yu then tested the detachment technique. Two slits opened on his back again, and the whistling wind eagle wings fell off. After several trials to confirm the plug-and-play functionality, he reattached them. Only then did he truly understand why the modified Bitter Crossing Sutra could be called an open framework. These beast organs were like components ready for instant use, allowing him to adapt his combination on the fly according to different scenarios to best suit the environment. Then with a flip of his hand, he took out a sticky flesh-like object. The stomach of a blue-flowered python. This time a massive slit opened in the middle of Jing Yu's chest and abdomen, revealing his internal organs clearly. Following the method of the heterodox skeletal art, he stuffed the blue-flowered python's stomach directly next to his own. Countless pale tendrils sprouted from the surface of his original stomach, piercing into the python's stomach's epidermis, connecting the two. After completing this, Jing Yu adjusted the positions of the two stomachs, then pulled his hand out from the chest cavity. The slit began to close slowly. Cleaning the mucus from his hands with the Bitter Crossing Mystic Light, Jing Yu took out a chi-condensing pill, tossed it into his mouth like a candy, chewed it, and swallowed carefully, sensing the pill's refinement speed. Not bad. The refinement speed of body-tempering elixirs entering the stomach is about 50% faster than before. This is still because the blue-flowered python stomach isn't particularly valuable. Once I obtain the stomach of a more adept digestive beast, I can replace it. The precious vessel realm has 3 layers, each corresponding to the early, middle, and late Foundation establishment stages. With each layer, 2 more slots for stitching beast organs become available. Jing Yu had already used the 2 organ slots for the first layer of the precious vessel realm. When he reaches the second layer, he might consider adding a few offensive-type organs suited for combat. Time to leave seclusion. Just as Jing Yu was about to step out of the meditation chamber, a golden token suddenly flew out from his storage pouch, emitting a dazzling golden light. The next moment, the golden light enveloped Jing Yu, and he vanished from the chamber. Puppet Secret Realm. Jing Yu, clutching the golden token, stumbled into the plaza of the secret realm. After so many years, the place was deserted, with only the puppet statue at the center of the plaza, sitting cross-legged, unchanged in posture. What does this mean? Why did the secret realm token activate on its own? Jing Yu stared at the golden token in his hand, watching the number on it change from 4 to 3, feeling somewhat baffled. After all, these were 2 chances to completely avoid disaster. Wasting one like this inevitably stung a little. Before he could figure out what was happening, the familiar grating metallic voice sounded again, detected that the inheritor's body tempering cultivation has reached the Foundation establishment stage. The core trial is now automatically initiated. As the voice fell, a hidden door in the puppet's abdomen slowly opened, and a dusty stone puppet emerged, wielding a stone staff. Its eyes flickered with a deep blue light, and it charged at Jing Yu's, staff in hand. An early Foundation establishment puppet. Jing Yu's expression turned serious, and he shouted, "Come on." This was a perfect chance to test the true quality of the precious vessel realm. Jing Yu extended his right hand, transforming his palm into a fist, and met the puppet's staff heat. Fist and staff collided, both sides stepped back. Jing Yu's right fist was completely unscathed, merely dusted with a bit of powder, while the puppet's staff bore several barely visible cracks. The stone puppet seemed to possess considerable intelligence. Seeing that a direct clash yielded no advantage, its blue eyes flickered slightly. It lowered its body and began to circle around Jing Yu, then seizing an opening, flashed behind him with incredible speed. What a clever puppet. truly worthy of the Foundation establishment level. Facing the elusive staff thrust aimed at his lower back, Jing Yu suddenly unfurled a pair of wings from his back and vanished from his original position in an instant. The stone puppet, having failed in its ambush, seemed to pause in confusion for a moment. Looking up at its airborne enemy, it opened rows of fine stone holes on its back, jetting out powerful streams of air to lift itself into the sky. It can fly too. Foundation establishment puppets certainly have more tricks than chi-refining ones. Jing Yu nodded and decided not to waste any more time. He had known the quickest way to defeat this puppet the moment he saw it. He had merely been testing the various abilities of the precious vessel realm. The next moment, Jing Yu flicked his finger and a streak of gray bitter crossing mystic light shot out precisely, striking the stone puppet's head. The head of the puppet, originally made of a material harder than a top-grade magic weapon, was pierced through as if it were tofu by this arcane light, causing the puppet, which would have entangled even a Foundation establishment cultivator for a long time, to crash to the ground. The mystic light of bitter crossing is most effective against the earth element. This stone puppet is made entirely of earth and stone. As long as I hold onto this mystic light, I am practically invincible. The trials set by the Tao Lord are indeed becoming increasingly tedious, Jing Yu muttered to himself. Who are you calling tedious? A languid female voice echoed from the void. Under Jing Yu's incredulous gaze, a hint of purple light flickered at the top of the small heavenly gate held aloft by the puppet statue's right hand. A stunning beauty dressed in a deep purple gown with hair cascading like a waterfall and bare feet sat at the top of the heavenly gate, her eyes narrowing as she stared at Jing Yu. The woman's ankles were adorned with a circle of golden bells that jingled softly as she swayed her feet. You are? Jing Yu stammered. What's wrong, Jing Yu? After parting from the Hall of Eternal Life, you can't even recognize the Tao Lord. The Tao Lord chuckled, saying, do you think that the 9 Lives Tao Lord can't possibly be a woman? I pay my respects to the Tao Lord. Jing Yu bowed. Thank you for your guidance and protection along the way out, otherwise I would still be muddling about in the market. Well, that sounds a bit off, as if I pushed you too hard. The 9 Lives Tao Lord teased. If I hadn't added a spell to that token allowing you to be automatically transported into this secret realm once you reach the Foundation establishment realm in either body refinement or chi cultivation, you would probably have still been stuck for 500 years, only entering to take the trial if faced with a life and death crisis. Tao Lord, there is something I have been holding back for a long time. Now that I face you directly. Jing Yu hesitated. You must be wondering why the trials I set for you are so trivial. The 9 Lives Tao Lord flicked her long hair aside, revealing her smooth fair neck, and lazily said, why would I rather set up this custom-made carrot pit for you than simply pass the techniques directly into your hands? Jing Yu nodded, hesitating for a moment, and speculated it must be a rule set by the Tao Lord. The 9 Lives Tao Lord explained, this matter has nothing to do with the Tao Lord. The reason I cannot directly hand these techniques to you is to prevent other Tao Lords who are skilled in calculations from tracing the causal line connected to you through fate. Isn't there any difference? Jing Yu asked curiously. There is a significant difference. The 9 Lives Tao Lord scoffed. Think about it. The myriad realms are vast. For Tao Lords, including myself, to transcend the great calamity of the ages, there are 2 paths. One is to attain the status of a sage, which is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The other path, of course, is to cultivate genuine prodigies of the ages into sages. The Hall of Immortal selection is merely one attempt among many and does not represent all the calculations of the Tao Lords. I cannot speak for other Tao Lords, but this current era has only just passed 2 billion years, and I have left behind millions of secret realms of inheritance across the myriad realms. Every 200 years I must descend to the lower realms, set up a nest, and sprinkle bait, hoping to cultivate a few true dragons in the pools of countless smaller realms. Upon reaching this point, the 9 Lives Tao Lord lightly pursed her crimson lips, revealing a hint of melancholy. Alas, very few have matured. I have only raised 3 immortal golden immortals, with not a single Tao Lord among them, let alone a Tao sage. I am not the most diligent. There is a figure in the immortal realm known as the Buddha of universal salvation. He is a Tao Lord level character from the Buddhist sect, and is the true workhorse traversing the myriad realms. He once set a record of leaving behind 100,000 inheritances within a century. Even during a mundane moment, he would set up a nest. It is possible that the inheritance he left behind is in the immortal land, and if you come across it, just take it without being polite. Individuals like the Buddha of universal salvation are too frequent in bestowing favors and laying down plans, resulting in countless talents and prodigies in the lower realms being entangled with his fate, their causal lines more tangled than the strands of hair on my head. No matter how skilled in calculations a Tao Lord is, they cannot deduce anything useful from it. However, if the Buddha of universal salvation were to blatantly deliver a Buddhist classic directly into your hands, the nature would be entirely different. The 9 Lives Tao Lord smiled. and said the complexity of the causal lines in these two cases is not on the same scale. If you understand, then good. If not, it doesn't matter. Then why could the bitter crossing sutra be given previously? Jing Yu asked with confusion, as this body refinement technique authored by the Wanshou Dao Lord was personally transmitted into his mind by the Nine Lives Dao Lord. The Nine Lives Dao Lord remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, the bitter crossing sutra was not solely authored by the Wanshou Dao Lord. In fact, it was framed by the Dao Lord, mostly completed, and then handed over to Wanshou to finish. This technique inherently possesses a lofty status, so it naturally cannot be calculated by any Dao Lord. All this. Jing Yu chuckled awkwardly. Had he known earlier that the Bitter Crossing Sutra was merely signed off by the Wanshou Dao Lord, he would not have brought it up, and now he did not know how to continue the conversation. In simple terms, Wanshou is fundamentally different from us. He is the child of the Dao Lord, destined to cultivate the Dao fruit and attain the position of a Dao Lord. The words of the Nine Lives Dao Lord carried a hint of sourness. Jing Yu, do you understand what is predestined? All sentient beings in the world have their fates. Some fates can be altered while others cannot be changed. Cultivators often say they go against heaven to change their fate, but the heavenly way is cold and impartial. It does not care whether you go against it or follow it. Fates are set. Perhaps your attempt to change your fate is precisely a part of the predetermined fate. Jing Yu seemed to understand, but suddenly thought of something and asked Dao Lord, was it your deliberate arrangement that Lin Feng, the brother from the Cloudwind twin killers, happened to be beside me when he was transmitted out of the secret realm? The Nine Lives Dao Lord looked at Jing Yu with a hint of appreciation, her tone meaningful. Perhaps it was my deliberate arrangement, perhaps it was coincidence, but regardless of which, it is still Lin Feng's own fate. Jing Yu frowned and said, what you mean is, even if it wasn't your deliberate arrangement, Lin Feng would have coincidentally appeared beside me. His fate is to be my treasure delivery boy. A person holding the divine grade fate of longevity is rarely born in a millennium, and wherever they appear in any tale of deities, they are indisputably the protagonist. It is not surprising for them to have a few supporting characters around them from time to time. The Nine Lives Dao Lord chuckled and said, although you cannot be considered a great benefactor, you are not so closely aligned with a villain like Lin Feng, who indiscriminately kills. How could a calamity cultivator have any good outcome upon encountering you? However, the Dao Lord can control this secret realm. If you had raised a hand back, then to send Lin Feng somewhere else, wouldn't his doomed fate be resolved? Jing Yu pondered. I naturally have that ability, but why should I? The Nine Lives Dao Lord replied leisurely. I have no ties to Lin Feng. He is like an ant to me. Why should I rush to change his fate? If his brother controlled this secret realm, he would naturally be willing to change his fate, but his brother is also an ant in the Qi cultivation realm. Hey, those willing to change his fate lack the ability, and those capable of changing his fate lack the willingness. So if he dies at your hands, isn't that predestined fate? So this is fate. Jing Yu suddenly felt the door concerning destiny crash open, yet at that moment he was unaware that the mysterious mirror within his dantian was faintly glowing, as if responding to something. Is it truly impossible for Lin Feng to break this fatal destiny by himself? Naturally, there is still a chance. Today, the Nine Lives Dao Sovereign seems quite chatty, willingly discussing matters concerning destiny. If Lin Feng had killed you that day, wouldn't he have broken this layer of destiny? But what reason does he have? One is a sixth-layer Qi refining cultivator with a ruined legacy and mediocre abilities, while the other is a perfected eighth-layer body refiner, an immortal chosen who opened the sea of consciousness during the Qi refining period. Let alone a battle of spells, even if you lay there allowing him to strike you a few times or unleash a few fire blasts, could he harm even a single hair on you? Ultimately, his only chance to break the situation back then was to kneel and beg you to spare his life. You happen to be soft-hearted, so perhaps he could have escaped this calamity. But first, he wouldn't foresee this in advance or kneel in supplication. That is the first decree. Your temperament has long been set, unlikely to suddenly soften. That is the second decree. In the end, it is all fated. Ha! The Nine Lives Dao Sovereign spread his hands, a mocking smile on his face. What can be done? What can be done? Jing Yu involuntarily put himself in Lin Feng's shoes, realizing that even if he found himself in such a situation, it would likely lead to a dead end with no way out. Truly, fate plays tricks on people. Fate plays tricks on people. It is far more than that. The Nine Lives Dao Sovereign crossed his legs, his bare toes pointing towards Jing Yu's forehead, the golden bell on his ankle ringing with a crisp sound. Do you know why Zhao Yuanxi bears the fate of longevity and prosperity? Jing Yu's expression changed. Yuanxi is because of me. When the protagonist of destiny takes the stage, how can it lack supporting roles? The Nine Lives Dao Sovereign said leisurely. Otherwise, why did Zhao Yuanxi awaken the fate of the longevity lineage? What? Is it because Zhao Yuanxi, this younger sister, awakened the fate, rather than Zhao Yuanxin, this older brother? Haha, this is the predetermined fate of fate that plays tricks on people. It's marvelous, truly marvelous. At this moment, Jing Yu suddenly recalled the subtle differences between Zhao Mingyu's family when Yuanxin and Yuanqi had not yet tested their spiritual roots. A glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. Indeed, no wonder it is Yuanqi. When Yuanqi was born, she had her fate, which opened up infinite possibilities for her future, but it also predetermined Yuanxin's fate from the moment of birth. And what of the two siblings, Zhao Yuanxin and Zhao Yuanqi? Your seventh brother, Zhao Mingfu, is also born in accordance with fate. Jing Yu frowned. Mingfu has not been heard from for decades. I previously thought he, like third sister, went to seek immortality with his master in Wuzhou City. I thought I might encounter him in Wu Mountains Market, but there has been no news. Perhaps you will meet him again in the future. The 9 Lives Dao Sovereign smiled. Is this also fate? Jing Yu questioned. Naturally, it is fate. The 9 Lives Dao Sovereign replied indifferently. Do you think I arranged this? I am not that bored. Do you have any other questions? Today I am in a good mood, so I will answer them together. This explanation left Jing Yu greatly enlightened about the concept of fate. This was the grace of imparting teachings, and he naturally wanted to express his gratitude. Thank you, Dao Sovereign, for clarifying my doubts. It has allowed me to gain some insights into the mirror of fate observation method. The 9 Lives Dao Sovereign, hearing this, pressed her lips together and descended from above the heavenly gate, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jing Yu's face, her expression calm, enunciating each word. What is the mirror of fate observation method? Jing Yu's heart trembled, stammering. It is the qi refining method that I primarily practice. Isn't your qi refining method the river and sea classic that you obtained from the market? Jing Yu was taken aback. Upon exiting the secret realm, it transformed into the mirror of fate observation method. Could it be that this is not the Dao Sovereign Yu? The 9 Lives Dao Sovereign took a deep breath. I have never heard of this method. Where did it come from? Jing Yu also sensed the seriousness of the situation and quickly laid everything bare. After I opened the sea of consciousness, I planned to refine the mirror of destiny with my divine sense. Yet unexpectedly, the mirror vanished, leaving only this method. The 9 Lives Dao Sovereign chuckled. Interesting, that mirror of destiny was personally delivered by me, following the path of destiny to your hands. If it contained any method, would I not know? Moreover, that mirror is merely a standard immortal treasure used to measure fates in the immortal court. Besides its high status, it has no other useful abilities, though every Dao Sovereign has a few hundred or so in their treasury. Interesting. The 9 Lives Dao Sovereign began to float slowly once again, sitting atop the heavenly gate, crossing her legs. Is there someone who can act under my nose in 9 lives? Who is it? Show me that method. Jing Yu shook his head and respectfully said, to not deceive the Dao Sovereign, this method cannot be transcribed or recited, and even my divine sense cannot record it in a jade slip. Currently, I have not found any way to reproduce it. Hiss. The 9 Lives Dao Sovereign inhaled sharply, not visible to the world. Such high status. It matters not. She waved her hand. What kind of divine abilities can this method produce? During the qi refining period, there is a fundamental divine ability that condenses a mysterious mirror in the dantian. Jing Yu said, and the 9 Lives Dao Sovereign blew a breath, a wisp of spiritual light slipping into Jing Yu's dantian, and in a moment that spiritual light slipped out, pinched between the fingers of the 9 Lives Dao Sovereign, and was rubbed into her brow. After a moment, the 9 Lives Dao Sovereign opened her eyes, her face expressionless, her fingers coming together, inserting unhesitatingly into her brow. The red and white liquid slowly flowed down the edges of the punctured hole, yet the 9 Lives Dao Sovereign appeared unfazed, even curling her fingers, slightly stirring it vigorously. This scene made Jing Yu's eyelids twitch, but he did not dare to speak. What is the Dao Sovereign doing? Pulling her fingers from the punctured hole in her brow, she pinched out a colorful crystal, flicking it with her fingers, and the crystal instantly vanished into the void. Then the wounds of the 9 Lives Dao Sovereign slowly closed, the red and white liquid on her forehead and fingers also disappearing, her complexion finally returning to normal, even adding a hint of a smile. Do you have any other questions? Today I am in a good mood, so I will answer them together. Jing Yu felt a chill run down his spine, looking in shock at the stunningly beautiful woman in the deep purple robe before him, his heart sinking. Has the Dao Sovereign lost her memory? Jing Yu was unsettled by the 9 Lives Dao Lord's sudden behavior and anxiously asked, Dao Lord, what about me? Ask no more. The 9 Lives Dao Lord said gravely, do not think about it either. And do not even come close. The once composed 9 Lives Dao Lord waved his hand in irritation. I do not wish to remember, which means this matter is beyond my capacity to bear. If even a Dao Lord cannot bear it, do you understand my meaning? I will not meddle in this matter. If you ask me, I know nothing, for I have already severed my memories, cut them cleanly away. From now on, I will no longer pry into your thoughts. Whatever you think has nothing to do with me. Even the most obtuse person would now realize they were in grave trouble. Jing Yu stood dumbfounded. Then shall I just let things take their course? Let things take their course. Good. You are finally beginning to grasp the way. The 9 lives Tao Lord rolled his eyes. Let me state first, I now know nothing. But by common sense what my severed memories revealed is neither entirely auspicious nor entirely ominous. Do you understand my meaning? Whether it is fortune or calamity depends on you. I leave the Puppet True Solution Foundation Establishment chapter here. Remember to take it when you leave. This token still has one complete chance to enter and exit. If you face a life and death crisis, you can activate it. It will remain effective for over 400 years. The teleportation location will vary slightly. This time I have calibrated the position so you will still emerge in your own meditation chamber. I have placed the Golden Core chapter in a secret realm near carefree Immortal City. If you need it, you can seek it out. By the way, I discovered something interesting in the Immortal realm over these years. It seems that other chosen from other Immortal selection halls have also reincarnated in this realm. Whether this is the scheme of other Tao Lords or mere coincidence remains unknown. Their allegiance is unclear, so you should keep a low profile. After hastily giving these instructions, the 9 lives Tao Lord dispersed, this divine thought clone, as if fleeing, leaving behind only a green jade slip that fell with a crisp sound into Jing Yu's hand. Holding the jade slip, Jing Yu's heart churned with mixed emotions. He tried calling out a few times. Tao Lord, Tao Lord. No one answered him. Oh, what a mess this is. Jing Yu felt troubled. The mirror of fate observation art was extremely overbearing. Currently, he saw no hope of switching to another cultivation method. Yet this art only reached the Golden Core perfection stage with no subsequent techniques. His path of chi cultivation could only be cut short at the Golden Core. Could he possibly create the subsequent techniques himself? Jing Yu was momentarily stunned, suddenly considering this possibility. Why had he, the possessor of the long life destiny, obtained this mirror of fate observation art? Both the 10,000 lifespan and 9 lives Tao Lords who share the long life and far-seeing destiny have already formed their Tao fruits. Their paths are set and cannot abandon their achievement techniques to cultivate this method. In this era, only I possess endless life, allowing me to start from scratch, slowly experiment, and improve the technique. Jing Yu vaguely grasped a thread of fate. The one who sent me this technique hopes I can establish a new path through it. But why? What is that person's purpose? Who is that person after all? Why did even a figure like the 9 lives Tao Lord, upon a single glance at the created technique, feel compelled to sever his own memories, remain silent, and not even dare to think about it? Was it because I possessed the long life and far-seeing destiny that I received this technique, or was I given the long life and far-seeing destiny so that I could establish a new path through this technique? Could this be my fated destiny? In the depths of the unseen, Jing Yu seemed to grasp another thread of his own. The mysterious mirror in his dantian trembled slightly, as if providing some feedback. Jing Yu was astonished to find that the mana within his body seemed denser and more resilient than a moment ago. This was not an increase in the total amount of mana, for he was already at the great perfection of the 10th chi refining layer. Unless he achieved foundation establishment, his mana could advance no further. Rather, it was a qualitative enhancement in the very essence of the mana. I had long suspected that this mirror of fate observation art possessed an extremely high rank. Even as a fragmentary text that only reaches the Golden Core perfection stage, its wonders are in no way inferior to the Bitter Crossing Sutra or spirit nurturing art. Yet compared to ordinary techniques of the lower realm, it held no overwhelming advantage. Now it seems it is actually a technique capable of growth. Observing fate, observing fate. Could the key lie in observing one's destiny? Jing Yu shook his head, setting aside this thought for now. At least before the nascent soul stage, his chi cultivation realm would not be stalled due to the technique. Since his lifespan was infinite, he could take his time in the days to come to consider how to continue his path. He then took out the golden token, infused it with a stream of mana, and with a buzzing sound the world spun around him. He found himself back in his own meditation chamber. Jing Yu activated the chi concealment art to suppress his spiritual pressure to the level of an early 9th layer chi refining cultivator. Pushing open the door of the meditation chamber, a gentle ray of sunlight fell upon him, warming his entire body. Jing Yu squinted, sensing the solar essence in the sunlight seeping into his body at an extremely slow pace, nourishing his bitter crossing divine body and causing a minuscule imperceptible increase in his body refinement cultivation. As the Bitter Crossing Sutra deepens, even essences like the solar and lunar essence can be refined to some extent. Jing Yu mused with narrowed eyes. This was not merely an increase in cultivation, it meant that the Bitter Crossing Sutra, as a hybrid body refinement technique, was becoming more versatile, allowing it to adapt to increasingly extreme environments. For instance, if it could continuously absorb solar power, the Bitter Crossing divine body might even become directly immune to techniques imbued with solar mana. Truly worthy of a technique personally designed by a Tao Venerable. I wonder how much of a contribution the 10,000 lifespan Tao Lord made to it. Jing Yu curled his lips, pushed open the courtyard gate, and headed toward the home of his neighbor Mu Shan. At that moment inside Mu Shan's home in Zhao Mingyu's bedchamber. Zhao Mingyu, now 90 years old, sat in a wicker chair in her bedchamber wrapped in a blanket. She curled up in the chair like a crumpled, old paper ball. Her hair had turned completely white, but not the glossy white tinged with a hint of yellow. Rather, it was a decaying bleak white that exuded an aura of withering. Zhao Mingyu's poor body refinement cultivation had failed to preserve the vitality within her body against the erosion of time. Now she was no different from the ordinary mortals on the verge of death. Across from her sat a woman who appeared very young. Her features were stunningly beautiful, yet her temperament was like an orchid in a secluded valley. Though her skin was as smooth as congealed fat, it exuded an unapproachable chill. The skin on the back of her hands was so pale, it was almost translucent, and the blue-green veins beneath were clearly visible. The woman held a copy of the secret records and archives of Zhao Kingdom and was flipping through it. You and she, today we will discuss the birthday banquet over 60 years ago that completely changed the political landscape of Zhao Kingdom. Zhao Mingyu's hoarse voice sounded, and she spoke with some effort. On that day, the 7 imperial heirs each presented birthday gifts with their own implications. Today we will analyze the subtleties behind them. Grandmother, this secret records of the state of Zhao chronicles everything from the kingdom's founding until your departure in search of immortality. Though it details only mortal schemes and conspiracies, Yuan, she, now a cultivator, still finds its perils deeply unsettling. Zhao Yuan, she tilted her head. It seems even darker than the cultivation world. Zhao Mingyu, her voice barely a whisper, forced out a grim smile and said slowly, "You're not wrong there. The cultivation world may be ruled by strength, but the gap between major realms is vast. No matter how cunning a chi refining cultivator's schemes, they are but a single spell away for a foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, despite its rigid hierarchy, cultivators often act with greater openness, avoiding such filthy entanglements. That was the case with your granduncle Ming Jing back then. At that birthday feast, the imperial princes were all meant to display their talents. Even those with no ambition for the throne had to maintain appearances. How could anyone come without a gift? At the very least, they should have prepared something conventional, like the 4th Prince Ming Cheng's Shoshan stone. But your granduncle Ming Jing brought nothing at all, which was quite conspicuous. Yet he seemed utterly unconcerned, as if he had already obtained a celestial opportunity and was confident he could escape effortlessly from an innate grandmaster. A faint smile curved Zhao Yuan's lips. The moment she smiled, the frost on her face melted, revealing the playful charm of a young girl. Granduncle has always been so reckless, yet he always leaves himself an escape route. Bold but cautious. Perhaps not giving a gift might have been fine, Zhao Mingyu said, lifting her heavy eyelids. But what second aunt Zhao Mingyu and 7th brother Zhao Mingfu did was a grave mistake. Especially Zhao Mingyu. She was raised as a rival to Crown Prince Mingyang. As a woman, bearing children was no easy feat, and she had only one promising heir, Prince Chengyu. She wished the entire capital knew that Emperor Zhao Sheng had such a worthy grandson. When Prince Chengyu was assassinated, Zhao Mingyu could not escape blame. Grandaunt Mingyu had no choice. Without Uncle Chengyu's help, how could she ever compare to Crown Prince Mingyang? Zhao Yuan, she said softly. Indeed. Don't be fooled by Crown Prince Mingyang's unremarkable 20 years in the Eastern Palace. Being a crown prince is a delicate art, far harder than being an emperor. The hardships are beyond outsiders' understanding. Zhao Mingyu suddenly sneered. It was just the 4th prince's luck that he was named heir only when the late emperor was near death. Had he entered the Eastern Palace 5 years earlier, he would have been deposed. What about the 5th Prince Minglu? Zhao Yuan, she asked, puzzled. Perhaps I've never met granduncle Minglu, but from what I see in these records, I feel. You think Zhao Minglu was biding his time? Zhao Mingyu chuckled. I thought so too at first. But spend enough time with him and you'll see. He's a true... Zhao Yuan, she smiled softly. She had long grown accustomed to her grandmother's sharp remarks about her uncles and aunts. Since she had begun to draw qi into her body, she often visited her grandmother's chamber, where Zhao Mingyu would regale her with tales, classics, travelogues, imperial strategies, royal secrets. Some mere stories, others stark, bloody realities. The room fell silent. Zhao Yuan, she looked at Zhao Mingyu in her rattan chair only to find her grandmother had already closed her eyes, emitting soft snores. Zhao Yuan, she sighed inwardly. In recent years, her grandmother often drifted off mid-conversation. Sometimes she even feared the old woman might never wake again. Quietly rising, she checked Zhao Mingyu's breath and faint heartbeat, adjusted the blanket draped over her. She found Jing Yu standing in the courtyard. Granduncle. Jing Yu had been in seclusion for months, rarely seen. Zhao Yuan, she approached, studied him, and exclaimed joyfully, "Congratulations on your breakthrough, granduncle." Jing Yu's spiritual pressure had just reached the early 9th layer of qi refining, qualifying him to attempt foundation establishment. Jing Yu smiled and nodded. Yuan Shi, how is the ice muscle jade bone art I gave you progressing? I've just reached the 3rd layer and find it quite challenging. Zhao Yuan, she said, cultivating this body tempering art has slowed my qi refining progress. The 3rd layer is not bad, Jing Yu mused. Where is Yuan Shun? Zhao Yuan, she awkwardly replied. He went drinking at the Outer Market Tavern early this morning with some friends. Jing Yu frowned. Drinking at dawn, eh? Before age 6, when Zhao Yuanshen's spiritual root was untested, Zhao Mingyu doted on him. But after confirming he had none, she poured all her energy into Zhao Yuan, she neglecting her own grandson. Zhao Changyan always followed his mother's lead and, busy with duties at the Immortal News Pavilion, paid little attention to his son's upbringing. Only Mu Pei still cared for her biological son, but she spoiled him, never harsh with scoldings. Yet Zhao Yuanshun, lacking a spiritual root, was merely a mortal relative of cultivators, slightly better off than the mortal servants in the market. Gradually he gave up spending his days in drunken stupor with similarly unfortunate friends. Jing Yu thought to himself, showered with affection before 6, then separated from his sister by the chasm between mortal and immortal. Such a fall is unbearable for most. Zhao Yuanshen's current plight was perhaps his destined fate. Bang! A faint sound reached Jing Yu's ears. His heart jolted. It came from his 3rd sister's chamber. Pushing open the door, he found Zhao Mingyu collapsed on the floor. Grandmother! Zhao Yuan, she cried in panic, instinctively reaching to help. Wait! She must have risen from the rattan chair, lost her footing, and fallen. Jing Yu stopped Zhao Yuan. She approached, gently righted Zhao Mingyu, fed her a restorative pill, and channeled a soothing stream of spiritual energy to warm and heal the elderly woman's body. After a while, the unconscious Zhao Mingyu slowly stirred, opening her clouded eyes to meet Jing Yu's grim expression. She offered a painful smile. Her flame is spent. 3rd sister's time is up. Jing Yu's heart sank. He turned to Zhao Yuanshi. Fetch your parents, your aunt and uncle, and that brother of yours who's off drinking in broad daylight. Perhaps the pill Jing Yu had given her took effect. Zhao Mingyu's stiff eyes grew slightly more animated. She managed to speak weakly. 6th brother, help me up. I have a few words to tell you. Jiang Yu sighed as he helped Zhao Mingyu onto the bed, saying, 3rd sister, is there anything else you wish to convey while you are still clear-headed? At that moment, Zhao Mingyu had regained her composure and replied clearly, please first set up a soundproofing spell. Jiang Yu assumed Zhao Mingyu had some secret to disclose, and although he found it strange, he complied. Once the soundproofing spell was established, Zhao Mingyu carefully examined Jiang Yu's face and remarked, 6th brother, your body refinement skills have indeed deepened. What level of body refinement are you at now? I've been stuck at the 6th level of body refinement for quite some time. Why do you bring this up? Zhao Mingyu chuckled softly. Body refinement is wonderful, but once one reaches a high level, it can solidify one's appearance, allowing a man nearing 80 to look like a lad in his 20s. But 6th brother, have you truly succeeded in body refinement concealing your old age? Or do you never age at all, eh? Jiang Yu's heart tightened for a moment, but he quickly relaxed, maintaining a calm demeanor, and replied, 3rd sister, what are you talking about? Zhao Mingyu continued, 6th brother, you have a remarkable calmness in the face of major events, often appearing unfazed even in dire situations. The more turbulent your heart, the more composed your expression. This is a strength in hiding your secrets, but too much of it can be excessive. I have unraveled a significant secret of yours. Regardless of whether this secret's implications are true or false, you should at least be a bit surprised, though otherwise it would seem a bit insincere. Only those with spiritual roots can draw qi into their bodies. Without spiritual roots, mortals are eternally disconnected from cultivation. This is an ironclad rule. However, the cultivation world is vast and full of wonders, with many exceptions. One such exception is the innate Tao body. The innate Tao body is exceedingly rare, even more so than spiritual roots. Yet if a person possesses an innate Tao body, they can generate their own spiritual roots and naturally embark on the path of cultivation. Zhao Mingyu spoke eloquently, no longer discussing Jiang Yu's matters, but instead beginning to explain the innate Tao body. Jiang Yu certainly knew what the so-called innate Tao body was. It was merely a type of fate with external characteristics. However, the recently revived cultivation civilization in the Immortal Isles had only existed for a mere 100,000 years. Even those hidden who had reached the pinnacle of this realm were a group of unsophisticated bumpkins, mistaking various types of fates as belonging to the category of innate Tao bodies. Some characteristics of the innate Tao body are outwardly apparent and easy to recognize, while others lack any visible traits, making those with an innate Tao body indistinguishable from ordinary people. One type of innate Tao body is called the evergreen Tao body, which naturally grants 500 additional years of lifespan compared to others. In our Penglai Immortal Isles, there have been a few examples over nearly 10,000 years. Except for those who died prematurely, all the others eventually achieved success in cultivation, with the least among them being golden core true people. Zhao Mingyu slowly said. No wonder sixth brother was so calm back, then seemingly not taking the search for immortals to heart, only indulging in the waterscapes with Empressin. It turns out he already knew his lifespan was secure, which is why he viewed everything with such indifference. However, there is one thing I cannot understand. The evergreen Tao body is no different from ordinary people. Even if there are differences, it is only at 50 or 60 years of age that those with the Tao body still look youthful, revealing clues. Yet you sixth brother seem to have known you possessed the Tao body since your youth. What is the reasoning behind this? Zhao Mingyu frowned and said, unless you have mastered some secret methods to identify the innate Tao body. If that is the case, everything falls into place. Why did you subtly imply at the birth of Yuanxin and Yuanxi that Yuanxi would possess spiritual roots? Why did you present the ice muscle jade bone art at Yuanxi's ascension banquet? Although inferior spiritual roots are considered good talent for casual cultivators, they are far from sufficient to indulge in body refinement and waste time. Now it seems if you realize that Yuanxi's birth that she also possesses the evergreen Tao body, then it all makes sense. These doubts were merely a seed, but when Yuanxi tested for her spiritual roots, the seed finally sprouted, and I truly confirmed that this was not just my paranoid suspicion. Jing Yu stared blankly at Zhao Mingyu, who looked like a piece of dead skin, and sighed. Third sister, you are truly unfortunate. Zhao Mingyu naturally knew what Jing Yu found unfortunate about. She slowly closed her eyes and said, although the innate Tao body is rare, it is not something to be hidden away. However, I have scoured the entire Wushan Market's Immortal News Pavilion for tales of the cultivation world and have never heard of any method to accurately measure the innate Tao body. If others were to learn of your ability, it would likely lead to endless troubles. Moreover, while the evergreen Tao body only extends life by 500 years, as long as one's talent and fortune are not so poor that they provoke the wrath of both gods and men, they will at least ensure one becomes a golden core true person. It is inevitable to attract envy. If there are two evergreen Tao bodies in one family within 3 generations, such a thing has never occurred in history. I even suspect that our Zhao family possesses some kind of immortal bloodline, a descendant of an imperial lineage from some immortal clan. If golden core true people or nascent soul true monarchs come to investigate, both you and Yuanxi may be in danger. Zhao Mingyu said laboriously, there are still too many flaws. Sixth brother, you need to retrieve a jade box carved with a double dragon, playing with a pearl pattern from that cabinet over there. Jing Yu followed Zhao Mingyu's instructions and indeed found a jade box. He opened it to discover it was filled with a stack of paper documents. Upon closer inspection, he realized the documents detailed the various spiritual herbs required for the low-grade beauty-enhancing beauty pill. What is this? Jing Yu looked up at Zhao Mingyu astonished. Payer has been buying alchemy materials for you over the years, and each time I would remind her to buy extra materials needed for refining the beauty pill. I burned all the materials I brought back. Yet all the documents from the past 20 years are right here. Zhao Mingyu chuckled softly. With mere 6th level body refinement, it's still not enough. If you also factor in decades of daily refining beauty pills, then your current appearance could just barely be considered passable. With these documents, and being an alchemist, others won't be able to catch your flaws. This matter can be smoothed over. However, staying in Wushan Market for so many years, your connections and acquaintances have long since intertwined here. If a few years later you attempt to establish a foundation here, once successful, it will inevitably attract attention. New foundation cultivators will draw inquiries from several market masters, and then there will be a pile of matters to handle. Zhao Mingyu paused after speaking so much and continued, it would be better to go to a higher level area. Nearby Yunlai Immortal City, Wanchuan Immortal City, and Xiaoyao Immortal City are all good places. Zhao Mingyu, now clinging to life by a thread, had spoken so much, all of it for planning her own future. Jing Yu was moved despite himself and asked repeatedly, I will do as you say, third sister. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Zhao Mingyu gasped for breath several times before saying, Mushan failed to break through to foundation establishment and will never have another chance to continue on the path of cultivation. He and Qinghuan have no children. In 10 or 20 years, most of the resources they have accumulated will be left to Li Sheng. Li Sheng is a good child, one who knows gratitude. In my early years, I wanted to arrange a match between him and Yuanxi, but unfortunately Yuanxi seemed uninterested, so I gave up. In the future, if you go to the Immortal City, you will still have some connections in Wushan Market. Do not sever those ties. Wu Qitian of the Wushan Puppet Society is a prodigious talent. With his qi refining cultivation, he overturned the old order between the market's cultivators and mortal body refiners, bringing the divide between immortals and mortals to the forefront. Unfortunately, his aptitude for cultivation is limited. Now that he is older, he has no hope of reaching foundation establishment in this lifetime. His son Wu Buchuan has excellent talent. Not only does his puppet craftsmanship surpass his father's, but at just 40 years old, he has already reached the 8th layer of qi refining. In a few years, he will attempt foundation establishment for the first time. If he succeeds on the path of foundation establishment, his puppet arts will reach a terrifying level. You sixth brother have a close relationship with him, and in the future you can certainly rely on him as a major ally. The former market master Yuan Xiaojin has been transferred to Xiaoyao Immortal City. If you go there in the future, you will inevitably cross paths with him, as you both hail from Wushan Market. However, Yuan Xiaojin is a direct descendant of the Yuan clan. There are many internal conflicts within large families, and it is best not to become too entangled. If you wish to keep a low-profile sixth brother, there is no need to form a deep friendship with him. On a larger scale, the Xiaoyao Alliance, as the largest loose cultivator alliance in the Chuanyun domain, is now in irreconcilable conflict with the local sects. The Xiaoyao Alliance's leader, true person Bao Ding, is a grand cultivator at the peak of the late Golden Core stage. Unless a nascent soul cultivator appears, no one can rival him. Our Chuanyun domain's immortal path is not flourishing, and there are no permanent nascent soul lords. It can be said that whichever local grand cultivator first ascends to nascent soul lord will be the undisputed master of the Chuanyun domain. Will that candidate be true person Bao Ding of the Xiaoyao Alliance? Or true person Yuehua? Or perhaps one of the grand cultivators from Huanhua sect, Bishui Gate Xiaolei Temple, or Huda sect? It is hard to say. After all, my level is too low and I cannot see many things clearly. You do not need to tie yourself firmly to any single faction, sixth brother. With your alchemy skills, you can play both sides and wait to see which way the wind blows. Qingyan and Pei'er are both mortals. Fortunately, I have used my old face to secure a blessing for them enough to protect them until the end of their days. You need not worry about them. As for Yuanxi, she is the only cultivator in my line, and she possesses the evergreen Tao body. The path of immortality ahead will be full of thorns. I beg you to look after her, sixth brother. Do you even need to ask? Jing Yu flicked his sleeve, his expression displeased. She is my own grandniece after all. And Yuanqin. Zhao Mingyu was silent for a long time, then turned her head away. Do not bother with him. What kind of talk is that? Jing Yu sighed. Is there anything else? As if remembering something, a flicker of light returned to Zhao Mingyu's eyes. She spoke with difficulty. If you ever encounter that enemy of mine, sixth brother, and your cultivation and combat prowess far surpasses, you may deal with him as you see fit. But if you are not his match, prioritize your own safety and do not reveal yourself. Third sister Yu. Jing Yu was stunned. A lifelong obsession, and in the end it has come to nothing. I only hope Yuanqi can cultivate some skill so she no longer has to depend on others' whims like Immortal. There is no need to burden her with this. Zhao Mingyu smiled faintly. Sixth brother, you can lift the soundproofing spell. I want to see the children one last time. Jing Yu's expression stiffened. He waved his sleeve, and the soundproofing spell dissipated as the bedroom door swung open. At that moment, Mu Shan, Zhao Qinghuan, Zhao Qingyan, Mu Pei, and Zhao Yuanqi were already standing outside the door. Mother! Zhao Qinghuan, who already showed signs of aging, rushed in, first embracing Zhao Mingyu and weeping loudly. Zhao Qingyan also stepped forward quickly, his eyes red and his throat tight, as if holding back tears. Zhao Mingyu gently stroked Zhao Qinghuan's graying hair and murmured, Qinghuan, you have grown old too. With that, she looked at Zhao Yuanqi and beckoned to her granddaughter. Yuanqi, come here. Zhao Yuanqi quickly approached, kneeling beside Zhao Mingyu's bed, her eyes brimming with tears. Grandmother, speak. Your granduncle will soon set out for a nearby immortal city to plan for foundation establishment. You will go with him, Zhao Mingyu said hoarsely. The pond of Wushan Market is too small to nurture a true dragon. Follow your granduncle and go see the world. Zhao Yuanqi was stunned. She glanced reluctantly at her parents, then gritted her teeth. Grandmother, I understand. Mu Shan. The silver-haired Mu Shan stepped forward, his voice filled with sorrow. Mother. Zhao Mingyu gripped Mu Shan's hand tightly. Good son-in-law, good son-in-law. She repeated these words, then fell silent for a long time. Her eyes searched the room for someone, but seemed not to find them. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face, mingled with a hint of regret. She murmured to Zhao Qingyan, Qingyan, that child Yuanqin. You must keep a tighter rein on him in the future. Do not let him cause trouble. Oh, I have ruined him with my indulgence. Zhao Qingyan knelt on both knees, his face streaming with tears. Your son understands. Jing Yu leaned down, bringing his ear close to Zhao Mingyu's dry, cracked lips, listening intently to what she had to say. 62 years ago at that birthday banquet. Do you remember the loquat fruit I gave you? Of course I do, Jing Yu said in a deep voice. Actually, the loquat tree that father and mother planted together. I dug it up by the roots the year after mother died because of my mischief. The loquat tree in the backyard was one I later transplanted with big brother. Jing Yu was startled. That loquat tree carried father's endless grief for Empress Jiaoi, and you accidentally dug it up, third sister. Then you transplanted another one. You and big brother must have done it secretly. As if reading his thoughts, Zhao Mingyu laughed softly. Wrong. Completely wrong. Big brother, and I did not hide it from anyone. Quite a few people in the imperial city knew about it, but father never asked. Hey, he probably forgot too. The dying, old woman's tone was laced with mockery. That summer the loquat tree bore fruit. I deliberately picked the greenest ones and presented them to him, but I suppose he never tasted them, so he never knew how sour they were. I had planned to tell this as a joke to Big Brother after the birthday banquet. Huh, Big Brother. Those years were not easy for him. Zhao Mingyu's eyelids drooped, her voice fading, her breaths becoming faint and indistinct. If only I had a spiritual root. What good are those blasted immortals? In her final moments, as if summoning every last ounce of strength, Zhao Mingyu raised a withered, mottled finger and pointed toward the sky. After a moment, the finger lost its strength and fell limply. Mother! Zhao Qinghuan lunged at Zhao Mingyu's gradually cooling body, wailing uncontrollably. Everyone in the room was in tears. At this moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the courtyard. What happened? What is going on here? Jing Yu pushed the door open and looked outside, where a disheveled young man in splendid attire rushed into the courtyard, exuding a mixed scent of alcohol and perfume that was quite nauseating. Zhao Qingyan, who was showing signs of aging but was originally deeply saddened, felt his blood boil at the sight of the young man in splendid attire rushing forward and delivering a resounding slap that sent him flying. Smack! Useless thing. You went out early in the morning to drink and carouse with that bunch of scoundrels, and your sister had to send people to 3 flower houses just to find you. Your grandmother is critically ill and sent a message for you to hurry back, yet you didn't even get to see her one last time. How did I raise such a waste of a son? Although Zhao Qingyan had made no progress in body refining in recent years, he was still a body refining master at the 3rd level, and his strength was immense. Even if he held back, Zhao Yuanqing, who had been out seeking pleasure, was just an ordinary person and could hardly withstand such force. His mouth was swollen and began to bleed. Being already drunk and having taken such a slap, Zhao Yuanqing was disoriented and stumbled to his feet, standing there in a daze. Seeing his son in such a state, Zhao Qingyan grew even angrier and raised his hand to strike again, but was stopped by his wife, who was crying, "Damn it, Qingyan, do it on purpose." Who knew that mother would suddenly? You can't just kill him. Zhao Qingyan, furious, yelled, "You protect him then. A loving mother spoils her son." Jing Yu could no longer stand it, flicked her sleeves, pushed Zhao Qingyan away and frowned. What have you become? What do you mean a loving mother spoils her son? Haven't you been too lenient with Yuanqing? Zhao Qingyan trembled slightly, slowly lowering his head, but remained silent. At this moment, Zhao Yuanqing gradually sobered up, staring blankly in the direction of Zhao Mingyu's bedroom, incredulously saying, "Grandmother, has she left?" After several chaotic days, the body of Zhao Mingyu was buried. The funeral was kept simple and understood. It wasn't that they didn't want to hold a grand event, it was just that most ordinary body refiners without relatives or connections in the marketplace had been cleared out. Betraying an old friend was still a despicable act, and not only among the few ordinary body refiners left, but even in the circle of cultivators, Zhao Mingyu's reputation was not good. Now they had only erected a small grave mound in the designated cemetery outside the marketplace for the relatives of cultivators. Apart from Jing Yu Mushan and Zhao Qingyan, only a single Wu Buchuan came to pay his respects, and that was mainly due to Jing Yu's personal connections. "Uncle Zhao, are you really going to build your foundation in the Xiaoyao Immortal City?" Wu Buchuan, 40 years old, had not taken any youth-preserving elixirs and did not practice body refinement, thus appearing quite middle-aged with a beard beneath his chin. To others, he looked more like Jing Yu's uncle, and the address of Uncle Zhao felt quite out of place. "I am already 76 years old, and the limit of my vitality is not far off at 80. Naturally, I cannot delay any longer. I've heard that Xiaoyao Immortal City has special caves for cultivators to break through their foundations with rich spiritual energy that can slightly increase the probability of success." Jing Yu said slowly. "That's true, but that probability is still minuscule. Besides, Uncle Zhao, even though you are at the 9th level of qi refinement, you have just broken through, and your magical power is still unstable. You should solidify your cultivation first." Wu Buchuan subtly pointed this out, thinking that Jing Yu's current cultivation was merely the result of forcefully consuming pills. Such unstable magical power could not be trifled with when attempting to build a foundation, and even with a genuine foundation-building, pill failure could lead to severe injury. It was not unreasonable for Wu Buchuan to think this way. Although Jing Yu was 76 years old, he had only begun cultivating at 45, meaning he had only been practicing for 31 years. Moreover, his visible spiritual root talent was just average, making his speed quite remarkable. If converted to a cultivator who began at age 6, that meant entering the 9th level of qi refinement at 37, a level only achievable by inner disciples with decent talent in major sects. For a cultivator like Jing Yu with such talent to reach the 9th level of qi refinement in 31 years, one would have to consume pills like candy and allow the toxicity from the pills to accumulate within their body, as there were almost no other possibilities. "I am aware of this myself," Jing Yu nodded. "Buchuan, you are now at the 8th level of qi refinement, and it is estimated that you will reach the 9th level in 7 to 10 years. What are your plans for the future? Wu Buchuan sighed. Alas, my father is getting old and I fear. There are not many years left for him. As a son, I must stay here to see him through to the end. Once I have seen off the elder in my family, I estimate I will have to make a trip to Xiaoyao Immortal City, as it is a sacred place for the rise of puppet cultivation. How can I not go and take a look? Then I will welcome you in Xiaoyao Immortal City when the time comes, Jing Yu said with a slight smile. After paying their respects to Zhao Mingyu, everyone returned home, with Zhao Qinghuan and Zhao Qingyin still showing traces of tears on their faces, while Zhao Yuanqi had reverted to his usual icy demeanor, and Zhao Yuanqing hung his head low, swollen cheek, drooping behind everyone. Jing Yu placed 40 spirit stones on the table, pushing them towards Zhao Qingyin and Zhao Qinghuan. Qingyin uncle is going to Xiaoyao Immortal City to build his foundation. The journey is long, and we may not meet again in this lifetime. Here are 40 spirit stones. You each take 20 as a reserve for emergencies in the future. Zhao Qingyin and Zhao Qinghuan exchanged glances, both pushing the spirit stones back in unison. Zhao Qinghuan said, Uncle, my husband and I have no offspring, and that Li Sheng is a worry-free child. There's no need for you to concern yourself with this. It's better to take these spirit stones back. Zhao Qingyin then looked at Zhao Yuanqi frowning and said, Uncle Yuanqi will still need your care in the future. How can we take your spirit stones? Moreover, Uncle's foundation building requires spirit stones. Even though your identity as a pill master means you are financially well off, buying a genuine foundation building pill is more than enough. Why not try asking for an exceptional foundation building pill instead? It might just be a matter of that half-step probability. Don't worry, I am not short of this little bit. Take it if you want. Jing Yu had deposited over 600 spirit stones he had accumulated over the years into the spirit stone shop in Wushan Marketplace, and now these 40 spirit stones were all he had left in physical currency. After all, the journey to Xiaoyao Immortal City was long, and even taking the official long-distance flying ship might encounter unscrupulous cultivators. Carrying over 600 spirit stones out was bound to attract unwanted attention. Now that he had stored the spirit stones in the Wushan Spirit Stone shop, he only held a unique receipt with magical imprints. When he arrived in Xiaoyao Immortal City, he could use the receipt to withdraw his spirit stones from the shop there. Even if the receipt were to be stolen, as long as he did not personally go there, the spirit stones could not be taken out, making it extremely safe and convenient. Jing Yu explained the pros and cons to the two of them, and Zhao Qinghuan and Zhao Qingyin no longer insisted, each accepting the spirit stones. Old Mu, if it weren't for your long journey to the Zhao Kingdom's imperial capital to rescue me back in the day, I wouldn't be where I am today. There's no need for us to say more between us. Jing Yu patted the shoulder of his old friend and spoke slowly. Uncle, over the years I've watched your cultivation rise step by step, revealing your talents in puppet mastery and alchemy. Although you have few friends, each one is a true confidant. Mu Shan sighed. Now 31 years have passed. Among the three who were summoned in the Zhao Kingdom's imperial capital, Daoist Hu Yiming is still stuck at the 3rd level of qi refinement, and Sheng, who has a talent similar to yours, has only reached the 6th level of qi refinement. I wonder when they will break through their bottlenecks and enter the later stage of qi refinement, while you, Uncle. You are so bold and diligent. Indeed, you could really help me continue on the path of foundation establishment. I appreciate your kind words. Jing Yu suddenly remembered. I recall that as long as a cultivator condenses their immortal foundation under our carefree alliance, becoming a foundation establishment cultivator, the initial summoner will receive a reward of 10 spirit stones. Haha, old Mu, just wait to collect your spirit stones. Jing Yu finally shifted his gaze to Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuanqing, having mingled in the market for many years as a commoner, had long recognized the stark difference between mortals and immortals, and had a deep understanding of a commoner's status. Thus, he felt more fear than anything towards Jing Yu, this uncle. Now as Jing Yu's heavy gaze pressed down on him, Zhao Yuanqing felt a chill in his heart and instinctively shrank his neck. However, Jing Yu looked at Zhao Yuanqing with some regret. In his view, Zhao Yuanqing's transformation into a spoiled young master was actually a result of his upbringing and various external influences. Had Zhao Yuanqing and Zhao Yuanqi both been mere mortals, Zhao Mingyu would never have poured all her efforts into Zhao Yuanqi. Even if she doted on Zhao Yuanqing, her guidance would not have been lacking. If both had spiritual roots, the same logic would apply. Yet the brother and sister were separated by the divide of mortals and immortals, leading Zhao Mingyu to neglect Zhao Yuanqing for 20 years after he turned 6, eventually coming to this point. Rather than saying Zhao Yuanqing was inherently unworthy, it would be more accurate to say he was a pitiful victim influenced by fate. Looking at this young man in splendid attire with one side of his face still swollen, Jing Yu sighed heavily. Could fate truly not be changed? Suddenly a flash of enlightenment crossed his mind, and the mocking words of the 9 lives Tao Lord from the puppet's secret realm echoed in his ears. Hey, Those willing to change fate lack the ability, and those with the ability lack the willingness. Isn't that just destiny? Yes. Jing Yu's eyes brightened. Zhao Yuansheng was still his nephew, and he couldn't just let him continue this way, which represented willingness. When he went to carefree Immortal City, he could start his foundation establishment soon, and in the city, he would be a significant figure. Managing a mere commoner was indeed within his means, which represented ability. With both willingness and ability, Zhao Yuansheng's fate could indeed be changed. Zhao Yuansheng felt somewhat apprehensive under the gaze of his uncle, a latest-stage qi refinement master, and was about to make an excuse to slip away and have fun when he heard his uncle speak to his father. Qingyan, as I head to carefree Immortal City, I need to focus on preparing for foundation establishment. I'm lacking a trustworthy aide to handle miscellaneous matters, and since Yuansheng idles away in the market, he has no proper tasks. Why not let him come with me? Zhao Yuansheng's heart sank, and he was bewildered. He wasn't very familiar with this uncle who often secluded himself, and they rarely exchanged a few words. Why would he specifically request him to accompany him? He waved his hand in a panic, saying, Uncle, I'm quite clumsy. I can't do anything right, and I fear it would delay your important matters. Jing Yu's expression turned serious as he said, You will learn. I'm not asking you to face life-threatening challenges, just some ordinary tasks that you'll get used to after a while. Mu Pei seemed reluctant to part with her son, but was just about to speak when she was shot a glare by Zhao Qingyan. She bit her lip and said, Uncle's words are reasonable. We can't let Yuansheng waste his life in the market. It would be good for him to see the world in the Immortal City. Mu Pei urged, The journey from Wushan Market to carefree Immortal City is long. Even on the latest long-distance flying ship, it takes nearly a month for a one-way trip. Just a ticket costs 5 spirit stones, and we have few years left to live. Where would we get to see each other again? Zhao Qingyan naturally didn't want to part with his son, but at this moment, it was a rare opportunity for a somewhat indifferent uncle to lift up his son. How could he miss this chance? He could only say, At most we can use spirit messages or sound transmission talismans. We won't lose contact. Seeing his father agree, Zhao Yuansheng felt a chill in his heart, knowing this was now a done deal. His legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. It's over. I've heard that in carefree Immortal City the status of mortals is even lower. This good life is coming to an end. After arranging matters in Wushan Market for a few days, Jing Yu prepared to set off with Zhao Yuansheng and Zhao. The passenger ships from Wushan Market to carefree Immortal City only ran once a month. Even without a moment's rest, it would take a month to travel. The costs of food, lodging, and travel on the long-distance ship for a cultivator going to such an immortal city far exceeded merely the price of the 5 spirit stone ticket. However, unless one was a foundation establishment cultivator with lasting teleportation abilities, a qi refinement cultivator attempting to cross such a long distance was merely dreaming. Not only would it take dozens of times longer, but one would also have to guard against various demonic beasts along the way. Thus, these spirit stones were truly unavoidable. Uncle, when you reach carefree Immortal City, you can use the token I gave you to find a male cultivator named Pushio. He was once my colleague, but later was transferred to the Immortal Registry Department in carefree Immortal City. Although we haven't been in touch for years, our past friendship remains. Daoist Pu is a good person, and when you arrive in the city, it would be wise to have someone to rely on. If Daoist Pu can assist you, perhaps you can obtain your immortal registration in carefree Immortal City sooner, making future tasks easier. Mu Shan handed a piece of a damaged magical artifact to Jing Yu, instructing him. Thank you. Wait for my good news regarding foundation establishment. Jing Yu turned to look at the dock of Wushan Market, waved goodbye to Mu Shan, Wu Buchuan, Zhao Qingyan, and others, and boarded the ship heading to carefree Immortal City. 5 spirit stones per person, a total of 10. The ship guard glanced at Jing Yu and the others expressionless and said, Each person can bring 2 mortal servants at no charge. Jing Yu and Zhao Yuanxi were both cultivators carrying only a few storage bags, while Zhao Yuanxi, with a storage bag too small for a mortal, had to carry numerous bundles. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but grumble, Damn it, do they think mortals aren't people? Even the ticket is free. Once this batch of passengers boarded the deck, the enormous ship quickly rose into the air, disappearing into the horizon under the gaze of Mu Shan and the others. A month later, a massive ship docked at the port of the Xiangyao Immortal City, with countless qi practitioners and mundane servants gradually disembarking. Most of them looked up at the various buildings in the city, their faces alight with excitement. Jing Yu stood with his hands behind his back, leisurely gazing at the towering city walls of Xiangyao Immortal City, the celestial mountains rising within the city, the grand watchtowers adorned with the style of the Xiangyao Alliance, and at the very center of Xiangyao Immortal City, the landmark building, the Cloud Tower. Zhao Yuanxi, dressed in an ice blue robe, followed closely behind Jing Yu, occasionally glancing around, with Zhao Yuanxi carrying a large bag lagged behind with a dispirited expression. The month-long journey on the ship was far bumpier than he had imagined, exhausting his already frail and weak body. Uncle, isn't Xiangyao Immortal City just too big? Do foundation establishment practitioners seem to be worth so little? In just a short while I've already seen 7 or 8 of them. Looking up at the foundation establishment practitioners occasionally piloting small flying boats overhead, Zhao Yuanxi's expression tightened slightly, his knuckles turning white, clearly unsettled. After all, this is one of the largest immortal cities in the Yunchuan region with over 300,000 resident practitioners. Including the transient ones, it could be around 350,000. However, our Yunchuan region is still a small place. It's said that in several of the major domains in the central part of the Penglai immortal continent, there are immortal cities with populations of 1 million practitioners. Now that is truly impressive. That said, the number of foundation establishment practitioners in Xiangyao Immortal City is nearing 2,000, making it the premier gathering place for high-level practitioners in the Yunchuan region. Uncle, I don't quite understand this. Now that he was firmly on the ground, Zhao Yuancheng's expression improved slightly, but he was puzzled. Isn't it said that about 1 in 300 Qi practitioners can become a foundation establishment practitioner? By that ratio, Xiangyao Immortal City should have just over 1,000 foundation establishment practitioners. How come there are now twice as many? 1 in 300 is the overall ratio in the cultivation world. People ascend to higher realms while water flows to lower grounds. Places like Wushan Market have thin spiritual energy, and the few places suitable for foundation establishment practitioners to cultivate are scarce. Where could they possibly accommodate many high-level practitioners? Anyone with aspirations has flocked to such large immortal cities. Moreover, the distribution of spiritual energy in the world is uneven. In one area, taking a step to the left might lead to a treasure land suitable for a nascent soul true monarch's full cultivation, while taking a step to the right might lead to a place even Qi practitioners disdain. Take the Cloud Tower at the center of Xiangyao Immortal City, which is said to have 1,000 layers. The distribution of spiritual energy is quite peculiar, growing denser as one ascends, reaching its peak around the 600th layer, where the golden core true masters of the alliance meditate. Above that, the spiritual energy gradually thins out until the top layer is almost indistinguishable from the bottom layer. Zhao Yuansheng gazed at the towering 1,000-layer pagoda, exclaiming, I used to think that the richness of spiritual energy depended solely on whether there were spirit stone mines underground. It's not that simple. Of course not. Jing Yu shook his head. The richness of spiritual energy depends on the inherent qualities of the land, which cannot be changed. However, generally speaking, the higher the altitude, the denser the spiritual energy. Therefore, ancient and medieval cultivation sects and families often established their gates and ancestral lands on lofty, celestial mountains. Another factor that can alter the concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding areas is the spiritual vein. Spiritual veins are often formless and intangible, evading detection, merely a conduit of spiritual essence wandering between heaven and earth. They may manifest as rare spiritual materials, extraordinary treasures, or even develop intelligence and transform into demonic entities, traversing between mountains and rivers. Wherever a spiritual vein passes, the concentration of spiritual energy rises to a new level. However, such spiritual veins typically have a characteristic: they attract the underground geological veins. When a spiritual vein aligns with a geological vein, it can transform into a spirit stone vein, permanently residing underground. This is the origin of the spirit stone veins in the world. So strictly speaking, it is not the spirit stone veins that make the surrounding areas rich in spiritual energy, but rather the spiritual vein, which has merged with the geological vein, that causes the spiritual energy to become dense. If one could subdue the treasures born from the spiritual vein and carry them, they could similarly enhance the concentration of spiritual energy. The huge spirit stone vein beneath Xiangyao Immortal City was discovered by the true masters of the Xiangyao Alliance, using their great powers to locate a large spiritual vein and then merging it with the geological vein beneath this city. This is how the prosperous Xiangyao Immortal City came to be today. After Jing Yu finished speaking, Zhao Yuanxi suddenly chuckled, saying, So even if Wushan Market really develops to a scale of over 10,000 practitioners, it could never establish a city. Yuan Shao is putting so much effort into promoting the Immortal Expo and expelling mundane body refiners, all just to boost his political achievements and accumulate resources from the start. Jing Yu nodded, smiling. Isn't that so? The barren spiritual environment of Wushan Market simply cannot sustain many foundation establishment practitioners for cultivation, not to mention golden core true masters. Unless they find a spiritual vein to bring over. But if such a good fortune truly existed, why wouldn't the true master Baoding directly bring that spiritual vein to Xiangyao Immortal City to enhance its foundation? It's likely that they would end up feeding a nascent soul true monarch's cultivation ground. Zhao Yuanxi shook his head. Even if they could indeed nourish a nascent soul cultivation ground, if true master Baoding does not become a nascent soul, he won't be able to keep it safe. External nascent soul, true monarchs will come to reap the benefits. That's the logic of it. Jing Yu sighed. Your grandmother ultimately suffered from having too narrow a vision. It's not that any one of the golden core true masters in the Yunchuan region has become a nascent soul true monarch, allowing them to dominate the region. It's that the Yunchuan region simply lacks a stable cultivation ground for true monarchs. Even if a great true master were to give birth to a nascent soul, their first choice would be to go to the more spiritually rich central domains to pursue higher paths. Why would they remain here, making no progress in their cultivation, competing for scraps with a bunch of junior golden cores? Zhao Yuanqing, listening to the two engage in lofty discussions about golden core true masters and nascent soul true monarchs, rolled his eyes in his heart, muttering, "Damn it, their cultivation levels are getting lower, but their tone is getting higher. Chi practitioners are impressive, aren't they?" He then asked earnestly, "Uncle, what do you think we should do now? First, let's find a place to settle down, then look for your uncle's old acquaintances at the Immortal Registry, see if we can work something out to register our immortal identities here with Yuanqi." Xianyao Immortal City has 300,000 resident practitioners, but there are only about 50,000 registered immortal identities here, which shows how precious these identities are. A few people first bought a map of the Xiaoyao Xianqing at a stall near the dock and hired a mortal guide waiting at the dock. Then they found an inn nearby to settle down. In this inn, there was only one mortal waiter leaning lazily against a table, staring blankly at the door, and a short, plump, middle-aged female cultivator at the counter, snoring loudly. "Boss, we have guests," the waiter exclaimed to the landlady as soon as he saw the group enter the inn. The middle-aged female cultivator opened her sleepy eyes and looked up and down at the group, particularly scrutinizing Jing Yu and Zhao Yuanqi with a hint of pride as she asked, "Where are you from?" "We are from Wushan Fengshi." "Boss, how much for a room?" "We need 2 rooms. Each room costs 3 spirit coins per night." Having excluded the mortal guide, Jing Yu and his group only required 2 rooms, which immediately alerted the middle-aged female cultivator to their status, causing her enthusiasm to wane as she said, "2 rooms will cost 6 spirit coins per night. How long do you intend to stay?" 3 spirit coins per room. Are you trying to rip us off?" Zhao Yuanqing, carrying his luggage, complained. Staying for a month would cost nearly a spirit stone. "The bandits outside Wushan Fengshi aren't this efficient. It would be better for you to manage your own servants," the landlady replied with a forced smile. "In Xiaoyao Xianqing, all inns charge this price. I noticed you all looked weary from your travels, which is why I didn't mention the rates of the more expensive rooms. Otherwise, they would cost twice what the ordinary rooms do." Zhao Yuanqing felt frustrated, his face showing displeasure as he muttered, "Damn it, what's so great about a middle-aged woman at foundation establishment stage? It's embarrassing. My uncle could crush her with just a finger. Let's stay for 2 nights then." Jing Yu cheerfully took out 12 spirit coins and tossed them to the landlady. He had done his homework beforehand. The cultivators who could open stores in Xiaoyao Xianqing were all locals, often having some connections. As a newcomer, it was best not to stir up trouble. "All right, 2 rooms." The mortal waiter bowed and said, "You sirs can follow me upstairs." As they ascended to the 2nd floor, the landlady, seeing them far away, murmured quietly, "Those from the shabby market have come to beg in our Xiaoyao Xianqing." Jing Yu, having reached the body refinement stage and possessing a natural keen sense, clearly heard the landlady's words. He couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. The local cultivators in Xiaoyao Xianqing truly had a lofty view of themselves. As a cultivator at the 9th level of foundation establishment, he often received respectful greetings from ordinary cultivators at the 3rd level in the usual markets, and some even called him senior out of flattery. He never expected to be treated like this by a local cultivator at the 3rd level in a city of immortals. This was a merchant establishment, and he could only wonder what the situation was like for the cultivators in the Xiaoyao Alliance's formal institutions. As Jing Yu pondered, his pace slowed unconsciously, only to see Zhao Yuanqing arguing with the mortal guide in the front room. "Brother, what kind of black shop did you bring us to? The prices are exorbitant, and the attitude is poor. My uncle is a notable figure in Wushan Fengshi. How could he endure such humiliation?" The mortal guide kept apologizing and softly replied, "Sir, you may not know this, but this inn has the best service on this entire street." Jing Yu shook his head. What mattered most to him now was finding a suitable place for foundation establishment. He had no time to bicker about such matters and stepped forward to ask, "Young man, do you know how to get to the Immortal registration office in Xiaoyao Xianqing? Is there a friend named Pu Xiu there?" The mortal guide thought for a moment and answered, "Zhao Xianshi, the Immortal registration office is an institution for cultivators, and mortals are strictly prohibited from entering. However, generally speaking, cultivators from the same department usually reside in the same area in Xiaoyao Xianqing. That area is designated by the Xiaoyao Alliance for low-rent housing for cultivators working in the Alliance. Perhaps you can find the person you are looking for there. Lead the way." In Xiaoyao Xinqiang, cultivators below the foundation establishment stage are prohibited from flying within the city, so the group had to obediently take the public flying boat from the western district to the northern district, arriving near a row of cylindrical buildings. Is this where the cultivators of the Xiaoyao Alliance live? Zhao Yuanxi looked up at the densely packed row of cylindrical buildings and frowned as she asked. In her view, the shanties outside Wushan Fengshe had already been cramped and had poor living conditions, but at least they were standalone buildings. However, the cylindrical buildings in front of her not only had each room occupying a very small area, but even a single floor shared a corridor, making it difficult to guarantee the most basic privacy. You may not know, but in recent decades the population of cultivators in Xiaoyao Xinqiang has surged. The originally planned residences have become insufficient, and the entire Xiaoyao Xinqiang has expanded repeatedly, yet it is still not enough to accommodate all the cultivators. Although the environment here is harsh, the spiritual energy is abundant, not inferior to many private courtyards in the inner city, and cannot be compared to the shabby shanties with poor spiritual energy in the outskirts. The Mortal Guide continued, moreover, cultivators within the Xiaoyao Alliance enjoy rent reductions here, costing only 2 spirit stones per year, similar to the rent of the shanties in the outskirts. If a cultivator is solely focused on the path of foundation establishment, they naturally will not mind the harsh environment. However, if a cultivator seeks pleasure, they would have long gone to the mundane world to enjoy life. Why would they suffer in Xiaoyao Xinqiang? Zhao Yuanxi took a deep breath and nodded silently. Indeed, the spiritual energy is rich, no wonder, no wonder. In the distance, Zhao Yuanxin ran over excitedly, saying to Jing Yu, "Uncle, I found out there is a family with the surname Pu living here, and they indeed have a cultivator working at the Immortal registration office, number Jechin 23. Great, let's go upstairs." Jing Yu replied, succinctly tossing out a spirit coin. The Mortal Guide caught it, expressing gratitude profusely, and joyfully retreated. The three climbed up the cylindrical building and encountered a few mortals along the way, presumably relatives of the cultivators living here. After inquiring, they finally stood in front of the door labeled Jechin 23. At this moment, Zhao Yuanxi took out a water inkstone from her storage bag, said to be favored by the friend Pu Xiu, and spent 4 or 5 spirit coins to buy one as a gift. Knock, knock, knock. Is Pu Xiu here? A friend has come to visit. With a creak, the door opened, and a haggard, middle-aged female cultivator dressed in mourning clothes peeked out, looking at the group outside, with slight wariness. "Who are you?" Seeing her attire, Jing Yu's heart sank, and he cautiously asked, "We are relatives of Mushan from Wushan Fengshe here to visit friend Pu Xiu. I wonder." The middle-aged female cultivator said impatiently, "You are looking for my father. It's too late. My father tried to establish his foundation a month ago, and his dantian exploded. He died." "Oh." Jing Yu was somewhat astonished. What a coincidence. Could this be fate again? It was no wonder Jing Yu was suspicious. Ever since meeting the Nine Fates Dao Lord, he had realized that almost everyone around him was subject to the machinations of fate. Now even encountering a dog on the roadside felt like an act of destiny. The middle-aged female cultivator sighed and said, "Come inside and talk." The group followed the middle-aged female cultivator through the door and indeed saw a modest room of several dozen square meters arranged as a small memorial hall. It had been a month since Pu Xiu's death. His body had long been buried. Now the hall held no coffin, only a spirit tablet placed at the center, presumably as the female cultivator kept vigil for her father. A month after her father's death, his daughter still keeps vigil. The bond between father and daughter must have been. Zhao Yuanxi, holding the inkstone, carefully observed the room's arrangement. She reverently placed the inkstone on the altar, bowed to the spirit tablet, and thought to herself. The middle-aged female cultivator brought over several meditation cushions and sat cross-legged with Jing Yu and the others before the memorial hall, then began to recount her father's story. It turned out that this female cultivator was named Pu Ting, the only daughter of Pu Xiu. Her mother was a mortal who had long passed away, and Pu Xiu never remarried. The father and daughter had always lived in a lower-end apartment provided by the Carefree Alliance. Logically, as a cultivator within the system, although Pu Xiu didn't earn as much as alchemists or artifact refiners, his income was stable. Moreover, with the Carefree Alliance offering foundation establishment pills at relatively low prices, given Pu Xiu's wealth, he could easily afford a genuine pill, far from needing to risk his life attempting foundation establishment. But Pu Xiu was someone who loved taking advantage. Even with the internal price for a genuine foundation establishment pill, he still thought it too expensive. So he pooled resources with several qi refining cultivators to buy a batch of foundation establishment spiritual herbs and commissioned a foundation establishment alchemist to refine the pill. This joint purchase and commission was the most cost-effective way to obtain a foundation establishment pill, but it was risky. If the alchemist failed producing a waste pill or causing a furnace explosion, there was no compensation. It was simply the misfortune of Pu Xiu and his group of qi refining cultivators. The alchemist usually had a good reputation and a normal success rate for refining foundation establishment pills. But when it came to Pu Xiu's batch, something went wrong, resulting in a batch of defective pills. In desperation, Pu Xiu made a reckless decision and used the defective foundation establishment pill to attempt a breakthrough, leading to his death. In truth, a defective pill was only a second worst outcome. The worst would have been a furnace explosion. But ironically, if the furnace had exploded, Pu Xiu would have ended up with nothing, with no pill to use.